Chapter 1. Did the Princess of Anil take her own life? As the new year approached, the capital of the Great Chi remained enveloped in the jubilant atmosphere of the spring festival. Yet, amidst this festive spirit, an unexpected event transpired. The Princess of Anil had taken her own life, in an instant. Whispers filled both the palace and the streets of the capital. Goodness, I saw her just yesterday at Xiangji Temple. How could this happen? I heard she shared a deep affection with Prince Anil. Could it have all been a facade? The Su siblings are indeed a scourge to the nation. They are no good. What a pity for the Princess of Anil, who insisted on marrying such a man. Some women discreetly covered their mouths with handkerchiefs, murmuring, I've heard that Prince Anil often stays overnight in the palace. Do you think the siblings serve the emperor together in bed? It is not impossible. This Prince Anil is even more beautiful than a woman. A group of noble ladies in the garden exchanged teasing remarks, their laughter revealing a shared understanding. The sight of a man serving his lord in such a manner was indeed disconcerting. Within the Qingjian hall, Xiao Qi pinched the bridge of his nose, clearly weary of the lamentations he had endured all afternoon. His dark robe, adorned with intricate golden dragon patterns, signified his supreme imperial status. Before he spoke, an air of formidable authority surrounded him, his sharp brows and eyes betraying an undeniable arrogance, tinged with the condescension of one in power. He gazed at the figure kneeling before him, who had bowed her head for quite some time, a bemused expression flickering across his face as he lazily inquired, Anil, do you not have anything to say to me? At the sound of his voice, Su Muning lifted her head indifferently. She had wept profusely that day, and her eyes were still red-rimmed. So, she has finally mustered the courage to raise her face. Xiao Qi scrutinized her features intently, his gaze traveling from her brow to her damp eyes, finally resting on her lips. He could not help but recall how tenderly he had kissed her inch by inch on their shared bed, his eyes growing increasingly profound and dark. Su Muning was undeniably exquisite. The moment he laid eyes on her, he felt that such a person should not belong to a man soon. He was proven right. The world believed he cherished her elder sister, the noble consort Su, and that his affection for her had prompted him to bestow the title of Princess of Anil upon her. Yet in truth, who else in this realm, apart from the sovereign himself, could possess her? Over the past year, Su Muning had become well acquainted with the dangerous glances he cast her way, and she quickly averted her gaze to conceal her inner turmoil. I implore your majesty to thoroughly investigate this matter. In truth, Xiao Qi cared little for whether the Princess of Anil was alive or dead. He secretly reveled in the chaos her demise wrought. He had grown increasingly tired of hearing tales of their harmonious love. It became increasingly irksome to witness Su Muning's concern for that princess, even though he had orchestrated the union himself. At that time, it was merely a ruse, a means to secure the presence of the one before him. Now that he had her, the existence of Lin Huanin was rendered unnecessary if she chose to end her own life. So be it. Xiao Qi, upon hearing her words, smiled with a hint of amusement, gradually reclining on the dragon throne, feigning indifference as he inquired, do you wish to conduct a thorough investigation? She bowed deeply before him once more, her tone imbued with earnestness as she implored, the princess is gentle and virtuous, not one to act impulsively. I beseech your majesty to clear her name. Xiao Qi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at her kneeling so far away. As if he might devour her whole, he preferred to draw her onto his lap, encircle her delicate waist, and, when the moment became irresistibly passionate, to press her against the broad chair and indulge in his desires. Today, the Lin family lamented for an entire afternoon, and you are here kneeling as if you did not hear. Your father-in-law, Lin Pingwei, has already concluded that it is due to your moral failings that the princess succumbed to sorrow. Moreover, she perished within your residence. Whom do you wish for me to investigate? Perhaps it was her own misstep that revealed her true identity to Lin Weiner, leading to the latter's tragic demise. Su Muning's slender back trembled slightly as she stubbornly shook her head. Your Majesty, I indeed bear guilt towards the princess. Now that she has died unjustly, my heart is restless. I only seek to uncover the truth to appease the spirit of my deceased wife. Deceased wife? The phrase made Xiao Qi furrow his brow. Had she truly become so enmeshed in her male disguise that she regarded that woman as her spouse? With languid grace, he curled his long fingers at his lips and spoke slowly. Enlu, Did she not die because of you? Su Mu-ning's breath hitched at his words. It was indeed her. Had she not impulsively consented to the marriage, driven by fear of her gender being exposed, Lin Weiner would not have fallen into such despair. She collapsed onto the ground, her shoulders trembling, and tears finally streamed down her cheeks. Ultimately, it was her fault from the very beginning. Shao Qi observed her weeping, momentarily lost in thought, his emotions becoming subtly complex. Throughout the year, whenever they were together, Su Mu-ning always seemed to cry. He would either comfort her gently, tease her playfully, entangle her passionately, or threaten her in anger. He could no longer see the innocent girl who once smiled and claimed she was no longer a child. That fleeting moment had stirred his heart. If she must cry, then let her cry with even greater fervor. His gaze darkened slightly, and a faint smile graced his lips as he watched her, attempting to soothe her. "Enlu, come here." Upon hearing his command, Su Mu-ning's body stiffened instantly, her teeth clenched in silent defiance, her eyes betraying a mixture of revulsion and fear. She remained still, kneeling on the ground, her voice wavering with a hint of pleading and fragility as she gazed up at him through her fluttering lashes. "Your Majesty, the princess in my household has just passed." Shao Qi recognized her reluctance to stay upon hearing her words. Indeed, coaxing was futile. The mirth in his eyes had vanished, and he abruptly rose, striding toward her kneeling form. Su Mu-ning kept her head bowed, only able to see the cold, dark hem of his robes standing before her. Shao Qi loomed above her, casting his shadow entirely over her. The way the king of Anil addresses his princess is truly heartfelt, evoking emotions within me. After all, it is rare to find a couple as affectionate as you two, sharing a wedding night while entwined with others. Su Mu-ning felt a shudder run through her body as her fingers dug painfully into her palm, drawing blood. Shao Qi gently lifted her chin, and indeed, he recognized the humiliation reflected in her eyes. In the past, she had resisted fiercely. He still remembered how she had clawed at his face like a wildcat on their first night, only to become more compliant after a year of training. She slowly lowered her eyelids, concealing her emotions, and softly replied, "Your Majesty's marriage decree, the 6 rites performed, and the worship of heaven and earth, naturally, makes me your princess." Shao Qi smiled, wrapping his arm around her waist and pulling her closer, his lips brushing against her ear as he spoke in a sultry tone. "Since we have shared a marriage bed, I am indeed your husband." Su Mu-ning pressed her lips together in silence, tightly closing her eyes to block out his gaze, yet she could not escape the warmth whispering in her ear. He gently bit her flawless earlobe, his teeth grazing the small red mole on her right ear, urging her, "Answer me." With a hint of disdain, she turned her face away, stating, "Your Majesty is the son of heaven, the husband of the Empress." Shao Qi understood that she could not escape tonight and was not perturbed by her small act of defiance. Having recently ascended to the throne, this past year had been filled with unrelenting demands from the court, with only a few consorts in the harem, and no empress had been established. He tilted her chin with his fingertips, studying her unwilling eyes, and mused, "Anil, if you take the initiative in bed and please me, I shall make you the empress." At his words, Su Mu-ning opened her eyes and coldly gazed at him, enunciating each word, "I do not wish to." His expression faltered for a moment, but the tenderness in his eyes quickly dissipated as his grip on her chin tightened slightly. "Will it be your choice when to comply?" he challenged. "Is it so resolute? I recall how you once pleaded with me in tears. Have you forgotten after such a long time without me?" She remained silent, glaring at him with her captivating eyes. How dare she glare? His anger turned to amusement as he bent down, effortlessly lifting her into his arms and heading toward the couch. There is no need to wait until nightfall. He intended to attend her now. Chapter 2. A test of resilience. The Vermilion eaves lay buried beneath the final flurry of winter's snow, and the corridor remained devoid of dripping water, perhaps due to the unrelenting chill in the air. In contrast, the hall of Chenjin exuded a warmth that bordered on suffocating. The palace guard stationed outside could hear the muffled sounds emanating from within, likely at the behest of His Majesty. As the commotion had persisted since the afternoon until this late hour, with snow accumulating to a considerable depth. Aside from the occasional soft thud of snow falling from the treetops, the air was filled with a languorous melody. It was cold. Indeed, the night was truly frigid. Yet, why was there so much perspiration? His hair was damp. He feigned ignorance, raising a hand to brush across her eyes, encountering a hint of warmth. Anil, is this sweat or tears? Her gaze was clouded, her expression scattered and unclear, as though she had not heard his words. Shao-Chi observed the alluring blush that graced her features, her lips a deep crimson tinged with moisture. He slowly leaned down and pressed his lips against hers. As if sighing, "You could be as supple as water. Why must you be so obstinate?" One day, he vowed, he would make her his gentle embrace. As dawn's light began to emerge, the chief eunuch Changshi approached with caution to announce the hour. If they did not rise soon, they would miss the morning audience. The two had scarcely rested the previous night. He had only just managed to settle her. The candlelight flickered persistently, mingling with the sunlight as his gaze fell upon the crimson marks adorning her neck, resembling delicate plum blossoms blooming on white satin. He knew that beneath the silk, more vibrant blooms were hidden. He recalled the previous year's wedding, which had also been marked by such weather, a long, cold night. Shao-Chi lingered for a moment longer, then reluctantly released her from his embrace, lifting a few draping bed curtains as he rose. Changshi knelt below, awaiting the Emperor's awakening. Once everything was tidied, a satisfied gleam filled his eyes as he softly instructed, "Let her sleep, do not disturb her." Jinshu had spent the night in the Wangfu, unable to close her eyes, until midday when a resplendent yellow dragon-patterned sedan chair was ostentatiously brought in. She knew that the occupant must be her lord, and upon seeing the figure standing before the chair, she approached and bowed respectfully. "Changshi, my lord." This man served as the Emperor's chief eunuch, someone she had known during her time as a palace maid. Changshi cast a glance at her before surveying the Anil Wangfu, which was draped in mourning attire. Originally, this estate had belonged to His Majesty during his princely days, later bestowed upon Su Muning. Truly a mark of favor. The occupant of the sedan coughed lightly, prompting both Changshi and Jinshu to lift the curtain. Su Muning, her expression forlorn, reached out for Jinshu's assistance to rise. Changshi, standing behind her, remarked, "This servant has been commanded by His Majesty to escort the prince back." His Majesty expressed that, given the recent bereavement of the Anil princess, he understands the prince's sorrow and has thus exempted him from court for a month. Furthermore, His Majesty stated that the prince's mourning is indeed arduous and has generously bestowed some treasures as a token of condolence. Indeed, several boxes were being carried behind the sedan, clearly signifying His Majesty's intention to offer comfort for the previous night's shared intimacy. Jinshu, feeling somewhat anxious, observed Su Muning's expression, yet she did not cast even a glance in his direction, nor did she express any gratitude. She merely coldly remarked, "Noted." Changshi, witnessing her blatant disregard, left in astonishment. After all, this was a royal decree. "Your Highness, His Majesty has given specific instructions. It is expressly forbidden to hold extravagant mourning rites." However, Su Muning had already moved on, leaving him uncertain whether she had heard him. He lingered at the entrance, contemplating the stark contrast between the cautious Su Muning of the past and the increasingly aloof and unyielding individual she had become. Jinshu, standing beside her, hesitated before softly offering counsel. "Your Highness, Changshi is a person of the court. It would be wise to navigate these matters with greater finesse, lest you create enemies unnecessarily. One can never be certain of another's character." Su Muning's brows furrowed slightly in irritation as she commanded, "Prepare water and medicine." Jinshu discreetly glanced at the marks on her neck, understanding the situation, and refrained from further comment, proceeding as usual to prepare the herbal concoction and warm bathing water. In the steamy bathing chamber, Su Muning closed her eyes, appearing to drift into slumber. Jinshu stood quietly outside the screen, attending to her. Suddenly she inquired, "What has become of the person in the woodshed? What has he divulged?" Jinshu promptly replied, "The guards gave him several lashes, yet he remains obstinate, refusing to speak." Su Muning abruptly rose, water cascading around her. Jinshu rushed to assist her in drying off. With a detached smile, Su Mu-ning mused that the man likely underestimated her resolve, believing she would shy away from administering punishment. Since His Majesty had chosen not to intervene, she would take matters into her own hands. Josie had been bound and confined for a full day and night without sustenance. Now he lay on the ground, still marked by the lashes, cursing vehemently. The door to the woodshed creaked open, and upon seeing Su Mu-ning enter, he scoffed, displaying little fear. "I say, little white-faced prince, your consort's unfortunate fate has nothing to do with me. You cannot torture an innocent citizen without evidence. I shall file a complaint." Su Mu-ning, seemingly unfazed, squatted down beside him. This man was nothing more than a rogue, a cunning character who thrived on deceit in the presence of the powerful, often engaging in unsavory dealings. On that day at the temple, someone witnessed you conveying a message to the princess. I wish to know what was said and who instructed you to relay it. Speak truthfully, and I shall release you at once. Oh, your highness, we people labor tirelessly for our livelihoods, always seeking opportunities among the affluent. I merely noticed the grandeur of the Anal Prince's carriage and thought to inquire if the princess had any errands for a humble servant like me, hoping to earn a few coins. I am truly wronged. Su Mu-ning's expression remained impassive. Is that so? I had no idea that societal decay had reached a point where even women could be so brazenly approached. The man, unabashed, revealed a glimmer of lewdness in his eyes. Your highness is unaware. The women of wealth are indeed easy to exploit. Such as? Su Mu-ning tilted her head, feigning curiosity. I'm not exaggerating. There are quite a few women of means in Chengdu who do business with me, whether dealing with illegitimate offspring or in search of rare elixirs. As long as the price is right, I shall manage everything with utmost efficiency. Noticing Su Mu-ning's indifference, he continued, That day, I happened to encounter the carriage from the Anal Prince's estate and thought to curry favor with the esteemed princess. As for the rest, I truly know nothing. Is that so? Su Mu-ning replied with a faint smile, causing Josie to momentarily lose his composure. This Anal Prince, akin to a woman, suddenly evoked no fear in him. He found it hard to believe that such a dainty individual could truly impose any threat. Furthermore, the one who commanded him was a figure of significant stature. He doubted the Anal Prince would dare to offend him. Su Mu-ning methodically withdrew an object from her sleeve, and Josie froze upon catching sight of it. Are you familiar with this auspicious golden lock? I trust you are. It is precisely what I had someone retrieve from your household. Josie's countenance shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in disbelief. You. Su Mu-ning's expression hardened as she coldly inquired, Why does the princess's golden lock appear in your possession? Josie was indeed startled by her revelation. However, being seasoned in the art of survival, he quickly regained his composure. He shifted his gaze and immediately began to plead for mercy. My lord, I am at fault. I should not have been so greedy. Upon seeing someone else's lost treasure, I thought to claim it for myself. You found it? Indeed, I stumbled upon it on the ground outside the temple. I had no idea it belonged to the princess. Had I known, I would have returned it to you immediately. I swear, understanding that he had no intention of speaking the truth, Su Mu-ning rose and regarded him with the cold gaze reserved for lifeless objects. It seems you are reluctant to divulge the truth easily. Josie felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, he recalled the rumors from a year prior concerning the Anal Prince's estate, suggesting that this lord had gone mad on his wedding night, slaying numerous servants within his household. Rumors are merely rumors. This individual appeared incapable of inflicting harm, likely to faint at the sight of blood. Your Highness, I speak only the truth. She tucked the golden lock back in her sleeve and drew forth a dagger. As she unsheathed it, a cold glint flashed across her face. Josie's heart raced, and he swallowed hard. What do you intend to do, my lord? Surely, even as a prince, you cannot impose punishment upon a commoner. Su Mu-ning let the scabbard drop at his feet with a clang, causing him to flinch. I recently acquired this knife and was just thinking it would be perfect to test its edge. Are you not curious to discover whether my blade is harder than your tongue? As she spoke, she traced the blade's edge against his neck. Josie, filled with dread, desperately recoiled, but alas, he was met with the wall behind him. Pressed against it, he gasped, Your Highness, I truly found it. Had I known its significance, I would have returned it to you at once. I am a law-abiding citizen. You cannot kill me. Who said I intended to kill you? She regarded him with amusement, pressing the blade's tip against his brow. Josie, trembling with anxiety, stammered, "What do you want from me?" "Nothing in particular, just this," Su Muning replied, and in a moment of stealth, she plunged the dagger into his right palm. Ah, ah, ah. He felt a piercing pain, instantly curling up on the ground in agony. Yet the blade remained firmly embedded in his palm, pinning his hand to the earth, while Su Muning steadfastly gripped the hilt. As she gazed at his contorted face of suffering, she calmly inquired once more, "Who sent you? What message were you carrying?" Josie gasped for breath, cold sweat pouring down his face. "No." But no sooner had he uttered a word than Su Muning twisted the hilt of the knife. Ah! His head thudded against the ground with a resounding clatter, tears streaming down his face. I'll speak. I'll tell you. Spare me, Your Highness." Su Muning merely regarded him with a cold stare. "Your Highness, please loosen the knife." "Oh, it hurts terribly." Seeing her seemingly unmoved, Josie dared not breathe, his hand still resting on the hilt. "I'll confess. I'll tell the truth." He gasped a few more breaths, his face pale as he recounted the events of that day from beginning to end. Noticing her lack of expression upon finishing, he quickly reassured her, "I swear I'm telling the truth. If I were to lie, I wouldn't dare to drag that person into this." Su Muning released her grip on the knife, took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from her fingers, and stood once more. "Your Highness, I've spoken the truth. Please let me go. I merely delivered a message for someone and secretly kept the princess's golden lock. Have mercy on me." Josie began to weep, trembling in fear. Su Muning tossed the handkerchief at his feet without a glance and turned to leave. "You are well aware of that person's intentions. Yet you continued to deceive the princess into following you. What pretense of innocence do you maintain? Go now and apologize to the princess." Her chilling voice echoed in Josie's ears, leaving him in a state of utter terror. "Your Highness, spare me. Please, spare me." Chapter 3. Not killing Bo Run. Yet Bo Run dies because of me. The Annal Wangfu was particularly desolate. The princess's suicide and the emperor's decree against elaborate funeral arrangements led to few visitors offering condolences. The mourning hall remained untouched, the coffin not yet sealed. Su Muning slowly approached the casket, where Lin Wanyan had already donned mourning attire, a dark purple bruise visible around her neck. She gazed at the closed eyes of the deceased, the expression of one who had hanged themselves devoid of tranquility, suggesting immense suffering at the time of death. A wave of sorrow and guilt surged within her once more. Ultimately, it was I who caused your demise. The princess, gentle and virtuous by nature, seldom ventured outside. Recently, with the chill of winter, having just celebrated the new year, Lady Lin fell ill. Lin Wanyan, upon hearing the news, anxiously went to the temple in the outskirts of the capital to pray for her mother's safety. Su Muning watched her and murmured, "I have already discerned the identity of that person." So it was. No wonder yesterday, Xiao Qixian was clearly reluctant to investigate the matter further. It was indeed that person. After the wedding, Lin Wanyan remained unaware of the truth, believing that she had consummated the marriage with her husband. Su Muning dared not reveal these sordid details to her, nor did she know the identity of the one who had insulted her that night. Yet Xiao Qi was fully aware, and he had even tacitly approved of it. A flicker of resentment flashed in her eyes as she solemnly vowed to the person in the coffin, "As long as I live, I shall find a way to avenge you. Fear not, I will let his blood illuminate your path in the cycle of reincarnation." Yet, the occupant of the coffin remained silent. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the mourning hall, accompanied by the sounds of scuffling and shouting. "Lord Lin! Lord Lin!" Jin Shu's anxious voice penetrated the turmoil, and the doors of the mourning hall were forcefully kicked open. Su Muning displayed no surprise. Lin Ping Wei, accompanied by two servants exuding a menacing aura, stormed in. He had only this one daughter, cherished since childhood as if she were a fragile treasure, and had hoped to choose a worthy suitor for her. Who could have anticipated that the emperor would arrange her marriage to Prince Annal? The imperial decree was not to be defied, and there was no choice but to comply. Just a year later, his beloved daughter had inexplicably perished within the royal residence. His wife, already in poor health, had fainted upon hearing the news, calling out for their daughter throughout the night. Lin Pingwei could only suppress his grief, having wept before the emperor the previous day, only to find that Su Muning was merely made to kneel in pretense. While it was said that the enchanting consort had even pleaded for her to stay the night in the palace. How pitiful it was for him to have his daughter die under such obscure circumstances, without clarity or reason. Filled with guilt, Su Muning gazed at him and knelt, bowing deeply. Esteemed father-in-law. Lin Pingwei's eyes reddened, his anger surging as he approached and delivered a forceful kick to her shoulder. Although a civil servant, he exerted all his strength, causing Su Muning to stumble backward, her head striking the coffin. He swiftly drew the sword from his attendant's waist, spitting disdainfully, "You dare to call me that?" The glint of the sword sent Jin Shu into a panic, rushing to shield her lord. "Lord Lin, please quell your anger. My prince and the princess have always shared a deep bond. This is truly not the prince's fault." Su Muning touched the back of her head, discovering blood. Pain washed over her, leaving her pallid, yet she pushed Jin Shu aside with determination. "Step aside." Jin Shu, tears streaming, dared not defy her. Su Muning knelt upright once more, respectfully bowing again. "Esteemed father-in-law, I did not kill Bo Run, yet he perished because of me. If you wish to slay me now to accompany Wanner in death, then proceed." With that, she closed her eyes. Lin Pingwei's hand trembled around the sword, his rage morphing into a sardonic grin. "So you think this act will spare you? I have come today not only for your life, but also for the truth. Speak. Why did Wanner seek death?" Su Muning kept her eyes shut and shook her head. She could not reveal the truth. Lin Wanner had chosen to end her life to preserve her honor, and Su Muning was bound to guard the secret. Moreover, even if the Lin family learned the truth, it would only deepen their sorrow. And that individual was someone the Lin family could not afford to offend. She would bear this burden. Upon seeing her refusal to speak the truth, Lin Pingwei's fury turned to a mocking laugh. "Very well, you refuse to speak. Then today, I shall send you down to personally apologize to my daughter." As he raised his sword, Jin Shu, terrified, scrambled to cling to his leg. "Lord Lin, please calm down." "Stop." Meanwhile, an anxious voice suddenly echoed from outside the hall, and a man dressed in white entered. His attire was modestly plain, hinting at a deliberate change for this moment. His features were reminiscent of a clear breeze and a bright moon, tall and graceful, exuding an air of refinement. Yet, at this moment, he appeared somewhat perturbed. Upon hearing the voice, Su Muning opened her eyes and turned to see the man stepping through the doorway. His arrival brought a sigh of relief from Jin Shu, as if she had spotted a savior. "Lord Fu," she exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy and tears. Fu Zhaoyan, the son of the former Grand Tutor, was exceptionally talented and had risen to the position of Prime Minister at a young age, holding considerable authority in both court and society. The Fu family was one of the most renowned aristocratic families in Deqi, revered by scholars across the land. Lin Pingwei had always held him in high regard. "Lord Fu." Fu Zhaoyan approached and grasped his hand, offering words of comfort. "My lord, please reconsider." Lin Pingwei, his eyes reddened, shook his head resolutely. "Lord Fu, you need not persuade me. Today, I must avenge my daughter's spirit." He cast a contemptuous glance at Su Muning and added, "Moreover, the Su siblings have brought turmoil to the court. It is only fitting that I eliminate her in service to His Majesty." Lin Pingwei was an exceedingly upright and loyal man, and he could hardly tolerate the likes of Su Muning and her brother, whom he deemed as calamities to the nation. Such consorts and princes were merely base figures, serving their lords through their beauty. Seeing Lin Pingwei's agitation, Fu Zhaoyan stepped forward, positioning himself between the two. "My lord Lin, while your grief is profound, impulsiveness now could endanger the Lin family." Su Muning was a prince bestowed by the emperor, and the favored concubine, Su, was her sister. Moreover, the emperor's stance today was evident. He clearly wished to let this matter pass. Lin Pingwei was well aware of this. Yet how could he swallow such bitterness when the deceased was his only daughter? Fu Zhaoyan spoke with solemnity. "Lord Lin, the remains of the princess consort are yet to be cold. Do you truly have the heart to let her funeral be stained with blood, disrupting her eternal peace?" At these words, Lin Pingwei faltered, and his sword fell from his grasp. His mind began to clear slightly, with sorrow etched upon his face and tears streaming down. He staggered to his daughter's coffin, weeping bitterly. "My daughter! My poor daughter!" Su Muning remained kneeling on the ground, not rising. Fu Zhaoyan extended a hand towards her. "Muning," he called softly. She gazed at him for a long moment, eventually turning her face away, disregarding his gesture, and stood up on her own. "Lord Fu." Fu Zhaoyan observed the melancholy in her eyes as he slowly retracted his hand. Over the past year, he had sensed Su Muning intentionally distancing herself from him. Chapter 4. It would be best if you do not go. Shao Qi, positioned behind the 12 pearl curtains of the crown, observed the ministers in the hall with a cold gaze. Despite the distance, they sensed the displeasure emanating from the young monarch today, and thus bowed their heads in silence, aware that accompanying him was akin to being with a tiger. Over the past year, it had become clear to all that the new emperor was not to be trifled with. Shao Qi surveyed the room, ultimately focusing his gaze on Lin Pingwei, a hint of frost in the corner of his eyes. He had heard that Lin had caused a ruckus at the Anal Prince's residence yesterday, shouting and causing a great commotion. A faint smirk played on Shao Qi's lips, his tone tinged with reproach. "Lin Shirlang must be dissatisfied with my handling of the matter regarding Princess Anal. I have heard that you displayed great authority at the Anal Prince's residence yesterday." Upon hearing this, Lin Pingwei immediately sensed that His Majesty was about to find fault with him. He promptly knelt down, bowing his head in submission. "I dare not." Shao Qi responded with a cold smile, recalling that I had previously refrained from pursuing the matter due to your bereavement. Who would have thought you would be audacious enough to act in such a manner? Do you understand, regardless of the reason? It is a grave offense for a concubine to take her own life. Your daughter, as a princess, dared to disrupt the established order. My leniency in not pursuing this matter is already an act of great mercy. And as a fourth-rank attendant, you dared to lay hands upon a noble prince. Such audacity raises the question of whether you might next lay hands upon me. Upon hearing these words, the court fell silent, with many who had initially intended to speak on behalf of Lord Lin now rendered mute. Jiang Linyue lowered his head and smirked slightly, always enjoying such spectacles, especially since he had no ties with the Lin family. After all, this old man had previously commented on his own extravagant escapades. Lin Pingwei trembled upon the ground, filled with desolation and sorrow. "Your Majesty, please see clearly. I harbor no such intentions." Yet Shao Qi was uninterested in his intentions. Today, he was simply angry and wished to punish this man. It was reported that Anil was injured yesterday. How outrageous! When did Su Muning allow others to lay a hand upon him? I can certainly perceive whether you possess such intentions. Cold sweat dripped down Lin Pingwei's forehead, fully aware that today His Majesty was determined to seek vengeance for that person. It must be that seductive Su Guifei who whispered in his ear. How could His Majesty be so enthralled by that pair of siblings? This is a misfortune for the Qi. He knocked his head against the ground heavily, declaring with a sense of resignation, "Your Majesty, I willingly accept punishment." The court was momentarily enveloped in silence. Jiang Linyue was very familiar with the Anal Prince's residence, having frequently visited when it was still the Emperor's palace. Observing the pervasive white decor, he frowned slightly. It was truly unsightly. Surely, if his cousin the Emperor were to see this, he would not be pleased. Jin Shu noticed Jiang Linyue's abrupt entrance and hastily paid his respects. "Young Master Jiang." Jiang Linyue narrowed his peach blossom eyes, growing more familiar. "Where's your prince?" "Young Master. His Highness has been keeping vigil for the princess in the morning hall these days." Jiang Linyue was taken aback. It was quite taxing for one person to maintain such a vigil alone. Upon seeing her, it was evident that she had grown considerably haggard. Jiang Linyue approached her side and squatted down, simply bending to pick up a few pieces of paper money and tossing them into the fire basin to burn. Watching the flames leap high, Su Muning subtly furrowed her brow. Anil's deep affection for the princess truly evokes envy. His words held a hint of ambiguity. But Su Muning was well aware of his nature, that of a libertine. Jiang Linyue gazed at her intently, unperturbed by her lack of response. Such a person, a man nonetheless, was adored to such an extent by his cousin, the current emperor, revered as the supreme ruler. Although tales circulated about how favored Su Guifei was, he understood precisely who was the true object of that affection. Jiang Linyue regarded her excessively pale profile, his gaze resting upon the small, enticing red mole on her right earlobe. If this were a woman, he would have calmed down after a fleeting moment of thought. But what of the woman? Su Muning now belonged solely to His Majesty. He promptly concealed the emotions flickering in his eyes. Enel, I come bearing delightful news today. Would you like to hear it? He leaned closer, his enchanting peach blossom eyes gazing at her with a playful smile. This made Su Muning reminisce about the past, when she had just arrived in Chidu. Though she had narrowly escaped death, she had been relegated to the cold palace, left to fend for herself. This Jiang Shaoho often brought along other noble youths to torment her, and on several occasions, she had nearly lost her life. He wore that same smiling facade while causing her harm. Su Muning turned her head away, resolutely replying, I do not wish to hear it. Jiang Linyue chuckled at her words, feigning intimacy as he draped his arm around her shoulder. Anna, what do you fear from me? I have adored you since childhood. If only Su Muning were a woman. Otherwise, he would have certainly hidden her away before Shao Qi could discover her. Su Muning pushed his hand away, yearning to distance herself from him. However, her legs had grown numb from kneeling for too long, and as she moved, a sharp pain shot through her. She bent down, placing her hands on the ground, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. Jiang Linyue, noticing her plight, reached out to assist her, but was met with her cold rejection. He was not angered. If she wished to continue kneeling, so be it. Although you may not wish to hear it, I must still convey it. His Majesty is exceedingly displeased due to Lin Pingwei's disturbance at your residence, and has punished him on the spot. I hear one of his legs has been broken. That Lord Lin is quite principled. After returning home, he resigned from his position and will soon return to his hometown at the end of the month. He deliberately glanced at her. Anil, will you go to bid farewell to your father-in-law then? Su Muning gasped in disbelief, rendered speechless for a long moment. He chuckled. I must admit, I'm quite envious. The Emperor treats you far better than he does me. He is clearly protecting you and avenging you. Su Muning understood that Jiang Linyue was unlikely to speak falsely, and she staggered to her feet. Jiang Linyue kindly lent her a hand. Why the urgency? He doesn't leave until the end of the month. She called out towards the door, Jin Shu. Jin Shu promptly entered, but before she could inquire, Su Muning anxiously exclaimed, Quickly prepare the sedan chair. I must enter the palace. Jin Shu thought she had misheard, as the princess usually detested going to the palace. Hurry, she urged. Oh. Jin Shu finally regained her senses and dashed out. Just as Su Muning was about to step outside, Jiang Linyue halted her with his words. Anil, you aren't planning to plead for Lord Lin, are you? His expression seemed to convey amusement. She turned back to glare at him. Shall I not go? Jiang Linyue smirked. You would do well to refrain. Gradually, Su Muning found her composure under his half-smirking gaze. Indeed, upon hearing of the troubles befalling the Lin family, she had panicked. Thinking that it arose from her actions, she did not wish for the Lin family to suffer punishment. Jiang Linyue casually remarked, You are aware of the Emperor's temperament. Since he punished the Lin family on your behalf, your plea for leniency would be tantamount to slapping his face, clearly disregarding his favor. Who knows, in his rage, he might impose an even harsher punishment. Su Muning's fingertips turned pale as she tightly grasped the doorframe. Reluctantly acknowledging the truth in Jiang Linyue's words, Shao Qi was indeed that kind of person. Suddenly glancing towards the coffin in the hall, she felt a sense of helplessness and mused that perhaps it would be a wise choice for the Lin family to depart from this land of strife. Chapter 5. The Enchantress Who Brings Calamity to the Nation, favored above all in the harem in the Chengyan Hall. Changshi stood outside, arms crossed, the chill of winter subsiding as spring approached. Changshi, a melodious voice wafted through the air, sweetening it like nectar. The figure that approached was none other than Su Zixin, the infamous enchantress spoken of throughout Chidu. Your Highness, the Empress. Changshi greeted her with a beaming smile, bowing respectfully. Please, rise, Your Highness, Su Guifei replied, her beauty radiant as ever, even after childbirth. rivaling few in the imperial harem. Changshi recalled her brother, Prince Anil, who, in terms of appearance, surpassed even her. It was no wonder the emperor kept him close, as he could not possibly be unaware of Su Muning's true identity as a woman. Yet, he lacked the courage to speak of it, for his ascent to power surely required a talent for feigned ignorance. Su Guifei personally assisted Changshi to his feet. Her voice gentle. "Has His Majesty dined? I have prepared some pastries. Might I trouble you to relay this to him?" Changshi understood her intentions and courteously replied, "Your Highness, please wait a moment. I shall inform him at once." Before Shao Qi's desk lay not only official documents, but also numerous essays from the top scholars of the realm. These were the most promising talents of the Great Qi, the lifeblood of its future. Since last year, he had been preparing for the imperial examinations, with the new emperor's ascension alongside the amnesty declared. The most crucial task was to recruit talent from all corners. Many in the court had once supported the great prince, their loyalties difficult to discern. This was an opportune moment to cultivate a new cadre of capable ministers. Contemplating the hypocritical old guards, a smirk of derision flickered in his eyes. They still dared to whisper behind his back, insinuating that his throne was obtained through bloodshed, clinging to hope for that useless elder brother. No matter. He would send them to the underworld to continue their loyalty. However, among these individuals, Shao Qi furrowed his brow slightly, closing the scroll in his hand as he glanced at Su Zixin, who had been seated quietly for quite some time. Having waited patiently, Su Zixin seized the moment when he looked her way to speak. She was already adept at adornment, and today she had meticulously applied the latest fashionable floral makeup, her brows and eyes appearing even more enchanting. With a soft, lilting voice, she gazed at him, her eyes filled with affection. "Your Majesty, have you grown weary from reviewing documents? I have prepared some snacks, and I hope you will not find them unworthy." As she spoke, she opened a food box and presented a plate of exquisite pastries, delicately lifting one to offer to Shao Qi. Her eyes brimmed with deep emotion, eagerly anticipating his response, as if they could transform into a spring of warmth. Yet, she was met with disappointment. Shao Qi regarded her with a cool, amused expression, devoid of even a fleeting moment of enchantment. Su Zixin's hands trembled slightly as she clutched the pastries, pleading with a sense of desperation. "Your Majesty, the late emperor and the crown prince once cherished this tearful visage of mine. What man in this world does not yearn for the softness of a gentle heart?" Before encountering Shao Qi, she had never doubted this notion. However, the realm whispered of her as the calamity-inducing consort, favored above all in the harem. Yet only she knew that the emperor's affections were never truly hers. Her title as a consort was but a hollow honor. All this wealth and splendor floated like a mirage, potentially vanishing at any moment. Thus, she must secure the heart of the most powerful man in the world to find solace. Whether it was the deceased former emperor, the deposed crown prince, or the new emperor Shao Qi, Su Zixin had always loved only the most dominant figure in the land. Shao Qi saw through this woman's thoughts and pushed her hand away. Contempt filled his gaze as he mockingly stated, rather than fixating on such matters, "It would be more prudent to engage in actions that genuinely please me." Su Guifei's face paled instantly, and she took several steps back. When Shao Qi led his troops into Qidu, the crown prince had already lost his claim to the throne. She had intended to climb back up the tree that was Shao Qi, only to find him unhesitatingly rejecting her overtures. As a consort of the late emperor, she had secretly conspired with the crown prince, yet in the end, it was Shao Qi who ascended the throne, with Shao Qi clearly looking down upon her. Her fate in the harem seemed doomed. Fortunately, she discovered that Shao Qi harbored special feelings for Su Muning. To preserve her life and curry favor with him, Su Zixin resolutely revealed this secret to Shao Qi. It proved to be a wise decision, for Shao Qi indeed took notice of Su Muning. The troublesome aspect was her brother, who was exceedingly difficult to manage. "Your Majesty, Muning does not heed my words." Each time Su Zixin sent someone to summon her to the palace, she acted as though she had not heard. Her stubbornness made Su Zixin fear that one day, Shao Qi would grow impatient and take their lives in a fit of anger. Xiao Qi's narrow eyes brimmed with mockery and displeasure, his voice cold and unyielding. That is your concern. If you prove to be of no use, there is no need for you to remain in the palace. Su Zixin, terrified, turned pale and knelt on the ground, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I acknowledge my faults. Xiao Qi no longer regarded her, merely coldly commanding, Leave. As for Su Muning, she was regarded with the same trepidation one would reserve for a great calamity. After suffering several setbacks from Su Guifei's summons, she resolutely stopped coming to the palace. Had it not been for the matter concerning the Princess of Anil, she would not have entered at all. Indeed, she had been spared from early court sessions for an entire month, and now, a month and a half had passed without her presence. Xiao Qi was exceedingly vexed, contemplating how best to punish her next. A year had passed, and she still had not learned her lesson. At the Anil Prince's residence, Steward Zhao Ku wore a troubled expression as he urged the visitor before him, who had been persistently seeking an audience with the prince for several days. Yet the prince had decreed that no one was to be seen, and he dared not intrude further. Most stewards in other households were long-standing servants who had served their masters since childhood, but Zhao Ku was different. He had only arrived at the prince's residence last year. A year prior, the Anil Prince's wedding was a joyous occasion. For reasons unknown, on the second day of his marriage, the Prince of Anil seemed to have lost his sanity, ruthlessly exchanging and eliminating the servants in his residence. Consequently, fear permeated the hearts of all within the estate. Qi Chan clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, imploring the steward to convey a message on his behalf, stating that an old acquaintance from Liz Ho had come to pay a visit. The steward sighed, replying, I conveyed such a message yesterday, yet His Highness refused to see you. I must ask you to leave. Anxious, Qi Chan retrieved a letter from his sleeve. I do have pressing matters to discuss. Since His Highness is reluctant to meet me, I kindly ask you to deliver this letter to him. Without waiting for a refusal, he pressed the letter into the steward's hands and hurriedly departed. Oh, you, the steward remarked, shaking his head in resignation as he held the letter. Having just draped a new cloak over His Highness, Jin Shu observed Su Muning, who had been sitting in the courtyard for the better part of the afternoon, as a breeze began to stir. The steward approached, hesitating momentarily, and Jin Shu sensed he had something to convey. Zhao, do you have something to discuss? He inquired. The steward, after bowing to Su Muning, respectfully stated, Your Highness, that individual has come again today. Jin Shu, displeased, replied, His Highness stated yesterday that he would not receive visitors. Surely you could have sent him away. Must every trivial matter disturb His Highness? I did just that, the steward acknowledged, but he insisted on delivering a letter to Your Highness. Upon hearing this, Jin Shu glanced at Su Muning, and upon receiving her nod, he accepted the letter. Su Muning casually took the letter, opened it, and was met with only 2 words inscribed on the paper. Yin Shi. Staring at those 2 characters, her expression momentarily turned distant. Suddenly regaining her composure, she tore the paper and cast it into the pool. Chapter 6. Are you not afraid she might run off with someone else? Upon receiving the imperial decree, the new officials donned their official caps, returning to the imperial court to behold the emperor's visage. In the realm of mortals, March bloomed with unending fragrance. The imperial court hosted a grand banquet in the imperial garden, inviting ministers and newly appointed scholars to this splendid feast, marking the first grand occasion since the new emperor's ascension. Spring was in full bloom, with winter's chill receding. The garden was alive with vibrant colors, blossoms of peach and apricot dancing in the breeze, laughter and merriment filling the air. Standing on the high platform, Xiao Qi spotted Su Muning arriving late. A flicker of surprise crossing his features at her unexpected presence. Su Guifei beside him was equally astonished, despite having summoned her. She knew Su Muning's character well enough to doubt she would comply. Clad in a moon-white brocade robe, Su Muning appeared even more exquisite, like a pearl among jade. Ignoring the curious gazes of those around her, she gracefully navigated through the banquet and floral arrangements, approaching the dais to pay her respects. I pay my respects to Your Majesty and the esteemed Guifei. Xiao Qi, holding his wine cup, smiled subtly, amusement glimmering in his eyes. Su Zixin raised her sleeve to cover her mouth, giggling softly, her eyes sparkling like the spring breeze. Mu Ning, arriving so late. You ought to pour yourself a cup as penance and seek forgiveness from His Majesty. With a glance toward Shao Qi, noting his good humor, she signaled a palace maid to bring forth the wine. Su Mu Ning, maintaining a calm demeanor, accepted the cup and drank it in one gulp. Shao Qi observed the graceful curve of her neck as she tilted her head back, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Anil, rise, he commanded, then turned to Changshi behind him. Fetch a chair for Anil to sit beside me. Upon hearing this, Su Muning furrowed her brow and immediately declined, saying, Your Majesty, this is not in accordance with propriety. The seating arrangement at royal banquets is quite significant. For instance, today, the front rows are occupied by high-ranking ministers, while the back rows are reserved for newly appointed scholars. Observing her reluctance, Su Zixin, fearing that she might offend Shao Qi, interjected, Your Majesty. Muning likely wishes to engage with those below her. This child has a playful spirit and would surely find it stifling to sit here. Shao Qi contemplated her words for a moment, but ultimately decided against it, realizing that keeping her there might lead him to indulge in his desires after a few more drinks. You may leave, he said. In the banquet hall, the dancers twirled gracefully, their long sleeves fluttering amidst the melodies of drums and flutes, each more radiant than the spring blossoms. However, the gaze of the crowd was fixed upon Prince Anil. They marveled at his spring-like beauty while simultaneously scorned his obsequious and capricious nature. Look at her, just lost the princess. It shows no sign of sorrow. How pitiful for Lord Lin and his family. Mu Ning, as soon as Fu Zhaoyan caught sight of her, he offered a slight smile and gestured to the empty seat beside him. His position was toward the front, and the vacancy seemed deliberately reserved for her. Su Muning felt a pang in her heart as she surveyed the fully occupied surroundings and reluctantly took a seat beside him. Lord Fu, she addressed him somewhat distantly, causing Fu Zhaoyan to pause in surprise. He could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Muning, why have you grown increasingly distant from me this past year? Have I unknowingly offended you? Su Muning hesitated, her gaze dropping as she softly replied, It is my fault. Fu Zhaoyan was momentarily taken aback. Mu Ning, I have watched you grow up and know your true character. I would never believe those baseless rumors. Once they'd shared a close bond. Back when she lived in the palace with her sister, she was largely left to her own devices. Whenever others bullied her, she could only endure. But Fu Zhaoyan had intervened on several occasions, offering her assistance. Over time, Su Muning learned of his noble lineage as the son of the Grand Tutor and a companion to the prince. Thus, she would eagerly await his arrival at the palace, following him like a little tail as he attended classes and waited for him to finish school, all because he would bring her sweets. After the fall of the Li Kingdom, she had been trapped into Qi for many years, and Fu Zhaoyan was the sole person who had ever given her candy. Su Muning clenched her fists within her sleeves, watching as he poured wine for her, fearful that he might uncover her true feelings. Fu Zhaoyan was the light in her years of darkness, the unattainable hope she harbored. Jiang Linyue arrived last, passing by them before turning back. With his charming peach blossom eyes and a playful smile, he remarked, Anil, I have been searching for you. It seems you are with Lord Fu. He then glanced at the elder seated to Su Muning's right, who promptly stood to make way. Young Master Jiang, please take a seat. Jiang Linyue seated himself without hesitation. Noticing that Su Muning did not even spare him a glance, he remained unfazed, leaning toward her side. How could you bear to come out today? Surely, you must have known I would be here and missed me? From his elevated seat, separated by curtains, Shao Qi coldly observed the interactions on her side, while beside him, concubine Su noted Jiang Linyue's tardiness with a tinge of melancholy. Had he not been aware that in the past, Jiang Linyue invariably led the charge in bullying Su Muning, Shao Qi might have suspected him of harboring feelings for her. However, he likely remained oblivious to the fact that Su Muning was a woman. Jiang Linyue, a notorious dandy, frequented the pleasures of the brothel, indulging in numerous beautiful concubines and singers, leading a life devoid of decorum. Fortunately, at this moment, the court officials were engrossed in their revelry, most of them surrounding the newly appointed scholars, toasting and engaging in spirited conversation. The literati, ever inclined towards the elegant discourse of lofty mountains and expansive seas, often indulged in such discussions. In contrast, the martial generals held little affection for such trivialities. Prince Wan, Pei Shaoan, with his imposing stature and long-standing camaraderie with His Majesty forged through years of battle, had even suffered injuries defending the emperor, thus commanding a considerable presence in the court. Your Highness, I have come to raise a toast to you. Qi Chun, today as top scholar, declared. With his handsome visage and dignified demeanor, he overshadowed the other newcomers. Since the banquet commenced, he had been repeatedly coaxed into drinking, and at this juncture, he appeared unsteady on his feet, clearly intoxicated. Given the high stature of Prince Wan, the fledgling scholar felt compelled to pay his respects. Yet, Pei Shaoan disregarded his gesture, leaving him to languish in silence. Although he had yet to receive an official appointment, he was still the esteemed top scholar, rendering the atmosphere rather awkward. Su Muning also cast her gaze in their direction, noticing an unusual expression flicker in Pei Shaoan's eyes, which he quickly masked. Jiang Linhua leaned in and teased. Does Anil find him rather disagreeable? Su Muning replied coolly. What brings you to such a conclusion, my lord? I have no dealings with Prince Wan. Fu Zhaoyan furrowed his brow. The emperor, having risen from military ranks, had always shown a bias toward generals, with Prince Wan being the most audacious among them. As the prime minister, he naturally felt compelled to advocate for the literati. Having read Yuanzhe's piece, The Ode to the Celestial Capital, I must say it is truly remarkable, a work that leaves one in awe. Today, I insist on sharing a drink with you. Yuanzhe was Qi Chen's courtesy name. Fu Zhaoyan stood tall, initiating a toast to Qi Chun amidst the gathering. Qi Chun, overwhelmed with gratitude, approached Fu Xiong and raised his cup, saying, Esteemed Prime Minister, your governance and strategies are unparalleled. While Yuanzhe's talents are modest, I shall rely on your guidance in the future. Here's to you. Fu Zhaoyan smiled and clinked his cup in response. Suddenly, Qi Chun lowered his gaze and spotted Su Muning. Jiang Linhua, standing nearby, jested, What is this? A familiar face. Anil, you two must have known each other for quite some time. Qi Chun, realizing the situation, immediately lowered his head in apology, recognizing her as Princess Anil. Su Muning had indeed come seeking him today. Setting down her cup, she rose and met his gaze. You seem to have had your fill. Would you like to step outside for some fresh air? Upon hearing this, Qi Chun nodded promptly, responding respectfully, Your Highness, please lead the way. As Jiang Linhua watched the two depart, she turned to Fu Xiong and remarked, I suspect they are acquainted. Fu Zhaoyan remained non-committal, noting that Muning had only been 9 years old when she arrived in Chidu. Even if they had known each other, it had been many years since their last encounter. Jiang Linhua chuckled. You seem unconcerned. Are you not afraid she might run off with him? It's rather peculiar, but I sense she is not as close to you as before. Were you not once the best of friends? Fu Zhaoyan appeared somewhat speechless. Muning is not just any woman. She would not simply run off. Young lord, do refrain from making such remarks. Shao Qi gazed in the direction where the two figures had vanished, his eyes reflecting displeasure as he carelessly tossed the wine cup onto the table. The spilled wine splattered on his Su Zixin's skirt, startling her. No matter the circumstances, tonight she must ensure that Su Muning remains. Your Majesty, I find myself somewhat intoxicated. I shall return to the Fengfei Palace and await your return, she stated, her voice softening towards the latter part of her sentence. Yet Shao Qi heard her clearly. A sudden smile broke across his face, laden with meaning as he looked at her, and he replied with delight, You may retire. Chapter 7. You are the princess of the Li Kingdom. Su Muning exhibited a clear familiarity with the palace's dynamics. Qi Chun was visiting for the first time, trailing closely behind her, observing her with careful attention. They navigated through the crowd, past the rockery and the pond, finally pausing in a quiet pavilion. Turning to face him, Su Muning remarked with some coldness, How do you know me? Otherwise, you would not have sent that letter. Yunxi was the name she had borne in the past, raised outside the palace since birth. Yin was her maternal surname, while she signified her birth at dawn when the clouds parted and the sun rose. A hint of remorse flickered in Qi Chen's eyes. I am aware, Your Highness, that you are the princess of the Li Kingdom. Su Muning scoffed, lifting her gaze to him with a sardonic tone. Then you must have mistaken me. I am not of such noble stature. The royal family of the Lee Kingdom had always been averse to twins, thus, following the birth of a dragon and phoenix pair. The queen had sent the female infant away to be raised outside the palace, claiming she would only be returned once the young prince came of age, lest she usurp the dragon's fortune. Therefore, Sum Yuning could not be considered the princess he spoke of, nor did she share the same surname as the royal family. Chi Chun recognized her mockery and sighed. It is understandable that your highness does not know me. I have been a companion to the crown prince since childhood, while you have spent years outside the palace. He added, you have suffered greatly in these years. Sum Yuning's expression remained indifferent as she turned to gaze at the lake, now shrouded in dusk. It was these very people from the Lee Kingdom who, in their desire to preserve the royal bloodline, had betrayed her and delivered her into the hands of the enemy. What is the intent of your letter? Do you wish to inform your new master? Is this a threat towards me? After all, Xiao Qi had long known her true identity, and the significance of her origins was of little consequence. Upon hearing her words, Qi Chen's expression filled with anguish. The term new master shattered his dignity, akin to the ruin of the Lee Kingdom itself. No, Yuanzi seeks something from your highness. Sum Yuning regarded him with a piercing gaze, but remained silent. Your highness, the people of Li Prefecture live in dire straits. The Zhao family, charged with guarding Li Prefecture, exercises tyrannical control over the populace. My purpose in coming to Chidu is to endeavor to aid those suffering there. Sum Yuning waved her hand dismissively, signaling him to cease. These matters should be addressed to your crown prince. Chi Chun, in a state of urgency, implored. The crown prince has always held the welfare of the people of Li Prefecture close to his heart and is deeply concerned for your safety. The true crown prince, Sum Yuning, had fallen into obscurity following the fall of the Li Kingdom, forced to live in hiding for years. He had been gathering the remnants of the Li Kingdom, with Chi Chun acting on his orders, seeking to place a pawn within the court of the De Qi dynasty. I am unable to rescue the people of Li Prefecture from their plight. In the midst of turmoil, Sum Yuning felt utterly incapable of rescuing others. Observing Qi Chen's resolute demeanor, she could not help but feel a pang of regret for him. You are undeniably remarkable. Yet do you naively believe that achieving first place will grant you unimpeded success? If you aspire to vie for power in the court of Chidu, do not entertain such dreams. However, Qi Chun remained astutely aware. He acknowledged that despite being at the pinnacle, his origins from Liz Ho would prevent the emperor from favoring him. Suddenly, he knelt before her, bowing deeply. Thus, I have come to beseech your highness for assistance, for the people of Liz Ho. As a consort dwelling in the inner palace, he could not easily meet Su Guifei. Yet, Prince Anil was accessible. If Sum Yuning were willing to persuade Su Guifei to intercede with the emperor on his behalf, a glimmer of hope might remain. After all, who in the realm did not know that Su Guifei was the most favored in the harem? Sum Yuning pursed her lips and regarded him for a moment before casting her gaze into the vast, enveloping darkness, momentarily feeling as though she could hardly breathe. How absurd! How could the subjects of a fallen nation thrive? Who would care for their lives, just as for so many years, who had cared for her own existence? Is that not why she was labeled a slave of a fallen kingdom? In this vast world, all beings were suffering. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind, prompting both to turn. Are you not rising? Sum Yuning shot him a glance. Qi Chun hastily stood, concealing his sorrowful expression. The newcomer was Kai Pei, a maidservant of Su Zixin. Her countenance urgent and hurried as she saluted Sum Yuning but hesitated to speak. Sum Yuning calmly addressed Qi Chun. You may return. I have matters to attend to. Seeing him depart, Kai Pei then exclaimed, My lord, the consort urgently requests your presence. Sum Yuning regarded her coldly, offering no response or movement. Kai Pei, contemplating the consort's command, feared for her own well-being should Prince Anil refuse to go. Gritting her teeth, she pleaded, My lord, the consort truly has pressing matters. Step aside. Su Zixin had previously coaxed her in a similar manner to come to her quarters. Uncle, a childish voice rang out, drawing Sum Yuning's attention. Su Zixin approached, cradling a child of just over a year old. The little one babbled, his speech still unclear, reaching out for her embrace. This was Xiao Rui. the child born of Su Zixin's illicit affair with the eldest prince during her time as the late emperor's consort. Though raised within the palace, his status remained awkward, necessitating the public pretense that he was the sixth prince of the late emperor. Fortunately, Su Zixin's current standing in the palace could still protect her young son. As Su Muning gazed at the innocent, joyful face of the child, her heart softened. Ultimately, she extended her arms to hold him close. Su Guifei's eyes reflected urgency as she sighed. Rayer has caught a cold and refuses to take his medicine. Today, upon hearing of your arrival, he insisted on seeing his uncle, as he is quite fond of you. Xiao Rui nestled his face against her shoulder, affectionately calling out a few times. Su Muning pressed her cheek to his forehead and felt warmth radiating from him. Ruier, you must listen to your mother and obediently return to drink your medicine. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rui pouted. I only want my uncle to feed me. The Fangfei Palace was extravagantly adorned, a testament to Su Zixin's status as the favored consort. After administering the medicine, Su Muning gently coaxed the child into slumber. Su Guifei laughed softly, suggesting, since Mu Ning adores children so much, why not bear one for his majesty? A child of your own would surely ensure security. Su Muning cast her a cold glance, her expression tinged with disdain. Su Zixin, feeling somewhat embarrassed under her gaze, protested, I was merely jesting. Must you take offense? Are we no longer able to share jokes? Having been captured together in Chidu during their nation's downfall, the two had relied on each other for many years, not to mention they were half-sisters, bound by blood and shared experiences. Yet, Su Muning remained obstinately resistant regarding the matter of Shaoqi, despite Su Zixin's numerous attempts to persuade her, which she deemed futile. Did not a woman's role inherently involve dependence on a man, especially when that man was the most powerful in the realm? Even if the Li kingdoms still stood, they were merely princesses of a border state, while now she was the esteemed Guifei of Deqi. Observing that Xiao Rui had fallen asleep, Su Muning gently rose. The banquet is about to conclude. I shall take my leave. You hastened to depart after just a brief conversation. Ever since your marriage, you have scarcely graced the palace with your presence. Does Rui not wish to see you? Noticing Su Muning's unwavering demeanor, Su Zixin sighed. Look at you, reeking of wine. Have some sobering tea before you go. With a wave of her hand, a palace maid appeared from behind the curtain, bearing a cup of tea. Chapter 8. Peace and Joy. Shaoqi had also indulged in some drink that day. Feeling slightly inebriated, as he lifted the bed curtain, he immediately sensed something was amiss with the person lying on the couch. It dawned on him that it must have been Su Guifei who had fed her something. This time, Su Zixin was quite perceptive. At that moment, Su Muning was left with only a fraction of her awareness, oblivious to the arrival of another. She felt an increasing heat within her, perspiring profusely. Overcome with discomfort, she lay weakly amidst the blankets. Shaoqi beheld her in a flimsy nightgown, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall, her eyes veiled with a thin mist, and her cheeks adorned with a captivating flush. With her eyes half closed, her long lashes cast shadows upon her face as she instinctively bit her lip in restraint. He gently grasped her chin, applying a slight pressure to prevent her from biting herself so forcefully. Only then did Su Muning notice his presence and instinctively curled away from him, turning her back. Shaoqi couldn't help but chuckle softly. Wrapping his arms around her slender form, he felt her rising body temperature and sensed her trembling within his embrace, a clear indication of her struggle to endure. Slowly, he trailed kisses from her nape down to her delicate earlobe, pausing at the tiny red mole. Unlike most women who had their ears pierced, she had not. She had become Su Muning at the tender age of 9. He whispered enticingly in her ear, Are you comfortable, my dear? Su Muning had initially been lost in the intimacy of his gentle kisses, but was jolted back to awareness by his voice, burying her face into the blankets. Yet, Shaoqi yearned to gaze upon her, coaxing her face from the covers. Why are you crying again? He asked, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Su Muning felt his touch and was overwhelmed with a sense of discomfort, both emotionally and physically. This is the sensation of a struggle between heart and body. She closed her eyes and began to whimper softly. Shaoqi sighed, turned her to face him, and embraced her once more, pressing a gentle kiss upon her feverish brow. Delicate, he then traced a path down from her brow. Su Ning, rarely so obedient and fragile, was likely under the influence of the medicine, which allowed Xiao Qi to experience a different delightful sensation. In the early morning, Xiao Qi awoke early, not rushing to attend court, and patiently awaited her awakening. Su Ning, with her eyes still closed, recalled the tea that Suzy Xan had offered the previous night and understood the situation quite clearly. Was it necessary to feign sleep after waking? He affectionately wrapped his arms around her waist, noting that her skills in pretending to be asleep were rather lacking. Reluctantly, Su Ning opened her eyes, greeted by the layers of canopy draping above her. The colors of the chambers were distinct, the fragrant palace adorned in peach blossom hues and the Chung-In Hall in bright yellow. Xiao Qi, lazily propped up on his hand, observed her. Indeed, upon waking, she treated him with indifference. Were you not pleased to see the top scholar from Lizhou yesterday? What did the two of you converse about during your time together? Su Ning, fixated on the peach blossom canopy above, replied with indifference. I spoke harshly to him. Upon hearing this, he chuckled, feigning interest. What offense have I committed to you since my arrival in Chengdu? He is merely a fellow exile, much like myself, foolishly aspiring to rise in power and influence. What significance does being a top scholar hold? He is utterly deluded, believing such ambitions could lead to greatness. Her tone dripped with disdain, and Xiao Qi, rarely witnessing her demean a person so, was momentarily taken aback. Su Ning glanced at him, her eyes clear and insightful. A splendid essay does not guarantee a splendid future. Ultimately, it hinges on the emperor's favor. He seemed not to grasp this truth, which was quite foolish of him. Could the emperor truly place his trust in a subject hailing from Lizhou? Xiao Qi pondered, lowering his gaze upon her, momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, the recent examinations had incensed him greatly. How could the illustrious 52 provinces of the Qi allow a man from Lizhou to seize the top position? Previously, Lizhou had no qualifications to participate in the examinations. It was merely a small nation that had been assimilated, a land of barbarians. The late emperor had been particularly harsh on Lizhou, wary of potential unrest. Xiao Qi felt that this could not continue indefinitely. Some leniency was necessary. Thus, he relaxed many policies regarding Lizhou. However, this did not imply he would employ a scholar from Lizhou in his court. Clearly, Su Ning understood this dilemma as well. After a lengthy pause, he inquired, "What position does Allah hope I will grant him?" Su Ning closed her eyes, her tone dripping with sarcasm and detachment. "Whatever position it may be, it will inevitably be akin to mine." The title of Prince Enlu, although it may suggest nobility, was transparently superficial, a mere plaything. Xiao Qi comprehended her implication. She believed that Enlu was intentionally belittling her, and perhaps others thought similarly. He contemplated, but chose not to clarify. He had deliberated for quite some time over this title, ultimately feeling that the words Enlu held a beautiful connotation: peace and joy. Xiao Qi chuckled softly. "I thought you would plead for him, seeking a position of real authority." Su Ning appeared oblivious to her surroundings, turning her back to him. Yet she quietly opened her eyes. There was little else she could do. Whether Xiao Qi would lower his guard, she could only leave to fate. Qi Chun anxiously awaited at home for several days, finally receiving the imperial decree for his appointment. As he gazed at the official document, disbelief washed over him momentarily. The household servants immediately congratulated him, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Sir Xiao Qing. You are now the Xiao Qing of the Dali Temple, a 4th-rank official." Logically, even the top scholar would begin at the 6th rank. Qi Chun did not expect the emperor to elevate him directly to the 4th rank, and the Dali Temple wielded considerable power. Surely it must be the doing of Her Highness. His eyes sparkled with sudden fervor. Fu Zhaoyan and several ministers stood before the emperor, appearing hesitant to speak. Xiao Qi anticipated their concerns and spoke first. "I am aware that you, Minister Fu, and others have come to discuss the appointments of the newly minted scholars. Do you think I have lost my senses and disregarded protocol?" Fu Zhaoyan replied cautiously, "Your Majesty, I would not presume to speak out of turn. Yet I fear that granting promotions beyond the usual ranks may invite criticism from the court and the scholars of the realm. In truth, many were already dissatisfied, murmuring that Qi Chun, hailing from Lizhou, had benefited from the whispers of concubine Su. Shao Qi's brow darkened at these words, and he retorted coldly, "Criticism? Lizhou, having languished in weakness since its downfall, achieved such remarkable results in this inaugural examination. It is truly laughable that not a single one among the illustrious 52 prefectures can claim the top position. Should this news spread, it would surely be a source of ridicule." The ministers fell silent, heads bowed. These scholars, so self-important and aloof, dared to question his judgment? The emperor's gaze swept across them, and they trembled under his scrutiny. Who could say whether he included them among those he chastised? It was indeed a disgrace. Chidu had long prided itself on its cultural prowess, yet it now found itself overshadowed by the borderland of Lizhou. Fu Zhaoyan was the first to kneel in submission, imploring, "Your Majesty, please temper your anger." The others followed suit, bowing deeply, "Your Majesty, please temper your anger." Shao Qi regarded their prostration with indifference. A mere scholar from Lizhou could remain. It served as a testament to the world that the current De Qi welcomed talent regardless of origin. His realm would not permit others to dictate its affairs. Chapter 9. 2 coins, buy one get one free. The Chuana River was the most bustling waterway in Chidu, especially near the Songhua Tower in the eastern part of the city. It was summer, and the radiant red lotuses glimmered upon the water's surface alongside the setting sun. Numerous exquisitely adorned boats floated upon the river, their red silks and light fabrics dancing in the evening breeze, while lanterns shimmered in the moonlight. The fragrant scents of rouge and the melodic sounds of music rippled across the ever-awake Chuanha River. Jiang Linyue had chartered the grandest and most opulent two-story boat, positioned in the center like a moon surrounded by stars. Today marked his birthday, and both civil and military officials were eager to honor him. The king of martial peace, Pei Shaoan, arrived with a retinue of martial officials. Though he held himself in high regard, he understood the significance of the Jiang family's ties to the royal family. And Jiang Linyue was not someone he could easily offend. "The presence of the king of martial peace is a great honor," Jiang Linyue stated graciously. "Jiang Han, do not delay in inviting His Highness to take his seat." Jiang Linyue reclined comfortably, giving instructions to a nearby attendant. Pei Shaoan took a seat beside him on the right. "My lord, you are too modest. On this special day of your birth, I, Shaoan, have prepared a humble gift, a token of my regard, and I hope you will not look down upon it." With a wave of his hand, a servant approached, cradling a brocade box. As the box was opened, the onlookers were captivated. Inside lay a piece of red coral, resplendent as flames, both in hue and size. "A true treasure," someone with a keen eye exclaimed. Could this not be a tribute from the southern province? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Indeed, it was a tribute, graciously bestowed upon him by His Majesty. In Shaoan's eyes, there was a glimmer of pride. Being a man of simple tastes, he deemed such exquisite items wasted on himself and thought it better to present them to the Lord for his enjoyment. Jiang Linyue smiled and remarked, "It seems the Prince of Wuhan has been generous. Fortunately, I have specially invited Miss Yaoga from Songhua Tower today, and we must have her perform a dance for the prince." Shaoan's interest was piqued. The most sought-after courtesan in Chidu, rumored to be adept at performing on one's palm. Of course, the notion of dancing in one's palm was an exaggeration, yet she was indeed exceptionally beautiful, as light as a swallow, and particularly skilled in song and dance. Countless dignitaries in Chidu had lavished wealth upon her, with queues extending into the next month. Jiang Linyue's admiration for beautiful women was well known. He had long been the most notorious dandy in the capital, surrounded by countless enchanting maidens. Truly a man who navigated through a sea of blossoms without a single petal clinging to him, leaving many young women weeping in silence. However, unlike Jiang Linyue, Shaoan's appreciation for beauty stemmed from a different background. Born into modest circumstances, he had fought valiantly on the battlefield for many years, and only now had he achieved power and status. For him, the concept of love was secondary. He sought only beauty, dreaming of a day when he could savor the charms of all the world's women. Just as the conversation turned to the famed courtesan Yaoga, an unexpected guest arrived at the boat, causing a momentary silence among the crowd. Jiang Linyue's eyes sparkled with mirth upon her entrance. The Prince of Wuan scoffed disdainfully. Su Muning, holding a folded fan which she did not open, toyed with it casually. Dressed in a dark blue, cloud-patterned gown, she seemed to bring the essence of the mountains into the room. Unlike her usual frosty demeanor, there was a subtle warmth in her gaze and smile. She approached the gathering, slowly lifting her fan to her chin, her enigmatic smile rendering Jiang Linyue and Xiao and momentarily entranced. She had come to celebrate the Lord's birthday, though it appeared she had arrived late. As Jiang Linyue regained his composure to speak, he found himself inexplicably rising to his feet. He squinted at her. "Anil, your presence here has truly illuminated my humble abode." Xiaoan regarded her beauty, pondering how such an enchanting figure could captivate even the emperor, despite her being a man. Though he appreciated beauty, he held a deep disdain for someone like Su Muning, a man of stature, yet behaving like a woman beneath others. Seeking pleasure in such a manner was utterly disgraceful. It was laughable that such a person had also been granted a title of nobility. Arriving late, it seemed she had brought no gift, leading Xiao into wonder. Was she looking down upon the Lord? As he began to speak, it was clear to all whom they would support. The winds of favor were evident. Indeed, the Prince of Annal's tardiness raised questions about his sincerity. Could it be that his gifts were too numerous or too grand to carry? Was it in haste that she forgot it at home? Pei Xiaoan, feeling quite pleased, smiled with satisfaction. "Everyone, do remain calm. I see that King Anil is resplendently adorned this evening. Could it be that he is to take the stage with Miss Yao Ge, performing for the esteemed lord and for us?" The crowd erupted in laughter, for it was all merely a jest at the expense of those who served in beauty. Jiang Linyue, neither speaking in her defense nor aiding their mockery, gazed thoughtfully upon her. Su Muning, seemingly unfazed by their teasing, let out a light laugh amidst the scrutinizing eyes of the assembly. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback as she reached into her sleeve, retrieving another folding fan and leisurely presenting it to Jiang Linyue. A humble token, not meant as a gesture of respect. Jiang Linyue accepted it, swiftly opening it, only to feel a jolt at the corner of her eye. Pei Xiaoan glanced over and chuckled. "Su Muning, you too can present something worthy?" Her expression turned earnest. "Why should it not be worthy? I have meticulously selected this for quite some time, and after much persuasion, the proprietor agreed to part with it for merely 3 when less." The crowd gasped in disbelief. She continued, "Yet, I still believe that 2 coins were too much. Fortunately, it was a buy-one-get-one free deal." With that, she unfurled her own fan, revealing an identical piece. The crowd was rendered speechless. Suddenly, Jiang Linyue sank in her chair, laughing heartily. Indeed, it was overpriced. Which unscrupulous merchant pocketed Annal's 2-1? "Ha ha!" Struggling to contain her laughter, she added, "After all these years, this is the first time I have received a gift from you, and such a lavish one at that. I fear some may become envious." The implication was clear. Yet, Su Muning feigned ignorance. With a flourish, he waved his fan, gesturing towards the empty seat beside him. "Since Fu Xiang is absent today, let Annal take this place." She was well aware that Fu Xiaoyan would not attend such gatherings. Once everyone was seated, the maidens began to file in, all adorned in light gauze, exuding a refreshing air. They carried golden wine vessels, pouring wine for the esteemed guests. Pei Xiaoan pulled her into his embrace, teasing her openly. Warriors are indeed more uninhibited than scholars, and with the presence of Prince Wuan, the atmosphere grew even more relaxed, filled with laughter and merriment. Su Muning leaned against the table, observing it all with a smile that danced on her lips. The maid beside her cast furtive glances, feeling a moment of inferiority. Truly, it was like fireflies competing with the moonlight. Chapter 10. The Dance of Yao Ge. The one lost a sudden chime rang out as the curtain at the entrance fluttered, and the night breeze accompanied a beauty into the room. The revelers aboard the boat, slightly intoxicated, perked up at the sound. "The courtesan has arrived. Miss Yao Ge graces us at last. Courtesan, do dance for us." Laughter erupted. Indeed, it was Yao Ge. the renowned courtesan of Songyue Tower, her red silk dress igniting allure in the night, golden bells adorning her exquisite ankles, the sound of which seemed to emanate from her very being. Truly, she was stunning, her reputation well-deserved. She could rival the beauty of imperial concubine Su. Behind her trailed several musicians, likely her accompaniment. Yao Gu smiled gently, slightly turning her body to bow to the esteemed guests. With this movement, her fair legs were revealed, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. This humble girl offers her respects to you all. Today, upon hearing of the Lord's birthday, I have come to perform a dance. As she spoke, her eyes flickered, but they were fixed solely on Jiang Linyue at the main seat. Jiang Linyue, tilting slightly, was idly playing with a new fan, and casually responded, "Thank you, beautiful Yao Gu, for your efforts." At last, Yao Gu and her musicians began their performance under the expectant gazes of the audience. Her dance seemed to differ from the light songs and graceful dances of the Qi, imbued with exotic charm. Each twirl sent her flowing skirts swirling like blooming red lotuses in a tranquil river. The resonating sound of golden bells left the spectators parched and exhilarated. Pei Xiaoan gazed at the vibrant courtesan and found his companion in his embrace suddenly dull in comparison. His unabashed gaze seemed eager to strip away her delicate garments for a more satisfying view. "My lord, it appears that this lady regards you with a rather unusual gaze. Could she perhaps be another of your cherished confidants?" Pei Xiaoan inquired of Jiang Linyue, who had invited her for this occasion. It was, after all, his birthday, and he felt it inappropriate to intrude on his young lord's pleasure. Jiang Linyue, well aware of Pei Xiaoan's thoughts, recognized his interest in the courtesan. Thus, he dismissed the notion lightly, saying, "Do not speak carelessly, Prince Wuan. I have no such confidant." "Oh, is that truly the case?" Pei Xiaoan's tone conveyed disbelief. "Certainly not," Jiang Linyue replied. "If the lord speaks thus, the courtesan is bound to feel heartbroken. Then why not the prince lend a hand to soothe her tears tonight?" Pei Xiaoan was pleasantly surprised that Jiang Linyue would so readily relinquish her to him, and he felt a surge of joy. "Ha! Since the lord has given his permission, I shall indulge myself this time." Suddenly, Su Muning toppled over onto the table, sending her wine cup rolling away. All eyes turned toward her, causing the courtesan to pause in her dance. Her attendant hurried to assist, but Jiang Linyue was quicker, stepping forward to catch her. "Anil, how many cups have you had?" Su Muning pushed his hand away and stood up, her gaze fixed intently on Yao Gu, a hint of dazedness in her eyes. Pei Xiaoan remarked, "Could it be that Anil Wang has taken a liking to Miss Yao Gu?" His words drew laughter from some. Su Muning, as if just coming to her senses, appeared somewhat serious as she replied, "Is that not permissible?" Pei Xiaoan was momentarily speechless, while Jiang Linyue's curiosity was piqued. Miss Yao Gu possesses exceptional dance skills, truly worthy of being the star of Songyue Tower. However, it is a pity. She paused, causing Yao Gu to halt as well. Does the esteemed guest imply that this humble girl is lacking in some regard? I would be grateful for your guidance. Su Muning shook her head, tossing her fan onto the table as she strode toward Yao Gu. She gently lifted Yao Ji's chin with her fingers, playfully stating, "It is merely unfortunate that while you are beautiful and your dance is exquisite, the melody falls short." The musicians were momentarily taken aback, being so close to Su Muning. Yao Gu felt a fleeting sense of disorientation, realizing that her once proud beauty seemed eclipsed by a mere man. Su Muning released her and walked directly to the musician holding a pipa, taking the instrument from her. She sat gracefully on the ground, lightly testing a few notes, and smiled at the dazed Yao Gu. "My lady, please continue your dance." How utterly demeaning it was for the esteemed Anlu Wang to play the pipa for a mere dancer in public. The sound of the bells rang out again, and the red lotus once more blossomed. While the crowd looked on with disdain, they could not help but fix their gazes upon the figure in green, curious to see how her hands conjured such enchanting melodies. Jiang Linyue watched her intently, yet she lifted her gaze, following the swaying hem of the red dress. Her expression imbued with a touch of tenderness. He began to doubt. Could it be that Su Muning truly harbored feelings for this woman? Pei Xiaoan felt a surge of anger, realizing that Su Muning sought to rival him. What a farce! Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he chuckled disdainfully to himself. As the music concluded and the dance dispersed, thunderous applause erupted from the painted boat. Yao Ji tento sumuning, bowing gracefully. Your performance was like celestial music to this humble girl. Su Muning handed the pipa to another and rose, extending a hand to her. Will you dance in my embrace tonight, fair lady? Yao Ge looked at him, feigning a hint of shyness as she placed her hand in his. Just moments ago, Jiang Xiao Ho Yi had been intently watching this person, and she too felt a flicker of curiosity towards Su Muning. Could it be that the young master was taken with a man? Pei Xiaoan glared darkly at the sight of the two sitting closely together. His expression clouded with displeasure. He spoke with a biting tone. Indeed, Enlu Wang is quite the charmer. Just after the death of his princess, he embraces the courtesan here. It seems their deep affection was merely a performance for others. Yao Ji's hand trembled as she poured the wine, and a hush fell over the boat. Su Muning steadied her wrist, helping her fill the cup. The departed is gone. Let's not speak of the prince's late wife. Pei Xiaoan snorted coldly, a peculiar smile flickering in his eyes. I have heard that in Lu Wang Fei was a rare beauty. I wonder how she compares to this Yao Ge? Yao Ji's face paled in fear upon hearing this, and quickly replied, My lord jest, I am but a willow in the wind. How could I possibly be compared to the princess? However, Pei Xiaoan was relentless. You have not seen the princess, so how can you claim such a thing? In my view, Yao Ge is indeed the superior beauty. Jiang Linyu interjected, hearing the words of Wang. Have you, perchance, met in Lu Wang Fei? Not merely met, he replied, his words laced with ambiguity, leaving the crowd to sense a subtle derision towards the princess. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Su Muning's eyes as she lowered her gaze. Indeed, it was him. She then spoke. That would certainly be a question for Lu Wang. What do you think? Su Muning raised her eyes, her expression a blend of amusement and irony. Perhaps we could discuss this further after tonight? Jiang Linyu chuckled lightly, resting his chin on his fan. Was Enlu truly smitten with Yao Ge? He turned to her, instructing, You must serve this esteemed prince well tonight. Hearing this, Yao Ge felt a bitter pang in her heart, but could only lower her head in silence. Pei Xiaoan sensed that the prize he sought was slipping through his fingers, his countenance darkening further. An object of amusement. Yet she dared to compete with him for a woman. If it were not for the emperor's regard for her, he would have taught this person a lesson. King Anil enjoys such fortune. He must surely display his grandeur tonight. By the way, I possess exquisite deer wine in my residence, should you require it. Feel free to request it. Everyone is aware that his words were a veiled mockery directed at Su Muning, insinuating her inadequacy. She replied coolly, There is no need for the king of martial peace to part with his treasures. I fear you may not have enough for yourself. Chapter 11. Youthful and playful Pei Xiaoan was genuinely incensed by Su Muning during this outing on the pleasure boat. Since the ascension of Shao Qi, he had basked in unprecedented glory. Who would dare to challenge him? King Anil, what is she in comparison? He had earned his wealth through the tumult of battle alongside the emperor, while she was merely a diversion for the emperor's amusement, foolishly elevating herself in importance. Returning to his residence, Pei Xiaoan drank himself into a stupor, summoning a multitude of beautiful courtesans for merriment. He seized one of his unclad concubines, laughing boisterously. What nonsense! I have even bedded the prince's wife. How dare she act so brazenly before me today? The concubine pleaded for mercy, completely unaware of what the emperor saw in her. Was this man truly more pleasurable than a woman? Ha ha ha! He was intoxicated, uttering such absurdities that startled several of the concubines, who glanced around nervously. If these words were to leak, it would spell disaster. In the grand hall, Shao Qi observed Su Muning, clad in court attire, with a hint of discontent. He had heard she had been spending her nights in the flower house, entangled in romance with a courtesan, savoring fleeting moments. He was not genuinely concerned about her actions, but that place was far too disreputable. Could she not redirect her thoughts towards herself? Perhaps it would be prudent to assign her some tasks? Shao Qi pondered her figure thoughtfully. After the court session, Qi Chun awaited her arrival, hastening to greet her as she approached. Your Highness. Su Muning furrowed her brow, momentarily halting her steps before continuing onward. He hurried after her. Your Highness, I know it was you who assisted me. I have come to express my gratitude. If you wish to ascend further and gain the Emperor's trust, it would be wise to maintain your distance from me henceforth." With that, she strode forward, dismissing him. Just as Pei Shaoan mounted his carriage at the palace gates, he overheard the driver conversing with someone outside. Growing impatient, he snapped, "What is delaying you?" Lifting the curtain, he was taken aback to see Su Mumming standing tall. "What business does King Anil have?" Su Mumming's face displayed a hint of discomfort, as if caught in an awkward situation. On the occasion of the Lord's birthday, she had indulged a bit too much and inadvertently offended the king. Such behavior was indeed inappropriate. Reflecting on it over the past few days had left her increasingly anxious, and she hoped the king would not hold her indiscretion against her. Her subservient demeanor momentarily inflated Pei Shaoan's ego. He snorted dismissively, feigning indifference. Su Mumming, growing ever more respectful, lowered her head and said, "I have prepared a modest offering of wine at Songyue Tower, awaiting your presence. I hope the king will grant me the opportunity to atone." Seeing her earnestness, Pei Shaoan could hardly refuse. He was determined to humiliate her thoroughly during the evening's banquet. "King Anil has spoken too hastily. I truly did not take it to heart. Since that is the case, I shall gladly accept your invitation." In recent days, the renowned Anil Wang has taken residence at Songyue Tower, prompting the young ladies within to clamor for a glimpse of him. It is said that Anil Wang surpasses even the courtesan Yaoga in beauty. Alas, such a figure does not grace one's own chamber. Sigh. I caught but a fleeting glimpse of His Highness yesterday, and I felt as though my heart was nearly stolen away. You ought to keep your heart sheltered, for His Highness has eyes only for Lady Yaoga. If only I were a few years younger, my looks would not pale in comparison to that of the courtesan. You must come to your senses and gaze into the mirror more often. Within the private chamber, the two sat upon the floor, a low table before them laden with exquisite wines and delicacies. "Everyone else, please leave," Su Muning instructed, causing Pei Shaoan to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. Pouring wine for him, she added, "Your Highness, today Muning has taken it upon herself to serve you. I hope you do not find it distasteful." Upon hearing this, Pei Shaoan leaned back lazily, stretching out his right leg, a hint of discomfort evident in his posture. Lately, he had been plagued by aches in his back and legs, and he had intended to summon a maid to provide a massage. "Might I trouble Anil Wang to assist me in this matter?" He was deliberately attempting to humiliate her. Su Muning smiled gently. "To relieve your fatigue is a privilege, Your Highness. However, I fear my skills may not be up to par and might invite your ridicule." "No matter," he replied eagerly. The prospect of having someone from the Emperor's circle attend to him was truly enticing. Setting down her wine cup, Su Muning rolled up her wide sleeves, gradually revealing a fair and delicate forearm. This sight caused Pei Shaoan's gaze to sharpen, and at that moment, as she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, she flashed him a radiant smile. He swallowed hard, unable to restrain himself as he grasped her wrist. Su Muning, with a barely perceptible flicker of distaste, retorted lightly, "Your Highness, if you continue like this, I shall be unable to perform my duties." Realizing his indiscretion, Pei Shaoan promptly released her hand. What a bewitching creature she was! He began to comprehend why His Majesty was so taken with her. As he observed her drink cup after cup, seemingly to conceal something, she placed her fingers lightly upon his calf, sensing his subtle tremor. She chuckled softly, and this incited Pei Shaoan's irritation. "Your Highness, are you feeling tense? Why so rigid?" Her fingers traveled up his calf, halting just shy of his inner thigh, where the firm muscles lay beneath her touch. Pei Shaoan felt as though her hands ignited a fire within him. What manner of enchantress was she? Suddenly, he found himself envying the Emperor. Calming the tumult within his chest, he forcefully pushed her hand away. "Indeed, how base! Did you come here today solely to tempt me?" Su Muning, unperturbed by his words, let her sleeves fall back into place. "Why do you always say such things, Your Highness? Muning is merely young and playful." Pei Shaoan regarded her with a mix of amusement and malice, inquiring, "Does Anil Wang seek amusement, or does she prefer to be the object of others' whims?" She squinted slightly, seemingly perplexed. "What do you mean, Your Highness?" With a huff, he mused that there was no one else around. "Do you not understand? when you spread your legs. Is it also a mystery? Unlike others who are blissfully ignorant, I am well aware of whom His Majesty beds. I can wager it is certainly not concubine Su. Su Mumming pressed the fan against her lips, her smile unfaltering as she remarked, "My sister is the favored one in the harem. Her reputation is known throughout the realm. You must choose your words with caution, my lord." Pei Shaoan, however, dismissed her entirely, asserting, "I am here to remind you that a mere concubine, no matter how favored, should not presume to stand on equal footing with me simply because you have garnered the prince's favor." It appeared that the prince truly possessed an all-encompassing awareness. The sparkle in Su Mumming's eyes was effervescent, the blush at her cheeks reminiscent of the vibrant essence of spring. Pei Shaoan found himself captivated, unable to avert his gaze. Suddenly, she playfully nibbled the corner of her fan, her crimson tongue flashing momentarily. In a daze, his wine cup slipped from his grasp, landing squarely upon the hem of her garment. He seemed to catch her soft gasp. Instead of retrieving the fallen cup, his hand, almost by some divine impulse, grasped the damp corner of her attire. "My lord, will you not release me?" Her fan obscured half her face, yet her enchanting eyes held a teasing glimmer. "You." Pei Shaoan tightened his grip unexpectedly. "What of me?" She narrowed her eyes, and he felt an overwhelming urge to test the waters. "But you belong to His Majesty. Since you are aware of this, why do you not let go?" Pei Shaoan's gaze was filled with eagerness, as he regarded her with intense interest. "Su Mumming, what do you think would happen if I were to bed you? Would His Majesty execute you?" She fixated her gaze on his throat. "Huh? Do you think he would spare you?" "I know not." "You truly do not know? Do you wish to find out, my lord? Shall we see if His Majesty would indeed take my life?" Pei Shaoan was tempted to discover the answer, yet a flicker of trepidation held him back. Su Mumming seemed to perceive his hesitation, slowly rising to her feet and freeing her garment from his grasp. Instantly, he felt a restless yearning, resolute in his determination to seize this opportunity. As long as no one was aware, it would be fine. "Su Mumming, I possess far more tricks than His Majesty, and I shall ensure we have a delightful time together." Her laughter returned at his words, and she tilted her head, leaving him with a parting remark. "Then it appears we shall have to compete, my lord." Chapter 12. Lose a game, remove a garment. A figure was stealthily lurking outside the Anal Palace, waiting with bated breath. Just as Su Mumming's carriage returned, he dashed forward. "Who goes there?" The coachman barked, brandishing his whip. The intruder let out a yelp, clutching his face as he fell to the ground. Su Mumming, however, lifted the curtain and disembarked, instructing, "I know this person. You may return to the palace. I have matters to attend to." "Yes, your highness." The man scrambled to his feet, bowing deeply. Cautiously, he announced, "I have brought the item for the prince." With that, he presented an object with both hands. Under the moonlight, he raised his face, revealing himself to be the scoundrel Zhou Si. Since being captured by Su Mumming, he had been thoroughly intimidated. Su Mumming took the paper package, inhaling its contents and immediately detecting a potent, unfamiliar fragrance. Zhou Si quickly cautioned, "My lord, be wary. This scent is exceedingly potent. Do not approach it before taking the antidote." This fragrance originated from the western regions, known for its fierce efficacy, initially intended for wild beasts, but has regrettably found its way into improper hands. Into Qi, it is forbidden. Pleased, she tucked the item into her sleeve and cast a glance at his right hand. "After today, should you hear anything in Qi, Zhou Si felt a sudden flutter in his heart. Without waiting for her to finish, he decisively declared, "I know nothing. I have never seen the prince." Since that day he made an agreement with Su Muning, Pei Shaoan had been ruminating on how to remain discreet while still providing a thrilling experience. Once he had finally arranged everything, he eagerly shared the time and place with her. At the eastern bridge of Chuan River tonight, during the watch hour, rest assured, no one will know. Su Muning lifted one side of the curtain, gazing at him from within the carriage. She neither affirmed nor denied, merely smiled before lowering the curtain again. Pei Shaoan sensed an undeniable allure in her eyes and found himself wishing for nightfall to arrive sooner. Fu Zhaoyan happened to witness Wang Wuan blocking Su Muning's carriage, unaware of their conversation. Had Master Fu attended the banquet that day, he would have been treated to the delightful sight of Anil playing the pipa. Jiang Linyue, standing behind him, followed his gaze. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhaoyan turned back to him, his expression somewhat displeased. Young Lord Jiang, Muning is now a princess, and her status is above yours. You should not belittle her, as you did in your youth. With that, he swept away. Jiang Linyue chuckled at his retreating figure, muttering to himself, I truly am wronged. The traffic across the bridge grew sparse, while the river was adorned with intricately carved railings and vibrant boats, marking the commencement of Chuan River's lively night. A small wooden boat approached, carrying a pair of siblings who held a bundle of freshly picked lotus pods. Miss, would you like to buy some lotus pods? They're freshly picked. No, thank you. I have no money today, replied the woman in purple, shaking her head with a gentle smile. How peculiar. This lady still wears a hat in the evening. The younger brother suddenly blushed and handed one of the lotus pods to her. I offer this to you. She accepted the lotus pod, thanked him, and turned to board a painted boat moored beneath the bridge. Sister, that lady smells wonderful. That is called the fragrance of a blooming flower. What is a blooming flower? How foolish. It is simply rouge. The siblings continued to row their boat, calling out for customers elsewhere. Pei Xiaoan, anxious and having consumed several cups of wine, began to doubt if he had been played for a fool when suddenly the cabin door swung open. His expression shifted from joy to confusion. A figure clad in a flowing purple gauze dress entered, her long hair cascading down her waist. Though she wore a veil, it accentuated her graceful form. Pei Xiaoan furrowed his brow. Miss, have you boarded the wrong vessel? A light laugh escaped her lips as she removed her veil, revealing a familiar yet foreign face. Sumaning. He stared in disbelief, eyes wide. Your Highness, the game has begun, yet you do not recognize the visitor. Shall you punish yourself with 3 cups? As she spoke, she settled beside him. Pei Xiaoan remained too stunned to respond. Su Muning filled his cup and offered it to his lips, but his gaze remained fixated on her. You, what are you up to? Shoo. She placed a finger against her lips, signaling for silence. That is the second game. Now, I must impose a penalty upon you. Pei Xiaoan obediently drank 3 cups of wine. One exhilarating experience. He was filled with excitement and was about to embrace her, only to have her evade him. A hint of reproach flickered in her eyes. You are so impatient. I'm beginning to doubt whether we will truly enjoy ourselves tonight. His curiosity piqued. He wondered whether this person was male or female. If she were a woman, it would be impossible to keep it from His Majesty. If he were a man, how could he wear women's attire so convincingly? In a moment of reckless abandon, he blurted out, Charming one, come here. I assure you, I will make your evening delightful. Su Muning placed her hand on her waist, appearing as though she was about to unfasten her garment. He watched her intently, only to hear her suggest, for our second game, let us play rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors? What fun is there in that? It all depends on luck, he replied, his interest waning. Su Muning continued, the punishment shall be that for each round lost, 1 article of clothing must be removed. How does that sound? Pei Xiaoan was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Excellent. Truly delightful. In the first round, as the outcome was revealed, he looked at Su Muning with an air of triumph, as if he could already envision her standing before him in nothing at all. Su Muning slowly removed her outer veil, her expression as serene as ever. He picked up the veil and inhaled its intoxicating fragrance, which sent him into a reverie. In the second round, Su Muning lost once more. Pei Xiaoan chuckled as he witnessed her remove another layer of clothing. Only 2 pieces remained soon. She would have nothing left to wear. He noticed a golden locket adorning her chest, which seemed vaguely familiar. In the third round, he laughed heartily. This game is indeed entertaining. He clapped his hands, laughing so hard that he swayed back and forth, his breath becoming slightly labored. Su Muning, observing his visibly rising and falling chest, calmly removed yet another garment. Now, she was left with only a delicate white undergarment. Pei Xiaoan finally deduced the truth. You are a woman. His tone was filled with fervor, his eyes glistening with excitement. At this point, if he still failed to grasp the situation, it would be a disservice to his own keen eyesight. No wonder His Majesty would assist you in concealing your identity from the world. Su Muning, You truly are a siren. Huh. Tonight, I shall rest beside His Majesty's woman. Sum Yuning remained unfazed by his exuberant behavior, tilting her head to regard him. Your Highness, shall we continue? In the fourth round, he laughed heartily. I shall remove it. What does it matter to remove a few more? Pei Shaoan, feeling that he would have to shed his clothing regardless, found himself growing eager. This was hardly a punishment in his eyes. Let us proceed. In the fifth round, Pei Shaoan continued to undress. By the sixth round, he had finally removed his upper garment, leaving him clad only in trousers. His dark chest was exposed, and he realized his breath was becoming increasingly erratic, his excitement evident. The air was thick with the enchanting aroma of her scent. Pei Shaoan felt as though he was reaching the peak of exhilaration, barely able to contain himself. Sum Yuning seemed to be speaking to him. Your Highness, shall we continue? He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his mind clouded as he searched for her with his crimson eyes, yearning for that intoxicating fragrance. Sum Yuning rose, casting a cold gaze upon him. He crawled to her feet. I've got you, he exclaimed, only to find his grasp met with emptiness. Then she continued to crawl towards him. Do not run away. You smell so exquisite. Sum Yuning observed him with a cold gaze as he exhausted himself, ultimately collapsing. Chapter 13. The blood-red skirt stained with wine. Indeed, it was freshly picked lotus seed. The subtle fragrance lingered between her teeth. Sum Yuning, clad in a white garment, sat nearby, peeling lotus seeds, having just finished the last one. Although Pei Shaoan was utterly fatigued and unable to move, his consciousness gradually began to clear. It was then he realized something was amiss. What fragrance is this? She brushed the remnants from her hands and replied, This scent is called snake bone, reputedly used by foreign tribes to fend off wild beasts. Of course, it proves even more effective against humans, as you can now witness. Pei Shaoan, a skilled warrior, had always been somewhat arrogant, never expecting to be bested by a woman today. He was utterly unguarded, too complacent. Sum Yuning, what do you intend to do? Hearing his irate voice, Sum Yuning smiled coldly and countered, What do you think? Pei Shaoan pondered for a moment, softening his tone. Muning, I realize I spoke thoughtlessly at the last banquet, and I apologize. I admit my temper is rather poor, often offending others. What compensation do you desire? Would 1,000 taels of gold suffice? She retrieved a spare iron chain from her boat. The sound of it dragging across the ground sent shivers down Pei Shaoan's spine. What are you planning to do? Sum Yuning could not guarantee the duration of the drug-S effect, despite Zhou Ci's repeated boasts. She firmly bound his hands and feet. Pei Shaoan was filled with terror. Yuning, if you do not wish to play with me, you need not force it, and there is no need for such anger. Suddenly, she raised the golden lock around her neck. You stared at it for a moment. Does it seem familiar? Pei Shaoan could hardly recall whether the lock looked familiar or not. It was a favorite adornment among the women of Chidu. A thought struck him, and his eyes flickered. Impossible. She could not possibly know. That night, when the Emperor was with her, I have never seen it. Is that so? You do not recall the purple gown either? She pointed to the outer garment she had just removed. Pei Shaoan gazed at the purple dress, then at the golden lock, and suddenly recollected. On that day, Lin Weiniing had donned something similar when she visited the temple to pay her respects. With this realization, horror filled his eyes. You. It seemed the Prince of Wu had recalled something. Do you have anything to say to me now? What do you know? How did you find out? Now, it is your turn to answer my questions. Sum Yuning sat at the table, drawing a small dagger from her waist. The sheath was adorned with several rubies, and the blade was uniquely slender and curved. She dangerously tested the edge with her fingertip. Pei Shaoan swallowed hard, his pupils constricting. Sum Yuning, you cannot harm me. You will not escape. I have people stationed around here, and they will come soon. Today, he had not arranged for anyone to follow him. He dared not share such matters with anyone, and even his family believed he was staying in the quarters of a minor concubine. Sum Yuning let out a cold snort, seemingly indifferent. Do you not believe me? His voice was tinged with urgency. I do not believe you. What will you do about it? The path to survival was severed by his own actions. Tonight truly concealed much. His demeanor softened instantly. Sum Yuning, what must I do for you to spare me? The inquiry from Prince Wuan remained unanswered. Very well, I shall speak. He realized he could no longer keep it concealed. I encountered Lin Weining at last year's Lantern Festival. Her beauty stood out among the daughters of officials. Seeing her gentle demeanor, I wished to make her acquaintance. He had undoubtedly embellished the tale. Yet, to his surprise, she appeared serene but possessed a fiery temperament, rebuking him before all. So you have harbored resentment ever since. She narrowed her eyes dangerously. Indeed, she is but the daughter of a mere minister, while I am a dignified prince. Should she not express gratitude? Su Muning regarded him and remarked, in this regard, you bear a striking resemblance to him. You are indeed his dog. Pei Xiaoan understood she referred to Shao Qi. Su Muning, have you grown so accustomed to masquerading as a man that you have forgotten women are meant to be subservient? She abruptly rose and approached him, the blade pressing against his throat. Do not be afraid, continue. How could Pei Xiaoan not be afraid? Though accustomed to life and death on the battlefield, no one is unafraid of death. That woman, lacking discernment, has taken a fancy to you and foolishly sought the Emperor's blessing for marriage. The Emperor, troubled by how to deal with you, found her conveniently presenting herself. He was aware of the subsequent events. Shao Qi acquiesced to her request, and Lin Weining joyfully wed him. Su Muning shut her eyes, unwilling to reminisce. On the day of the grand wedding, only you were awake in the Anal Wang Fu. That steward was utterly incompetent. Lin Weining was drugged and unconscious, which deprived me of much amusement. Silence. Did you not ask me to speak? Why do you wish to hear no more? And what of Xiangji Temple? I merely galloped along the mountain path and chanced upon the Anal Princess's palanquin. Seeing such a vibrant beauty, I felt compelled to rectify past regrets. I command you to be silent. I may not recall your golden locks and garments, but I distinctly remember the mole on the left side of the princess's chest. I wonder if the Anal Wang has seen it? As a lady, you cannot consummate the marriage with her. I suppose you have never laid eyes upon it. Therefore, might you and your princess extend your gratitude to me? After all, he was abruptly cut off. A slender, curved dagger had intruded into his mouth, the icy blade pressing against his tongue. Just now, I devised a method for your demise. Do you know what the first step is? He trembled and shook his head. I have repeated it several times. It is to remain silent. With that, she abruptly moved her wrist. The iron chains rattled. The drug's effect was evidently insufficient. He needed to be restrained. Pei Xiaoan could no longer utter a sound. Blood surged from his mouth, cascading onto his chest and trickling down. His expression had crumbled. His entire body trembled. A rasping sound echoed in his throat. Fear and pain engulfed him. You have already revealed so much. Why do you still appear as though you have more to say? Her eyes glinted with a frigid mockery. It seems you can only speak of such matters in the depths below. He shook his head in terror, finally convinced that this person was indeed intent on his demise. Everything she did was aimed at killing him. How could she? How dare she? After all, he was the esteemed Prince of Wuhan. Hush! Be quiet. Do you hear the songs from outside? The banks of the Chuan River remain alive with laughter and merriment. How many revelers are indulging in debauchery this night? A flicker of what seemed to be the last vestige of compassion gleamed in her eyes. You have ample time to listen tonight. Jin Shu, peering through the curtain, found it peculiar to see Su Mumming seated within a room. The candlelight was dim, rendering the details unclear. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and lifted the curtain to enter. Your Highness, have you risen already? The sky has yet to brighten, though dawn was indeed approaching. Jin Shu, prepare some warm water. It was only then that she noticed the prince was donned in women's attire. Was this not the dress of a princess? Your Highness, why? Su Mumming stood before her, shedding several outer garments onto the floor, revealing the inner layers beneath. Jin Shu gasped and instinctively covered her mouth, nearly letting out a scream. The pristine white fabric was now almost stained crimson. Chapter 14. The case of the painted boat and the white bones. The Prince of Wuhan did not attend court again today. Indeed, when His Majesty inquired just moments ago, he seemed displeased. Could it be that he is unwell? Should we pay him a visit? Perhaps it would be prudent to invite a few colleagues along. Just after leaving court, Su Mumming lingered at the rear of the crowd, overhearing inquiries about the absence of the Prince of Wuhan. Anil, that Yao Ge mentioned you haven't visited her in several days. What is this? Have you grown weary? So soon? Jiang Linyue caught up beside her. She stole a glance at the fan he had just retrieved from his sleeve, then casually averted her gaze. The fan you gifted me grows more cherished by the day. Perhaps it would be better suited as a family heirloom for my son. May the Lord Zhu have a son soon. With that, she took a few steps ahead and boarded the carriage. The Chuan River continued to thrive with festivities for several days. Life in Shidu remained unchanged. The bridge was bustling with traffic, and the air was filled with the voices of the crowd. Mama Yu, the matron of the Songhua Tower, stood on a small boat ferrying guests, her face twisted in anger as she furrowed her brow and addressed the two brawny oarsmen beside her. "I'm gonna see what tricks are being played on that boat today." With the Qixi festival approaching, this was the peak season for business at the Songhua Tower, and preparations were in full swing, with half of the boats on the Chuan River belonging to the establishment. In recent days, whispers of an unpleasant odor had circulated. It was not uncommon for fish and shrimp to spoil in the summer heat, and she initially thought little of it. Yet, the stench grew increasingly potent. Clearly, it emanated from the painted boat not far beneath the bridge. She suspected rival establishments were deliberately concocting some scheme to sabotage her business. Little did they know her prowess. Should they provoke her, she would gather the evidence and storm their doors tonight. "Row faster. Have you not eaten?" she exclaimed, striking the boat's deck forcefully with her stick. As she drew closer, the pungent odor nearly caused her to retch, her throat convulsing in dry heaves. Hastily, she produced a handkerchief to shield her nose. One of the rowers leaned over the boat's edge and expelled several mouthfuls into the river. Good heavens! How ruthless! Could it be that they dragged along the coffin of her long-deceased parents to wreak havoc? Moon cursed under her breath, pinching her nose, increasingly convinced that this sinister deed was orchestrated by the madam of the brothel in the southern part of the city, suspecting it contained the remains of various animals. "How disgusting. You too. Why aren't you setting it ablaze?" One of the rowers hesitated, saying, "Madam Moon, isn't this unwise? What if someone still wants this pleasure boat?" The other chimed in, "Yes, perhaps we should report this to the authorities first." In response, she swung her stick menacingly towards the two, causing them to cower and shield their heads. "Report it? Who knows how long it would take to remove the boat? The Qixi festival is approaching. If it festers for a few more days, all the patrons will flee. Hurry and burn it. I want to see which wretch dares to demand compensation from me." Realizing the logic in her words, the two men promptly wrapped their outer garments around their noses and mouths, brandishing sticks and torches as they leapt onto the pleasure boat. The one who had just retched felt the pervasive stench invade his senses anew, and soon he was choking again. The other man mocked him, advising, "Make sure you can light it." As he spoke, he pushed open the cabin door. Moon, seated on the boat and covering her nose, was about to urge them to act quickly when the two men, looking as if they had seen a ghost, shrieked and scrambled back onto the vessel. The small boat swayed violently, tossing left and right. "Ah, you clumsy fools!" Water splashed into the boat, drenching Moon's dress and inciting her fury. Once the vessel steadied, the two men still appeared shaken. "Do you both wish to perish? If you don't want to continue working with me, just say so. Leave at once." One man, trembling and stuttering, replied, There are dead bodies inside." "What did you say?" Moon's eyes widened in disbelief. "It's true. It's filled with blood. Oh my heavens." He covered his eyes, unwilling to recall the scene. The stick in Moon's hand fell to the deck as she took a moment to gather her thoughts. "Report to the authorities. Quickly." Meanwhile, Qi Chun and his superior, the chief of the Dali Temple, Shun Kwa, were reviewing documents in the government office. Shun Kwa, a seasoned official adept in the art of bureaucratic navigation, treated Qi Chun, the top scholar rumored to have ties with the favored consort Su, with a measure of courtesy despite his higher rank. Sir, something terrible has happened." A temple attendant rushed in, nearly tripping at the doorway. "What brings such urgency?" Shun Kwa inquired, stroking his mustache without looking up. "A pleasure boat on the In River. It has dead bodies." The attendant gasped for breath. "Oh, someone's died? A pleasure boat? Was it a courtesan or a client? More sordid affairs, I presume, having served in the Dali Temple for many years." Shun Kwa was no stranger to such occurrences. Deaths were a commonplace occurrence in Chidu. No, it's a skeleton." "What? Has it been dead for long?" He became curious. How could it have been discovered only now? No, the deceased had not been gone for long. Their remains have been reduced to mere bones. And without a head, both Shun Kwa and Chi Chan shuddered at the revelation, a wave of chill rising from their feet. The banks of Chuan River were crowded with onlookers, and the bridge was packed to capacity. Shun Kwa, along with his entourage from the Grand Court, squeezed into the encircled area. Chi Chan whispered, "Master Shun, in my humble opinion, it would be prudent to disperse the crowd to avoid inciting panic." Shun Kwa concurred. He approached several officials who had arrived earlier and chastised. "After all this time, you still haven't sent the irrelevant personnel away. How do you conduct an investigation?" The junior official immediately acquiesced, instructing the aides to clear the bystanders. Government investigations require the absence of idle onlookers. The pleasure boat remained anchored, and with no one from the Grand Court present, none dared to act recklessly. Shun Kwa and his party boarded the vessel and made their way across, and indeed, a familiar scent wafted through the air. Chi Chen's complexion turned pale, and he began to gag. Shun Kwa offered reassurance. "Yuanza, you will grow accustomed to it in a few years." As they boarded, he had intended to discourage Chi Chan from joining, yet the lad, possessing a certain valor, jumped aboard, resisting any attempts to stop him. Even with prior anticipation, Chi Chan was still taken aback by the scene before him. He staggered back a few steps and leaned over the side of the boat to retch. Shun Kwa shook his head, feeling a tinge of sympathy. Summer was indeed unkind. Had it been winter, the situation would not have been so dire. Chapter 15. The case of the boat and Bones 2. It was you three who reported the case. Why did you choose to approach that boat? Shun Kwa gazed down at the kneeling individuals in the hall, twirling his mustache, suspecting a connection between this case and the Songhua Tower. The proprietress, Yun Yang, lamented, "My lord, I have truly encountered misfortune. Business has been flourishing lately, and just a few days ago, I overheard discussions among the girls and patrons about a foul smell in the water. Given the heat of summer, I took it to be the stench of dead fish or shrimp and paid it no mind. However, as the odor worsened, I began to suspect that someone from the northern part of the city was deliberately trying to ruin my business. Thus, this morning, I brought 2 individuals to investigate, thinking that if it were merely chickens, ducks, or fish, I would just set them ablaze." Shun Kwa nodded, inquiring, "Since you have seen the corpse, can you identify who it was? Was it one of your patrons?" Yun Yang replied, trembling, "Oh, my lord, how could I dare to look? I only heard what those 2 said while on the boat. But I swear, this matter has nothing to do with our Songhua Tower. My lord, I am wronged." As she prepared to weep, Chi Chun entered from outside and whispered to Shun Kwa, "Master Shun, a witness has arrived. Bring them forth quickly." A brother and sister, one tall and the other short, were brought in, visibly apprehensive. "What have you 2 witnessed? Speak of it in detail." The sister, clutching her brother, began, "My brother and I spend our days selling on Chuan River." "What do you sell?" "Lotus flowers, lotus pods, and various fruits and beverages. Many in this area engage in similar trades, and there seemed to be nothing suspicious. A few days ago, around the time of the guard shift." "How do you remember that so clearly?" "Because it was just getting dark, and many boats on Chuan River had just lit their lamps." "Continue." "Beneath the East Bridge, a painted boat lay anchored, and my brother and I initially intended to call out for sales, so we rowed over. As we approached, a woman stood on the bank, prompting me to inquire whether she desired a lotus pod. Upon her refusal, my brother graciously offered her one. We then watched her board the painted boat. Indeed, it was the very vessel linked to the deceased. Inside, a lotus pod lay exposed, already consumed. The corpse was evidently that of a tall man. Could the assailant possibly be the woman? Shun Kwa and Chi Chan exchanged contemplative glances. What was the woman's appearance? In the dim light, it was difficult to discern, but she donned a purple garment of apparent luxury, suggesting she was indeed a beauty. Chi Chan furrowed his brow, finding her words rather peculiar. He inquired, "Did you not see her face?" "Nay," I replied. "She wore a hat and a white veil that cascaded to her waist, even under the veil of night. Her intent to remain incognito suggests she is undoubtedly involved. Yet how can you assert she is a beauty?" Chi Chin pressed. "In the context of the beauty of Chuan River, one might think of the nearby Songhua Tower. That figure by the bank appeared as if a celestial being had descended. Undoubtedly a beauty." At this juncture, my brother interjected, "She also bore an exquisite fragrance." Fragrance? I queried. Indeed, the scent of rouge. A rich, intoxicating aroma, reminiscent of a graceful figure. Songwe Tower is indeed the prime suspect. Bring forth the order. From this day forth, seal off Songwe Tower and the surrounding areas of Chuan River. All individuals must be taken back to the Dali Temple for interrogation. Upon hearing this, the proprietress of Songwe Tower grew frantic. My lord, this absolutely has no connection to the maidens of my establishment. We would never dare commit murder. Shun Kuo paid her no heed, directing his attention to the siblings. You two shall remain for a few more days. Once everyone is gathered, you will need to identify the individuals with greater scrutiny. It appears this case may be entrusted to the subordinates, whether it be a crime of passion or vengeance. The perpetrator is a woman from the flower house, making the investigation rather straightforward. Shun Kuo's eyes glinted as he considered bestowing this task upon Qi Chun as a favor. My dear Lord Shaoqing, I believe this case should be entrusted to your capable hands. The Dali Temple's cells and personnel are at your disposal. Ensure the apprehension of the criminal before the Ministry of Justice intervenes. Qi Chun bowed respectfully, as you command. With Songwe Tower not yet in operation, many were still slumbering during the day. When the officials arrived, numerous individuals awoke in alarm. What has transpired? Good heavens! Are we being raided? Where is Mother Yu? Where do the officials intend to take us? In less than half a day's time, the news had spread like wildfire throughout Chidu. The Dali Temple, upon dispersing the crowd, retrieved the corpse and conducted a thorough examination of the painted boat. Inside, there was nothing to substantiate the identity of the deceased. With only a headless skeleton to go by, not even the most devoted of parents could recognize their own child. The search would have to commence among the missing persons. Alas, that list was extensive. In the final analysis, a dozen individuals matched the criteria. Qi Chun stood on the bank, observing the numerous officials engaged in the retrieval efforts within the river. Initially, he presumed the assailant would have disposed of the head in the river. Yet after a prolonged search, even the riverbed surrounding the boat had been turned over multiple times without yielding any useful clues. Despite efforts to disperse them, a considerable throng of onlookers remained gathered at the shore. Zhou Si found himself amidst the throng, having observed the grim task of transporting the deceased. As they disembarked, the vessel swayed, causing several individuals to stumble and reveal a glimpse of crimson leg bones. Alongside the crowd, he clasped his mouth and nose, retching in horror. Good heavens! He was utterly oblivious. He had never laid eyes on the infamous Analwong. The waters yielded nothing. Qi Chun was equally taken aback, discovering that he had gleaned no information from the individuals at Songwe Tower. The women in the Dali Temple prison were weeping and wailing, creating a cacophony that was truly exasperating. Si Chung remarked, My lord, everyone has finished their observations, yet the siblings both claim it does not resemble them. This was indeed troubling. Qi Chun surveyed the crowd, noting their expressions of disdain and fear. Were all present? Had anyone been overlooked? Si Chung hesitated momentarily. It was the courtesan Yao Ge. Where is she? Why had she not been brought along? My lord, you may not know, but she has been at the residence of young Master Jiang recently. After a brief contemplation, Qi Chun replied, Let us set that aside for now and proceed to examine the deceased. At the Jiang residence, the sound of the pipa echoed from the rear garden, starting and stopping intermittently. Yao Gu, cradling a phoenix tail pipa with her lacquered nails, plucked the strings. Jiang Linyu, fanning himself, slowly opened his eyes and smiled. My beauty, where has your heart wandered off to? Yao Gu bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Young master, I have heard of the incident at Songwe Tower. He appeared largely unconcerned. While you are in my abode, you need not fear. What is there to worry about? Our fortunes are intertwined. If one falls, all fall. Young master, the murderer is exceedingly ruthless. It cannot possibly be one of my sisters from the tower. The mirth in Jiang Lin Yu's eyes had vanished, replaced by a flicker of impatience. I have allowed you to remain in my residence to enjoy music, not to lament your grievances. Yao Ge lowered her gaze in fright. During her stay at the young master had patiently instructed her in playing the pipa. Although Yao Gu hailed from a background as a dancer and was not adept with instruments, she was eager to learn, as it pleased him. Jiang Lin, you scrutinized her hands, growing increasingly displeased. Who permitted you to dye your nails? And the earrings, and the makeup? I do not favor any of it. If you are so enamored with that world, you may return to accompany them. Tears streamed down Yao Ji's face. Young master, He turned his gaze to the painting of red plums in the snow on his fan, reciting a small poem beside him. Jade beauty belongs only to Yao Tai. Who dares to plant in Jiangnan's embrace? Snow blankets the mountains where the noble recline. Beneath the bright moon, a beauty arrives. Cold shadows dance among the whispering bamboo, as spring conceals the lingering fragrance on the desolate moss. Wherever the gallant poet wanders, the eastern wind sighs, bringing forth a melancholy bloom. Chapter 16. The case of the white bones in the painted boat. The remains had been meticulously cleared, and the stench had considerably diminished. Chechen crouched down to examine closely. Unlike the bones that had decayed over a prolonged period in their natural environment, the corpse's bones were blurred with blood, unmistakably indicating. I recall a torture method known as lingxi. It seems we are witnessing such a scene now. As a newcomer to the Dali Temple, he had conducted some research on these punitive measures. The lingxi punishment is notorious, rumored that those well-versed in its practice could keep a person alive through countless cuts. It could be described as unimaginably cruel. Upon hearing this, Sicheng nodded in apprehension. Such actions unmistakably indicate a deliberate punishment of the deceased, suggesting a profound enmity between the two individuals involved. Sicheng sighed, pondering whether this man could perhaps be a Chen Shimi, one who has abandoned his wife and children. Among the missing individuals, were there any who bore grudges? Indeed, many. However, they were trivial matters that hardly warranted such drastic measures. Qi Chen's gaze returned to the corpse, and suddenly he exclaimed, "Has the young lord discovered something? Do you possess a dagger?" Sicheng promptly retrieved a small knife from his sleeve and handed it over. He watched as Qi Chen skillfully used the dagger to excise a piece of red flesh from a rib. This knife is no longer usable. It must be sent to the temple for purification and restraint. While he was in a state of indecision, he heard the young lord inquire, among those several men, were any wounded in the chest, likely from weapons such as swords or arrows? Sicheng was taken aback. He had not thought to ask that. I shall inquire right away. It seemed that this person's identity could now be ascertained, and thus an investigation could be pursued through this individual's network of connections. Shen Kuo had just exited the Dali Temple, already contemplating where to drink that evening. Lord Shun, as he was about to step into his carriage, he heard someone calling out to him. Shen Kuo turned to see who it was. "Who are you?" "Lord Shun, I am Pei Han, the steward of the Prince of Wuhan." "People from the Prince of Wuhan?" Shen Kuo immediately donned a respectful smile. It turned out to be someone from the prince's residence. "The prince has not attended court recently due to illness? Alas, it is truly my fault for being so busy these past few days. Otherwise, I would have certainly gone to pay my respects." The steward suddenly appeared distressed. "My lord, our prince has been missing for several days. I have come specifically to seek your assistance." Shen Kuo paused at this revelation. "The prince is missing? Since when?" "Approximately 5 days ago. Why report it only now?" "Lord Shun, you are aware of my lord's temperament. He has done this before, often getting drunk and sleeping in brothels for a few days. We, the servants, dare not inquire too closely. In that case, do not worry excessively. The prince is quite skilled in martial arts. What trouble could he possibly encounter in Chidu?" I had thought the same, but the recent case of the skeletal remains in the pleasure boat has caused great unrest among the people of Chidu, and the prince has yet to return. That case was merely a dispute over romantic entanglements in a brothel, resulting in the death of a patron. The rumors have been exaggerated. It is primarily due to the multitude of onlookers in that area. You need not be overly concerned. I understand now. I apologize for troubling you today, my lord. Not at all. Shao Qi was currently carving a jade tablet. The white jade meticulously sculpted into the vivid form of a fluttering phoenix. With the Qixi festival approaching, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. If she does not come, he shall venture out of the palace to find her, especially as the red lotuses on the Chuan River are in full bloom. Upon completing the final stroke, he set down his carving knife, but when he raised his gaze, his expression turned icy. "Shuren, Investigate what Pei Shaoan has been busy with lately. He has not even attended morning court. His audacity grows. He might as well return to the northwest and tend to sheep. Young lord, Miss Yao Ge has arrived. The daylight in the Dali Temple prison was dim, casting an eerie atmosphere. Yao Ge followed closely behind Si Chung, her expression tense. Young lord, she gracefully bowed to Chi Chun, who, however, turned his gaze towards the two siblings standing nearby. Did you both see her clearly? He inquired. Upon hearing this, Yao Ge exchanged a glance with the siblings. If one were to speak of a celestial maiden descending to earth, the most exquisite beauty within the Songwe Tower would undoubtedly be this courtesan. The elder sister's expression faltered with hesitation. It was merely a chance encounter, and the woman had concealed her appearance, making it truly difficult to discern. Their figures seemed somewhat similar, yet hers appeared slightly taller. She then glanced at Yao Ji's hands, which were undeniably beautiful. The younger brother remarked, when she came to collect the lotus seed pods, her nails were unadorned, unlike those who are heavily made up. After a moment's contemplation, he added, her fragrance is not this one. It should be more intense, utterly enchanting. Chi-Chen realized that it was not Yao Ge, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. 3 days had passed, and he had hoped that the marks on the bones would lead to the victim, but to his dismay, none of the dozen individuals matched. Shen Kuo had entrusted this matter to him, and he was eager to reach a conclusion. Chi-Chun yearned to climb further up the ranks, yet at this moment, he could not even ascertain the identity of the deceased. He sighed and instructed Si Chung, bring all the cosmetics and fragrances from the Songwe Tower. Yes, my lord. He then turned to the siblings. I must trouble you both to identify once more. Yuansha. Suddenly, Shen Kuo entered, surveying Yao Ge. Truly, the courtesan of Songwe Tower is breathtaking. Lord Shun, Chi-Chen immediately rose to pay his respects. What is the status of the case? Shen Kuo had casually wandered to this location to check on his subordinate. Chi-Chen's face bore a look of shame. Yuan Zhe is lacking. The case remains unresolved. What seems to be the issue? The identity of the deceased remains undetermined, and all individuals matching the height and build have been eliminated. None bearing significant injuries to the chest. Significant injuries? Could it be that the murderer accidentally grazed them with a blade? The marks on the ribs were unmistakably old wounds, likely inflicted by weaponry, such as swords or spears. Shen Kuo's expression shifted dramatically, his voice sharpened with shock. What did you say? Chi-Chan was taken aback by his reaction. Does my lord have a lead? Shen Kuo abruptly turned and ran towards the location of the corpse. Chi-Chun and the others had no choice but to follow suit. Shen Kuo knelt before the body, hastily uncovering it with a sweep of the white cloth, revealing a distinct wound on the third rib on the right side. Trembling, he rose unsteadily and stammered to Chi-Chun, quick, follow me to the palace. This is His Highness, the Prince of Wuan. This was indeed a grave matter. The Dali Temple had found itself in deep trouble. Chapter 17. The Case of the White Bones on the Painted Boat, Part 4. Shen Kuo and Chi-Chun knelt on the ground, heads bowed, not daring to breathe. Fu Zhaoyan and Inspector Zhang, along with the Minister of Justice, Tian Yiguang, stood silently beside them. Shao Qi observed the two kneeling figures with cold eyes and suddenly hurled the inkstone from the table at Shen Kuo. Shen Kuo did not dare to evade. Enduring the blow, you discovered the corpse 3 days ago. It took you 3 days to identify the deceased. Shen Kuo, how can you face being the minister of the Dali Temple? I am filled with trepidation, my lord. Chi-Chun humbly acknowledged, Your Majesty. This case was entrusted to me by Lord Shun. It is my ineptitude that has led to this predicament. Shao Qisen replied sternly. There is no need to hastily accept blame. If the culprit remains at large, none of you will escape unscathed. Both Shen Kuo and Chi-Chan broke into a cold sweat, too apprehensive to wipe it away. Shao Qi closed his eyes and turned his back to them. 3 days, he declared. With the assistance of the Ministry of Justice and Minister Fu, I wish to know the identity of the murderer in 3 days' time. Upon exiting the palace, Shen Kuo seized Minister Fu, lamenting, Minister Fu, this is truly dire. How could such an incident occur in Chidu? That is the Prince of Wuan, who possesses such audacity. It is utterly insane. Minister Fu Zhaoyan, too, found it hard to believe. The Prince of Wuhan was a formidable warrior. Few could rival him in Chidu. Tian Youguang, the Minister of Justice, was a man of integrity and harbored a disdain for the prince's arrogance, as well as for Shun Kuo's diplomatic manner. He bluntly stated, "The Prince of Wuhan is proud and overbearing. It is likely he has offended many, and there are certainly those who wish him harm." Shun Kuo shot him a glance, wondering if the man had lost his senses. Such thoughts could remain unvoiced, but to voice them was to invite trouble upon oneself. Fortunately, the prince could not hear him now that he was deceased. Fu Zhaoyan frowned slightly and urged, "Minister Tan, tread cautiously. The deceased can no longer defend themselves. Moreover, even if there are disagreements among colleagues, such drastic measures are unwarranted." Tian Youguang huffed and fell silent. Fu Zhaoyan continued, "The Dali Temple is currently investigating. I implore you, Lord Shun, to elaborate on the details of the case." Shun Kuo beckoned Qi Chun and Yuan Zhe, saying, "You are in charge of this. Quickly relay the recent developments to Minister Fu." As the group traveled in the carriage toward the Dali Temple, they began their discussion. "So, did those two children actually see the murderer? Was it indeed a woman?" Minister Fu's eyes widened in surprise. Qi Chun replied, "They only saw her boarding a boat. Whether she is the murderer remains uncertain." Tian Youguang interjected, "A woman concealing her face at night can only mean she's up to no good." Shun Kuo was inclined to counter, "Not necessarily. It could also be an affair." Fu Zhaoyan considered this possibility as well. The Prince of Wuhan had committed many transgressions in the capital, certainly not behaving as a gentleman. This further elucidated why the prince had not informed anyone and had disguised himself before venturing out. If it were a woman from the Sanyue Tower, there would be no need for such subterfuge. Shun Kuo speculated, could she be a married woman? Or perhaps a young lady from a prominent family? The child mentioned she wore lavish purple garments. What if she was discovered by her husband or family, and in a fit of rage, they committed murder? Tian Youguang scoffed. "Lord Shun, have you forgotten the prince's prowess? It would take more than one person, perhaps even 10, to easily kill him. And how could it have been done so silently? Could poison have been administered in his drink? Do you think the prince is a fool?" Suddenly, Qi Chun appeared to have a revelation. He intently gazed at the others and exclaimed, "It was the incense. The reason lies in the incense." The group looked on in confusion as he continued with fervor. "It pertains to the incense." The child incessantly remarked upon the overwhelming fragrance emanating from the woman. "Initially, I assumed it to be the scent of rouge or powder. Yet the myriad of aromas wafting from the ladies of the Sanyue Tower were far less potent." Perhaps it was Tian Youguang who suddenly exclaimed, "It is a drug." He continued to elaborate, recounting that approximately 6 months prior, a clandestine remedy from the western regions had infiltrated Chidu and was swiftly prohibited upon discovery, though it continued to be surreptitiously sold on the black market. Among these illicit substances was a spice called snake bone, originally used by caravans to ward off large beasts, which had since found its way into human applications. Shun Kuo declared, "We have only 3 days. We must immediately uncover those engaged in this trade in Chidu." Infuriated, he demanded arrests. Yet the task, though seemingly straightforward, was fraught with difficulties. No one on the black market openly conducted such dealings, necessitating the involvement of trusted acquaintances. After 2 arduous days, Shun Kuo was nearly driven to distraction, his hair thinning under the pressure. They apprehended 6 illicit apothecaries and over 20 accomplices, with officials from the Dali Temple and the Ministry of Justice mobilized to interrogate them separately. "Speak, has a young and beautiful woman ever come to purchase snakebone?" In his frustration, Shun Kuo snapped several of his whip's lashes, but the merchants could only wail in despair, providing no substantial leads. Qi Chun, exhaling a weary sigh, was about to step outside for fresh air when he passed the cell housing the women of Sanyue Tower, at which point Yunyang suddenly grasped his sleeve. "My lord, I know of a person who relies on such dealings for their livelihood in Chidu." Zhuo Li, upon waking that morning, felt an incessant twitch in his eyelid, a certain omen of ill fate. His neighbors were abuzz with discussions regarding the case, having heard that the black market had been turned upside down. What were they searching for? Indeed, was it not said that the murderer was a woman from Sanyue Tower? I heard they are after a drug dealer. Is that woman a dealer? No. She must have purchased some poison. Zwelly crouched in a corner, drenched in cold sweat, and immediately dashed homeward. He hastily gathered his possessions, but as he exited the courtyard, he spotted a young man leading a group of officials blocking his path. Are you Josie? What do you intend to flee? His bundle fell from his grasp, and his legs weakened. My lord, you misunderstand. I merely wish to visit a relative. Chi-chan smiled faintly. Perhaps you should accompany me to the Dali Temple first. Josie leaned against the door, rendered speechless. Arrest him. Yes, my lord. Jean Shu stood nearby, grinding herbs, her expression somewhat dazed, her hands trembling. Meanwhile, Su Muning remained engrossed in her fan, adorned with red plum blossoms, resilient against the cold and snow. Suddenly, she leaned closer, scrutinizing a particular red dot. Jean Shu, this is not a plum blossom. Jean Shu, fully aware of its true nature, felt a wave of despair wash over her. Your Highness, the outside world is in a frenzy. Why are you not at all anxious? Anxious about what? That person, Your Highness, perhaps you should enter the palace and discuss matters with the consort, so as to be prepared. The Dali Temple, the Ministry of Justice, and Minister Fu are all investigating the case. It is only a matter of time. Su Muning closed her fan and gazed at her, saying, If I should perish, my sister would surely not take you in. Your Highness, what are you saying? Then go seek Minister Fu. He will take care of you. Chapter 18. The case of the painted boat and the white bones, 5 Fu Xiang occupied the main seat. Flanked by the Minister of Justice Shun Kuo and the Vice Minister Chi Chun, Josie was intimidated by the imposing atmosphere, immediately bowing his head fervently. Your Honor, I am wronged. Fu Xiaoyan's expression was as grave as water. Are you already proclaiming your innocence? Do you perchance know why you have been summoned today? Your Honor, I do not know, but I am a law-abiding citizen. Recently, have you sold medicine to a young woman? Absolutely not. I have long since left that profession. At this, Shun Kuo seemed unable to contain himself. Fu Xiang, a scoundrel like him, speaks not a single truth. I suggest we administer a beating first. Josie trembled at the words. Fu Xiaoyan remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Josie's right hand. How did you sustain that injury? Your Honor, it was an accidental stab. You did it yourself? Yes. It appears you are indeed hiding the truth. Josie looked at him with a mixture of confusion and fear. Your Honor, to pierce one's own palm is no simple feat. Typically, when one wields a knife, injuries occur from the edge inward. This wound seems intentionally inflicted, yet it is evident he did not do it himself. The flicker in his eyes betrays a lack of resolve. He would never inflict such harm upon himself. If it was indeed the doing of another, why does he remain silent? Perhaps he comprehends that falsehoods can be uncovered by the authorities, while the truth may lead to 3 conclusions. 1. He fears this person. 2. This person is connected to the case. 3. He fears that the individual is linked to the case. Thus, he refrains from divulging what seems unrelated to this matter. Fu Xiaoyan rose and approached him, grasping his hand to examine the wound. It appears you did not use the same knife. Josie was so frightened that his breath grew shallow. The knife used by Pei Xiaoan must be thin and curved, specifically prepared by the assailant. Fu Xiaoyan resolved to intimidate this man further. Minister Shun, please prepare a separate interrogation room, and also procure a thinner, more curved knife. Without question, Shun Kuo promptly set about his task. Josie, upon hearing this, was utterly terrified. Your Honor, are you really going to execute me? I am, after all, a law-abiding citizen. Yet Fu Xiaoyan grasped his arm, guiding him to walk inside. Chi-Chin followed closely behind. The surroundings grew increasingly dim and damp. Are you greatly frightened by that individual? Fu Caoyan inquired softly. Josie clenched his teeth in silence. The horrific sight of the white bones rendered him resolute. He would rather die than speak today. The 3 men arrived before Pei Xiaoan's corpse, and Fu Xiaoyan lifted the white cloth. Josie abruptly shut his eyes. You fear that speaking will lead you to meet the same fate, do you not? Your Honor, I truly do not know. Do you know who lies here? This is the King of Wuhan, a longtime deputy general in service to His Majesty, a man who has shielded the Emperor from swords. You may not be aware, but upon learning of the King of Wuhan's murder, His Majesty was furious. He commanded us to resolve this case and apprehend the murderer within 3 days. Do you realize that today is the 3rd day? Before tomorrow's court session, we must present the culprit. Otherwise, we shall all face grave consequences. In this moment, do you think I would care who the perpetrator is? Josie felt as though his breath was nearly extinguished. The implication of this man was clear. Since you refuse to speak, you shall remain silent forever. Much like Wang Wuan, Josie gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, drenched in sweat. My lord, Fu Zhaoyan spoke calmly to Qi Chun Yuanza. Please check if Lord Shun's interrogation room is prepared. I forgot to mention that we also need a confession written. Simply inscribe this person's name. Your name is Josie, is it not? Qi Chun instantly comprehended the directive and turned to leave. However, he was halted by the sound of someone collapsing to their knees behind him, followed by a heart-wrenching wail. My lord, spare my life. I did not commit this crime. Do not let me bear the blame. The true murderer is King Anil. Qi Chun paused, and upon hearing those 3 words, felt his spirits plummet to despair. He turned to face the man, only to see Fu Xiang wearing a similarly incredulous expression. Regaining his composure, Fu Zhaoyan's demeanor turned frigid. Do not speak carelessly. Although Su Muning had warned him to keep his distance, the urgency of the situation was overwhelming. When the steward opened the door and encountered the same individual, his expression was one of disbelief. What on earth? Ignoring the steward's protests, Qi Chun swiftly maneuvered inside. Your Highness, you. The steward, brandishing a broom, pursued him from behind. Su Muning stood upon the steps, observing as the broom struck Qi Chun's back. Zhao steward, you may leave now. The steward reluctantly retreated, broom in hand. What do you want? Qi Chun's face was pale, his eyes filled with anxiety. Your Highness, why did you kill Wang Wuan? Su Muning regarded him coolly. Am I obliged to inform you of my actions beforehand? Your Highness, that scoundrel Zhou Si has already disclosed everything at the Dali Temple, and Fu Xiang is aware of it too. Su Muning lowered her gaze, recalling his words of trust during the gratitude banquet. He must be profoundly disappointed now. Your Highness, you have a good rapport with Fu Xiang. Do you think Fu Zhaoyan is the kind of person to engage in corruption? Absolutely not. Your Highness, just consider it. I can eliminate Zhou Si at the Dali Temple. As long as Fu Xiang remains silent, no one will know. Su Muning narrowed her eyes and smiled at him. Come with me. Seeing her unhurried demeanor, Qi Chun's impatience grew. Following her into a room, Su Muning rummaged through her belongings until she produced a jade pendant, presenting it to him. The yellow jade bore an unmistakable dragon carving. He accepted it, murmuring, this belonged to His Majesty, a gift from Shao Qi. Qi Chun looked at her in confusion. Your Highness, why give me this? Sumaning chakil laitli. Is this not the evidence that Lord Shaoqing retrieved from the river today? Qi Chun's eyes widened in shock. What are you saying, Your Highness? At that moment, Jin Shu arrived to relay a message. Your Highness, Lord Fu has come to visit and is waiting in the main hall. Understood. Jin Shu, please escort Lord Shaoqing out through the back door. Su Muning whispered to him, tomorrow during the morning court, you must be the first to report this matter to His Majesty, and remember to be truthful. As Qi Chun was about to shake his head, she interrupted, Qi Chun, you are a clever man. Pledge your allegiance to him. You will make further advancements. Fu Zhaoyan stood in the hall, hands clasped behind his back, his expression somewhat grim. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned to regard her. Isn't Lord Fu investigating a case? I heard there's a deadline of 3 days to apprehend the murderer. Fu Zhaoyan fixed his gaze upon her, unblinking. Muning, do you know that scoundrel Zhou Si? Su Muning contemplated for a moment before responding. I might be acquainted with him. Did you offend him? Or did he offend you? Is that injury on his hand you're doing? Did he claim it was me? Fu Zhaoyan grasped her shoulder, his gaze earnest. He said you procured the medicine, asserting you are the murderer. Su Muning fell silent, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Muning, I do not believe him. Although the deadline has elapsed, I intend to interrogate him further. I shall unearth the true culprit. As she met his serious eyes, a wave of melancholy washed over her, and she parted her lips. She did not wish to deceive this person. Brother Zhaoyan, Suddenly, Fu Zhaoyan placed his hand atop her head, reminiscent of their childhood. I believe in you, Muning. Chapter 19. Who do you claim the murderer is? In the Golden Lawn Hall, an oppressive silence enveloped the assembly. The crowd remained uncertain of their reaction, save for the solitary figure at the farthest end, who inquired once more. Who did you just claim the murderer to be? Xiaoqi's voice betrayed no emotion, yet it bore an undeniable weight. Qi Chun lowered his head, inhaled deeply, and declared loudly, Your Majesty. The perpetrator of the Huabao White Bones case is none other than the Prince of Anil, Su Muning. The courtiers cautiously scrutinized the emperor's demeanor, yet the dense curtain of 12 pearl strands obscured their curiosity. Countless gazes fell upon Su Muning, who appeared oblivious to the attention. Xianqua, startled at Qi Chen's initial proclamation, nearly bit his tongue. Upon the repetition, he inadvertently did so. Isn't Qi Chun one of the Su siblings? How could he betray them? Jiang Linyue's smile faded, his attention shifting to Su Muning as memories of recent events flooded his mind. Your Majesty, it is premature to reach a conclusion on this case. Relying solely on the testimony of a commoner is insufficient to sway public opinion. I implore your Majesty for an extension. I shall assuredly bring the true culprit to justice. Fu Caoyan stepped forward, needing to beside Chichen. Shen Qua, also involved in the case, did not wish to offend the prince and promptly followed Fu Zhangyan's lead. Your Majesty, what Lord Fu says is entirely just. It is still too early to make a determination. Xiaoqi's gaze swept over the three of them before settling back on Qi Chun. Qi Chun, you possess great audacity. Do you dare to slander anyone? His tone hinted at barely restrained anger. Shen Qua felt a twinge of worry. Could this fellow have lost his senses today? When the emperor inquired about the case, surely Fu Zhangyan and he would speak on the matter, and at the very least, there was still the Minister of Justice. Tian Youguang. Why was he posturing? Qi Chun, undeterred by Shen Qua's glance, replied calmly, Your Majesty, every word I speak is the truth. I possess evidence to present. This declaration left Fu Zhangyan and the others momentarily stunned. He withdrew an item from his bosom, and a mere glance revealed its significance to the assembly. Xiaoqi observed the object from a distance in silence for a moment before his voice turned icy. President, the morning air was unusually stifling, with cicadas wailing heart-wrenchingly from the trees. Before noon, the sky was shrouded in gloom, with clouds swirling ominously on the horizon, revealing flashes of lightning. The summer weather is capricious, and suddenly, raindrops as large as soybeans began to pelt down. Jin Shu stood outside the palace gates, anxiously awaiting in a small azure sedan chair, her heart racing as each opening of the gate failed to reveal her prince. Suddenly, another figure emerged from behind the door, a man with a refined appearance and a tall, slender frame, though his expression was far from pleasant. Lord Fu. Lord Fu. Jin Shu's eyes lit up as she rushed forward. Disregarding the torrential rain, Fu Zhangyan, upon seeing her, was not taken aback. He merely gestured for his attendants to allow her to approach. Have you seen my prince? Lord Fu? He hasn't returned to the residence since yesterday's morning court session. As she drew closer, she noticed the pallor of Lord Fu's countenance, indicating something grave had transpired. What has happened, Lord Fu? She asked, a hint of terror in her eyes. Surely, they had discovered something. The emperor must have punished him, and he was still kneeling before the throne. You are of no use here. Return, Fu Zhangyan said, releasing a heavy sigh, his tone shifting to one of sharpness. Jin Shu, speak plainly. Why does your lord wish to kill Pei Shaoan? Jin Shu, taken aback by the perilous nature of his inquiry regarding the death of the Prince of Wuhan, became flustered. Lord Fu, my prince was punished by the emperor due to the case of Prince Wuhan. This is a slander. You have known my prince for many years. You know he is not the kind to commit such acts. Fu Zhangyan believed he understood Su Muning better than anyone else. Thus he found it hard to accept her defense. Yet, as the evidence pointed towards her, how could he turn a blind eye? Su Muning, have you changed? He asked with a bitter smile. Slander? The evidence is irrefutable. Who would dare to frame her? After speaking, Fu Zhangyan entered his carriage and instructed the driver. To the Dali Temple. Jin Shu watched the Fu family's carriage fade into the distance, her mind lingering on those words, feeling utterly despondent. In the Cheng'an Hall, Shao Qi gazed out at the increasingly heavy rain, pressing his fingers to his brow in growing agitation. Before him knelt concubine Yu, weeping profusely, having come to lament the death of her cousin, the Prince of Wuan, for her 5 times since yesterday. Initially, he had comforted her, recognizing her grief over her cousin's tragic fate, but her incessant wailing was becoming unbearable. Although Pei Xiaoyan and this distant cousin were not particularly close, they were still family. The favored consort, Su, had garnered the emperor's exclusive affection, inciting her jealousy. This time, she vowed not to let that wretched woman's brother escape unscathed. Your Majesty, my brother and you have shared a bond for many years. Now he has died unjustly. You must seek justice for him. Long she cast a furtive glance at the emperor's expression, sensing his rising ire. Meanwhile, concubine Yu continued her lamentations, shrinking back behind the emperor, hoping not to be caught in the crossfire. Shao Qi regarded concubine Yu with an impassive expression, noting her delicate tears with growing disdain. I told you yesterday that I would provide an explanation. Do you not trust that I will handle this matter justly? Leaning back in his chair, he flung his brush onto the table, his demeanor darkening as his anger became evident. Yu Fei shuddered at the words, stifling her sobs. Your Majesty, I dare not. I merely. You wish to seek justice for your brother? Then go and take the life of his murderer. Shao Qi interrupted her impatiently, calling out to Changshi behind him. At your service. Changshi, unable to feign ignorance, hurried forward to heed the command. Present her with the sword. Yes, Your Majesty. Changshi quickly offered the sword before Yu Fei, respectfully stating, Your Highness, please take it. Pei Xiaoyan stared at the emperor in stunned silence, only to hear him continue. Shaoan met his demise by the Quan River east of the city, with a total of 1,885 wounds. This is known as Lingqi. Yu Fei, the one who killed your brother, kneels outside. I grant you the opportunity to avenge these 1,885 cuts. Changshi's heart trembled at this revelation. Yet she dared not raise her gaze, pondering whether the emperor was finally prepared to execute Wang Anil. Pei Xiaoyan was filled with joy, quickly bowing her head, declaring, Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled. Such treacherous subjects must not be allowed to live, for they disrupt the court. Shao Qi smirked coldly, urging, My beloved, do not delay. Take matters into your own hands. If any of those 1,885 wounds are misplaced, I shall reclaim it from you. Pei Xiaoyan's smile abruptly froze, the sword slipping from her grip as she trembled violently. Your Majesty, you jest. Changshi sighed inwardly, knowing that Yu Fei was oblivious to the emperor's affair with Su Muning. Alas, it seemed the emperor was reluctant to carry out the execution. Shao Qi's expression turned mocking as he pressed. My decree is not to be taken lightly. I do not jest with you. My beloved, hasten and act. Do not let dusk fall, lest it interfere with the execution. Pei Xiaoyan, thoroughly paralyzed by fear, took a moment to gather her wits. Your Majesty, spare me. I realize my mistake. I do not seek your life. This is merely an opportunity for vengeance. What? You no longer desire it? I understand my error. I shall heed your command regarding my brother's case. Please spare me. She repeatedly bowed her head, tears streaming down her face, her makeup ruined. To refuse now would put me in a difficult position, render me a ruler who does not keep his word. It is my fault. All is my fault. Please, Your Majesty, I truly regret my actions. Shao Qi observed her weeping in despair, unable to contain himself any longer, wishing to summon the man to witness her lamenting to cleanse his eyes. Those who acknowledge their wrongs must face punishment. For the sake of your deceased brother, I shall lessen your sentence. You will be fined 1 year's salary and confined for a year. Now leave. Yu Fei, or rather Yu Pin, had yet to comprehend the situation before Changshi signaled for 2 young eunuchs to escort her away. Standing in the corridor, Su Guifei watched as Yu Fei was dragged away, wailing in distress, feeling a twinge of fear as she clutched her maid with crescent-shaped eyes. Jinxin, it would be unwise for me to plead on her behalf. Muning has committed a grave offense. Su Zixin understood her lack of favor with the emperor. If his anger were to be directed at her, due to Su Muning's actions, it would spell disaster. Chapter 20. Do you still have the face to cry? The rain continued to fall. Outside the window, the incessant sound of water was quite vexing. As mealtime approached, Changshi hesitated before cautiously inquiring, "Your Majesty, will you dine?" After a prolonged silence yielded no reply, he dared not ask again and retreated to the side. It was not until dusk descended and the heavy rain had ceased for some time that Xiao Qi suddenly spoke. Changshi summoned Prince Anil. He pondered how to exact punishment upon her to alleviate his grievances. This enchantress had first disturbed his heart and now unsettled his court. She had executed the Prince of Wuan with such ruthless methods. Merely contemplating it filled him with indignation. Changshi hurried to the palace entrance, only to find a person kneeling on the steps. Startled, he quickly questioned the young eunuch stationed outside. "When did this person faint? How dare you not report this?" The young eunuch, equally helpless, explained that the individual had been kneeling since the previous morning, nearly 2 days and nights, and had fainted several times. He had intended to report it after about an hour, but dared not enter due to the commotion within. "Is there still breath left?" "Yes." "Then that is good. I shall inform the emperor of the situation." Changshi rushed back inside, visibly anxious. "Your Majesty, it is dire. Prince Anil has been unconscious for an hour." Xiao Qi's expression faltered, a struggle evident in his eyes. Changshi ventured, "Your Majesty, after kneeling for so long in the sun and rain, should we not seek a physician?" Suddenly, he slammed the jade pendant presented by Qi Chun onto the table. "Bring her in. When it comes to harming others, her methods are so vicious. Why feign weakness now?" Frightened, Changshi hurried out to fetch the individual. Once he unceremoniously tossed her onto the ground, he swiftly retreated with the others, firmly shutting the palace doors. Turning, he exhaled a sigh of relief just as the young eunuch began to speak. "Chief Steward, do not inquire, I know not. It is best to refrain from prying into the emperor's affairs." Inside the chamber, Xiao Qi coldly regarded Su Muning, who lay on the floor, observing her pale, slender hands, such exquisite hands. They ought to be marked by his own, leaving deep and shallow imprints, or resting weakly against his burning chest, as if pleading for him to take it slow. Yet she wielded these hands to kill. He had always relished leaving traces upon her, be it passionate, assertive, or possessive. He cherished them all, provided they were his own. However, suppressing the anger that flared within him, he lifted his foot and pressed it down upon her hand, exerting pressure gradually. Su Muning awakened in pain, muffling her groans against the ground, yet she could only gaze at the emperor in silence. She refrained from crying out, gritting her teeth and enduring, only to have tears eventually fall from the pain. Observing her large tears, Xiao Qi felt a slight satisfaction. Perhaps it was her beauty in tears that pleased him most. Finally, he released his foot, crouching before her to lift her tear-stained face. "Do you still have the audacity to weep?" He looked down at her, an expression of distaste crossing his features. "What enmity do you hold against Pei Shaoan to subject him to such a cruel fate?" Over 1,800 cuts, Prince Anil is indeed ruthless. To his surprise, Su Muning laughed softly at his words. The Dali court miscounted. It was 1,531 cuts. I initially intended for it to total 2,000, but alas, my skills are lacking, and I have embarrassed your Majesty. She spoke with a lightness in her tone, as if discussing the day's dishes. In response to her demeanor, Xiao Qi, enraged, raised his hand and struck her across the face. Darkness clouded her vision, and she felt blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Though she did not wipe it away, she continued, "As for His Majesty's inquiry regarding my grievances with Pei Shao, and does Her Majesty not already know?" Xiao Qi was indeed aware, but he presumed that Su Muning was oblivious. "Who informed you?" Su Muning met his gaze and declared, "Pei Shao is courting death." After a moment of silence, Xiao Qi spoke. "He is a prince I personally bestowed titles upon. Do you think he can simply be killed at your whim? Are you aware of the chaos that will ensue in the court tomorrow? It is nothing less than a death sentence for me." She remained unfazed. "But Pei Shao must die. He absolutely must perish." Xiao Qi's expression turned grim as he gazed down at her. "For the sake of a mere Lin Wan heir, you would so ruthlessly execute a first-class noble? You must be mad. A mia ling venet." Su Muning's eyes glinted with mockery and disdain. "Why does your Majesty consistently defend the Prince of Wuan? His character is undeniably despicable. Shao-Chi seized her by the neck, his voice laced with fury. He fought alongside me in countless battles, shielding me from blades on the northwestern front. Have you not seen the scars upon his chest? His life was traded for that. She tilted her head back, slightly closing her eyes. Your Majesty, just kill me. Gradually, he tightened his grip until her complexion reddened, then abruptly released her. Sumu Ning regarded him with an unflinching calm. Shao-Chi stated, devoid of expression, this is the first time, and it shall be the last. Before the tomb of the Princess of Anil, Yin Shi surveyed the area, and indeed discovered the head of the Prince of Wu and hidden among the grass. As your Majesty surmised, it is here, he observed, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes as he sighed softly. In the Dali Temple, Fu Zhaoyin regarded Zhou Si, curled up in a corner, and spoke solemnly. Ultimately, you merely provided the medicine to the Princess of Anil. How it was used remains unknown to you. Sir, it must have been her who committed the murder. Since you did not witness it firsthand, how can you assert such certainty? Moreover, witnesses have claimed that the assailant was a woman. Zhou Si, alarmed, insisted he had spoken the truth. If they do not believe the Princess of Anil is the culprit and fail to apprehend her, she will undoubtedly seek my life. Sir, I am certain it was the Princess of Anil. It is because of the princess's suicide. Fu Zhaoyin replied, astonished. What did you say? Fearing disbelief, Zhou Si recounted, earlier this year, the princess visited the Xiangji temple to pay her respects. The Prince of Wu sent a servant to convey a message. What message? He asked if the princess wished to learn the truth of their wedding night. Fu Zhaoyan frowned in silence. After the princess arrived, the Prince of Wu had a servant keep watch while he forcibly occupied the princess in the back mountains. Seeing his expression darken, Zhou Si quickly knelt and continued. The next day, news spread that the Princess of Anil had taken her own life, and I was subsequently imprisoned in the royal residence. You are aware of the events that followed. Fu Zhaoyin pursed his lips, remaining silent for a long while before turning to leave. In the study of the Shun residence, the atmosphere was tense. Two figures conversed before the window, their silhouettes reflecting a serious exchange. Your Majesty, does the Lord understand the meaning? Yin Shi's stern demeanor caused Shun Kuo to wipe away a bead of sweat, nodding repeatedly. I understand, Lord Yin. Please rest assured. Your Majesty, I shall handle everything properly. Chapter 21. The true culprit determined. Yin Shi felt a prickling unease, bowing his head and refraining from movement. He made an effort to calm himself, replying to the emperor in a steady tone. However, Shao-Chi paid him no heed. Despite the distance created by the outer chamber, the curtain and the bed canopy, the sounds from within still permeated, echoing in his ears with an intensity that felt both burning and searing. She must be in pain. Shao-Chi held her feverish body, radiating heat, yet he showed no tenderness. She lay amidst the brocade, dazed, biting the corner of the quilt beneath her, repeatedly uttering a singular word, pain. He intended for her to suffer. Shao-Chi pulled out the damp quilt and produced the dual dragon jade pendant, which hung from his waist, palm-sized. In a punitive manner, he forced it into her mouth a little. Endure the pain, just bite down. At last, the girls of Songhua Tower were released, and they hurried to reapply their makeup, having sustained significant losses this time. They needed to reclaim their business swiftly. Yunyang, assisting Yao Ge with her lipstick, eagerly stated, Yao Ge, you must dance splendidly tonight. It all depends on your capabilities. Do not worry, Mama. Once the red lips were painted, Yunyang gazed at Yao Ji's extraordinarily beautiful face, immensely satisfied. What about your golden bells? Yao Ge pointed to the wooden box at the head of the bed. Yunyang rose to retrieve it, but the moment she opened the box, all present saw her face drain of color as if all blood had been withdrawn. Yao Ge, puzzled, inquired Yamama. At that moment, Yunyang's hand loosened, and the box fell to the ground, causing a head to roll out. Jin Shu had spent another night at the Wang residence, too anxious to close her eyes. It had been 2 days and nights. Would the emperor truly not spare the prince this time? Should she enter the palace to plead with the noble consort or seek out Minister Fu? Just as dawn broke, Jin Shu finally spotted the familiar sedan chair. She hurried toward it, abandoning any inclination to engage in pleasantries with Yin Shuren. "Miss Jin Shu, we meet again." Jin Shu had no mind for idle chatter, merely responding, "You have worked hard, my lord. Why not come to the front hall for a cup of tea?" Yet, she could hardly wait to lift the curtain, seeing that Su Mu Ning remained in a deep slumber, seemingly lost in dreams. A dark cloak covered her, and her pale face bore distinct finger marks, with traces of blood at the corners of her mouth. Jin Shu clenched her teeth, controlling her expression, wrapping the cloak more tightly around her and instructing the servant to carefully carry the princess inside. Yin Shuren was not in a hurry. He was tasked with bringing back the Prince of Anil, and moreover, the Emperor had further commands to convey. There is no need for tea. The Emperor has decreed that starting today, the Prince of Anil is to be placed under house arrest for 1 year. Be sure to relay this to the princess. In the Grand Hall, the overwhelming imperial authority quelled the anger of the ministers below. Shao Qi observed the murmurs among the court officials, fully aware of their dissatisfaction with the Prince of Anil. He too felt discontent. Punishment had already been meted out in recent days. Kneeling and beatings had both occurred. At this moment, she was still burning with fever, utterly unresponsive due to her illness. He could not bear to take her life, so he had no choice but to let the matter slide. The affair concerning the Prince of Wuhan was indeed shocking. However, I, the Emperor, had personally interrogated the Prince of Anil yesterday, and both the Chief Minister of the Dali Temple and Lord Fu were aware of the situation. The ministers turned their gazes towards Lord Fu, but he offered only his back, choosing to ignore them. They could only look to the Chief Minister of the Dali Temple. Shen Kuo immediately understood the Emperor's intent and promptly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I have something to report regarding this case." Shaoqi glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "Speak. I believe that the true culprit behind the Prince of Wuhan's case is someone else. I have already apprehended the real murderer." Shen Kuo's declaration was akin to a thunderclap on a clear day, instantly capturing everyone's attention. That scoundrel Zhou Si, who harbored a grudge against the Prince of Anil due to a past conflict, had spread slander concerning the matter of the painting boat. That individual has already taken his own life out of guilt in the Dali Temple. Fu Zhaoyan looked at him in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. Qi Chan was also taken aback, unable to comprehend Shen Kuo's reasoning. Jiang Linyue, with keen insight, recognized Shen Kuo's cunning nature, realizing that his boldness must have been prompted by someone of influence. Who else could have instigated Shen Kuo, if not the one above? Witnesses, including siblings, had seen the murderer was a woman, and numerous boats on the Chuan River were under suspicion. Last night, I led a search in the room of a dancer at the Songhua Tower, where we uncovered the head of the Prince of Wuhan, missing since then. We now possess both witnesses and tangible evidence. The head of the Prince of Wuhan hidden within the Songhua Tower was audacious beyond belief. Your Majesty, the Prince of Wuhan, who toiled for the realm, deserves severe punishment for such a heinous crime. Your Majesty, that mere dancer dared to defy royal authority. Her entire clan must be exterminated. What Lord Shun has stated is indeed reasonable. Your Majesty must not be lenient. I second that. We all second that. The ministers were momentarily inflamed with righteous indignation. Your Majesty, there are still uncertainties surrounding this case. We cannot conclude it so hastily. Minister of Justice Tian Youwang looked at the raucous ministers and could not restrain his dissenting voice. Shao Qi felt a headache coming on, knowing Tian's obstinate nature all too well. It was precisely this trait that had led to his appointment in the Ministry of Justice. Your Majesty, the circumstances surrounding Zhou Si's death are suspicious. It cannot solely be attributed to the Dali Temple's lack of oversight. Although Lord Shun claims the head was found in that danceress chamber, we cannot dismiss the possibility of being framed. Moreover, Lord Qi has found the Prince of Anil's jade pendant in the waters near that painting boat. How do we explain that? Furthermore, how could a mere dancer single-handedly slay the robust Prince of Wuhan? Before Shen Kuo could respond, Jiang Linyue surprisingly interjected. The Dali Temple is indeed formidable. They managed to keep a person imprisoned, yet allow him to die within the confines of the jail, demonstrating a clear failure in oversight. However, regarding the pendant mentioned by Minister Tian, I must speak on behalf of the Prince of Anil. Just a few days prior, she had been residing at the Songhua Tower, frequently traversing between the boats. Who knows if it might have accidentally fallen into the river? Jiang Linua's South input caught the court off guard, as he was not known for championing others. His notorious reputation rivaled that of Su Mumming, if not exceeding it, as this was a man with a vindictive nature that instilled fear among the courtiers. Relying on his noble birth, he looked down upon everyone. Shen Kuo promptly interjected. "You speak true, Lord Ho. Master Tian, Prince Anil has merely lost a jade pendant, and you hastily label her as the culprit. The true murderer's head has already been discovered in their abode, yet you continue to defend her. Could it be that Yao Gu is your old flame?" Tian Youguang's face flushed crimson with indignation as he stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Shen Kuo. "You do not speak such nonsense." The court officials stifled their laughter. Jiang Linyue joined in the mirth, casting a glance at the silent Fu Zhaoyan beside her. She quietly inquired, "What transpired in the palace yesterday?" Fu Zhaoyan's expression had been grim throughout. He had remained reticent amidst the ongoing discourse. Jiang Linyue observed him, sensing he must know the truth. Fu Zhaoyan was a man who could not abide imperfections, holding himself and others to lofty standards. Now that he knew Su Muning had committed murder, he would not utter a word in her defense. How cold-hearted is Lord Fu, she thought. Today, he offers no support for Anil, despite their past camaraderie. Fu Zhaoyan's discerning gaze met Shen Kuo's, yet he refrained from speaking. His silence was already a considerable concession, but he could not stoop to frame Shen Kuo with falsehoods. Jiang Linyue, basking in the sun, understood his reticence. However, in the court, if anyone were to be considered closest to Anil, it would undoubtedly be herself. After being riled by Shen Kuo, Tian Youguang fell silent. Shao Qi observed the gathering and calmly stated, "Since the true culprit has been identified, let us conclude this case." Chapter 22, Newlyweds. False Phoenix's Jin Shu vigilantly remained by Su Muning's bedside, reluctant to leave. The physician had visited, yet the fever persisted despite the administered medicine. All she could hear was the prince in restless slumber, seemingly tormented by nightmares, mumbling incoherently. Her body was drenched in cold sweat. Su Muning was indeed ensnared in a nightmare from which she could not awaken. The dream transported her back to the day of her marriage to Lin Wanin, the day that heralded a profound change, as the union was decreed by the emperor, and she was bestowed the title of Prince Anil. The Wang residence was filled with guests that night. After the ceremonial rites, it was customary to partake in toasts, and despite her attempts to evade them, she found herself dizzy from excessive drinking. Jiang Linyue, with a smile, downed a full cup of wine and casually draped an arm over her shoulder. As the night deepens and the chill sets in, even in joy, one must heed their health. Anil. Su Muning, having consumed wine, felt a flush creep across her features. She frowned and turned away, evading his touch. From a young age, she had understood that he was no benign character, meticulous and far from the amiable facade he presented. Seeing her wariness, the young Lord Jiang grinned, his charming, enigmatic eyes glimmering with intrigue. He leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Be cautious, Anil." Su Muning sensed the weight in his words, yet upon looking back, he had already set down his cup and was striding toward the door. The guests, observing Jiang Linyue's departure, recognized the hour was drawing near. Though the festivities of a wedding were lively, they could not delay the auspicious moment. Yin Shuren took a final sip of his drink, rising with a cool demeanor to speak. "Esteemed guests, it seems our groom eagerly awaits the bridal chamber. Let us disperse the gathering. He is a first-class guard in the Emperor's service, sent here on His Majesty's behalf." At his words, before Su Muning could speak, others rose in agreement. Relieved, Su Muning set down her wine cup and exchanged pleasantries for a moment. As she escorted them to the door, she noticed that Yin Shan had not yet departed. Aware of his imperial allegiance, she politely offered, "Allow me to see you out, Lord Yin." He did not decline, nodding coolly, and began to walk ahead at a leisurely pace. Upon reaching the entrance, he gestured, "Your Highness, please return," seeing his carriage parked beneath a nearby tree. She bowed slightly and refrained from extending her farewell further. Once she re-entered, the grand gates of the Anil Wangfu closed behind her. Yin Xian approached the carriage with caution, respectfully calling out, "Your Majesty." The curtain was swiftly lifted by a long, sinewy hand, revealing none other than the current emperor, Shao Qi, who displayed an air of proud amusement. Clad in the attire of a nobleman, with a dark cloak draped over his shoulders, Shao Qi stood tall, his features sharply defined, exuding the confidence of a ruler. Unlike his pampered siblings, he had been immersed in the throes of battle since adolescence, serving alongside his uncle, and had thus developed a formidable presence. Despite Yin Xian's exceptional martial skills, he felt a twinge of trepidation in the emperor's presence. After Shao Qi alighted from the carriage, the gates of Anil Wangfu reopened shortly thereafter. Observing the emperor's slight smile, Yin Xian sensed his good spirits. The one who opened the door was the steward of the Wangfu, who knelt in reverence, announcing, "Your Majesty, all preparations within the Wangfu are complete." The title of Anil Wang was bestowed upon her by Shao Qi, and thus, all within were under his dominion. Shao Qi casually gestured for the steward to rise, clearly disinterested in conversing with such a lowly servant. As he took a step forward, a thought seemed to cross his mind, and he turned to Yin Xian. "Xian, at your service. I recall your persistent requests regarding that Lin family girl. Is she not in need of a groom tonight?" The night was indeed cold. Though the day had been bright, clouds now loomed ominously, hinting at impending snowfall. Su Muning lingered in the corridor, the effects of the wine beginning to wane. She rubbed her brow in contemplation, pondering how to face Lin Wanner. After a moment's hesitation, she adjusted her resplendent red attire and made her way toward the bridal chamber. With a creak, she pushed open the door, and the flickering red candlelight danced through the layers of screens and curtains, casting a warm yet stifling glow. Unsure if it was her inebriation or the candlelight's natural flicker, she felt the room's warmth enveloping her. Turning to close the door, she took a few steps inside, only to be struck by surprise. It was not too late, yet not a single maidservant was present to attend to her. Where had Jean Shu gone? As she wandered in thought to the bedside, she ultimately realized the room was utterly devoid of company. Staring blankly at the empty bed, she opened her mouth to summon someone, but before she could utter a word, a hand suddenly covered her eyes from behind. Her gaze suddenly plunged into darkness, obscuring the identity of the person behind her. As soon as she realized, she desperately struggled to push away the hand gripping her. The figure behind her seemed to chuckle softly, wrapping another arm around her waist, pressing their chest tightly against her back, radiating warmth. She exerted all her strength, yet found herself unable to budge even a finger of this person, nor could she stir them in the slightest. Shao Qi lowered his head, resting his chin on her shoulder, catching a whiff of alcohol on her breath. He had been following her closely, so near that she had not noticed his presence at all. Was she merely inebriated tonight, or was her mind preoccupied with how to report to that newcomer? Wasn't he here to assist her in that endeavor? "Who are you? What do you want?" Su Muning sensed the disparity in strength and felt an overwhelming tension, her entire being stiffening like a spooked little beast, her tone reflecting a fierce demeanor. Shao Qi found her amusing. Her words were fierce, yet seemed like a fa-ade, so different from her usual demeanor when she sought to please him. Unable to resist, he pecked her cheek, then leaned closer to her ear, whispering with a laugh, "Who do you think I am?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Su Muning froze for a moment, immediately ceasing her struggles and relaxing. "Your Majesty." Shao Qi released his grip on her eyes and loosened his hold around her waist, settling down by the edge of the bed, regarding her with evident delight. "What a pity. It would have been even better if you were to wear wedding attire." Confusion flickered in Su Muning's eyes. Hadn't His Majesty dispatched Yin Xian to drink with her? Why had he come personally at this hour? And why had he kissed her? Noticing her bewildered gaze, Shao Qi realized she still did not comprehend the situation. It appeared there was much left to teach her tonight. "I thought your Majesty would not come. Lord Yin mentioned you were quite busy today." She stood before him, obediently clasping her hands behind her back, her gaze lowered to her shoelaces as she spoke slowly. Shao Qi, observing her childlike demeanor, chuckled softly and clarified, "No matter how busy, I must attend to such a significant event as your wedding." "Thank you, your Majesty." After expressing her gratitude, she added quietly, "In truth, it's not such a big deal. It would have been fine if you hadn't come." What are you mumbling about to yourself? Xiao Qi, unable to hear her clearly, noticed a hint of discontent in her eyes. Recognizing it stemmed from the marriage he had arranged for her, he discreetly pointed to the wine cup on the table, commanding, "Bring it over." She was somewhat puzzled, but complied, lifting a cup as he instructed. "2 cups. Your Majesty, do you wish to drink with me?" Yet, as he bent his arm to entwine it with hers, Su Muning appeared to comprehend something, widening her eyes in surprise. Noticing her stiffened arm, Xiao Qi pulled her onto his lap, just as he had done in the past. However, the difference lay in her state of mind. She quickly regained her composure and stood up, retreating a few steps to distance herself from him. With a hint of panic, she stammered, "Your Majesty, I am a man. I am to be married today." He replied calmly, "I am aware of your marriage, but a man, you say? Are you truly?" Su Muning's eyes widened further, attempting to mask her fear with laughter. "Of course I am," she replied. "I'm just a bit shorter because I'm still young." Observing her defiance, Xiao Qi stood before the bed, looking down upon her, deliberately trying to intimidate her. "Su Muning, you possess quite the audacity to deceive your sovereign." Upon hearing this, she panicked, and the wine cup in her hand shattered on the floor as she fell to her knees. "Your Majesty, this humble servant does not understand what you mean. Your Majesty's benevolence is boundless, treating your subjects with the dignity befitting a ruler. I am immensely grateful for your grace, and I suspect that a malicious individual has misled you, causing you to misunderstand my loyal heart." Su Muning was acutely aware that if Xiao Qi discovered she was not the original prince of the Li Kingdom, but a woman, both she and Su Zixin, along with Xiao Rui, would not survive. However, this secret was known only to her sister, Su Zixin, who would never divulge it, for their fates were intertwined. Xiao Qi, with his eyes half closed, finished his drink, a flicker of flame dancing in the shadows of his gaze, showing little interest in her attempts at rationalization. He had waited too long and plotted meticulously. He had no intention of letting this splendid night slip away. Slowly, he leaned in, placing a hand on the nape of her neck. Then, without hesitation, he slipped his hand into her collar. The sensation was soft and silky, precisely as he had imagined. Enticingly delightful. The touch on her back rendered Su Muning incredulous, prompting her to gaze up at Xiao Qi. She saw the unmistakable expression on his face, and in that moment, the fear overshadowed any notions of rank, causing her to forget all pretense. "Ah!" She let out a short, sharp scream, abruptly wrenching herself free and stumbling backward in fright. Upon witnessing her ghostly pallor and trembling retreat, Xiao Qi's patience waned. "Come here," he commanded, his displeasure evident. Su Muning dared not approach, yet she was equally terrified to retreat further, her eyes locked onto him in sheer terror. What does your Majesty wish to do?" She could not fathom how her identity had been revealed, nor why Xiao Qi harbored such intentions towards her. Had he not just conferred the title of noble consort upon her sister? Why then was he acting thus? How could he possibly know she was a woman? Xiao Qi took a seat upon the bed, his expression one of amusement. "You do not know what I wish to do? Then why do you hide?" At his words, she hastily lowered her gaze, feeling utterly lost. I do not know." "You do not know?" Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he picked up a red date and longans scattered across the bed, tossing it in front of her as she knelt. The red date rolled restlessly on the ground. "I want you," even though she comprehended the emperor's implication. Hearing such brazen and absurd words from his lips made Su Muning's heart tremble. She bit her lip, suppressing her emotions until tears brimmed in her eyes. "What? Are you crying from joy?" Xiao Qi observed her tears cascading like pearls down her flawless face, pooling at her chin before dripping onto the floor. His heart stirred, softening at the sight. He patted the space beside him and spoke gently. "Come here. If you comply, I shall not make things difficult for you." His intentions for the evening were never to chastise her. He had waited far too long for this moment. Conversely, he would assist her in concealing this news. As long as she obediently complied from this moment forth, he would bestow upon her favor and glory. Su Muning gritted her teeth, disregarding her tear-filled eyes, and let her head strike heavily against the ground. "Your Majesty, spare me." Xiao Qi's expression momentarily faltered, his smile freezing upon his visage. his gaze gradually chilling as he rose to his feet. It seems you have chosen disobedience. She remained unmoving. The last vestige of patience vanished from Xiaoqi's face as he unfastened his outer garment and advanced toward her. Leaning down, he spoke coldly, "Spare you? Do you not realize your crimes warrant 1,000 deaths? A deposed prince dares to orchestrate such a ruse, pulling the entire Qi into chaos. I have yet to hold you accountable for your transgressions, nor have I inquired about the whereabouts of the true prince. And you dare to resist? Are you unaware that your life and honor lie within my discretion?" With one hand, Xiaoqi lifted her face, compelling her to meet his gaze, employing the last remnants of his patience. "Obey, and I shall spare your life." Despair engulfed her heart, yet suddenly a spark of defiance ignited within her. "You shall not." Her attitude incited Xiaoqi's ire, prompting him to cease any further discourse. He had tamed the fiercest of steeds and vanquished the mightiest of foes. Surely he could conquer the most exquisite of women. Su Mumming, regaining her senses, found herself unceremoniously tossed onto the wedding bed as Xiaoqi advanced upon her, violently unfastening her garments, eagerly leaning in to kiss her. A wave of madness surged within her. Fear compelled her to cry out, desperately pushing against his face with her hands. "Your Majesty, spare me, Your Majesty." In a moment of carelessness, her nails left several crimson marks upon his visage. Infuriated, Xiaoqi bit down harshly upon her lips, yanking the splendid red sash embroidered with dragons and phoenixes from her ceremonial attire, binding her hands firmly to the bedpost. He grasped her slender waist, feeling her body tremble, tears spilling forth like a broken string of pearls. Even in her sorrow, she wept with such beauty. His gaze, piercing and intense, scrutinized her closely, from her mesmerizing eyes to her crimson lips, her graceful neck, and her alluring collarbone. Upon his return to the capital, he had thought to himself, if only Su Mumming were a woman. Little did he expect she truly was one. Moreover, this secret was known to no other man. Henceforth, she would be his sole possession. Xiaoqi pressed his lips to the corner of her eye, continuing to unfasten her garments. Su Mumming, caught between tears and terror, began to cough violently, her complexion flushing red as she struggled to articulate her plea. "Cough, cough, I beg for death." His attention wandered, her words unclear. Xiaoqi murmured, somewhat distracted yet acknowledging her. As Su Mumming regained her breath, she cried out desperately, "I have wronged my sovereign, deserving of death. I plead for death. Your Majesty, grant me death as atonement." Xiaoqi raised his hand to lower the crimson bed curtains, his eyes ablaze with a dangerous, lustful glint as he regarded her with amusement. "Death? Then let it be that you perish upon this bed tonight." Su Mumming, witnessing him undressing beside her, revealing a chest brimming with masculine strength, was so taken aback that she forgot to cry, her eyes wide in astonishment at the man before her. Xiaoqi found this scene rather endearing as he placed a red date into her mouth from bedside. He then leaned down to kiss her. Indeed, as the latter part of the night unfolded, snow began to fall. Yin Xian stood vigil at the door, as usual, safeguarding the emperor's safety. Being a martial artist, his senses were keen, and perhaps the unusual tranquility of the Wangfu made the sounds within the room all the more pronounced. He could not help but listen as the cries and pleas from within gradually morphed into helpless sobs and moans, and uncontrollably, vivid images of the bed surfaced in his mind. As these thoughts lingered, he felt a heat rising within him on this frigid night. The emperor, having campaigned for many years, possessed a robust physique, and being in the prime of youth, if he were to indulge in such matters, it was likely he would remain restless throughout the night. Thus, he felt it prudent to distance himself slightly. Outside, the snow fell, yet inside, warmth enveloped the room. As dawn approached, the pair of dragon and phoenix candles were nearly burnt out, flickering in their final struggles. On the bed, Xiaoqi held the already unconscious Su Mu Ning in his embrace, casting a fleeting glance at the dark, damp patches and dried bloodstains on the quilt beneath him. He leaned down to kiss the red mole by her ear, untying the belt that bound her wrists, caressing the red marks left from her struggles. In a soft murmur by her ear, he whispered, "I am quite satisfied. Next time, I shall claim your life." Indeed, she was a captivating enchantress. Upon seeing the emperor emerge, Yinshan stepped forward to greet him. Shao Qi, with a satisfied squint, inquired in a deep, pleasant voice, "Is everything settled at the residence?" "Your Majesty need not worry," he replied with a nod, then added with a chuckle, "How fares the Princess Anil?" Yinshan hesitated, reflecting that Prince Wu had already departed. Shao Qi smirked coldly, casually remarking, "Having taken her betrothed, I shall naturally provide her with another." Although Yinshan had not checked on the situation there, he was roughly aware of it and merely nodded in agreement, saying, "Your Majesty speaks true." Chapter 23. The dust settles. Rest in peace. Jin Shu brought over the medicine, feeding her sip by sip, softly saying, "Your Highness, the Empress has sent someone to inquire several times about your well-being and has sent numerous precious medicinal herbs." Sumu Ning seemed oblivious to his words. The medicine was exceedingly bitter, rendering her heart numb. She had been lost in dreams, her expression dazed and weary. Jin Shu hesitated, wanted to say more. After rinsing her mouth, Sumu Ning felt the taste abate somewhat. Jin Shu's face clouded with concern. "Your Highness, although the case of Prince Wu has been settled, since your punishment, many in the court have been whispering." Sumu Ning replied coolly, "Have I not endured enough rumors?" "Your Highness," Jin Shu continued, "the Empress mentioned that although you have been confined, you may still enter the palace at any time if you wish." At this, she closed her eyes. Suzy Xin was merely worried that Shao Qi might neglect her because of Pei Xiao's affair. As it stood, her hope was for Sumu Ning to enter the palace to curry favor with Shao Qi, ideally charming him to the point of distraction. She assumed all men were so foolish. At that moment, someone outside announced the arrival of young Master Jiang. Jin Shu glanced towards Her Highness, awaiting her signal. Sumu Ning frowned, unwilling to meet this person. "Jin Shu, would you kindly escort him to the front hall, or shall we let him depart? Just tell him I have yet to awaken. Alas, I have already heard that you are awake." He entered uninvited, as if stepping into his own abode. "Olu, I have come with the express purpose of visiting you today." As Jiang Linyue entered the room, a strong scent of medicine enveloped him. Raising his gaze, he found her nestled within the blankets, clad only in a pristine white garment. This moment afforded him a rather provocative glimpse into a woman's private chamber. It was inappropriate to entertain such thoughts, yet the visage before him compelled contemplation. He settled down comfortably, accepting the tea offered by Jin Shu without a hint of hesitation. "Enlu, your illness appears quite severe. It truly concerns me," he remarked. Su Mumming cast him a disdainful glance, silently finding the situation amusing. What was wind cold but a trifling ailment? The concerns of the Lord were rather superfluous. Jiang Linyue felt a pang, recognizing her veiled jab at his past remarks. He had once led the charge in tormenting Su Mumming on numerous occasions. There was a time in winter when he had pushed her into an icy pit, only for a timid little eunuch to stealthily rescue her. She had fallen gravely ill for several days, her complexion flushed with fever. Jiang Linyue had then uttered, "What is wind cold but a mere illness? Are you merely feigning death while lying in bed?" He had a remarkable memory, holding on to her words of reproach even after such a long time. Jiang Linyue maintained a composed demeanor, feigning ignorance of past grievances as he took a sip of tea. "It is imperative to monitor your health closely. Do not allow a minor ailment to escalate into something grave." Su Mumming, disinterested in engaging with him further, chose to close her eyes. Yet, Jiang Linyue seized the opportunity to observe her. She was truly a vision of beauty. Her skin was even fairer and more delicate than that of most women, her lips a soft rosy hue, and her nose elegantly slender and high. What captivated him most were her eyes, so cold and clear, reminiscent of the snow resting upon the eaves in February. "I spoke highly of you in court yesterday, inciting the ire of many. Here I am, eagerly visiting you, yet you do not even spare me a glance. It truly disheartens me." Su Mumming, still with her eyes closed, responded lazily, "When the Lord faces inquiries in the future, I shall certainly speak a few good words on your behalf. I only hope that when the time comes, Enlu does not take the opportunity to add to your troubles." The outcome remained uncertain. However, Su Muming was resolute in her decision not to utter a single commendation for him. She slightly opened one eye, just in time to catch his gaze resting upon her. Has the Lord finished his examination? May I be excused? Jiang Linyue sighed, placing his teacup down, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. I had thought you came to celebrate my birthday, bringing gifts as a gesture of goodwill. Yet, your attitude reveals otherwise. Have you merely used me and now cast me aside? He approached her bedside, gazing intently at her. Oh no, you were the one who orchestrated the incident with Wang Wuan, were you not? Since Qi Chun had mentioned it in court, he had come to understand. Why had Su Muming behaved so uncharacteristically at the banquet, deliberately provoking Yao Ge to incite displeasure in Pei Shaoan, and later? He had witnessed her conversing with Fu Zhaoyan before their carriage. Su Muming raised an eyebrow. Does the Lord have any further inquiries? Why did you wish for his demise? According to his understanding, although Pei Shaoan had offended Su Muning with his words, she would not resort to such extreme measures given her temperament. Does Lord Ho not think that his curiosity may be overly intense? Anil, this is not mere curiosity. I am simply concerned for you. Su Muning said with a hint of mockery in her eyes. Unfortunately, Lord Ho has inquired of the wrong person. The true culprit is imprisoned in the Dali Temple. Why not question her instead? The case of the white bone on the painted boat has finally settled, and the remains of Prince Wan have been laid to rest. Shun Kua and Qi Chun concluded the case's scrolls and subsequently reported to His Majesty the Emperor. After listening, Shao Qi fell into a brief silence, feeling a lingering sense of indebtedness towards him. Prince Wan did not take a legitimate wife, and while he had numerous concubines, he left no heirs, rendering him unworthy of a proper posthumous title. Ultimately, he could only be granted the honorary title of a valiant martyr. You may leave now. Qi Shaoqing. Stay for the time being, Shao Qi instructed. Shun Kua glanced at him, signaling him to choose his words carefully. Qi Chun, unsure of the emperor's intentions for keeping him, lowered his head and refrained from speaking. Shao Qi toyed with a double dragon jade pendant, gazing at him thoughtfully for a moment, before suddenly speaking in a calm tone. Qi Shaoqing, your identification of Prince Anil in the court truly impressed me. Chief Chun exhaled in relief. Your Majesty, this is my duty. As you hail from Liz Ho, and Prince Anil is technically your former lord. I previously worried that you might be influenced by this and unable to serve the Qi effectively. It seems I have indeed overthought it. Your Majesty, Liz Ho is now a part of the Qi, and its people are your subjects. I am naturally also your minister. Your Majesty has bestowed grace upon Liz Ho, allowing me the opportunity to serve you and the Qi in the capital. For this, both I and the people of Liz Ho are profoundly grateful and shall never forget your great kindness. I, Yuan Ze, have been fortunate to earn your regard, enabling me to stand in the court. I shall work tirelessly, hoping to alleviate your burdens. Upon hearing his words, Shao Qi was visibly moved. I understand your sentiments. Qi Shaoqing, it seems you have endured quite the hardship in the Dali Temple. I am fearful, Your Majesty. You have treated me exceptionally well. I dare not wish for more. Though Shun Kua is adept in navigating the world, he is also quite capable in his official duties. You will certainly learn much from him. Master Shun's acumen in solving cases is remarkable. I feel inadequate in comparison. You are still young and require further experience. Your Majesty speaks wisely. Shao Qi conversed with him casually. Liz Ho is distant, and I may inadvertently overlook certain matters. I believe the governor of Liz Ho was appointed during the previous emperor's reign, if I recall correctly, named Zhao Pingchuan. A flicker of resentment crossed Qi Chen's eyes. Reporting to Your Majesty, Zhao Pingchuan is indeed the governor of Liz Ho. He has resided there for many years. While his achievements are commendable, the distance is considerable. What are your thoughts on him? Qi Chun clenched his fists discreetly, lowering his head to reply softly. Your Majesty, at that time, my status was lowly, and I had no dealings with the governor. Shao Qi chuckled lightly. So it is. A lowly status merely implies that Zhao Pingchuan is adept at elevating himself while belittling others. Chapter 24. A slave to a fallen nation. Worse than beast, the winter in Liz Ho is frigid. The biting wind lacerates the face like a blade. The heavy snow has fallen continuously for several days, showing no signs of abating. As the sun sets early, The lights in the homes along the street flicker on, one by one. A group of ragged individuals drags heavy iron chains through the snow that rises above their knees, laboriously wielding shovels. Some quietly peek through the cracks of their doors, only to shut them again with a hush. What a calamity! It truly makes life unbearable. Lower your voice. The Zhao family spies are numerous. Alas, is it not the family of Justice Song outside? They are good people. Heaven is blind. At the governor's residence, Zhao Pingchuan, draped in a tiger skin cloak, revels in the warmth of the wine after several rounds, savoring a piece of donkey meat fed to him by a beautiful woman. The lady, with lowered gaze, does not dare to utter a word as he slips his hand beneath her skirt. At that moment, the steward comes to report, "My lord, Sima Chun has arrived." Zhao Pingchuan immediately furrows his brow, expressing his distaste. What does he want? "My lord, shall I refuse him entry?" "Forget it, let him in." Chen Yi, having been demoted from the capital a few years ago to serve as the third-in-command in Lizhou, still holds a certain prestige due to his origins, which compels Zhao Pingchuan to grant him some courtesy. As Chen Yi enters, he observes several servants in the courtyard still scrubbing away bloodstains, remnants of crimson still visible against the white snow. The guiding steward, wearing a smile, remarks, "These are merely rebellious and malevolent commoners. My lord need not concern himself." Furrowing his brow, Chen Yi quickens his pace into the room. Upon seeing him, Zhao Pingchuan greets him with a laugh. "Why is Sima Chen out in such heavy snow instead of resting at home? Surely you know that I have freshly roasted donkey meat here? Gulme, let's make a toast together." Chen Yi's expression darkens as he clasps his hands in greeting. "I have heard that the governor apprehended Justice Song today. May I inquire as to the reason?" Zhao Pingchuan's smile fades at the mention. "Is Sima Chen here tonight to interrogate me? I would not dare, but that Song Yang is usually cautious, yet he harbors audacity and malice. Now that I have taken action against him, it is because I possess undeniable evidence of his treasonous dealings. Song Yang has practically sought his own demise, daring to gather incriminating evidence against Justice Song under the guise of his military position. Fortunately, he was reported by his colleagues, allowing us to catch this rat. Justice Song colluding with the enemy? This is no trivial matter. Chen Yi certainly does not believe it. I have already commanded my men to retrieve correspondence from his home, linking him to Beizhou. The evidence is irrefutable. He will not be wronged. Even so, my lord must follow due process. How can one resort to torture arbitrarily? Zhao Pingchuan's displeasure escalates. Chen Yi, am I the governor or are you? He has committed a grave offense. I am merely alleviating the emperor's concerns. What right have you to meddle? My lord, I'm merely enough. Since you are so fond of meddling, why not oversee the repairs of Junlin Tower? The emperor has just ascended the throne and is preoccupied with court affairs. I anticipate that next year he will dispatch inspectors from all corners. I expect this tower to be completed before then. Junlin Tower is magnificent, unparalleled in the world. He has sought out renowned craftsmen and expended countless resources. Once this tower is finished, he can seek to gain favor with a new emperor, who will surely be moved by his sincerity. The snowfall finally ceased on the following day. Chen Yi rode past the street corner and observed a gathering of townsfolk. He vaguely discerned the Song family, elderly and young alike, who had perished, their bare feet still shackled, frozen to death in the frigid night. A long sigh escaped him, dissipating like a wisp of white mist in the winter air. Zhao Tianrui swung his iron whip down with ferocity, a splash of crimson erupting forth. The man beneath him cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. The lowly commoners are nothing but lazy bones. Did you think I wouldn't notice your idleness? With that, he lashed out repeatedly, the man rolling in pain while clutching his head. The onlookers continued their work in a daze, seemingly desensitized to such brutality. Zhao Tianrui, the eldest son of Zhao Pingchuan, the governor of Lizhou, surpassed his father's cruelty with ease. The task of overseeing the Junlin Tower construction had been entrusted to him, and over the past 3 months, countless laborers had perished under his watch. It appeared that yet another was on the brink of death. "Young Master Zhao." This call interrupted Zhao Tianrui, who turned around with a darkened expression. "I wondered who it was. What brings you, Lord Sima?" Chun-Yi regarded the bloodied figure and could not help but inquire, "Might I ask what grave transgression warrants such merciless punishment?" Zhao Tianrui dismissed him with indifference. "These are nothing but traitorous slaves, commoners. They dare to be idle beneath my gaze. If I kill him, it serves as a warning to others." Lizhou had been integrated into the Great Qi for many years. The people here were indeed subjects of the Great Qi. How could they be labeled as traitorous slaves? "What are you saying, Lord Sima? The people of Lizhou are mere commoners. They are the swine and dogs of our Great Qi. Commoners should crawl on the ground." With that, he ground the sole of his shoe against the man's face. "Young Master Zhao, I am here on your father's orders to oversee the construction of Junlin Tower. I hope you will refrain from this behavior." Zhao Tianrui snorted coldly at him, contemplating, before finally removing his shoe. Chun-Yi was truly insufferable. He vowed to seek an opportunity to teach him a lesson one day. The Dakian Lake had frozen thickly in such weather, its opposite shore belonging to the northern Zhao. A group of people, burdened with their families and belongings, were halted at the lakeside. "My lord, grant us a chance to survive. We cannot go on living. Have pity on my young children. You too are a man of Lizhou. I plead for your compassion." Lord Bai Luo, the only Lizhou man among the 6 ministers, was responsible for overseeing the population. Since the onset of winter, the gradual disappearance of many had raised his suspicions. The border between Lizhou and northern Zhao was heavily guarded, making it impossible for anyone to cross, except through Dakian Lake. All vessels on the lake were under government control, yet the waters froze during winter. "Your actions are perilous. The ice is not stable, and should an accident occur, you all will perish in the lake." He spoke gently, unable to bear their plight. "My lord, do you see any men among us? My father, nearly 70, was taken to labor on the tower, and now we know not where his bones lie. My poor son, only 14, was also seized and has already been beaten to death by Zhao Tianrui." At this, they broke into tears. Bai Luo's eyes glistened with sorrow, torn between helplessness and grief. "Thus, I shall not impede you." The others lamented, "My lord, it would be prudent for you to depart soon. Those treacherous officials of the Great Qi regard us as less than human. Life in El Prefecture has become unbearable. Disorder is inevitable." Bai Luo gazed at the icy surface, murmuring to himself, "Disorder is indeed bound to happen." Chapter 25. Did you just insult me? In the early days of the Lunar New Year, snow blanketed the fragrant mountains. At the southern suburbs, Xianghua Temple, His Majesty graced the venue, adhering to custom by praying for the nation for 7 days. The path leading to the temple was lined with vigilant guards, while the abbot, Jingjue, and his companions had long awaited at the entrance. Snowflakes danced in the air, creating a delicate layer of white upon the waiting figures, until at last the golden imperial sedan chair approached slowly. The gentle chime of golden bells swayed in the wind. The spacious sedan, drawn by 8 horses, was tightly sealed, with an incense burner on a low table releasing fragrant wisps of smoke. The floor was lavishly adorned with soft cushions, and a pristine white fox fur cloak lay carelessly discarded at the foot of the chair. Shaoqi wrapped his arms around the waist of his beloved, who sat astride his lap, clad in naught but her delicate form. Her long dark hair cascading like a waterfall, nearly reaching her ankles. The warmth within the carriage was almost overwhelming, and amidst the snowfall, she found herself perspiring. Shaoqi's gaze reflected a tender fondness as he admired her blushing countenance, regretting that he had been too indulgent, leaving her breathless against his chest. Her breathing yet to steady. It had been nearly 6 months since their last meeting, and he had callously neglected her for far too long. She had, indeed, remained dutifully ensconced within the estate. The new year had just passed, and 3 snowfalls had graced Qi capital. Presently, the 4th snowfall blanketed the land. He tenderly brushed aside the stray strands of hair from her face, unable to resist teasing her. "My beloved, we have lingered at Xianghua Temple for quite some time. Why do you not alight?" Exhausted, she cast him a sidelong glance, but offered no response. Perhaps she was merely shy. He had led her on a rather scandalous journey, the carriage moving at an agonizingly slow pace, as the palace attendants feared disturbing the emperor's merriment. Yet, despite the leisurely pace, They had finally arrived at the temple's entrance. None dared to urge him onward. His fingers glided to her lips, and she audaciously bit down, yet her current state left her lacking strength, inadvertently granting Xiao Qi yet another moment of pleasure. Observing the faint indentations of her teeth on his finger, he suppressed a laugh and said, "Why such a fierce temper?" With her eyes partially closed, she regretted her impulsive bite. "Your Majesty has forgotten. I remain under house arrest. The year has barely reached its halfway mark. I am far from being allowed to venture out." Xiao Qi chuckled softly, lifting her chin. "Do you still harbor resentment over that?" She pushed against his chest, seeking distance. "I assure you, that is not my intention." He pursued her, attempting to kiss her brow, only to feel her subtly retreat. Stubborn as ever, he muttered in mild frustration, playfully jostling her, causing her to lose her balance and once again find herself nestled in his embrace. Sumu Ning glanced up at his tantalizingly close throat, momentarily tempted to bite down fiercely until blood was drawn. Xiao Qi, oblivious to her thoughts, reveled in her sweetness, savoring the joy they had just shared. He allowed his imagination to wander, whispering temptations in her ear. "Anil, today I have discovered that you enjoy this, do you not?" Upon hearing his words, Su Muning's eyes flashed with a mix of indignation and embarrassment as she gritted her teeth and retorted, "I do not like it." Yet, he merely gazed at her with a smile, continuing with feigned seriousness, "It is not impossible to do so above. But what if Anil, being so delicate, becomes exhausted?" She pursed her lips and glared at him, feeling as though he was ridiculing her. All right, I shall refrain from speaking. If you become too fierce, will you not remember me at all?" After saying this, he picked up a garment from beside him and began to meticulously dress her. The palace attire was intricate and exquisite, layered upon layers, and though he was not particularly adept, he approached the task with great enthusiasm. After some time, he finally surrendered to the challenge posed by the sash embroidered with pale, pink lotus flowers. Naturally, Su Muning would not don such a complicated women's palace outfit. She merely observed him coldly as he fumbled about. Xiao Qi placed the veil behind her ear and wrapped her snugly in a white fox cloak from head to toe. "Never mind, I shall carry you down," he declared. At his words, a flicker of fear and disbelief crossed her eyes, but before she could refuse, she heard him summon Changxi from outside. In truth, Yin Xian, Changxi, and the abbot of Xianghua Temple, along with all the monks, have been waiting for quite some time, their patience wearing thin. However, with the emperor not having disembarked, none dared to urge him. Finally, they heard the sound of movement. Changxi hurried to open the door, only to see his majesty descending while holding her in his arms. Upon catching sight of them, everyone quickly averted their gaze. And Abbot Jingjue began to chant a calming mantra. Su Muning nestled her face against his chest, wondering if he had lost his mind today, behaving so absurdly in front of everyone. She could only hear Xiao Qi addressing the crowd. "My beloved consort feels cold. Has the temple prepared a warm resting place?" The abbot seemed momentarily stunned, but upon hearing Changxi cough, he quickly regained his composure and replied, "Your Majesty, everything has been arranged." This was utterly astonishing. How could His Majesty have brought a consort without prior notice? Surely, this must be the famed Su Gui Fei, beloved above all in the harem. Xianghua Temple was a royal temple, frequented by noble relatives. Each year, the emperor would come here to pray and cleanse himself. Thus, there were accommodations specifically reserved for the emperor in the rear mountains. Knowing His Majesty was to visit, the temple staff had already prepared everything with incense and cleanliness. Xiao Qi placed her upon the couch, observing her curled up within the fur, motionless. He reached in, grasping her warm foot and teasingly tickling it. Indeed, she only shrank tighter. He leaned partially over her, pretending to be displeased as he whispered, "Anil, I just heard you scold me." Su Muning feigned sleep, pretending not to hear. "Dare you call me absurd? Whose fault is it, Xiao Qi regarded her serene, closed-eyed state, contemplating before deciding to let it be. After all, he had ample time these days to engage with her. This trip was intended for enjoyment, to bring her joy. The matter of Pei Xiaoan had served as a wake-up call. He feared that relentless dominance would only foster her resentment. Xiao Qi considered employing other means to win her favor. Yet, he still sought to ascertain which approach would be most effective for her. The entire Xianghua temple was abuzz with the knowledge that His Majesty had brought his favored consort along, and whispered discussions ensued in private. A few young monks quietly discussed while sweeping the snow. It was the first time in many years that an emperor had come to the state minister temple to pray with his consort. "You speak as if you have been here for many years," one remarked. "Oh, I heard this from my senior brothers," another replied. "They say the consort is none other than the esteemed Su Guifei, who was once favored by the late emperor. Heavens, this is truly absurd. Umipa, I wish I could sweep the snow on the back mountain. Perhaps I might catch a glimpse of this esteemed consort. Don't dream. The back mountain is not a place we can freely enter now. I heard from my senior this morning that he saw the consort last night." "Really? Pray tell." "Indeed. The red plums on the back mountain are in full bloom, and the abbot, fearing the dormitory would be too plain, ordered my senior to cut a few branches to present to her. That is how he had the fortune to see her." The group set down their brooms, eager to hear more. The consort was dressed in palace attire, her face veiled, and with just one glance, she seemed to overshadow the red plums amidst the snow. No wonder she is so favored. How I wish we could see her even once. Chapter 26. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is formed. The back mountain of the state minister temple is home to several open-air hot springs. A corridor encircles one such spring, where the shadows of plum trees dance in the courtyard, mingling with the moonlight and lantern glow upon the misty water surface. The sound of flowing water cascades from the rockery, while everything else remains profoundly quiet. Xiao Qi reclined against the stone wall in the water, propping his temples, half closing his eyes to gaze at her. Su Muning sat upright in the corridor, a vase of red plums before her, as she perused a slightly yellowed Buddhist scripture. "Anil, the water is quite warm. Do you not wish to come down and try it?" She turned a page with her fingertips, her demeanor predictably aloof. "I am afraid of the cold and cannot enjoy an open-air hot spring." She recalled his words spoken in front of everyone upon his arrival. "Why sit so far away? Are you truly so afraid of me?" Knowing the answer, yet feigning ignorance, Su Muning continued to focus on her book, not raising her head. "I merely fear to dampen my garments. The palace dress is cumbersome, and changing would be troublesome. I do not wish to wear it." Neither of them would, as it was Changshi who had dressed her in that attire. Xiao Qi thought of the knotted waistband, truly a nuisance. Winter clothing is thick and cumbersome, indeed. "When summer arrives, I shall order the silk workshop to make you some lightweight summer dresses, if that pleases you." Su Muning remained unresponsive, appearing absorbed in the boundless realm of Buddhist teachings. The surroundings fell silent once more. After about a quarter of an hour, Xiao Qi seemed to awaken from his drowsiness. He addressed Su Muning. "Anil, please fetch my garments." She turned to look at him, her expression wavering. Xiao Qi was still positioned far across the water, the steam swirling above the surface, allowing her to vaguely discern his form. His tone was gentle, devoid of any strangeness. Seeing she did not move, he understood her fear of him, casually gesturing to the opposite side. "Just place them there." After speaking, he closed his eyes once more. Su Muning gazed at him for a long moment, but ultimately rose to her feet. There were no attendants present, and his garments were draped upon a rack in the corridor, warmed beneath by a brazier. Xiao Qi slightly opened his eyes as he observed her lifting the robe and approaching the edge of the hot spring, unable to suppress a smile as she silently slipped into the water. She remained oblivious to any unusual happenings, not glancing across to see if anyone was still present, and bent down to place the robe before preparing to leave. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the water, grasping her wrist, and in the next moment, she was overwhelmed by a force that pulled her into the pool. A tremendous splash erupted, drenching the surrounding edge, alongside the cascading sound of water. Her ears were filled with his unrestrained laughter. Fearing she might inhale water, Xiao Qi encircled her waist, pressing her against the stone wall. She was already soaked, her eyes betraying an uncontainable anger. Once he had finally ceased laughing, he leaned in, resting his forehead against hers in an intimate manner, whispering, "From the moment you sat there without sparing me a glance, I pondered how to summon you over. What the Emperor desires, I naturally dare not defy. Indeed, you merely choose to feign ignorance." This individual possessed a remarkable talent for playing deaf and mute. Upon hearing his words, Su Mu Ning felt disinclined to converse further. She sensed something peculiar about Xiao Qi. In the past, he would directly voice his demands without such patience. Yet, had she secretly scolded him in her heart? Observing her expression, he realized his guess was correct. Anil, are you pleased with my coaxing? Your Majesty has chosen the wrong word. This is deception. Whether it be coaxing or deceiving. Anil, you cannot escape now, can you? She turned her head, unwilling to gaze upon his bare body. What book are you reading? The Buddhist scriptures. What else would there be in a temple? Is it interesting? What profound truths does it convey? Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Xiao Qi chuckled upon hearing her response, recognizing her deliberate provocation. He remarked, well said. Su Mu Ning shot him a glance, seemingly mocking him. Yet he continued, but I do not believe in Buddhism. What about you, Anil? I do not believe, she replied with a hint of coldness. Xiao Qi grinned, his hand moving to her waist, fingers curving around her belt. This garment is quite challenging to don. I am curious. Is it difficult to remove? Su Mu Ning tensed slightly, pressing her hand against her waist in a gesture of refusal. He anticipated her non-compliance, but was well acquainted with how to handle her. Encircling her in his embrace, he leaned backward, and the kiss that followed left her with no means of evasion. As she instinctively raised her hand to push against his chest, he seized the opportunity to unfasten her clothing. Indeed, it was not difficult. Undressing was simpler than dressing. This was their first intimate encounter in the water, and Xiao Qi found an inexplicable thrill in it, the rippling waves mingling with her erratic breaths. And he yearned to lose himself in this moment with her. Su Mu Ning rested against the stone wall at the edge of the pool, allowing the waves to ebb and flow around her, sometimes submerging her chest, at others her neck. Her gaze was filled with the vastness of the night sky, where plum branches intertwined, shadows slanting across, and a faint fragrance wafted in the air. It is snowing. At this, he paused in surprise, and indeed, a flake of snow descended, melting beside her ear. The snow in Lizhou has intensified to a catastrophic extent. The heavy snowfall has collapsed numerous homes of the common folk, resulting in fatalities, some crushed, many more succumbing to the bitter cold. Zhao Pingchuan, accompanied by his men, is scouring the area not to search for the injured or deceased citizens, but to locate the Sima of Lizhou. When his subordinates reported back after searching thoroughly without success, his frustration boiled over, and he lashed out with his whip, striking a young servant to the ground. What use are you all? I have kept you for what purpose? You cannot even find a fugitive. His men trembled in fear, wary of becoming the next target of his wrath. Both Zhao and his son had a notorious reputation for punishing with their whips. My lord, we have scoured Lizhou several times. It is illogical that he cannot be found. Could it be that Chun Yi has escaped from Lizhou? Upon hearing this, Zhao Pingchuan spat in contempt. That wretched scoundrel, so ungrateful and meddlesome. How dare he steal from my office? Even if he flees to the ends of the earth, I shall find him and flay him alive. The evidence Chun Yi pilfered was a collection of incriminating documents meticulously gathered by the deceased Judge Song. A lapse in judgment that cost him dearly. However, who could have anticipated that someone in Lizhou would possess such audacity? Zhao could not dismiss the possibility that Chun Yi intended to seek justice in the capital. After all, he was a court official and would likely aim to leverage this incident for his own glory upon returning to Chengdu. Fortunately, Zhao had dispatched his son to return to the capital with all haste. Recently, he had apprehended the treasurer Bai Luo, who had the audacity to secretly aid the citizens in smuggling. Enraged, he ordered a lockdown of the Dian Lake area, only to be met with resistance from the obstinate populace. It was an outright rebellion. He immediately commanded the execution of these wretched commoners, their corpses stripped of clothing and displayed at the city gates as a warning. That very night, Bai Luo incited a riot among a faction of the citizens of Lizhou. Yet, they were merely a disorganized rabble. Zhao Pingchuan smirked coldly. The situation, though difficult to obscure, had already been anticipated, and he had devised a plan to achieve two objectives with a single stroke. What if Chun Yi sought justice? At present, he had captured the treasurer Bai Luo in collusion with the enemy, and for the sake of Liz Ho, for the sake of his majesty, and for the greater good of the great Qi, he would not hesitate to lead his troops to attack the encampment of the Beizhou army on the border, slaughtering their soldiers. Once he reported back, he would be hailed as a hero of the great Qi, a loyal subject of his majesty. As for Beizhou, their southwestern border was scarcely fortified, with the elite forces concentrated around the capital, eyeing the throne. He doubted that the Beizhou army would dare cross the border at this juncture to pursue him into Lizhou. Thus, he could eradicate the disobedient citizens of Lizhou while simultaneously earning a reputation as a patriot and gaining the trust of his majesty. Chapter 27. Shao Qi. You have died in vain. Lizhou, situated in the northeast of the Great Qi and the southwest of Beizhou, has historically existed in the precarious space between the two nations. Now designated as a province of the Great Qi, Beizhou has long harbored grievances against this arrangement. However, the Emperor of Beizhou suffered a stroke several years ago, leaving him bedridden and unable to act, while his many princes engaged in fierce and ruthless competition amongst themselves. Though the old emperor wished to reclaim Lizhou, his frail state rendered him powerless against the treachery of his own sons. Thus, Lizhou had enjoyed a period of relative stability in recent years. 8 years ago, the Qi annexed the Li Kingdom, and now it dares to rashly deploy troops, initiating an assault on the border adjacent to Li Prefecture. Such audacity is utterly intolerable. The Emperor of Beizhou lay upon his bed, gazing down at the kneeling princes and ministers, his trembling hands revealing prominent veins, and his rigid visage unmistakably betraying his fury. The debate over whether to mobilize the army had already persisted for several days. The eldest prince, Yun Mingze, noticing the emperor's anger, spoke first. Father, the Qi's sudden military action, followed by a hasty retreat, is indeed suspicious. We must deliberate this matter further. Indeed, what my elder brother says is correct, echoed the sentiments of the assembly. Although the eldest prince was not of royal blood, his status as the crown prince, coupled with the military strength of his maternal family, positioned him as a formidable contender for the throne. He commanded significant forces, and should war erupt, his troops would be at the forefront. Yet, he was reluctant to redirect his military might to the southwest at this juncture. Crown Prince Yun Mingyuan observed the sycophantic demeanor of the courtiers and sneered inwardly. Elder brother, you must make a decision swiftly. The Qi's mere provincial governor has already encroached upon us. We must act before they breach the imperial palace. The eldest prince's countenance darkened at this remark. Recently, both the court and the populace had voiced grievances, accusing him of cowardice and ulterior motives. 14th brother, you are young. How much do you truly understand of military strategy? It would be wise to refrain from interjecting. The crown prince gritted his teeth in silence, maintaining a facade of composure. Though born of royal lineage, he arrived late, with his elder siblings' progeny now of similar age. Despite being crowned as the crown prince, his military influence was limited, which explained why the eldest prince felt entitled to address him as 14th brother so casually. Just wait and see. The throne of Beizhou is destined to be mine. The deployment of the Qi's forces was akin to divine intervention for him. He had allies stationed at the southwestern border. If he could stir the waters there and amplify the rumors here, Yun Mingze would have no choice but to act. At the state minister's temple, Shao Qi gazed out at a solitary red plum blossom. He dipped his brush in vermilion and let it fall upon the paper, creating a vivid bloom. Su Muning, encircled in his embrace, could do naught but watch him paint. Noticing her impatience, he deliberately withheld her freedom. Anil, have you observed how many women in the palace delight in painting red on their foreheads? Su Muning had indeed seen this trend, initiated by her sister, Su Zixin. Would you like to try? He raised his brush, seemingly eager to experiment with her. However, Su Muning swiftly seized the brush, her tone somewhat brusque. Your Majesty may discuss this with my sister upon returning to the palace. Upon noticing the red pigment staining her hand, a glimmer of mischief danced in Shao Qi's eyes. Seizing the opportunity while she was unprepared, he playfully nudged her waist from behind. She stumbled forward onto the table, her hand pressing against his artwork, inadvertently leaving an unsightly blot of red. His voice, laced with playful malice, whispered in her ear, "Ah, you have ruined my painting. How do you intend to compensate?" Su Muning furrowed her brow, momentarily at a loss for words. As she watched him lift her onto the table, a look of confusion crossed her features. Xiaoqi, with a hint of glee in his eyes, discreetly pressed his finger onto the red pigment. "I shall now complete the painting, so do not move." As he spoke, he gently pressed the pad of his finger against her lips, akin to the delicate application of makeup by a woman. The damp sensation of the pigment was quite unpleasant. Just as she was about to speak, he reminded her, "Do not part your lips, for this is vermilion. Vermilion is toxic." Xiaoqi lifted her chin, admiring his handiwork for a moment, revealing an expression of profound satisfaction. Frustrated, she raised her sleeve to wipe it away, but he seized her wrist to stop her. "Why the haste? I shall assist you shortly." When he leaned in to kiss her, he found Su Muning glaring at him, as if questioning, "Is this how one wipes it off?" The amusement in his eyes was palpable, a rare and tender playfulness, as his tongue began to intertwine with hers. Su Muning was evidently unaccustomed to his gentleness, her entire body stiffening in response. This distasteful sensation felt akin to drowning, each breath seemingly commandeered by him. She wished Xiaoqi would revert to his previous indifference. She was not oblivious. She had distinctly sensed his attempts to placate her in recent days. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Xiaoqi heard them, but paid no mind. At that moment, all he could see were her flushed brows and eyes, her mouth exuding an irresistible sweetness. Then came a conversation, with Changxi's sharp voice seeming to intervene. He frowned slightly. No man relished being interrupted at such a moment. Soon after, Fu Jianyan's voice rang out, "Your Majesty, urgent news from Liz Ho." This voice jolted Su Muning from a reverie, and she forcefully pushed Xiaoqi away. He appeared somewhat surprised, assuming her agitation stemmed from the mention of Liz Ho. Thus, he commanded, "Enter." Surely, she wished to hear about the affairs of Liz Ho as well. Su Muning's eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with anxiety. She was currently dressed as a woman, without a veil, and in the company of Xiaoqi. The individual outside was Fu Jianyan. Yet, it was too late to stop him. She heard the door creak open and footsteps approaching. In a panic, she leapt from the table and dove into Xiaoqi's embrace, burying her face in the crook of his neck. Xiaoqi was momentarily stunned, oblivious to Fu Jianyan and the other man bowing behind him, and naturally, he did not instruct them to rise. Fu Jianyan had not anticipated that the emperor would have a consort present, and upon seeing their unmistakable posture, which suggested they were engaged in intimate matters, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. No wonder Changxi had appeared unusually hesitant to intervene earlier. His cheeks flushed, he immediately lowered his gaze, unwilling to look further. Just a fleeting glance at the woman's silhouette had stirred countless alluring thoughts within him. She seemed hauntingly familiar, as if he had encountered her before. Xiaoqi was utterly astonished, momentarily rendered immobile, before gently patting her back after a brief pause. He whispered reassuringly, "Fu Xiang will not speak out of turn. Do not fear." Su Muning desperately longed to strangle him. In a voice only he could hear, she muttered through gritted teeth, "Xiaoqi, you are utterly absurd." This was the first time she had uttered his name, such impudence laced with an undeniable allure. He relished it immensely, unable to resist nibbling on her earlobe. "Hold me a bit tighter, otherwise I may become even more outrageous." Indeed, she tightened her embrace around him once more. Xiaoqi was contentedly caressing her waist, reveling in her embrace. He cast a faint glance downward. What business does Fu Xiang have? Chapter 28. In the harsh mountains and waters, villains emerge when Zhao Tianrui entered. He discreetly stole a glance, only to be met with Xiaoqi's fierce and displeased gaze, which nearly caused him to bow his head to the ground in fear. At this moment, even if he were to speak, he dared not lift his eyes. "Your Majesty, I am Zhao Tianrui, the son of Zhao Pingchuan, the governor of Liz Ho. I have come at my father's behest to report an urgent matter to your Majesty." Xiaoqi's expression remained cold. "Your Zhao family has governed Liz Ho for so many years. And what have you produced but chaos? Shouldn't Zhao Pingchuan present himself before me? Your Majesty, please calm your anger. My father has toiled day and night in Liz Ho. diligently governing and devoted to the welfare of the people. He is nearly moved to tears. However, your Majesty may not know that the unruly populace of Liz-Ho completely disregards the kindness of our great Qi and secretly forms factions, harboring malevolent intentions. They not only incite unrest with former officials of the previous dynasty, but also collude with Bei Zhao, attempting to subvert the imperial authority. Su Muning, upon hearing this, opened her indifferent eyes. Xiao Qi gently patted her back, aware that this news might cause her distress, and whispered, "Be good." Zhao Tianrui, upon hearing the emperor comforting that lady, was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, he recollected that the emperor had a favored consort who was the former princess of the Li nation. Could this be her? He was about to raise his eyes when he heard Xiao Qi speak. "Who are the individuals you claim to be colluding with Bei Zhao?" "Reporting to your Majesty, my father is benevolent and never restricts his appointments based on household registration. He has even selected talents locally in Liz-Ho, assigning them to various positions. Zhao Pingchuan's choices are well-founded. Most of the appointees are local gentry who contributed funds, while a few, like Bai Luo, who serves as the registrar, are naturally more familiar with local affairs. However, it is difficult to guard against treachery. Not long ago, the judicial officer Song was apprehended for dealings with Bei Zhao. He even exploited his position to fabricate numerous pieces of evidence to incriminate my father. Fortunately, he was discovered and dealt with accordingly. This rebellion, however, is the work of the elusive Bai Luo, who is a native of Liz-Ho and has long harbored disloyalty toward our great Qi. For many years, he has deceived the public's trust as the registrar, while secretly communicating with the enemy state. My father caught him attempting to smuggle the people of Liz-Ho into Bei Zhao. This is utterly outrageous. Initially, my father tried to reason with him, but the people of Liz-Ho, xenophobic and blindly trusting, were incited by his machinations to dare instigate a rebellion. My father believes this is all a conspiracy between Bai Luo and Bei Zhao, and so, disregarding his own safety, he single-handedly led the troops of Liz-Ho to invade the borders of Bei Zhao. As Zhao Qianrui recounted this, tears brimmed in his eyes. Your Majesty, my father dedicates himself wholeheartedly to great Qi. Xiao Qi, deep in thought, remained silent. Fu Zhaoyan then spoke. Your Majesty, the turmoil in Liz-Ho has yet to subside. Governor Zhao, driven by righteous indignation, has crossed the border first. I fear Bei Zhao will make significant moves. Xiao Qi understood Bei Zhao's court well. The old emperor could scarcely cling to life for much longer, while the princes below were eager for action. Who would be willing to traverse vast territories to address the chaos in this southwestern corner at such a time? The emperor of Bei Zhao would indeed wish to intervene, having previously contested with great Qi for quite some time. Alas, he could barely manage his own sons now. Zhao Pingchuan's decisive mobilization of troops was entirely to his satisfaction. He had always been a man of action and warfare, preferring not to linger in indecision. It was only fitting to issue a warning to Bei Zhao for their insurrection in Liz-Ho. At this juncture, Bei Zhao would not be able to mobilize a large army, and it was not a formidable task for Zhao Pingchuan to maintain a force in Liz-Ho. He was to swiftly quell the internal strife and restore peace among the citizens of Liz-Ho. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianrui finally exhaled in relief, a sense of pride swelling within him. His father, indeed, possessed great foresight. Fu Zhaoyan hesitated for a moment before speaking. Your Majesty, the situation in Liz-Ho is grave. Should we not return to the palace for a thorough discussion? Xiao Qi sighed, acknowledging the truth in Fu Xiang's words. Moreover, the intricacies of the matter necessitated further investigation, and a comprehensive strategy was essential to reassure the populace and manage the aftermath without delay. I shall return to the palace shortly. Fu Xiang, you may proceed to convene the ministers. As you command. Once the two had departed, Su Muning rose from his embrace. Xiao Qi grasped her hand. Did you hear everything? Will you return to the palace with me, or shall we linger a few more days? Su Muning preferred to avoid an encounter with Fu Zhaoyan. I wish to remain here for a few more days. Xiao Qi chuckled. Once you return, there will be no chance of coming back out. The plum blossoms on the back mountain are in full bloom. Regrettably, I have yet to accompany you to see them. I shall have Changshi stay here to keep you company. She frowned, about to decline. It is not that I fear you cannot find your way. I am merely concerned that you are still struggling with these garments. She fell silent at once. He observed the fleeting glimmer of frustration in her eyes and couldn't help but chuckle. The ministers hurried to the palace, gathering at the Xinjiang Hall. They surrounded Fu Xiang, inquiring about the situation in Lizhou. Qi Chen's complexion was ashen, still haunted by the fleeting image of a figure he had seen in the carriage moments before. Zhao Tianrui, what had only seemed a fleeting suspicion, now crystallized into certainty as he heard the discussions surrounding Lizhou. It was indeed Zhao Tianrui who had ridden brazenly through the streets. In an instant, he closed his eyes. The horrifying memories of his deceased relatives, the baseless accusations, and the bloodshed flooded back. The Qi family had once been a prominent clan in Lizhou, but after Zhao Pingchuan took control, they did not engage in the usual sycophancy shown by others. Nor did they offer gifts to curry favor. They had hoped to live quietly, detached from the world, yet the Zhao family had unjustly branded them with false charges, imprisoning the entire Qi clan. Qi Chun, then merely a teenager, had also suffered grievously. What was more despicable was Zhao Tianrui, who, emboldened by his father's power, acted with impunity, subjecting the beautiful women of the clan to humiliation at the hands of his henchmen, leading to the tragic deaths of several cousins. It was only when he was punished alongside other inmates and sent to the border to repair the walls that he encountered His Highness the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince recognized him and rescued him, leading to the Qi Chun of today. As Shao Qi entered, the assembly fell silent. He had not changed into court attire, still clad in the garments from earlier, with a hint of vermilion staining his white collar. As Fu Xiang briefed all on the situation in Lizhou, the ministers were momentarily incensed. Your Majesty, Lizhou is a land of treachery amidst poverty. Our great Qi has shown them utmost benevolence. Yet these individuals harbor treasonous intentions. Such audacity is tantamount to seeking their own demise. Indeed, the great Qi has always shown benevolence towards Li Prefecture, and Your Majesty has granted Li Prefecture the same policies as the 52 states of the Qi. Yet, these individuals not only fail to express gratitude, but audaciously conspire with enemy nations. In my humble opinion, we must impose severe punishment on these ruffians to make them understand the majesty of the heavens. Governor Zhao has safeguarded Li Prefecture for many years, toiling with great merit. The governor is valiant and fearless. Qi Chun, overhearing these words, felt as though he could scarcely breathe. Shun Kwa noticed his unusual expression, appearing on the verge of collapse, and could not help but express his concern in a hushed tone. Yuan Zhe, are you unwell? However, Qi Chun seemed not to hear the inquiry, and suddenly lifted his head to kneel at the front of the hall. Shun Kwa could not restrain him. Everyone was astonished by his actions. Shao Qi regarded him, yet there was no displeasure in his eyes. Does young Master Qi have something to say? Chapter 29. Red plum covered in snow, blooming alone in the cold, Your Majesty. The people of Li Prefecture have submitted for many years and harbored no ill intentions. I implore Your Majesty to discern wisely. Qi Chun understood that it was unwise to act impulsively at this moment, especially since he possessed no evidence. Yet, how could he endure witnessing the suffering of the people of Li Prefecture being insulted and ridiculed by those who recline in their lofty halls? How could he tolerate the notorious Zhao family being exalted as heroes of great merit? The censor sneered. Does young Master Qi speak with his eyes wide open? Governor Zhao is still valiantly suppressing turmoil in Li Prefecture, and you dare claim the people harbor no disloyalty? The Minister of Rights spoke with a sarcastic tone. Ultimately, young Master Qi is also a native of Li Prefecture. It is only natural that he has sentiments for the unruly folk there. His words reminded everyone of Qi Chen's background. Qi Chun replied, precisely because I have spent many years in Li Prefecture. I believe I understand it, and its people better than anyone present. I am willing to stake my life as a guarantee that the people of Li Prefecture are not the heartless ruffians you describe. The Deputy Minister of War scoffed. It is precisely because young Master Qi has spent so long in Li Prefecture that he has been deceived by those unruly citizens. The Grand Minister of Ceremonies derided. Li Prefecture is in such disarray. and Master Qi still seeks to speak on behalf of the ruffians. It compels us to question your motives. The junior grand secretary remained indifferent. Governor Zhao's own son has come to the capital, yet Master Qi continues to argue. Is he implying that the governor is spreading falsehoods? Shen Kuo sighed. The young man still lacked composure. However, Fu Zhaoyan, amidst the cacophony of insults, inquired, "Does Master Qi possess knowledge of the hidden circumstances in the prefecture?" Qi Chen cast him a grateful glance. "Your Majesty, having just learned of this matter today, I hope for some time to investigate thoroughly. I shall ensure the truth of Li Prefecture is revealed." Xiao Qi, momentarily silent, realized that Qi Chun likely harbored past grievances with the governor of Li Prefecture since their last conversation. "Your Majesty, Master Qi dares to speak freely without any evidence." Young Master Qi clearly seeks to protect the people of Li Prefecture. His malicious intent is evident. Some even recalled that concubine Su of the Rear Palace and Prince Anil, who had been confined for half a year, were both of Li Prefecture and belonged to its royal lineage. It was an opportune moment to exploit the emperor's neglect of the siblings. Suddenly, the Grand Censor proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I believe young Master Qi has spoken a truth." The sudden riot in Li Prefecture has escalated rapidly, indicating that there must be orchestrators behind the scenes. The words of the Grand Inspector ring true. There must be a mastermind behind this, seeking to disrupt the court of the Qi. His Majesty must conduct a thorough investigation. Fu Zhaoyan furrowed his brow, anticipating their thoughts. He addressed the assembled ministers, stating, "According to the Zhao family, the official in charge of Li Prefecture has colluded with Bei Zhao, and this is the root of the chaos." The Grand Inspector remained unmoved. Fu Xiang merely listened to the fragmented words of the Zhao family and could not ascertain the true state of affairs in Qi from the distant Li Prefecture. Qi Chen looked at him coldly and remarked, "In that case, how can the Grand Inspector and Qi possibly investigate the situation in Li Prefecture?" The Grand Inspector was momentarily taken aback and shot him a glare. He then turned to the Emperor, saying, "I believe there must be a hidden hand behind Li Prefecture. I implore your Majesty to conduct a thorough investigation." A group of ministers echoed his sentiment. As Xiao Qi listened to their bickering, he suddenly smiled at that moment, and in a solemn voice inquired, "Who do you esteemed ministers believe this hidden mastermind to be? Or rather, whom do you wish for me to investigate?" The Grand Inspector, feeling the Emperor's gaze upon him, cautiously suggested, "Your Majesty, I believe anyone associated with Li Prefecture is suspect. It is well known who is connected to Li Prefecture into Qi. Consort Su, Prince Anil, and Minister Qi." Jiang Linyue looked disdainfully at those who insisted on dragging Su Muning into this matter. Their lofty rhetoric about serving the emperor, the court, and the Qi was merely a guise for their selfish desires. Su Muning's beauty and status had long been a source of envy for many in Qi. Her awkward position made her a topic of gossip for countless individuals. Everyone knew that someone like Su Muning, aside from being a source of amusement in private conversations, could hardly ascend to any great heights. The emperor's methods were well known. While he favored her, he would never entrust her with real power, much like the title of Anil. Jiang Linyue was aware that these schemers were all too cognizant of this, yet they relentlessly pursued her affairs. They publicly accused her and her brother of causing turmoil in the court, while privately they were envious of the emperor's affection for them, ultimately bullying those without allies. A deposed prince and a deposed princess, merely surviving was already a tremendous fortune. Who would have thought that the siblings could now thrive? Such a situation was intolerable for those who once reveled in their misfortune. Jiang Linyue knew this, and so did Xiao Qi. He gazed at the remnants of red pigment on his fingertips, feeling a twinge of sympathy for her for the first time. That person, beautiful yet lonely, resembled a solitary red plum blossoming in the cold night, blooming without anyone at her back. In the rear chambers of the state minister's temple, Changshi observed the damp stain on the soft couch with an expression of helplessness. "Your Highness, the snow rabbit has melted." Su Muning raised her hand to touch the moist spot. Just before Xiao Qi departed, he had sent her a pair of snow rabbits through Changshi. On a whim, as he was about to board the carriage, he happened to glance at the white snow in the flower bed, reminiscent of childhood snowman building days, and crafted 2 snow rabbits for her to play with. Su Muning stared at the two snowballs in Changshi's hands for quite some time, reminiscing about the days of her youth. However, it was indeed within the grand palace of the Qi. The precise winter season eludes my memory, but I recall the princes and grandsons of the Qi engaging in snowball fights and skating, routinely dragging her along to fetch the balls. One young lord, having lost a game, vented his frustration upon her, striking her and subsequently confining her in a dilapidated courtyard. Her cries rendered her voice hoarse, and though she heard the footsteps of palace maids outside, none came to her aid. Suddenly, a youthful voice emerged from within the room behind her. "Cease your noise. It's unbearable." Startled, she paused at the door, gazing at the locked entrance. The boy, seemingly noticing her defensive stance, chuckled softly. "Look at you, tattered and bruised. Have you been beaten and locked away?" Cautiously, she approached and inquired, "Are you in the same predicament?" The figure remained obscured in the darkness, making it difficult for her to discern his features, yet she inferred he too was a prisoner. She heard him let out a sigh. "Indeed, I share your fate. The difference is that he triumphed. He defeated his esteemed elder brother, the prince, and was punished with confinement." His tone conveyed a sense of discomfort, and she empathized with his plight. The boy observed a piece of candy being slid under the door and appeared momentarily taken aback. "What are you doing?" he asked. "It's absurd. Since I learned to ride and wield a sword, I have not indulged in sweets. Such things are favored by girls." Yet she reassured herself, "Please do take it. It was gifted to me by a kind soul. It is my last." Detecting the preciousness in her voice, he hesitated but ultimately extended his hand to retrieve it. "Is it sweet?" she asked with anticipation. As the candy melted on his tongue, he realized this cloying sweetness was not to his liking and replied honestly, "Mediocre." She seemed a bit offended. "I should have eaten it myself." He chuckled softly and, glancing up at the snow blanketing the eaves, said, "Wait here. I shall present you with a gift." Moments later, a small snow rabbit was pushed out beneath the door. She cherished it immediately, cradling it in her arms. He, noticing her delight, cautioned, "It will melt and your clothes will get wet." As anticipated, it did indeed melt. Observing her disheartened expression, he casually inquired, "What is your name?" She tilted her head, uncertain whether to reveal it. If he were to learn she was called Su Mu Ning, would he, like others, label her as a fallen nation, as slave? "I am called Yin Shi." Which Shi? The Shi of Dawn. Thereafter, she never encountered him again and gradually forgot the incident. Chapter 30. Half River Azure. Half River Crimson. Jiang Linyue stood before the carriage, his eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. "The sun has assured that there will be no war. You need not worry so." Madame Jiang shot a glare, urging, "Hurry and get in." Reluctantly, he complied and boarded the vehicle. The snow in Chi-do had yet to melt, although the roads had been cleared. The path to Xiangwu Temple in the southern part of the city remained arduous. Moreover, he detested the rituals of worship and seeking divine favor, believing one should revel in life's pleasures while they last. In contrast, Madame Jiang, like many noble women of the Qi, indulged in the tranquility of daily life by engaging in religious observance and transcribing scriptures. Upon hearing the news of chaos in LZHU, she was immediately filled with dread, fearing that DQ would engage in warfare with Beijing. Her husband had always led troops in a battle, and such occurrences were his greatest fear. On the battlefield, where blades are indiscriminate, may the gods grant their protection. Inu, when we arrive at Shi-Engu Temple, you must be sincere. Do not show any disrespect to the Buddha. Jiang Inu sighed, saying, "I do not believe in Buddha." Jiang Foreign smacked his arm. "Speak up. You do not believe? Did you not see that your royal cousin has gone to Shi-Engu Temple to pray for blessings?" This remark sparked a thought in him. He had heard that his cousin brought a consort. Could that be why the Buddha was angered? What nonsense! Your cousin is not as foolish as you. Beneath the blanket of snow, LZHU appeared solemn. At Dyn Lake, soldiers stood guard. Many citizens had been forcibly gathered here, compelled to witness an execution. A makeshift gallows had been erected by the lakeside, where a man, already battered and bruised, was bound in iron chains. ZHOP and Shu En approached with a sense of triumph and spat on the man's face. "Bi Lu, look, this is the consequence of your recklessness. You dared to challenge me in LZHU. Today, I shall demonstrate to these fools how you meet your demise. From now on, they will know to behave like obedient dogs of the ZHO family. The sight of B. I lose suffering brought anguish to the faces of the onlookers. To them, the master of the treasury was a good man, always discreetly aiding the citizens. This time, he had acted against the governor to help them escape, leading to his conflict with the ZHO family. Unfortunately, the insurrection led by B. Ilu consisted mainly of the elderly, weak, and women, unable to contend with the SHO family soldiers. In recent days, they had been hiding, some dead, others wounded. B. Ilu forced his bloodied eyes open. Though sorrow marked his face, resolve shone through. Lord Governor, I have surrendered as you requested. I implore you to spare the lives of those innocent citizens. ZHOP Inchu N's eyes glinted with malice as he replied. Of course, I'm a man of my word. For a moment, B. Ilu's expression softened. With that, he could die in peace. ZHOP Inchu N gestured to a nearby accomplice. ZHOBN, go fetch those rioters. ZHOBN immediately set off to comply. Shortly after, a group was herded toward the lakeside. Upon seeing B. Ilu bound on the gallows, they began to weep. BIDRN. Is all our fault. We have brought you down with us. B. Ilu shook his head at them, remaining silent. The onlookers also shed tears, for these so-called rioters were mostly familiar faces. Merely unfortunate souls seeking refuge in B. is ing due to their dire circumstances. ZHOP and Chu N observed this scene with a cold smirk and clapped his hands. Truly moving. Your BID are N is willing to sacrifice his own worthless life to plead for the forgiveness of these lowly rebels. This puts me in quite the predicament, but out of my benevolence, I shall grant this unreasonable request. A sense of satisfaction surged within him as he addressed the frightened, tearful crowd. You wish to cross D.Y.N. Lake to be his ing? I shall oblige. Cast these wretches into the depths. I shall send them forth. Upon hearing Zhao Pingchuan's decree, the populace was gripped by terror. Bai Luo, his voice hoarse, could barely contain his rage. Zhao Pingchuan, you vowed to release them. Zhao Pingchuan, observing as the individuals were thrust into the lake like dumplings, erupted into laughter. I have not broken my promise. I am indeed setting them free. The ice of Dian Lake had long been shattered, with fragments still drifting upon the surface. The winter in Lizhou was no ordinary chill. Submerged in the lake was akin to a cruel torment. With iron chains binding their feet, the distinction between those who could swim and those who could not was rendered moot. The cries for help from those drowning compelled the onlookers to shut their eyes. Unable to bear the sight, a few strong souls grasped at the reeds along the shore, desperately attempting to climb to safety, yet the chains ensnared them, dragging them back into the depths. Seeing a woman attempting to lift her child toward the shore, Zhao Bin raised his blade and struck, instantly staining the lake's surface with crimson. Tears of blood streamed down Bai Luo's face. Zhao Pingchuan, may you meet a wretched end. Zhao Pingchuan merely snorted, stepping down from the execution platform, watching as the bloodied lake slowly regained its calm. With delight, he proclaimed, this instigator of discord has incited a riot among the people. Today, I shall demonstrate the fate that befalls those who oppose me. Ignite the fire. Burn this man alive. Thus, he could report to the court that the insurgents had been apprehended and the turmoil in Lizhou quelled. He, Zhao Pingchuan, would emerge as a hero of Lizhou. His subordinates ignited the drywood beneath Bai Luo's feet, and the flames swiftly engulfed the area. As the populace beheld the flickering light, their eyes reflected the flames. Many clenched their fists, as if emotions were on the verge of eruption. At that moment, an arrow whistled through the air, embedding itself perilously close to Zhao Pingchuan's feet. My lord, be cautious. Zhao Bin and his men rushed to shield him. Soon after, a barrage of arrows rained down. Zhao Pingchuan hastily seized one of his subordinates to use as a shield, who convulsed momentarily before succumbing to the blow. Zhao Bin and others were also struck. Retreat. Back to the manor. Zhao Pingchuan, taken aback by the presence of such assassins in Lizhou, realized he had not brought sufficient forces that day and chose not to linger. Under the cover of his men, he made his escape. The populace, stunned by the sudden turn of events, was jolted into action when the archers approached on horseback. "Shall we pursue, my lord?" One among them, adorned with a silver mask and possessing a strikingly handsome stature, revealed enchanting eyes that captivated the crowd. "No need. Hurry and save them," came his cool, youthful voice. Though the people were unaware of his identity, they presumed that anyone aiding those under Zhao Pingchuan's oppression could not be a villain. As they witnessed the figures in black rushing to extinguish the flames and rescue the victims, they too hastened to lend their assistance. Bai Luo, on the brink of death, caught a fleeting glimpse of the masked figure. The individual was gazing back, eyes brimming with sorrow and compassion. Bai Luo, his voice barely a whisper, rasped, "Who are you?" Chapter 31. The beauty under the moonlit forest. Upon his disheveled return to the manor, Zhao Pingchuan erupted in fury. "These unruly ruffians from Lizhou are utterly lawless. Once I apprehend them, I shall ensure they meet a gruesome end." Zhao Bin, clutching his recently bandaged arm and enduring the pain etched upon his visage, interjected, "My lord, this group seems distinct from the rabble. They possess horses and bows, indicating they are well-trained." Zhao Pingchuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. "In all my years overseeing Lizhou, I have never encountered such audacious troublemakers. They appear to have materialized from thin air and vanished just as swiftly." Zhao Bin speculated, "My lord, they must be targeting Bai Luo. They are undoubtedly from Lizhou. Who else would come to his aid?" Zhao Pingchuan growled, "Investigate. Search every household. I shall uncover where these vermin are hiding." At the northern border of Beizhou, within an official post station, a masked figure pushed open the door to find a middle-aged man waiting inside. Upon seeing him return, the man approached, his eyes brimming with concern and reproach. "Your Highness, how could you venture alone into danger to rescue someone in Lizhou?" The man removed his mask, revealing a face of stunning beauty, though his eyes bore the weight of years beyond his age. "Minister Yao, Bai Luo is a noble son of the Liyuan. He has fallen to such depths in his quest to save the common folk. How can I bear to witness his demise?" It was this very Minister Yao who had initially conceived the audacious plan to rescue the young prince, risking everything to reach Beizhou. Over the years, he had watched the prince grow, fully aware of his character. "Your Highness, the matters of Lizhou require meticulous planning. Do not allow your compassion to place you in peril. We have endured humiliation and bided our time, all in the hope of witnessing your restoration to the throne." The weariness in the prince's eyes deepened at these words, his voice tinged with melancholy. "Minister Yao, do not speak of restoration so readily. If the great Qi can treat the people of Lizhou kindly, let them live in peace." Minister Yao's dissatisfaction grew more pronounced, his tone becoming impassioned. "How can your Highness utter such defeatist sentiments? You have witnessed the hardships faced by the people of Lizhou over the years. The great Qi does not regard them as human." He found himself at a loss for rebuttal. The Zhao family's iron grip on Lizhou had wrought bloodshed that the Emperor of Great Qi could scarcely be unaware of. The previous emperor had long harbored suspicions toward Lizhou, and only after Shao Qi's ascension 2 years prior had the scrutiny begun to ease, allowing Qi Chun to venture to the capital in search of a brighter future. Perhaps the Zhao family still operated under the emperor's directive, feigning benevolence towards Lizhou while remaining ever watchful. Noticing a shift in the prince's demeanor, Minister Yao pressed on. "Your Highness, the Prince of Beizhou has already pledged to assist us in our restoration upon his ascension. After all, your mother is a princess of Beizhou. That prince is essentially your uncle, and Beizhou surely values familial ties. Beizhou had once married a princess to the Liyuan, who became their queen and bore twins. Compared to the great Qi, they were undoubtedly more closely aligned with Beizhou." A frown creased his brow at the thought of his uncle, Yun Mingyuan, as he recalled the dangerous aura surrounding him. "Minister, it would be wise to limit your interactions with that prince. The struggle for power within Beizhou is fierce, and the outcome remains uncertain. The crown prince of Beizhou is indeed an elusive figure." At the rear of the state minister's temple, the red plums, dusted with snow, exude a sharp fragrance. Su Muning was momentarily taken aback before she swiftly turned and fled. She had not anticipated encountering Jiang Linyue in this place. Jiang Linyue, momentarily stunned, caught a fleeting glimpse of the veiled woman as she darted deep into the plum grove. The pursuit through the snow should have been a simple task. Yet he found himself unable to fathom why he instinctively chased after her upon seeing her silhouette. Su Muning, unaccustomed to the confines of a woman's dress, stumbled awkwardly as she clutched her skirt while running. It wasn't long before he caught up with her. Jiang Linyue, observing her from behind, found the scene rather amusing. As she struggled to catch her breath, she attempted to inquire in the gentlest tone possible, "Why are you chasing me?" He himself was uncertain of his motives, merely sensing that her figure was both familiar and enchanting. "My dear, it is your flight that compels my pursuit." Su Muning rolled her eyes at his flattery and retorted, "If I don't run, you may as well leave." Her frigid demeanor was all too recognizable to Jiang Linyue, who pondered inwardly. He had heard that a royal consort had accompanied His Majesty on his visit here recently, and many speculated it was Lady Su. However, it appeared that was not the case. Su Muning stiffened at his words. "I was unaware that a new beauty had graced the Emperor's harem. You might as well turn around, so I may properly greet this new sister-in-law." She clenched her hands within her sleeves, feeling a bead of sweat form. Remaining still with her back to him, Jiang Linyue's gaze lingered on the delicate curve of her snowy neck, and he found himself at a loss for words. Logically, he ought to cease his advances, as she was, after all, the Emperor's consort. Yet, an overwhelming curiosity to see her face consumed him. As Su Muning noticed him stepping closer, she quickly admonished, "You are being excessively forward." "Excessively forward?" He paused, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it was rather presumptuous. Upon seeing him halt, she felt a sense of relief and was about to gently persuade him to leave. Yet in the next moment, he moved closer, encroaching upon her space. Jiang Linyue seized her wrist and pressed her against the trunk of a plum tree, his swift actions leaving her no time to resist. Snowflakes from the branches cascaded onto his shoulder, yet he remained oblivious, fixated on her. "Why do you seek to intimidate me?" she demanded, her eyes flashing with indignation. Jiang Linyue did not respond to her query, but, captivated by the familiarity of her gaze, his attention was drawn to a small red mole on her right earlobe. The smile vanished from his eyes, leaving him at a loss for how to express his emotions. Su Muning sensed his odd demeanor and wondered if he had indeed recognized her. Although she was clad in women's attire and wore a veil, he had known her since childhood. Was it possible he had discerned her identity? Yet it was also conceivable that he might not connect her with the man he had always perceived her to be, especially since she was supposed to be confined within the palace. She hesitated, unsure of her next move. In this tense standoff, it was Jiang Linyue who broke the silence. "I have a friend who gifted me a fan, adorned with a poem. Allow me the pleasure of reciting it for you." Su Muning furrowed her brow, puzzled by his sudden whimsy. She attempted to move her wrist, but he held her fast. "I have no desire to listen." Upon hearing his words, a fleeting smile danced in his eyes as he gently and resolutely declined. "That will not do." Su Muning listened as he began to recite softly in her ear. "The delicate beauty is only suited to the Yao Terrace. Who dares to plant them throughout Jiangnan? Snow blankets the mountains where the noble recline, while under the bright moon, a lovely maiden approaches." He paused his lips near the red mole on her right ear, articulating each word with remarkable clarity in a hushed tone. She felt a breath-like sensation tickle her ear, prompting her to shy away. Jiang Linyue chuckled softly, a desire rising within him to bite down gently, to trace that red spot with his tongue, and to tease her delicate earlobe until it blushed a deep crimson. "Once you finish reciting, may I be released?" Unperturbed by her coldness, he gazed at her with an eager intensity. "Shall you not offer some commentary?" She huffed dismissively, uncertain of what merits there were to discuss. Such frivolous verses. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Jiang Linyue's eyes. "Do you not find it fitting?" Her gaze wandered to the surrounding plum trees, recalling the red plums depicted on the fan. Red plums amidst the snow are a frequent subject for artists, hardly a novelty. Yet, Jiang Linyue shook his head. "What I speak of is not the red plum suitability." Confusion flickered in her eyes as he raised the delicate wrist he held. "Look, I have captured a beauty from beneath the trees." Before Su Muning could express her indignation at his frivolous words, darkness enveloped her as he kissed her lips through the sheer veil. He closed his eyes, savoring the shock in her wide gaze, and suddenly deepened the kiss. Su Muning felt warmth surge through her, her eyes ablaze with anger as she struggled to push him away. Impudent. Indeed, it was audacious. A hint of melancholy shadowed Jiang Linyue's eyes as he watched her turn away, without a shred of mercy. After just a few steps, Su Muning was startled by the dampness of the veil, and with a fierce tug, she ripped it away and hurled it onto the snow. Chapter 32. It seems women must be soothed in the carriage on their return journey. Lady Jiang cast a disapproving glance at her son. Where were you wandering off to during the fortune-telling? I warned you to be sincere before the Buddha. Jiang Linyue, however, appeared somewhat dazed, gazing through the window at the increasingly distant Xianghua temple. Lady Jiang, seldom seeing her son in such a disheartened state, grew concerned and inquired, "What troubles you? Has something significant occurred in court? Is your father preparing for war with Beizhao?" Jiang Linyue closed the window, withdrawing his gaze. "What are you saying? Beizhao will not go to war. They are embroiled in their own chaos." Lady Jiang nodded, perplexed. Then why the forlorn expression? He was momentarily taken aback by her words and quickly retorted, "I am not forlorn, merely contemplating some matters." Lady Jiang scoffed. "What significant matters could you be pondering? You spend your days in idleness, causing trouble, and at your age, you have yet to bring home a wife. Other families with sons your age are already welcoming grandchildren." Jiang Linyue, however, smiled and replied, "My wife must undoubtedly be the most beautiful in the Great Qi. The most beautiful in the Great Qi resides in your emperor cousin's palace. Madame Jiang is the aunt of Shao Qi, since he lost his mother at a young age. She has always cared for him, and the child has grown quite fond of her. During festive occasions and grand banquets in the palace, Madame Jiang frequently encounters the esteemed consort Su. Although she harbors some reservations regarding the former empress's past, she concedes to Shao Qi's affection for her. Indeed, consort Su is exceptionally beautiful." Suddenly, Jiang Linyu inquired, "Mother, have you met consort Su's brother, Su Muning?" Madame Jiang was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on the matter. While she had not met him, she had certainly heard much about him. "I have heard that he is quite scandalous, and I am uncertain of the misdeeds he committed that caused his own consort to perish from distress. Alas, poor Miss Lin." Miss Lin, during her time in the boudoir, had attended several palace banquets with Madame Lin and thus had a vague recollection of the young man. It was unfortunate that she encountered such unworthy company and met an early demise. Jiang Linyu, however, appeared indifferent and began to defend her, saying, "They are merely rumors." "Why bring her up?" Madame Jiang, upon finishing her question, suddenly smiled, recalling something. "Could it be that you still hold a grudge against her? I remember you bullied her when you were younger. Once, Minister Fu even came to me to chastise you. That Zhao Nian was always courteous in his speech. I took a liking to him at first glance. If only he had a daughter, I would surely have sought him as a son-in-law." Jiang Lin, you did not laugh. She lowered her eyes and murmured softly, "Was I truly so cruel to her in the past?" Zhang Shi, who was anxiously searching for someone, then saw Su Muning hurriedly enter, seemingly troubled by some unfortunate event. "Where have you been, Your Highness? Your shoes are caked in snow and mud. You should change them quickly." He retrieved a pair of new shoes from the cabinet and knelt beside her to assist in changing them, aware that if she caught a cold, he would surely be reprimanded by the emperor. Su Muning's face still bore traces of anger as she commanded, "Prepare the carriage. I wish to return tonight." Had she not feared the crowd during the day, she would have left immediately. Jiang Linyu's presence here was bound to create complications. Zhang Shi hastily urged, "Your Highness, why the sudden urgency to leave?" The emperor said before his departure that there was no rush and that he wanted me to accompany you for a pleasant time. She coldly replied, "The temple is desolate. There is nothing enjoyable here." Recognizing her determination to leave, Zhang Shi refrained from further obstruction, acknowledging that his few days away from the palace had been a rare indulgence. "Your Highness, I will immediately have the luggage prepared," he said. Naturally, she would not take the same carriage as before. Zhang Shi meticulously arranged her identity, even procuring a new veil for her. As Su Muning donned the veil once more and sat in the sedan chair, she observed him still attending to her. "You need not accompany me. I am returning to the Annal Prince's residence, not the palace." Zhang Shi's expression betrayed his unease. "Your Highness, I am tasked with your care." A flicker of impatience crossed her eyes as she cast him a cold glance. Zhang Shi immediately refrained from insisting, stepping aside quickly. "I bid you farewell, Your Highness." That night, the carriage did not dare to travel too swiftly, proceeding slowly along a mountain path. Sum Yuning recalled the son of the governor of Lizhou, whom Fu Zhaoyan had brought yesterday. That individual had come due to the tumult in Lizhou. Why had such an event transpired in the first place? Lizhou had submitted for over 8 years, and since Shao Qi ascended to the throne, he had eased many policies regarding Lizhou, gradually narrowing the gap with other provinces concerning taxes and military service. Why, then, had tensions escalated at this moment? She gazed at the curling blue smoke rising from the stove, momentarily lost in contemplation. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, accompanied by several shouts of anger. The jolt caused instability within the carriage. She steadied herself by grasping the window, but the incense burner rolled off the table, landing by her feet. She gently kicked the incense burner aside and lifted the curtain. "What is the matter?" The coachman, flustered, hurriedly bowed to her. "Your Grace, there is someone blocking the road ahead." Sum Yuning lifted her gaze to the front and indeed spotted a figure kneeling not far away. Several guards had already drawn their swords and surrounded the individual. Despite being encircled, the person remained on the ground, urgently addressing the carriage. "Your Highness the concubine, I am Chun Yi, the Sima of Lizhou. I have urgent matters to discuss with your Highness." Sum Yuning was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, then slightly furrowed her brow. "Let him come over." The documents in the Chengyan Hall had piled up a bit too high. After a few days of idleness at the Xiangwu Temple, both major and minor matters had accumulated significantly. Shao Qi was somewhat displeased with Changshi's swift return to the palace, reviewing the memorials without even sparing him a glance. "Did I not instruct you to let her enjoy herself a few more days?" Sum Yuning had been under house arrest in the palace for over half a year, and this rare opportunity to breathe fresh air was precious. Changshi understood that His Majesty would be unhappy, but he had already prepared his excuse. "Your Majesty, the moment you departed yesterday, His Royal Highness the Prince of Anil felt that the snow-covered red plum blossoms were no longer beautiful, claiming the temple was desolate and lacking in entertainment." Shao Qi was momentarily taken aback, a look of incredulity crossing his face, his expression tinged with suspicion. He continued to write with an impassive demeanor, feigning anger. "What audacity! Who permitted you to relay messages in my name?" Changshi, aware of his thoughts, quickly continued. "Oh, Your Majesty, it is absolutely true. Yes, you. Those words were indeed spoken by His Royal Highness the Prince of Anil himself. I merely embellished them a bit. It is of no great consequence." Shao Qi, gripping his brush, found himself unable to write another word. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he suppressed his delight. After a brief pause, he feigned a calm complaint. "It is not as if I intentionally neglected her." Changshi complimented. "Your Majesty has countless affairs to attend to. I am sure His Royal Highness the Prince of Anil can comprehend." He snorted in pleasant amusement, and as he dipped the brush into the ink, he recalled that day with the vermilion powder. "Ultimately, it is my fault for taking her along only to leave her alone." Changshi lowered his head, secretly rolling his eyes. Yet, Shao Qi continued speaking. "She is one who harbors grudges, and now she will remember my shortcomings even more." At that moment, Changshi genuinely yearned to remind His Majesty of the individual who had knelt outside the palace for 2 days and nights 6 months prior. Of course, he dared not voice this, fearing he might lose his tongue. As the grand eunuch closest to the emperor, he understood precisely what words to choose. "The snow hare that Your Majesty sent is greatly cherished by His Royal Highness the Prince of Anil." Shao Qi could no longer conceal the delight etched upon his visage. Yet he still maintained an emperor's demeanor before Changshi. How childish, he mused. What was so remarkable about that snow-crafted trinket? Changshi, aware of his joy, chose not to comment. After a while, noticing that the emperor had completed several documents and appeared to have moved past the matter, engrossed in the memorials, Shao Qi suddenly spoke again. "I recall that one of the princesses in the palace keeps numerous rabbits." Changshi promptly responded, "Your Majesty, it is the 5th princess." He placed his brush upon the inkstone and casually remarked, Tomorrow, select 2 rabbits with fine fur and gentle temper to send to the Anil Wang Fu. Just as Changshi was about to reply, he added, and by the way, convey an edict stating that I have lifted her confinement, instructing her to remember to come to the palace to express her gratitude. The servant acknowledged the command. Xiaoqi mused to himself that it seemed women were to be appeased. If such methods proved effective, he would not mind employing a more gentle approach. Chapter 33. Not a native of Lizhou, yet an official of Lizhou in a guest house in the capital, Su Mu-ning unfurled a scroll onto the flickering candlelight, her eyes scanning the text with intent. Chun-Yi, unable to meet her gaze, felt the weight of the moment. After all, this was the emperor's favored consort. After a pause, she closed the scroll and scrutinized him closely. Chun-Yi appeared disheveled, having gone days without changing his clothes or bathing. The soles of his shoes were worn, and his face bore the marks of hardship. He had been pursued by Zhao Pingxuan in Lizhou, fleeing to Chengdu with the intent of bringing forth the evidence gathered by the late Song Sifa, hoping to spare the people of Lizhou from the Zhao family's tyranny. Su Mu-ning seemed to recall the name Chun-Yi from her past. She must have heard it before. From where does Chun-Sima hail? She inquired. Replying to the esteemed consort, I am from Chengdu, he answered. Su Mu-ning chose not to clarify that he mistook her for Su Zixin. With a hint of perplexity, she asked, if you are from Chengdu, how did you come to serve as Sima in Lizhou? Chen Yi's expression turned somber. I was once an aide to the crown prince, but I was later exiled to Lizhou. Though he did not divulge the reason for his exile, Su Mu-ning understood. The crown prince was the legitimate son of the late emperor, of noble birth, and had been designated as heir early on. However, he had foolishly engaged in an affair with Su Zixin, resulting in an unplanned pregnancy, and when the scandal broke, the late emperor, incensed, stripped him of his title. Many ministers who had supported the crown prince faced retribution, some exiled, others dismissed. It was awkward that Chun-Yi still considered himself as Su Zixin. Under these circumstances, it seems Chun-Sima must harbor resentment towards me. Why would he seek me out to discuss this matter? Ultimately, it was the affair between Su Zixin and the crown prince that had entangled him in this predicament. Chun immediately shook his head. I harbor no such intentions. Otherwise, I would not have sought your grace. Your Majesty enjoys His Majesty's favor, and as a member of the Lizhou royal family, you are the only one I can think of who possesses both the capability and the responsibility to aid the people of Lizhou. Her responsibility? Su Mu-ning's eyes sparkled with a hint of derision as she replied coolly, after all, this is a matter of the court. How can the harem interfere in politics? You would do better to present your case directly to the emperor. Though she spoke thus, she was aware that it was already too late. Yesterday, the Zhao family's lamentations surely signaled a shift in the court's atmosphere. Even if Chun-Yi presented records of corruption and bribery regarding the purchase of official positions, it is unlikely that anyone would believe him. In the eyes of the Zhao family, these individuals are deemed traitors. In stark contrast, Zhao Pingxuan has taken up arms to defend the dignity of the great Qi crossing the borders. Who would not laud such loyalty and valor? Whom will the world believe? Kneeling before her, Chun-Yi spoke with anguish. As a former minister to the crown prince, your Majesty is unlikely to place faith in my words. Otherwise, I would have sought out Lord Fu to present this scroll long ago. His words were not without merit. Had there been trust, he would not have been reassigned to Lizhou, never to return. Su Mu-ning toyed with the scroll in her hand, suddenly curious. Why does Master Chen find himself in such a predicament? Ultimately, you are not from Lizhou, so what compels you to act thus? A man of your stature could easily flourish by aligning with the Zhao family. How has it come to this wretched state? Furthermore, you are no follower of Xiaoqi. Lacking the emperor's favor, would you not rejoice at the chaos in Lizhou? Though Chun-Yi appeared haggard, his gaze was resolute. I'm not a native of Lizhou, yet I serve as an official of Lizhou. Su Mu-ning regarded him for a moment, then rose and tossed the scroll to his side. Chun-Yi feared she would reject him, turning away from advocating for the people of Lizhou. Alarmed, he implored, Your Highness, the citizens of Lizhou suffer grievously under the Zhao family's tyranny. I beseech you to intercede on their behalf before the emperor. Instead, She extended her hand to assist him to his feet. Master Chun, you are a step too late. The Zhao family has already presented themselves before the emperor. Currently, you and the judicial officials of Liz Ho are perceived as colluding with the enemy, and I fear your words will fall on deaf ears. Chun Yi felt a surge of dismay. Yet this scroll, members of the Song judicial family had perished for it. Master, what does it matter if there is corruption? What the sale of minor official positions? The world is rife with murkiness and discord. Do you believe the emperor is unaware? A crystal-clear stream harbors no fish, particularly in regions far from the court's reach, where often one turns a blind eye. Chun Yi understood this all too well. There are not so many incorruptible officials. Does your highness imply that we should let this matter rest? Allow the Zhao family to continue wreaking havoc upon the citizens of Liz Ho? Su Muning's eyes turned icy. Her voice lowered as it reached Chun Yi's ears. No, those who court death do not deserve to live. The turmoil in Liz Ho must be repaid with the Zhao family's blood. Chun Yi paused, taken aback by her fierce declaration. Does your highness already have a strategy in mind? She fixed her gaze upon him, but did not immediately respond. Master Chun, tomorrow, you shall visit the Dali Temple to seek out a young official named Chi Chun. A young official of the Dali Temple? Chun Yi mentally noted this, attentively listening to her instructions. Since the incident involving Prince Wuan, the Song family has renamed their establishment to Wangyue Tower. Fortunately, the authorities only apprehended the murderer and did not implicate others. Yunyang did not have time to lament the loss of Yao Ge and has already begun seeking new talents. The Flower Tower? Naturally, it is a matter of blooming together year after year with an endless spring of beauty. She swayed her waist, a smile gracing her lips as she pushed open a door. The sounds of laughter and joy within rushed forth like a warm breeze. Young Master Zhao, how are the ladies in this establishment treating you? Please do indulge yourself, and don't hesitate to express any request to me, Yunyang. This gentleman from Liz Ho, Master Zhao, is indeed affluent and generous, a stark contrast to many of the miserly officials in the capital. In recent days, he has spent money extravagantly in this house, and I must ensure that I cater to this wealthy patron. Zhao Qianrui is utterly captivated by the opulence of Qidu. Although his father had instructed him to return to Liz Ho promptly after his affairs, he finds it difficult to leave. Naturally, for these young ladies are delicate and enchanting, each a rare beauty. It is a pity that my time in the remote Liz Ho has deprived me of such delightful encounters. Since young Master Zhao has come to the capital, I hope he will linger a few more days to lavish attention on the ladies in my establishment. I certainly intend to stay longer. I plan to savor the beauties of Wangyue Tower. Reclining against the bosom of one exquisite lady, he appears thoroughly indulged, while another leans over to feed him wine. After finishing his drink, he mischievously slaps the beauty's dairy, eliciting a soft gasp. You are incorrigible. Zhao Tianrui, entranced, pulls her into an embrace and presses her onto the couch. Allow me to show you just how wicked I can be. Observing the playful entanglement, Yunyang discreetly withdraws, understanding the need for privacy. At the Dali Temple, Chi Chun listens to the remarks of a servant, his expression icy. The servant cautiously speaks up, Lord Shaoqing. Zhao Tianrui has been indulging himself at Wangyue Tower these past few days. Shall we continue to monitor him? Continue. As soon as he commits any wrongdoing, apprehend him immediately. Ensure that Yunyang drags him out, and do not let him escape. Understood. Regardless of the circumstances, once someone enters the Dali Temple, he possesses the means to make them vanish without a trace. Suddenly, a temple attendant enters to report, my lord. There is someone outside claiming to be a Sima from Liz Ho, stating he has urgent matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Chi Chun's countenance darkens. How dare an official from Liz Ho seek him out? The attendant assumes he will refuse and is taken aback when he hears Chi Chun's cold laugh. Let him in. I'm curious to know what business he has with me. Chapter 34. Rooting out the source, Lady Guifei has sent you to seek me? Chi Chun regards the man before him, the so-called Sima from Liz Ho, with skepticism. He did not recognize this Chun Yi during his time in Liz Ho. Hence, he is unaware of the man's character. Chun Yi produces a bundle of letters from within his robes and presents them to him. Lord Shaoqing need not doubt. I am indeed here at the behest of the Gui Fei. The noble lady believes that you, with your concern for the people of Lizhou, must have a way to resolve this matter. Furrowing his brow, Qi opens the letters one by one, his frown deepening with each revelation. What are these letters? They're forgeries I crafted. He is well aware they are forgeries, for the spurious letters from Beizhou bear no official seal. The audacity of such falsifications is astounding. Who would believe such documents? Without tangible evidence, attempting to bring down the Zhao family in this manner is sheer folly. Although the Zhao family has wrongfully accused many in Lizhou, their power there discourages any dissent. Yet, here in Qidu, are the officials and the emperor blind? How could they convict Zhao Pingchuan based on a letter devoid of any official mark? Chun Yi was perplexed, yet the empress had further instructions. She stated that one should return the favor in kind. Although these letters were forgeries, the esteemed Lord Shaoqing must possess genuine ones. Upon hearing this, Qi was taken aback. How could he possibly have authentic ones? Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his mind. How could Su Guifei be aware of his clandestine interactions with the Crown Prince and others? Did she also have knowledge of the Crown Prince's affairs in Beizhou? Indeed, the Guifei was genuinely concerned for the well-being of the Li Kingdom and the Crown Prince. A glimmer of joy appeared on Qi's face. Allow me to handle this matter, Your Majesty. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Although Chun Yi was still somewhat puzzled, he refrained from probing further. The Empress mentioned that Prince Anil would be inviting young Master Zhao to the palace for a feast the following day, and she hoped the Lord would accompany him. Qi furrowed his brow and fell into silence for a moment. In that case, I understand. At the Anil Palace, Su Muning cast a glance at the two rabbits cradled in Jin Shu's arms. These creatures were typically timid, yet under some peculiar care, they appeared unafraid, curiously peering around. Changshi cheerfully arrived at the Anil Palace to convey the Emperor's edict. However, she seemed indifferent, noticing Changshi lingering. I shall host a banquet at the residence today. Will you remain to join us, Your Excellency? Perhaps Jin Shu could prepare 2 rabbits for a meat dish? Changshi immediately comprehended. I have delivered the message. I shall take my leave at once. Your Highness, please do not stand on ceremony. He dared not consume the rabbits gifted by the Emperor. One could only wonder if she truly intended to slaughter them for a dish. Alas, the Emperor had insisted that Prince Anil personally express gratitude. It seemed no one had been invited. Jin Shu nervously clutched the rabbits tighter and whispered, Your Highness, these rabbits are still small and yield little meat. Su Muning did not even glance her way and turned directly to return indoors. Upon seeing Changshi return to the palace, Shaoqi glanced back with anticipation. Changshi, feeling helpless, noted that the person in question had not come and had threatened him with the slaughter of the rabbits to send him away. What could a mere servant do? Shaoqi's expression darkened, and his tone grew cold. Where's she? Changshi, frightened, knelt down. Reporting to Your Majesty. The Anil Princess has matters to attend to in her residence and could not come today, stating she would visit to express her gratitude when she had the time. He squinted and inquired, when will she have the time? Tomorrow or the day after? Oh dear, she might not even come a day after tomorrow. Changshi cautiously replied. Her Highness did not specify. It is possible she may also be available the day after tomorrow. Shaoqi suddenly smiled at him. Yet Changshi felt a tremor of fear creep in. Changshi, are you courting death? He hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground. Your Majesty, I was in error. The Anil Prince mentioned wanting to kill those 2 rabbits for a dish. Nothing else was said. Shaoqi regarded him with a cold gaze, a hint of mockery evident. Is it because they were a gift from him that they must be slaughtered for a meal? Zhao Tianrui was quite taken aback by the invitation from Prince Anil. Su Muning, and after much deliberation, he resolved to attend. He had witnessed the Emperor's fondness for that particular Guifei, and since Prince Anil was her brother, it was prudent not to offend him. Zhao Tianrui arrived at the Anil Palace early and, after waiting for a brief moment in the banquet hall, he heard footsteps approaching from outside. 2 individuals entered together, and he merely cast a glance, momentarily dazzled by the visage of the former. Is this truly the appearance of the Prince of Anil? If this were a woman, she would surely be summoned to the palace, wouldn't she? Qi discerned the unmistakable animosity in his gaze, prompting Su Muning to gently cough as a reminder, causing him to lower his eyes. Zhao Tianrui hurriedly rose to kneel and pay his respects. "I have seen your highness, Prince of Anil." He appeared somewhat puzzled as he looked at Qi Chun, uncertain of how to address him. Su Muning waived the formalities and clarified, "This is Lord Qi Chun, the deputy minister of the Dali Temple." Zhao Tianrui once again paid his respects. Qi Chun merely responded with a cold grunt. Once the three were seated, Su Muning observed that Zhao Tianrui still seemed somewhat apprehensive. "Are you, young Master Zhao, curious as to why I invited you here today?" Zhao Tianrui was indeed perplexed, yet he feigned a countenance of utmost honor. "Given that your highness has shown concern for a humble individual such as myself, it is only proper that I should have visited you first. I am truly honored to receive this invitation." Su Muning, however, sipped her tea, her expression unfazed, and offered no reply. Zhao Tianrui grew increasingly nervous, pondering if today was to be a banquet of treachery. Suddenly, she set her teacup down and her tone shifted sharply. "Zhao Tianrui, how audacious your Zhao family is." Su Muning launched an abrupt assault, and although Zhao Tianrui was bewildered, he began to piece together that perhaps the Prince of Anil was aware of the matters in Lizhou. He quickly knelt down, bowing his head in apology. "I am unaware of what has incited your highness's ire. Could it be that my loose tongue has led to some misunderstanding?" She produced a scroll from her sleeve and tossed it before him. Upon seeing it, Zhao Tianrui's brow twitched, recalling his father's words about the wretched Chun Yi who had stolen crucial evidence and fled. Could it be that Chun Yi had already arrived in Chidu? In a flurry, he unrolled the scroll and, to his horror, confirmed that it was indeed the stolen item, causing cold sweat to break out upon him. "Your Highness, this cannot be true." He hastily crawled to Su Muning's feet. "Your Highness, my father has served as the governor of Lizhou for 8 years, tirelessly devoted to its welfare. These vile individuals have long conspired with Bei Zhao in secret. They are intent on sullying my Zhao family's name. Your Highness must not believe these slanderous accusations." Su Muning's demeanor appeared to soften, and she sighed. "Do you know who reported this?" Zhao Tianrui, sensing her belief in him, exhaled slightly in relief. "It must be that Sima Zhao Yi from Lizhou. Your Highness, this man is a wanted criminal, notorious and intolerable in Lizhou. He harbors ill intentions. Yesterday, this item was presented to the Dali Temple, fortuitously falling into the hands of the deputy minister, who would not be easily deceived by such slanderous claims, and thus informed me of the matter." Zhao Tianrui expressed his profound gratitude towards Qi Chun. "I am endlessly grateful that the deputy minister believes in my Zhao family." Qi Chun's voice remained somewhat frigid, yet he had subdued his resentment. "Young Master Zhao, there is no need for thanks. It is His Highness who has consistently shown concern for Lizhou. My current standing is entirely due to the support from His Highness and the esteemed concubine in front of His Majesty. Your Zhao family has contributed so much to Lizhou, and that makes you both my benefactors. How could I stand idly by while you are wronged?" Upon hearing these words, Zhao Tianrui's eyes glistened with tears. "My father serves as the governor of Lizhou, the esteemed father of the people there. What concern should your Highness hold regarding his actions? Should your Highness be willing to suppress this matter for the Zhao family, I would be eternally grateful. In the future, if your Highness finds a need for me, I shall be ready to face any peril without hesitation." Su Muning assisted him, her expression still tinged with unease as she cautioned him. "Both I and Lord Shaoqing hail from Lizhou, which is why we appreciate all that the Zhao family has done, enabling us to place our trust in you. The same cannot be said for others in the court." Zhao Tianrui grew anxious once more. "Your Highness, is it possible that others are aware of this?" Qi Chun replied, "This scroll was delivered directly into my hands at the Dali Temple, so naturally, no one else is privy to this information." Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Su Muning continue. "However, that Chun Yi is currently hiding, waiting for the opportune moment to act. After a few days, should he discern no movement from the court, he will surely devise another scheme to implicate others. Young Master Zhao, you are aware that while one can easily evade a direct confrontation, it is the hidden threats that are most perilous, correct? unless we eradicate this issue entirely. Should it later emerge that Lord Shaoqing and I sheltered your Zhao family, it would surely spell trouble. Hearing this, Zhao Tianrui felt both anxious and relieved. He was troubled by the potential chaos Chen Yi could incite, yet pleased that these two were currently aligned with him. Even if they later uncovered the deeds of the Zhao family in Lizhou, it would be too late. Your Highness speaks wisely. I am at a loss as to how we might eradicate this issue entirely. Chapter 35. Rumors begin to surface. The fish takes the bait in Beizhou. Yao Taifu stood beside his lord, observing him engrossed in reading a secret letter that had just been unsealed. Your Highness, Qi Chun is now the Shaoqing of the Dali Temple and has garnered considerable trust from Shao Qi. He has played this game exceedingly well. Yin Shujing's eyes flickered with discontent upon hearing this. Taifu, Qi Chun is no one's pawn. Yao Yuanin naturally disagreed with this assertion. We have exerted great effort to rescue and nurture him. He is destined to serve your Highness for life. Yin Shujing chose not to argue, recognizing their different perspectives. He instructed a nearby servant, "Go to my study and fetch the governor's seal." Yao Yuanin questioned in confusion, "Your Highness, what do you require the seal for?" He smiled faintly, radiant as spring blossoms. "To kill." At the entrance of the residence, Fu Zhaoyan furrowed his brow as he examined the letter in his hand, then folded it and passed it to the steward beside him. The steward promptly took it. "Who delivered this letter?" The steward shook his head, responding, "My lord, I found this on the ground as soon as I opened the door this morning. It must have been secretly slipped in during the night. I know not who acted so furtively." Fu Zhaoyan had initially thought he was the sole recipient, only to discover during court that many officials had received similar letters. These letters claimed that the governor of Lizhou conspired with Beizhou, harboring treacherous intentions. Yet, lacking even a proper seal, could not anyone fabricate such accusations? Just days prior, many had praised Zhao Pingchuan in the court. How could they now believe such baseless rumors? It was utterly absurd. To fabricate letters in an attempt to slander the officials of the Qi? What could have provoked the governor of Zhao? It was imperative that His Majesty remain unaware of this unrest. Indeed, Zhao Tianrui had heard these rumors from one of his own servants. "What did you say? Repeat that." The young servant, trembling with fear, retrieved some papers from his bosom. "My lord, rumors have been circulating in the capital these past few days, alleging that our esteemed master is in collusion with the Northern Dynasty. Numerous copies of these letters have been secretly slipped to officials within court. This is even entrusted to me by Sir Qi for your perusal." Zhao Tianrui hastily snatched the letters, his anger boiling as he read through them before tearing them to shreds. "This must be the wicked doing of that scoundrel Chen Yi. It appears that His Highness, Prince Anil, was indeed correct. Seeing that the evidence delivered to the Dali Temple has vanished, he still wishes to manipulate matters concerning the Zhao family. If I catch him, I shall make him pay dearly." He paused, realizing the necessity of consulting with the prince regarding this matter. At the Anil Prince's residence, Su Muning was by the pond, feeding the fish when Jin Shu approached her from behind. "Your Highness, the young master Zhao visited a few days ago." She raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing her lips as she observed the red koi competing for the bait, eager to bite at the slightest temptation. "Let him come." As Jin Shu departed, she left behind two small creatures following her. Su Muning regarded the two fluffy balls, emboldened by Jin Shu's care, daring to nip at her shoes. With a gentle nudge of her foot, she sent them rolling, yet they mistook it as a game and returned to their antics. She suddenly pondered irritably, "Why did Shao Qi send these foolish creatures to me?" When Jin Shu brought the visitor in, she noticed the princess feeding the two rabbits with fish bait, her expression tinged with discomfort. "Your Highness, the young master Zhao has arrived," she announced, hurriedly lifting the rabbits by their ears and retreating. Before Su Muning could speak, Zhao Tianrui exclaimed eagerly, "Your Highness is correct. Chen Yi has indeed taken action again. He is undoubtedly the one spreading rumors throughout the capital these past few days." Su Muning wiped the remnants of food from her hands, appearing unperturbed. "I have seen those letters as well. They pose no threat. They lack even a proper official seal, and anyone with a modicum of sense would not believe them. There is no need for concern. However, Zhao Tianrui could not suppress his worry. The Zhao family had employed similar tactics to frame many in Liang. Should the rumors escalate and reach His Majesty's ears, suspicion would inevitably arise. Noticing her calm demeanor, he surmised she was not taking the family's predicament seriously. Your Highness, while these letters may be forgeries, their widespread distribution is indeed audacious. Such rumors propagate exponentially, and I fear that soon all of the Qi will be aware. At that point, whether others believe or not, it will bring shame upon the Zhao family. Su Muning, upon hearing his concerns, began to take the matter more seriously. What you say holds considerable merit. Zhao Tianrui, aware that the capital was not the same as Liang, aimed to use Su Muning's influence to eliminate Sheni. On that day, when the princess spoke of eradicating the root of the problem, he wholeheartedly agreed. Whatever your highness plans, I shall follow your orders without fail. She paced thoughtfully for a moment. Has a young master Zhao considered why Chun Yi dares only to lurk in the shadows? Zhao Tianrui was momentarily stunned. He is currently being hunted by my father. Su Muning shook her head. He has come to the capital to deflect blame from himself, intending to frame Prefect Zhao. How could he remain hidden indefinitely? Then what is his intention? I surmise that he must be apprehensive because young Master Zhao remains in Chidu. As long as you do not depart, the court and His Majesty shall naturally believe your words. How could he dare to act rashly? Upon reflection, Zhao Tianrui realized this was indeed the case. Hence, his father had urged him to hasten to present himself before the court, seizing the initiative. Should he remain in hiding? He wished to swiftly apprehend this individual to eliminate future threats. Su Muning lowered her voice. Young Master Zhao, he lurks in the shadows. Our task now is to draw this serpent from its lair. Unbeknownst to him, he too subconsciously lowered his voice. How should we provoke the serpent to emerge? A glimmer of cunning flashed in her eyes as she began to whisper to him. This matter requires young Master Zhao's collaboration. Zhao Tianrui's return to Lizhou was indeed justifiable. His father had conveyed all that was necessary, and by rights, he should have set off long ago, yet he was loath to part with the splendor of Chidu. He was a man of social acumen, having visited numerous officials upon his arrival, and upon his departure, he bestowed gifts once more. Regrettably, Minister Fu did not accept his offerings, which left Zhao Tianrui feeling somewhat awkward. Fortunately, he had secured a connection with the esteemed Prince Anil, thus establishing his presence within the court. Su Muning was at the city gates bidding farewell to Zhao Tianrui's carriage when Jiang Linhua happened to ride by. Returning from outside the city, accompanied by a few childhood friends from prominent families, testing new steeds. Upon spotting Su Muning, he hesitated, slowing his horse to approach her. Su Muning also noticed him, frowning slightly. He ought not to have recognized her among the people at Xianghua Temple, or else he would not have dared to be so brazen. Jiang Linhua's gaze fell upon the red mole on her right earlobe before shifting to her face. Anil, what brings you here? Are you not leaving the city? As he spoke, he noticed the unfamiliar coach beside her. The driver was a stranger, and with the curtain drawn. He could not ascertain if anyone was inside, assuming it was her conveyance. This does not appear to be a sedan from your Prince Anil's residence. Where are you headed? I have recently acquired a fine steed. Would you care for a ride? Su Muning had not anticipated encountering him here. Wary of arousing his suspicions about the carriage, she maintained her customary aloof demeanor. Young Master Zhao is departing today. I am here to see him off. Jiang Linhua was familiar with Zhao Tianrui, the son of the governor of Lizhou. Anil, I heard you hosted him at your residence a few days ago, and now you have come to bid him farewell. What kind of rapport do you share? Su Muning was not particularly warm or hospitable. The only time he had dined at Prince Anil's estate was during her wedding banquet. He was curious as to how Zhao Tianrui had captured her interest. Su Muning, however, found it irksome that Jiang Linhua seemed to know of her every invitation. Did he possess such idle time? Lord Ho truly keeps an eye on everything. Even my modest gatherings are within your knowledge. Jiang Linhua detected the sarcasm in her tone, accustomed to it and unfazed. Yet, he felt the need to vent his dissatisfaction. Straightening, he approached the carriage window and then forcefully kicked the frame. Young Master Zhao, what grand airs you have. This lord has stood here for so long, and you have not even deigned to step out and pay your respects." The carriage jolted, startling the horse in front, which whinnied in surprise, while Jiang Linyue's mount remained steady, snorting lightly. In an instant, the surrounding crowd and the city guards turned their attention towards the commotion. The arrogant young Lord Jiang was once again bullying someone. The occupants of the carriage were filled with terror, the coachman equally frightened. Jiang Linyue, witnessing his audacity to remain huddled within the carriage, contemplated delivering another kick. "My lord," Su Muming swiftly positioned herself before the carriage window, thinking to herself how troublesome he truly was. Young Master Zhao had indulged too much at Wangyue Tower and was now inebriated, completely unaware of his surroundings. What was there to pursue with a drunken fool? She narrowed her peach blossom eyes and remarked, "Anil, why do you go to such lengths to protect him?" Su Muming was quite forthright. "His father is the governor of Lichou, and my association with him is merely a desire for the Zhao family to treat the people of Lichou with more kindness." "Do you find this explanation satisfactory, my lord?" Jiang Linyue found her words credible. As a native of Lichou, she inevitably harbored nostalgia for her homeland. How pitiful it was that she had been away for so long, fearing she might never return. Since learning of her gender, he had been overwhelmed with tender feelings for her, and thus he softly reassured, "Anil, do not worry about the turmoil in Lichou. News has arrived that the situation has been pacified, and the emperor has not pursued the traitors too harshly, instructing the governor to soothe the populace." Though Su Muming found his unusually gentle tone somewhat strange, she wished for Jiang Linyue to leave this place. After contemplating for a moment, she looked at him and asked, "My lord, could you elaborate on the details?" Jiang Linyue's eyes sparkled with mirth. "Come, mount your horse, and I shall tell you." He grinned and leaned slightly, extending his hand towards her. "Share a horse and parade through the streets of Chidu?" Su Muming regarded him for a moment before suddenly stepping away on her own. He was left grasping at air, hastily turning his horse around to follow her at a leisurely pace. The carriage from the Wang residence was stationed not far around the corner. Just as Su Muming settled inside, she saw another figure slip in beside her. Jiang Linyue leaned casually against her side, devoid of any embarrassment, quite at ease. "I can join you as well." Su Muming shifted slightly, distancing herself from him. "Isn't the horse of my lord being abandoned? It will find its way back. But my path does not align with the Jiang residence. Then we shall go to your home. If you do not escort me, I shall have no choice but to stay with you tonight." Su Muming scoffed, lifting the curtain to instruct the coachman, "Take us first to the residence of the young Lord Jiang." Chapter 36. Such matters should be done on one's knees. I was terrified. Had the young Lord Jiang lifted the curtain, he would have discovered that it was not I inside. Zhao Tianrui observed everything from a distance, seated in a private room on the second floor of a tavern. The sedan chair contained his attendant, disguised as him, leaving Qi Du to mislead Chun Yi and draw him out. Qi Chen coldly set down his teacup. "Young Master Zhao, it is now common knowledge that you have returned to Lichou. You must remain vigilant to avoid being seen." Zhao Tianrui quickly pulled the hood of his cloak over his head and lowered his voice. "Rest assured, Master Qi, I shall wait here in peace. You must inform me at the earliest opportunity when you capture Chun Yi." Qi Chun replied indifferently, "That is only natural. He is sure to make an appearance soon." Zhao Tianrui felt elated at this response. "Master Qi, when the time comes, you must hand him over to me. That scoundrel, I am determined to serve him well before sending him on his way." Qi Chun looked at him and smiled inexplicably. "Excellent." By the time Su Muning returned to the Wangfu after escorting Jiang Linyue, the sky had already darkened. The steward was anxiously peering out at the entrance, and upon seeing her carriage return, rushed forward. Before she could disembark, he hastily exclaimed, "My lord, His Majesty the Emperor has arrived." Su Muning paused in her descent, furrowing her brow as she glanced inside the gate. After a moment's hesitation, she stepped inside. Shao Qi had been waiting in the garden for quite some time. This Anil Wangfu was essentially his hidden residence, and he was thoroughly familiar with it. Initially displeased to be there, his mood lightened upon noticing the two plump rabbits at his feet, unafraid as they nibbled at his shoes. He casually picked up a plate of snacks from the stone table and placed it near the rabbits' mouths. Jin Shu, attending nearby, felt a twitch at the corner of her eye, sensing an unsettling familiarity. Rabbits cannot eat fish food or snacks. When Su Muning arrived, Jin Shu's eyes lit up. Having been there for quite some time, she was genuinely frightened. "I was unaware of your Majesty's visit," she began, but before she could finish, half kneeling, she was lifted up by Shao Qi. "I know you are unaware, and no one else knows I have left the palace." Shao Qi rarely ventured out of the palace to seek her out, almost never, except on the night of her grand wedding. Su Muning slightly evaded his grasp, her expression revealing a hint of disarray. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Shao Qi immediately sensed her withdrawal, and his earlier joy dampened. He coldly commanded Jin Shu to leave. Jin Shu, glancing at Su Muning with concern, retreated when she noticed Su Muning avoiding her gaze. Shao Qi resumed his seat, and the two rabbits, sensing the shift in his mood, timidly followed Su Muning, nibbling at her. "I have lifted your house arrest. Did you not hear the message from Changxi to express your gratitude? Or did you deliberately choose to ignore it? Your audacity grows by the day." Su Muning pressed her lips together, remaining silent. She possessed many cunning tricks, yet they were insufficient against Shao Qi's absolute authority. His methods far surpassed her own, and he was free to act as he pleased. Thus, he exercised his whims upon her, unchallenged by anyone. In truth, she understood the advantage of complying with him, especially as he was still infatuated with her beauty. Alas, she was not Su Zixin. Shao Qi would never succeed in transforming her into a mere reflection of Su Zixin. A flicker of disdain crossed Su Muning's eyes, concealed beneath her dark, wing-like lashes. "Your Majesty arrives at an inopportune moment. I have been visiting Kuei Shui these past few days." Shao Qi paused, taken aback by her words, and scrutinized her in silence. She turned her face slightly, stating coolly, "Will your Majesty return to the palace? Or shall I arrange for a few beautiful women to entertain you?" Shao Qi suddenly stood, gripping her face, abruptly silencing her words. A flicker of ire ignited in his eyes as he gazed at her sternly. Such a silver-tongued mouth. It must possess other talents as well, I presume? Su Muning's face paled, fear glimmering in her eyes. Although Shao Qi exerted himself upon her in bed, he never resorted to excessive frivolity. He had an inexhaustible vigor and required no such antics. However, this does not imply that he will refrain from acting. It seems that he has grown increasingly unruly after being indulged in recent days. He grasped her chin, compelling her to part her lips, his gaze sweeping over her teeth and the crimson tip of her tongue. Su Muning felt a surge of terror as he scrutinized her. He coldly remarked, "There is no one around. Why not commence here?" Ignoring the pallor of her face, he released his grip and whispered each word into her ear. "Anil, kneel down." Su Muning remained rigid, unmoving. Shao Qi caressed her earlobe, his tone tinged with cruelty. Such matters ought to be performed on one's knees. Su Muning's shoulders began to tremble, and upon lifting her gaze, she found tears streaming down her cheeks. The color drained from her already pale face, her eyes glistening with moisture. "The minister truly came. Kuei Shui did not deceive your Majesty." Yet, Shao Qi did not believe she was lying. He was undoubtedly more aware of her monthly cycle than she was herself. Thus he knew she spoke the truth. His frustration stemmed from, I know. Su Muning, however, could not fathom what else he had to be angry about. Observing her confusion, Shao Qi recognized that she was oblivious to the root of his ire, and he chose to remain silent, seemingly awaiting her response. Noticing his continued cold demeanor, her voice trembled with sobs as she shook her head. "Your Majesty, I was wrong. That is why I am punishing you." Su Muning hurriedly pressed her face against his chest, wrapping her arms around his neck. "No, I will not." As Shao Qi watched her tears stain his chest, her trembling form revealed the fear he had instilled in her. He placed a hand on her back, gently patting her. "Is this truly how frightened you are?" In truth, he did not wish to humiliate her, but her rebellious nature often incited his anger. Shao Qi pressed a kiss to her damp eyelids, tasting the faint saltiness of her tears. "Next time I summon you, will you still refuse to come? Will you pretend not to hear me?" She continued to sob softly, shaking her head slightly in his embrace. Shao Qi lifted her chin. "Speak. Clearly tell me." Her eyes were rimmed with red, particularly at the corners, which bore a deep blush. I was wrong. I will go. I heard you. Having achieved his goal, Xiao Qi's demeanor softened. He embraced her, sitting together on the edge of the corridor overlooking the koi pond below. Enough. Why are you still crying? Did I not release you from your punishment? What did you run off to this afternoon? As soon as your confinement was lifted, you dashed about? Changshi said you planned to kill the rabbit I gifted you for a meal? She remained motionless, eyes shut tight against his chest, the traces of her tears quickly drying in the night breeze. Xiao Qi gazed at the koi in the pond, chuckling softly. These fish were raised while I resided here, and in 2 years, they have multiplied abundantly. It seems the saying about koi being prolific holds true. Slowly, he moved his hand to her abdomen, feeling its softness. 2 years have passed. Why has there been no sign of movement? Should we summon a physician to take a look? Su Muning opened her eyes to meet his gaze, which bore no hint of jest. I do not know. Xiao Qi sighed at her words. Such matters were often dictated by fate. Never mind. Anil is still young. It will be better to wait a couple more years before nurturing. Chapter 37. Do you wish to return alive? Qi Chan finally received a letter from the Northern Zhao, and the informant in the capital was exceedingly cautious. He had not even been able to see the man's face. Chun Yi stood beside him, holding the letters and examining them repeatedly, his eyes revealing a mix of delight and hesitation. Sir Qi, is the official seal on this genuine? How do you know this Northern Zhao official? Or is it true that the Zhao family has indeed committed treason, and you have caught them in the act? Do you think this is of any significance, Sir Chun? If I were to declare it a forgery, would you still dare to approach His Majesty? Qi Chen's tone suggested a tinge of distrust towards him. Chun Yi pondered for a moment, his expression resolute. I understand what must be done for the benefit of the people of Lizhou. I would gladly face death for it. Qi Chen's demeanor softened slightly, his gaze becoming gentler. Rest assured, Sir Chun, the official seal is indeed authentic and no investigation will implicate you. Chun Yi carefully tucked the letters into his bosom and stood up. Then I shall accompany you to the palace at once to meet His Majesty. Qi Chun chuckled softly and shook his head. Sir Chun, before we proceed, there is another matter that requires your assistance. Zhao Tianrui had been waiting at the inn for several days, eagerly anticipating Qi Chen's arrival. Ah, Sir Qi, you have finally come. I have been utterly bored here. Has Chun Yi been captured? Qi Chen replied, Naturally, I have just apprehended him, but whether it is indeed him, we shall require young Master Zhao to identify. Zhao Tianrui's spirits lifted, and he began to rub his fists in excitement. Fear not. I would recognize that scoundrel even in ashes. I shall accompany you at once. Qi Chun tossed the bundle he was holding to him, noticing his confusion, and explained, The man is imprisoned in the dungeons of Dali Temple. To avoid drawing attention, we must have young Master Zhao don the attire of the temple guards. It would be best if I led you in discreetly. Zhao Tianrui immediately understood and hurriedly changed into the clothing. He had always been a reckless character in Lizhou, and after spending several days in the capital, he felt a sense of familiarity with Qi Chun, who appeared cultured and refined, which emboldened him further. On their way to Dali Temple, he kept asking, Sir Qi, this Qi-Du is far superior to Lizhou. How fortunate you are to hold an official position here. Qi Chun discerned the envy in his words. Young Master Zhao, do you not harbor the desire to remain in the capital and serve as an official? Alas, how could I possibly qualify? He had hardly read a few books in his youth, let alone consider taking an examination. However, as he spoke, he recalled the rumors he had heard about Qi Shaoqing in the capital, and with a cautious glance, he posed a delicate question. I have recently heard some rumors that raised a few doubts, and I hope you will not take offense, sir. Qi Chen gestured for him to continue. It is said that you were granted your position through the favor of a palace concubine. Given my acquaintance with Prince Anil, might I request your assistance in securing a minor official position for myself in the capital, while still serving the prince and you and Qi-Du? Qi Chen regarded him in silence. Zhao Tianrui quickly added, Rest assured, sir, I am a reasonable person and will certainly prepare a generous gift to honor the concubine. The prince and yourself, he comes from a wealthy family, yet the Qi's official position is not one that can be inherited like a noble title. His arrogance in Li Prefecture has always been sheltered under his father's wings. Now that he has aligned himself with influential figures in the capital, he naturally has plans to consider. A hint of suppressed mockery flickered in Qi Chen's eyes, but fortunately, the Dali Temple had just arrived. I too wish for young Master Zhao to remain forever in Qi capital. Zhao Tianrui, believing that Qi Chan had agreed to assist him, rubbed his hands together in delight. Just as he was about to utter some flattering words, he heard Qi Chan lower his voice, instructing him to bow his head. At that moment, a figure emerged from the Dali Temple. Qi Chen greeted him respectfully. Minister Shun Kuo had been occupied recently with the re-examination of old cases, spending his days confined to his quarters, and now that the hour had struck, he was about to venture out for a drink. Where do you come from, young sir? Qi Chen replied, I have just returned from a meal outside, thinking of the cases I still need to sort. Shun Kuo patted him on the shoulder. You dined too early. I was just about to go for a drink. Would you care to join me? Qi Chen politely declined. Your Excellency, please go ahead. Yuanza has a poor tolerance for alcohol and wouldn't want to dampen your spirits. Shun Kuo recalled the scene at the gratitude banquet where he had been compelled to drink and ceased his persuasion. As he prepared to leave, he noticed the constable beside Qi Chen, who was bowing his head, appearing somewhat familiar. When Zhao Tianrui had come to the capital, he had presented gifts to officials of the 5th rank and above, and naturally, he had visited the Dali Temple's minister, Shun Kuo. However, Shun Kuo was cautious and articulate, refusing any gifts. He had turned down numerous such offers throughout the day and, at present, only felt a sense of familiarity without recalling who he was. He casually patted the constable's shoulder and departed. Zhao Tianrui let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Minister Shun did not recognize me. Qi Chen cast him a sidelong glance. Come inside quickly. At that moment, Zhao Tianrui was unaware that this fleeting encounter with Shun Kuo had cost him his final chance of survival. As they ventured deeper into the prison, the surroundings grew increasingly dark. Qi Chen held a lantern, leading the way. The death row cells were solitary, located in the deepest, most dim and damp part of the prison, infested with vermin. Zhao Tianrui followed closely behind him for quite some time until they finally halted before a cell. A small skylight allowed light to spill onto the occupant within. Indeed, it was that scoundrel Chen Yi. Zhao Tianrui's face lit up with joy as he rushed to the cell door. Master Qi, this is indeed Chen Yi. Qi Chen, standing beside him, unlocked the door with a key and pushed it open. Zhao Tianrui rushed inside, striding toward Chen Yi. How dare you, wretched scum, be so presumptuous? Today, I shall flay your skin. Just as he raised his foot to kick, he felt a chill at his throat. Momentarily stunned, he found it hard to believe. Master Qi, what are you doing? Qi Chen held a dagger pressed against his throat, choosing not to answer his question. Meanwhile, Chen Yi stood up. The chains on him were merely a fade, for he was not bound at all. Zhao Tianrui, having harmed so many innocent lives, do you still wish to return alive to Li Prefecture? Fear surged in Zhao Tianrui's eyes. Gasping, he pleaded with the figures behind him. Master Qi, have you been deceived by Chen Yi's falsehoods? Qi Chen's tone was as cold as the dark confines of the prison itself. Young Master Zhao, the favored one, is prone to forgetfulness. In just a few years, he has completely erased the memory of my Qi family. Qi family? With so many Qi families in Lizhou, Qi is indeed a prominent surname in the region. Is it possible that Master Qi harbors some misunderstanding towards my Zhao family? Could it be that my father has offended him in some way? But that is entirely my father's doing, and I bear no responsibility. Oh, esteemed sir, can a son truly govern his father? You might as well seek retribution from my father instead. Once we arrive in Lizhou, regardless of your title, I will see to it that you meet your end. Qi Chen signaled to Chen Yi, who immediately stepped forward to restrain him. Zhao Tianrui struggled, yet the blade pressed against his neck had already pierced slightly, blood trickling down his throat, rendering him motionless. Tears and cold sweat erupted simultaneously. Spare me, my lord. I shall serve you like a beast of burden. Please, have mercy and grant me this wretched life. Fu Zhaonian had just finished preparing to attend the morning court. As he boarded the carriage, someone rushed forward. The servant hastily blocked the intruder, fearing an encounter with his master. Masterful, I am Chen Yi, Sima of Lizhou. I have urgent matters to discuss. Chang Yi, is he not still being pursued? Fu Jinyan recognized Chun Yi, a former colleague who had fallen from grace due to the prince's downfall, exiled to Liz Ho by the late emperor. The Zhao family alleged that he was disloyal to the new emperor, colluding with Bei Zhao. However, Fu Zhaoyan, based on his previous acquaintance with him, suspected there might be deeper complexities surrounding his alleged treason. He then instructed the servant to release Chun Yi. When did you return to Chengdu? Chun Yi appeared considerably aged and haggard compared to his time in the capital. He was only in his 40s, yet bore a significant amount of gray hair. Kneeling, he presented a document from his bosom to Fu Zhaoyan. What is this? Esteemed Master Fu, I have learned in Liz Ho that the governor is secretly colluding with officials from Bei Zhao. This is a letter I painstakingly obtained from Bei Zhao, bearing the official seal of the southwestern governor. It is undoubtedly authentic. I implore you to scrutinize it closely. Fu Zhaoyan furrowed his brow at his words. How could there still be such turmoil in a region that had submitted for so long? If the governor were indeed a traitor, the consequences would be dire. He took the documents and examined them meticulously, lingering over the official seal, confirming its legitimacy. Just days prior, the son of the Zhao governor had departed the capital, yet he claimed that they were the ones in collusion with Bei Zhao. Chun Yi interjected, Master Fu, you may not be aware, but the Zhao family has committed numerous heinous acts in Liz Ho. The common folk are not the only ones suffering. We, the officials, are also subjected to his relentless oppression. Any hint of discontent, and he would imprison entire families on baseless charges. When Justice Song gathered evidence of his corruption, it was leaked, and he resorted to torture without proper trial. Since the emperor's ascension, taxes in Liz Ho have been reduced. Yet he has not only maintained, but increased the burdens on the citizens, making them heavier than those in other states of the Qi. Last year, in order to construct a grand building, he forcibly conscripted countless laborers, and the bones beneath that structure surely outnumber the timber within. Esteemed sir, it is he who has driven the people to rebellion. Fu Zhaoyan listened to him, utterly incredulous that the governor of Liz Ho, a mere third-rank official, could be so audacious. His expression turned grave as he helped Chun Yi to his feet. Esteemed Lord Chun, this matter must be reported to His Majesty. I implore you to accompany me to the palace. Since being startled by Shao Qi's sudden visit, Su Muning had obediently resumed attending court, and sometimes, after court sessions, she would be asked to stay behind, to which she complied without protest. Last night, she had once again been kept within the palace walls. Shao Qi, already dressed, had Longxi assist him in fastening his belt before stepping outside. Noticing Su Muning emerging from her bedding, he chuckled. What are you getting up for? Go back to sleep. It was commendable that she, having barely closed her eyes, was still mindful of the morning court. After being slightly frightened, she had become much more compliant than before. He had taken advantage of this for quite some time. As she finished fastening her inner garment, she paused at his words before slowly lying back down. Turning away from him, a smile lingered on Shao Qi's lips as he approached the bedside, observing her stillness. Have you fallen asleep? She remained silent with her eyes closed. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, Are you truly asleep? She could only respond in a hushed voice, I am awake. Her tone was slightly hoarse from crying during the night. Shao Qi chuckled softly, his breath warm against her neck. I know. His right hand rested on her waist, gradually slipping beneath the hem of her garment, encountering soft, smooth skin. Just as he was about to take further liberties, Su Muning pressed down on his hand. Shao Qi playfully bit her neck, his tone laced with both affection and a hint of menace. Anil, release me. Her delicate back stiffened slightly as she tightly shut her eyes, gradually loosening her grip on his hand. He too closed his eyes, indulging in a moment for a while. His hand began to roam unabashedly, feeling her tremors, her warmth, and her heartbeat. Everything was soft and fragrant. He became aroused, his voice taking on a husky tone. You are not allowed to leave today. I shall return to accompany you after court. In the golden chariot hall, Shao Qi, feeling somewhat irritable, brushed his still desirous eyes. The morning had already stirred his blood. Had he known he would be so tempted after dressing, he would have left immediately. Instead, he found himself wanting to tease her once more, which had only resulted in a surge of heated emotions. Had time permitted, he would have indulged himself further. Just as he contemplated dismissing court, without further ado, Fu Zhaoyan stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I have matters to report." Xiao Qi cast a cool glance at him, suppressing his dissatisfaction. "Proceed." Fu Zhaoyan then recounted the details of Chun Yi's situation that morning. The courtiers gasped in astonishment. Xiao Qi's expression grew increasingly frosty as he scrutinized the presented documents. In a grave tone, he commanded, "Summon Chun Yi." Many in the court still remembered him. Some had even been friends in the past, but after his misfortunes in Lizhou, all ties with Qidu had been severed. Chun Yi walked past the assembly, staring straight ahead, and knelt before the throne, bowing deeply. "Criminal Chun Yi pays his respects to your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. You claim that Zhao Pingchuan conspired with Bei Zhao to commit treason? I assure you, your Majesty, every word I speak is the truth. You may dispatch someone to investigate in L Prefecture." Xiao Qi, with an expression of indifference, emanated an aura of sharpness that intimidated the courtiers. "Of course, I shall investigate. However, Chun Yi's words must not be taken at face value," he remarked, casting a fierce glance in Chun Yi's direction. "You and Zhao Pingchuan are merely engaged in a mutual attack. Whoever dares to deceive me in my court must be prepared to lose their head." Cold sweat trickled down Chun Yi's brow. Yet having resolved to use this method to bring down the Zhao family, he had no choice but to proceed. Standing tall, he declared loudly, "Your Majesty, my words are not false. The Zhao family's crimes are too numerous to count. The people of L Prefecture suffer greatly under his rule, and the official Bai Luo, moved by the plight of these suffering citizens, has been forced to incite rebellion. What fault lies with the weak? I implore your Majesty to conduct a thorough investigation." Xiao Qi's good mood was entirely shattered by the circumstances in L Prefecture. Over the past 2 years, he had implemented tax reductions and benevolent policies to appease the populace. If Zhao Pingchuan indeed dared to be so audacious, even 10 heads would not suffice as punishment. Once an individual has a stain upon their character and begins to be doubted, the chorus of suspicion only grows louder and more insistent. People are prone to opportunism, taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Chichen naturally understood these courtiers and thus sought to ride the tide. "Your Majesty, the Zhao family has managed L Prefecture for many years. The Inspector Zhao holds military power. 2 years ago, when Bei Zhao invaded the borders of L Prefecture, he did not take action against the enemy. Now, amidst this civil unrest, he suddenly mobilizes troops, which raises considerable suspicion. 2 years prior, Bei Zhao had sought to seize L Prefecture during a time of internal strife within the Qi. Yet it was Xiao Qi who ultimately dispatched forces from the northwest to restore order. As Chichen spoke, others chimed in. Indeed, this situation is peculiar. Bei Zhao has always eyed L Prefecture with great intensity, yet this time remained silent. Perhaps it is true that Zhao Pingchuan and Bei Zhao are conspiring together. Your Majesty, if this is the case, then the malice of this individual is truly appalling. Just moments ago, Minister Fu had mentioned Junlin Tower. It is unlikely that your Majesty would concern yourself with such a minor place as L Prefecture, yet one wonders which sovereign Zhao Pingchuan is catering to. Noticing the shift in their discourse, Xiao Qi understood that conjecture alone would not suffice to reach a conclusion. "Han Yan, I am here. I appoint you as the Inspector General. Go to L Prefecture and ascertain the truth of this matter. If Zhao Pingchuan is indeed guilty of treason, there will be no need to escort him back to the capital. Execute him on the spot." Chapter 39. Look who has fallen. Zhao Pingchuan had been unable to locate the man in black who had rescued Bai Luo on that day, and was already filled with frustration. Furthermore, he pondered his son's prolonged absence from Qidu. That foolish boy. I instructed him to complete his task and return promptly without delay. Yet he remains in Qidu, indulging himself. How treacherous is the capital? Can he truly afford to offend the people there? Zhao been advised, my lord, do not fret too much. Our young master is quite clever. What can those officials in the capital do? They're easily swayed by silver. Zhao Tianrui had taken a considerable sum of money to establish connections. A suggestion from Zhao Pingchuan. The officials in the capital are quite haughty. They look down upon us, the outsiders. A hint of disdain crossed his face. Zhao Bin chuckled. No matter how arrogant they are, can they refuse silver? Our young master is certainly enjoying drinks and music with those people. Zhao Pingchuan also laughed at this notion. At this moment, the steward of the Zhao residence rushed in anxiously. My lord, something dreadful has occurred. Zhao Pingchuan frowned in displeasure. What has caused such haste? The steward, panting, handed him a note. After reading it, Zhao Pingchuan, filled with rage, tore it to shreds. Where did this come from? How dare anyone spread rumors about my Zhao family in Lizhu? They must be seeking death. The steward, trembling with fear, replied, My lord, these papers are scattered all over Lizhu. The people are already abuzz with discussion. In a fit of fury, Zhao Pingchuan kicked over the table. Go apprehend them. Anyone daring to speak of this shall be seized. Zhao Bin, who had just caught a glimpse of the note, cautiously remarked, My lord, this is likely the work of those men in black. I suspect they have a hidden organization in Lizhu. Zhao Pingchuan, his chest heaving with anger, exclaimed, How dare they fabricate such baseless accusations of collusion between me and Bei Zhao? Do they think the court would believe such nonsense? Would His Majesty believe it? Zhao Bin quickly affirmed, Indeed, my lord. However, despite his righteous indignation, Zhao Pingchuan felt a twinge of doubt within. He understood that no crime could compare to treason. And it was precisely this knowledge that had allowed him to repeatedly use such excuses to clear obstacles from his path. It seemed someone intended to ensnare him with this scheme. Caution was paramount. This must not reach beyond Lizhu. Zhao Pingchuan remained unaware that the Inspector General was already en route. In Beizhou, Wuzhou was once part of the Lih kingdom, lost to Beizhou many years prior. 8 years ago, the Qi seized the remaining portion. Thus, the Lih kingdom faded entirely from the annals of history. The Wild Goose Lake had also been divided. The ice was slowly melting, heralding the arrival of spring. Yin Chushi stood tall by the lakeside, the wind lifting the corners of his garments. Yao Yuanin draped a cloak over him, fussing like a concerned father. Your Highness, the wind by the lake is strong. You've stood here for quite some time. Be wary of catching a chill. It is of no consequence. Yao Yuanin, however, pressed on. The inspector of the Qi has yet to arrive in Lizhu. Might these rumors be premature? Zhao Pingchuan will undoubtedly handle this matter soon. Yin Chushi smirked slyly. Those papers were never meant for the inspector of the Qi. They were prepared for Zhao Pingchuan himself. But what can he do after reading them? He knows well he has not betrayed his country. He is accustomed to such duplicity, and thus he harbors guilt. Sometimes, whether one has acted or not is one matter. Whether others believe it is another. Zhao Pingchuan understands this better than we, else he would not have sent Zhao Tianrui to the capital. Yao Yuanin immediately grasped the implication. The prince intended to exploit Zhao Pingchuan's fears and sow seeds of unease. Surely, upon the inspector's arrival, Zhao Pingchuan would begin to doubt the court. Yin Chushi gazed out at the frozen surface of the lake, speaking in a calm tone. At that moment, I shall lend him a hand. He had learned of their plans from Qi Qin's letter, and he felt compelled to assist. Without needing further explanation, he seemed to intuit the thoughts of that individual. Perhaps this was the profound bond that connected him to her, an existence that felt like another self living in this world. In the fragrant hall, a row of palace maids held up garments for Su Guifei to select, and after much contemplation, she found herself torn between a vibrant hibiscus red dress and a moon-white gown adorned with auspicious cloud patterns. Moning, which one do you think would suit me better for tomorrow? Su Zixin inquired, for her birthday banquet at the Fangfei Palace was to be a grand affair, and as the favored concubine, numerous noble women from within and beyond the palace walls were expected to attend. Su Muning, engrossed in playing with a bamboo dragonfly alongside Xiao Rui, gently rolled his chubby hand, releasing the toy into the air. Xiao Rui giggled and scampered off in pursuit. Sister, you decide. She glanced at the two gowns, finding neither lacking in elegance. Consequently, Su Zixin settled on the hibiscus hue. Seeing that the child had already dashed past the threshold, Su Muning hurried after him. Ruier, don't chase it too fast. You might fall. From a distance, Xiao Qi observed her chasing after Xiao Rui, her demeanor betraying concern for his safety. Upon spotting him, Su Muning paused momentarily, but in her distraction, she stumbled over the threshold, prompting Xiao Qi to swiftly wrap his arms around her waist. Let me see, who has taken a tumble? His tone bore a teasing lilt, clearly mocking her earlier words. A flush crept to Su Muning's ears, and a flicker of unspoken vexation crossed her eyes. Your servant pays respects to your majesty. Shao Qi's mischievous glint was unmistakable as he playfully pinched her waist, causing her to flinch. You still possess the energy to chase after the child? It seems your earlier stumble was not due to my fervor last night, rendering you weak. Su Muning's complexion paled, her lips pressed tightly together. Her gaze averted from him in silence. Shao Qi relished in his playful banter, his nature far from refined, having spent years among the rugged soldiers of the military. Untouched by gentility. Yet, Su Muning was not one to easily jest with. He delighted in calling her to surrender both in the bedroom and in conversation. Why did you weep so earnestly last night? Was it merely a fade? Your tears softened my heart, yet I was left unfulfilled. Will you compensate me tonight? His words were laden with jest, for a woman's tears in such moments only incited further desire. Though his heart softened, other parts remained resolute. As he recalled her vulnerable state beneath him, resembling a helpless kitten, Shao Qi discreetly licked his lips, poised to take a playful bite of the person in his embrace. Your Majesty, why did you arrive without prior notice? Just then, Su Zixin emerged and spotted Shao Qi, her heart swelling with joy, momentarily forgetting the purpose of his visit. Upon hearing her words, Su Muning instinctively pushed him away, adjusting the creases of her sleeve, her expression inscrutable. Shao Qi, frustrated at having been denied his playful bite, cast a cold glance at Su Zixin, whose smile faltered under his gaze, prompting her to hastily bow. Your servant pays respects to your majesty. He, mindful of Su Muning's dignity, refrained from causing Su Zixin embarrassment in her presence. Rise. At that moment, Xiao Rui came running in tears, incoherently expressing his distress over the bamboo dragonflies stuck in a tree. Oblivious to the adult tension surrounding them, he clung to Su Muning's leg, weeping. Uncle, please help. Go get it. Shao Qi, vexed at the sight of the child staining her attire with tears, found himself further annoyed as she leaned down to comfort the weeping boy. Su Zixin observed his troubled expression and promptly approached Xiao Rui. Uncle and his majesty are preoccupied with matters of importance. Would you allow Mother Empress to take you for a while? With a mix of coaxing and comforting, she led Xiao Rui away, accompanied by a group of palace maids. Chapter 40. You cannot possibly harbor feelings for Consort Su, can you? As the inspector of the court, Zhao Pingchuan only learned of this matter upon entering the city. When he received the report, he could hardly believe his ears. Why would they arrive at this moment? Could it be that the recent rumors from Lizhou had reached His Majesty? It shouldn't have happened so swiftly. Moreover, Tian Rui had been in the capital for some time without any word of upheaval in the court. Uneasy, he questioned the servant once more. Are you certain it is the inspector of the court from the capital? The servant nodded vigorously. The city guards have verified the traveler's insignia. It is indeed true. A wave of dread washed over Zhao Pingchuan as he paced restlessly. Where have they gone? To Junlin Tower, came the reply. Zhao Pingchuan steadied his nerves and spoke in a low voice. Prepare the sedan. How can I not go to welcome the inspector? Han Yin had just disembarked from the sedan, standing before the still incomplete Junlin Tower. Beneath the grandeur of the 7-story eaves, countless laborers stood gaunt and weary, their vacant and fearful gazes fixed on the approaching entourage. With a cold scoff, Han Yin remarked to the accompanying civil official, indeed, as Lord Chen has said, this Junlin Tower is a drain on the people's resources. Make a note of it. The official hurriedly pulled out a notebook to record the observation. Zhao Pingchuan arrived at that moment and felt a jolt of alarm, hastily alighting from a sedan. Ah, Inspector, having traveled such a distance and endured the toil of the journey, why not come inside the prefect's residence to rest? I regret that I was not informed of your arrival. It is truly a failure on my part to welcome you. Han Yin, here specifically to investigate him, naturally offered no warmth in return. Do we need to inform you of our business at His Majesty's behest? Zhao Pingchuan's expression stiffened. He was the highest official in Lizhou, and no one dared address him so boldly. Yet he understood the necessity of appeasing this man. Your Excellency has misunderstood. I am genuinely concerned about your fatigue. Tonight, I shall host a banquet in your honor to welcome you. Han Yin replied coldly. There is no need for that. I intend to search your residence immediately. Lead the way, Zhao Darren. Zhao Pingchuan realized that Han Yin's visit was indeed aimed at him. Could it be that Chun Yi had handed over the stolen scrolls to His Majesty? Or was it due to the rumors circulating here? But he had quelled them long ago. As Han Yin prepared to board the sedan, Zhao Pingchuan discreetly supported his arm, slipping a thick stack of banknotes into his sleeve. Han Yin paused momentarily. Your Excellency, am I being slandered in the capital? After contemplating for a while clutching the banknotes, Han Yin ultimately returned them. The crime of treason is grave. If proven, the consequences would be severe, potentially leading to the extermination of entire families. He could not allow himself to be entangled with Zhao Pingchuan over money. Zhao Darren, I am here on the Emperor's orders to conduct business. This is unnecessary. Zhao Pingchuan was taken aback that he refused the bribe. He was aware that Zhao Tianrui had visited many in the capital, with very few declining gifts. Han Yin, evidently not among those who do so, refusing at this moment suggested that the matter was significant enough to warrant his refusal. What transpired in the capital? Why has Zhao Tianrui not sent any word back? Could it be that he has encountered trouble there? Zhao Pingchuan, disregarding the awkwardness of rejection, grasped his arm. Your Excellency, my son has been away from the capital for several days. He must be enjoying the favors of the esteemed officials and has lost track of time. His temperament is rather impetuous. But has he committed any indiscretions or offended any noble personage? Upon Han Yin's reminder, he recalled having received Zhao Tianrui's courtesy and felt a twinge of regret. Yet, considering that his colleagues had also received similar attentions, he thought it was of little consequence. Hasn't young master Zhao returned already? Zhao Pingchuan was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of alarm. My son has returned? When did he set off? Han Yin found his reaction perplexing. It has likely been over a month. Hasn't young master Zhao returned to the manor? That cannot be. It takes merely half a month to journey to Lizhou. He departed half a month later. Surely he has arrived by now. Zhao Pingchuan's countenance darkened as an unsettling premonition took hold of him, suggesting that Zhao Tianrui might be in peril. At the Jiang residence, Madame Jiang was preparing to enter the palace, for today marked the birthday of Consort Su. Unlike others who sought to curry favor with the emperor's favored consort, she had no such need, being the aunt of Shao Qi. However, considering that the favored consort had been pampered for 2 years without any sign of pregnancy, it raised troubling questions. Consort Su, having given birth before, should not be facing any reproductive issues. Could it be that His Majesty himself was the one with the problem? Such thoughts were truly vexing. Jiang Linyue was also about to depart. Having heard of a new performer playing the pipa on the Chuan River, he had made arrangements to attend the performance. Upon seeing him in such a carefree demeanor, Madame Jiang could not help but call out to him. Where are you going? Mother, are you heading to the palace? Madame Jiang adjusted her hairpin and replied with displeasure. You are off to indulge in revelry again. Why not accompany me to the palace? Jiang Linyue furrowed his elegantly arched brows in disdain. I shan't go. The beauties in the palace belong to His Majesty, while those outside are mine. Madame Jiang, in her frustration, threw a hairpin at him. What nonsense are you spouting? Sooner or later, the emperor will have your tongue for such remarks. With agility, Jiang Linyue caught the golden hairpin and playfully tucked it into his mother's hair. That's simply one do. I need my tongue to charm the ladies. Madame Jiang, momentarily amused by her son, relented. If you choose not to go, then it's of little consequence. The consort's birthday is not particularly important. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Linyue paused, realizing that Su Muning would undoubtedly attend the celebration. As Madame Jiang was about to board the carriage, he swiftly supported her arm and joined her. His eyes sparkled with mischief. Mother, I shall accompany you. After all, that pipa performance is hardly worth listening to. Before Madame Jiang could comprehend his rapid change of heart, he urged the attendants outside to prepare the carriage. Noticing her scrutinizing gaze, he playfully inquired, What are you looking at? Is it not you who wanted me to accompany you? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she took his hand. Perfect. Other ladies will be present today, bringing their daughters along. Make sure to impress them. Perhaps one of those young ladies might take a liking to you. At this, he fell silent, at a loss for words. A jest, I, the illustrious young Master Jiang, endowed with beauty and wealth, who could possibly disregard my lineage and appearance? Madame Jiang coaxed him, saying, Then, simply tell me which young lady catches your eye, and I shall ensure you marry her. Jiang Lin, you suddenly fell silent for a moment, a rare seriousness glinting in his eyes. Mother, what if I find favor in the eyes of His Majesty's woman? Would you still arrange for me to wed her? Madame Jiang, taken aback, gasped, clutching her chest, her eyes wide with disbelief. You cannot possibly be enamored with Consort Su, can you? She suddenly recalled his earlier declaration at Xiangwu Temple about marrying the most beautiful maiden of Deqi, which could only refer to Su Zixian. Panic surged through Madame Jiang as she grasped his hand, babbling her concerns. My dear son, that is your cousin's beloved. You must not entertain such thoughts. Indeed, Consort Su was a beguiling enchantress, ensnaring not only her emperor-nephew's heart, but also, it seemed, her son's soul. Jiang Lin, you chuckled, retrieving a fan from his sleeve, resuming his carefree demeanor. I was merely jesting. Chapter 41. Is Lord Fu a silent affectionate? In the damp confines of the dungeon, the sound of rats gnawing echoed, startled by the approaching footsteps retreating into shadowy corners. A small skylight cast a pallid glow, dust particles swirling within its beam. Beneath that light curled a figure, perhaps no longer a man. He, too, heard the footsteps, trembling in fear, yet when he glimpsed the person standing outside the cell, a brilliant light ignited in his eyes, joy surging within him. He struggled to crawl towards that figure, a pool of blood mingling with the stench of excrement beneath him. His bloodied and mangled hands barely reached the door, his voice rasping like a broken water wheel. Lord Shun, please, I beg you. I am the son of the governor of Li Prefecture. Shun Kuo appeared incredulous, astonishment etched across his face, gazing at the pitiful state of the man before him. He wrestled internally for a moment before furrowing his brow and letting out a heavy sigh. Zhao Tianrui watched as he turned to leave, despair engulfing him. Lord Shun, please help. Yet Shun Kuo's figure seemed to vanish as if he had never been there, swallowed by the dungeon's oppressive darkness. The rats cautiously emerged from their hiding spots, sensing that danger had passed. Get away, you wretched rodents. Do not gnaw at me. Help! Help! Zhao Tianrui, in sheer terror, could only watch helplessly as the rats climbed back onto him, devouring his festering flesh. Today, Fu Zhaonian was meant to remain after the morning court for a discussion with the emperor, but unexpectedly encountered Su Muning, who was cradling the sixth prince in a corridor. Both were momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised to see each other within the palace walls. Since the incident involving Pei Shaoan, they had not exchanged word for quite some time. The Fengfei Hall of Consort Su was teeming with guests, the women's chatter overwhelming, while Xiao Rui clamored to play outside. Not wishing to remain there any longer, Su Muning followed him out. The child, exhausted from play, dozed off on her lap as she prepared to return him. Su Muning's gaze fell upon the book in his hand. What brings Lord Fu here? The imperial harem, by all accounts, should not be a place for a mere minister to tread. Fu Zhaonian, following her gaze, elucidated, Her Highness the Ninth Princess entrusted me to procure a rare tome, which I have successfully located, and I have come today to present it to her. Su Muning cast a fleeting glance downward. In his hand lay a collection of works by the renowned writer Xie Lang from a previous dynasty. Indeed, a treasure difficult to acquire. A twinge of melancholy flickered in her heart. The Ninth Princess had yet to reach maturity. Yet the court of Deqi anticipated her future union with Fu Zhaonian, a pairing that seemed fitting. She took a step aside. In that case, let us not keep the princess waiting any longer. Seeing her attempt to depart, Fu Zhaonian could not restrain himself from calling out, Muning, the Fangfei Palace is still quite distant. Allow me to carry you. Just as she was about to decline, he had already gently lifted her and turned towards the Fangfei Palace. The birthday celebration for Su Zixin was bustling with liveliness, who in the capital was unaware of her favored status. Countless individuals, both within and outside the palace, sought to curry favor with her. Among them were many officials who previously looked down upon the Su siblings, yet their families were present in abundance. Su Zixin was taken aback to see Jiang Linyue in attendance, albeit he merely made a brief appearance to inquire about Prince Annel's whereabouts before departing. Notably, Lady Jiang exhibited a peculiar demeanor, as if she were on guard, and seemed to breathe a sigh of relief when her son left. How strange! Yet, recognizing Lady Jiang's distinguished status, she eagerly took her hand and guided her to a seat. As the Emperor's guest, I shall address you as Aunt. Please, take a moment to rest. His Majesty will be here shortly. I shall step out to greet him. Observing her radiant smile, Lady Jiang inwardly mused, indeed. She is a cunning vixen. I must ensure she does not ensnare my son. Su Zixin glanced around and inquired of her close maid, Jin Xin. It appears the 9th princess is absent. She delivered a peony painting to me yesterday and expressed her intent to attend. Please, go to her palace and urge her to come. As Jin Xin departed with Su Zixin, the surrounding ladies began to converse merrily. The 9th princess will not reach maturity for another 2 years. I wonder if the emperor will bestow a marriage upon her then? I have heard she has cherished feelings for Minister Fu since childhood, and he remains unmarried. Surely, they are waiting for the right moment. Minister Fu is undoubtedly an exceptional man in Qi. What ordinary woman could possibly aspire to him aside from the princess? Amidst the flurry of compliments, a mocking voice suddenly interjected, "That may not be the case. I have heard that Minister Fu is rather unconventional." The speaker was the wife of the Duke of Yuanchang, a woman of high rank who was known for her arrogance. Her words were laced with disdain, as she believed they were deliberately mocking her family. The others recalled that a year prior, her family had sought to ally with the Fu family, only to be spurned when their legitimate daughter was rejected by the Fu clan. This incident had brought them much ridicule, and the Duke's wife, clutching her handkerchief, continued her sarcastic remarks, disregarding the discomfort of those around her. Has everyone forgotten that it was merely 3 or 4 years ago? Lady Jiang shot her an irritated glance and retorted, "Why bring up such baseless rumors, Duchess of Yuanchang? How could this be deemed baseless? Surely, my son is currently in the company of Lady Jiang's young marquis. Right here in the palace, Minister Fu is embracing a youth. It is said to be quite scandalous. Is that true? Surely not." The young ladies exclaimed in surprise. One lady, seizing the opportunity in the absence of Su Guifei, quickly added, "Lady Yuanchang is correct. Do you know who that young man accompanying Minister Fu is? I have heard it is none other than the younger brother of Su Guifei, Prince Annel." Madame Jiang frowned at this. How dare these gossiping women drag Minister Fu into their idle chatter? Just as she was about to speak up in admonition, a chilling and austere voice resonated from outside, causing the atmosphere to grow suddenly frigid. Is that so? The crowd gasped in shock, and indeed, in the next moment, Xiao Qi strode in. Behind him, Su Guifei appeared equally perturbed, suggesting they both had overheard the conversation. "Your Majesty, long live your Majesty." The ladies, filled with trepidation, knelt in reverence. Xiao Qi had not expected to hear rumors of Su Muning and Fu Zhaoyan from these women. While he was aware that gossip about the Su siblings had always been rampant, this was a novel experience. Lady Yuanchang and the loquacious woman felt a twinge of fear. They had just remarked that Minister Fu should not be involved with Prince Annel. Today was Gui Fei's birthday, and to speak ill of her brother in her palace was tantamount to slapping her face. Xiao Qi took his seat at the head of the table without permitting them to rise, his gaze coldly surveying the now silent assembly, emanating a sharp pressure that made it difficult to breathe. Who was just sharing amusing tales? Why have you ceased? I am quite eager to hear. The emperor's authority was not to be challenged, not even by these women. Seeing this, Madame Jiang took the initiative to ease the tension, saying, "Your Majesty, these are merely jesting remarks from the inner courtyard. It would be wise not to take them to heart." Su Zixin quickly added, "Anne is right, Your Majesty. Minister Fu and Muning could never be accused of such things. Muning regards him merely as an elder brother." Xiao Qi, though skeptical, did not appreciate such jesting about matters so personal, akin to someone encroaching upon his exclusive possession, just as he was about to allow them to rise. He glanced up and saw Fu Zhenyan entering the outer hall, holding Xiao Rui, with none other than Su Muning by his side. He observed them with a subtly darkened expression. The two appeared as a perfect pair, one a gentleman like jade, the other a beauty akin to the moon. A heaviness settled in Shao-Chi's heart as he re-examined the earlier words he had doubted. She had been in the palace since she was 9, and by the time he returned from the northwest to seize power, she was already 15. What transpired during those years remained a mystery to him. Could it be that she truly had an affair with another? Unintentionally, Su Muning glanced towards the inner hall and unexpectedly met Shao-Chi's somber gaze, which harbored a hint of danger. A wave of anxiety swept over her, prompting her to instinctively distance herself slightly from Fu Zhaoyan. To Shao-Chi, this action only seemed to reveal her intentions more clearly. It appeared that there was indeed an issue between the two. Fu Zhaoyan, however, remained oblivious to the stirrings within the inner hall, as it was inappropriate for him to enter further into the Guifei's palace. I cannot go any further into the Guifei's palace. I will escort you to this point. Su Muning accepted Xiao Rui from his hands. Her tone somewhat hurried as she said, "Thank you, Minister Fu. You should hasten to find Princess Jiao." Fu Zhaoyan furrowed her brow upon hearing the words, wondering if she had misunderstood the relationship between herself and the 9th princess. Just as she intended to clarify the matter, the princess had already entered. Chapter 42. His Majesty's Canary. As the crowd rested in the garden, Jiang Linyue withdrew her gaze from the pavilion where Shao-Chi and Su Muning were seated and, with a contemplative expression, inquired of Madame Jiang, "What transpired in my absence? Why is the atmosphere so somber?" Madame Jiang sighed softly and recounted the recent incident involving Lady Yuan Chambua. She lamented, "Today marks the birthday of the imperial concubine. How dare she casually bring up such matters in the Fengfei Hall? It has displeased both His Majesty and concubine Su." Jiang Linyue, gripping her fan tightly, wore a serious expression. She was aware of the situation between Fu Zhaoyan and Su Muning, having witnessed it firsthand. Suddenly, she rose and made her way toward the pavilion. Despite Madame Jiang's attempt to restrain her, she could not. "What are His Majesty and Prince Anil discussing? I too wish to listen," she remarked. Shao-Chi cast a sidelong glance at her, noting that his cousin had remained quite the dandy over the years, prompting their aunt to seek suitable matches for him on numerous occasions. Seeing her approach, Su Muning stood and said, "The Lord and His Majesty likely have matters to discuss. I shall check on whether my nephew has awakened." Shao-Chi waved his hand dismissively. With a teasing smile, he turned to Jiang Linyue and asked, "Have you set your sights on any particular young lady? Our aunt has just urged me to arrange a marriage for you." "Please, Your Majesty, I wish to enjoy a few more years of freedom." Jiang Linyue hastily declined. Shao-Chi's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Marriage shall not hinder your enjoyment. That remains uncertain. Perhaps she would be a jealous tigress. If she were indeed a tigress, our aunt would be at ease, ensuring you are tethered to her, thus curbing your indulgences. Then I might as well become a monk. You should express that sentiment in front of our aunt." Jiang Linyue dared not voice such thoughts before Madame Jiang, who had only one son. Should he choose monastic life, she would likely set the temple ablaze in protest. Observing Shao-Chi's noticeably relaxed demeanor, she steered the conversation back to the earlier topic. "I just overheard a lady reminisce about past events. These women, piecing together fragments of gossip, know little of the actual circumstances. Yet I witnessed them firsthand." Shao-Chi's smile faded as he regarded her intently. "Speak." Jiang Linyue's eyes, adorned with a hint of mockery and a sense of detachment, wandered as she toyed with an orange on the table, her tone languid. "Your Majesty is aware that the second prince has always favored male beauty. The second prince, Shao-Chi, was executed on the day of the coup, and his court was filled with numerous young boys in their teens. This was hardly a secret into Qi." Shao-Chi's brow furrowed, as if he anticipated unfortunate events. The second prince did not favor those too young, but rather preferred boys of 13 or 14, claiming that such age was the epitome of purity and transparency, possessing both the delicate charm of a girl and a fortitude surpassing that of women. Irresistible. Jiang Linyue felt a wave of nausea wash over her at his words. The second prince would often cast his gaze upon the pitiful little exiled slave, enduring great torment in the cold palace. "Your Majesty, are you aware that there exists an unparalleled beauty in the palace, who has patiently awaited his affection for several years? Jiang Linyue was referring, of course, to Su Muning. Shao Qi's gaze was imbued with a deadly intent, his tone frigid, wishing fervently to drag the long-deceased Shao Qi back to life, just to slay him once more. Had he taken action? Jiang Linyue nodded. How could he not act? Su Muning was at the mercy of everyone within the palace, and Su Zixin could not protect her. The second prince had a penchant for using drugs, always favoring the docile. He relished the chaos of festivities, and thus, during the mid-autumn banquet of the 31st year of the late emperor, it was common knowledge among their circle, who watched with morbid curiosity as the drugged Su Muning was led away by servants into a secluded chamber. That year, Su Muning was merely 13. As Jiang Linyue recounted this, a shadow of regret clouded his eyes. He had once taken pleasure in witnessing her humiliation. Shao Qi, gripping the jade talisman on his thumb, fixed him with a piercing gaze, demanding, and then? No one dared to offend the second prince, especially not for the sake of a fallen royal's pitiful legacy. All awaited her tears. Jiang Linyue recalled that day vividly, seated among a throng of noble youths, drinking and jesting, speculating on how long the ordeal would last. The memory pricked at his heart like 1,000 needles, a sharp pain coursing through him, and finally, he spoke in a subdued tone. Only Fu Zhaoyan came to her aid. Upon hearing this, Shao Qi released a slight breath. The second prince, Shao Qi, was dead, and he could no longer seek vengeance for her. However, what of Fu Zhaoyan? Did they share a romantic entanglement? Jiang Linyue hesitated at this inquiry, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. Fu Zhaoyan hailed from a strict family, renowned for upholding propriety. He could not possibly engage in actions that violated decorum. Yet Shao Qi regarded him with a detached arch of his brow. What of Anil? Jiang Linyue was taken aback. Did Su Muning harbor feelings for Fu Zhaoyan? Perhaps she did. She had always referred to him as Brother Zhaoyan and smiled solely for him. Yet, there was more Jiang Linyue had yet to reveal. That night, Fu Zhaoyan had boldly entered and dared to harm the second prince. When the second prince emerged, furious and clutching his head, they were all taken aback. Unlike others who fussed over the second prince, Jiang Linyue was more curious about what transpired inside. Had that stubborn child cried? Thus, he ventured in and beheld a scene that haunted him to this day. The youthful Su Muning was astonishingly beautiful, akin to a woman. She had consumed a potent drug, her entire being flushed with a rosy hue, her garments loose and disheveled. Whether removed by the second prince or by her own doing remained unclear. She appeared to be in utter distress, deliriously pushing away Fu Zhaoyan, who had attempted to grasp her. In a startling turn, she threw herself upon him, kissing him passionately, her eyes reflecting unparalleled shock and confusion, entirely devoid of the composed, gentlemanly demeanor he typically exhibited. Equally astonished was Jiang Linyue, who stood at the threshold. Though he found the notion of men engaging with one another repulsive, much like he detested the second prince's actions, in that moment, he absurdly pondered why the one beneath her was not himself. If only he had been the one to burst in, she would have kissed him instead. From that day forth, he often dreamt of being with her. In the realm of dreams, Su Muning appears as a woman, one whom he can kiss, caress, invade, and possess at will. Indeed, she is truly a woman. On that fateful day at the Xiangwu Temple, he recognized her without a doubt. How could he not? Those eyes had smiled, scolded, and wept in his dreams, and the red mole on her earlobe felt as if he had kissed it 1,000 times. She accused him of being presumptuous? Indeed, he was, yet his heart yearned for even greater audacity. As the red plum blossoms lay beneath the snow, he nearly succumbed to the temptation of covering her with his warmth, melting both her and the snow around her. Had he discovered her true identity before Shao Qi returned to the capital, before Shao Qi laid claim to her, he would have hidden Su Muning away, revealing her to no one, for his eyes alone to behold and his heart alone to possess. Yet Shao Qi found her first, ensnaring her within a gilded cage forged by imperial power. Su Muning became the emperor's prize canary, and he understood that Shao Qi would never allow her to escape. Chapter 43. Treason at the office of the governor of Lijiang. Zhao Pingchuan downed one cup after another, his demeanor taut with anxiety. Just then, Zhao Bin entered hastily and approached him. My lord, that insufferable censor has been digging for days, but I fear he has found nothing of substance. It seems merely a formality. Zhao Pingchuan snorted disdainfully, saying nothing. Increasingly alarmed, he felt like a startled bird. Rumors swirled in Lijiang, barely quelled, when yet another imperial censor arrived in the capital. What mission this censor had, sent by the emperor, was unknown, even if Chun Yi had reported him for corruption. It could not warrant such secrecy from Han Yan. This indicated that the matter at hand was far graver than mere corruption. Could it be that the emperor suspected him of treason? Was Zhao Tianrui implicated by the emperor? The more he pondered, the more dread crept into his heart. The emperor's thoughts were inscrutable. Moreover, being away from the capital left him entirely in the dark regarding unfolding events. Could the emperor truly intend to act against him? My lord! My lord! The steward rushed in, flustered. Zhao Pingchuan frowned and set aside his cup. What is it? The steward, visibly anxious, produced a letter from his sleeve and handed it to him. Zhao Pingchuan opened it with irritation, and upon seeing the signature, his eyes widened in disbelief. The Southwest Provincial Governor, Bei Zhao. He read through the letter in one breath, his heart unsettled for a prolonged moment. Suddenly, he crumpled the letter into a ball, gripping it tightly. Unbelievably, the officials from Bei Zhao dare to incite rebellion against me at such a time. How could the Zhao family ever betray the nation? Zhao Bin, hearing this, furrowed his brow and said cautiously, why would Bei Zhao send such a letter at this moment? Zhao Pingchuan, taken aback by the question, pondered deeply. Indeed, why would Bei Zhao choose now to send a letter? With rumors rampant and the censor newly arrived, why would Bei Zhao intervene at such a juncture? Having served as governor in Lijiang for so many years, Bei Zhao had never shown any inclination toward him. Why would they now seek to persuade him? Could it be that even Bei Zhao had caught wind of the whispers surrounding the Zhao family? Was he the only one left in the dark? Was the emperor truly poised to strike against his family? He held the letter in his trembling hand. The steward hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words, before finally saying, My lord, just now, the imperial censor sent word requesting that you submit the evidence of treason against Chen Sima, Song Zifa, and Bai Sihu. Zhao Pingchuan's eyelids flickered. It appeared that his majesty had indeed tasked Han Yan with this matter. Suddenly, he unfurled the letter before him, scrutinizing each word with meticulous attention. In a realm of governance, one could wield authority from any corner. Transitioning from the governor of Lizhou to that of Wuzhou was not beyond possibility. Since the emperor sought his demise, he would not resign himself to fate. Zhao Pingchuan coldly instructed the steward, Convey to the imperial censor that I shall take a moment to organize my thoughts and personally deliver the documents to him tonight. On the long staircase, Chi-Chun descended step by step. His expression remained inscrutable, yet his eyes momentarily brightened upon spotting the carriage of the Anil Wangfu at the palace gates. After spending several days within the palace, Su Muning found it challenging to communicate with him. Noticing his approach, she instructed the coachman to wait. Lifting a corner of the curtain, her demeanor appeared somewhat indifferent. Chi-Chun gently placed his fingers upon the window of her carriage, bowing his head slightly. Your Highness, the situation has been firmly established over there. I fear news will reach Chidu by tomorrow or the day after. Zhao Pingchuan had already committed treason in Lizhou, and Chi-Chun had learned of this through a letter from the Crown Prince, which meant that once this news returned to Chidu, the treason of the Zhao family would be an undeniable fact. Su Muning nodded, her gaze serene. If he could exercise a bit more patience, perhaps there would still be a glimmer of hope. After all, no matter how rampant the rumors, falsehoods remain falsehoods. Now that he had chosen this path, he had truly sealed his fate, and no one could rescue him. Treasonous acts would implicate not only him, but his entire lineage. Chi-Chun regarded her, his eyes reflecting admiration alongside joy. This is all part of your Highness's strategy. I express my gratitude to you and the esteemed concubine for the people of Lizhou. Su Muning, however, replied, Plans are merely plans. Without your cooperation and that of the man from Bei Zhao, this endeavor would have been but a castle in the air, utterly impossible to realize. He spoke with fervor. Your Highness, you must trust that the Crown Prince genuinely cares for the well-being of the people of Lizhou. Su Muning ignored his hopeful assertion. instead focusing her gaze on his hands. Has the hand of the esteemed Lord Shaoqing also been stained with blood? Qi Chen paused, realizing whom she referred to, and a flicker of hatred ignited in his eyes as he slowly replied, Your Highness, the blood of Zhao Tianrui is hardly sufficient for restitution. Rest assured, I shall not allow him to die easily. In Wuzhou, Zhao Pingquan had been seeking an audience with the Southwest governor for several days. Yet he had not yet been granted an audience. He found this somewhat perplexing, but resigned himself to waiting. Fortunately, today, the governor was finally to meet him. He cautiously followed the servant through the corridors, past pavilions and waterside halls, ultimately stopping before a room. The servant announced, My lord is waiting for you inside. Before stepping back, Zhao Pingquan adjusted his attire and, standing at the door, called out, I am Zhao Pingquan, here to pay my respects to the esteemed governor. Come in. A melodious voice, youthful and slightly cool, emanated from within. Upon entering, Zhao Pingquan beheld a figure seated at a table, diligently writing. The young man was remarkably handsome, a rare beauty seldom seen in the world, compelling him to gaze longer than intended. Yin Chujia set down his pen and looked up at him with a gentle smile. Zhao Daren, having traveled such a distance, I regret that I have been preoccupied with matters and have neglected you these past few days. Although Zhao Pingquan felt dissatisfaction regarding the situation, he could only feign indifference. Your Excellency, it is I who am grateful for your visit amidst your busy schedule. I hope you find a modest gift I have brought to your liking. As Zhao Pingquan sought to pledge his allegiance to Bei Zhao, it was imperative to demonstrate sincerity. Thus, he had brought the head of the Inspector General Han Yan. With this act, his return to the Qi was rendered impossible, effectively severing his ties to ensure Bei Zhao's trust. Yin Chujia smiled again. You are too kind. I have already perceived your sincerity. Zhao Tianrui felt a sense of relief, reassured by the trust placed in him. Your Excellency has diligently safeguarded the remote region of Lizhou for the Qi, and your contributions have been immense. It is truly unjust for the Qi to disregard your years of service and to entertain the slander of petty individuals, casting doubt upon your loyalty. It is disheartening to hear such things in Bei Zhao. Zhao Pingquan's anger flared at these words. That emperor has only been in power for a few years, easily swayed by those inept officials in the capital, unaware of our toil. My son has been missing in the capital for days, likely fallen victim to foul play. His lack of trust in the Zhao family means I shall no longer serve him. An admirable bird chooses its perch wisely. A person of your caliber, Zhao Daren, should not be overlooked. I am grateful for your recognition, Your Excellency. I shall find my place in Bei Zhao and serve you diligently henceforth. You flatter me. I have long heard of your meticulous management of Lizhou over the years, and I am confident in entrusting Wuzhou to your capable hands. Rest assured, I will devote myself wholeheartedly to the welfare of the people of Wuzhou. Yin Chujie replied with a serene smile, I believe in you, Zhao Daren. It brings me joy to meet you today, as if we are old acquaintances. Hearing this, Zhao Pingquan's spirits soared. He continued, Might I inquire if you have an affinity for weapons such as swords and halberds? If so, I happen to possess a collection that I would be delighted to share with you. Although Zhao Pingquan was not particularly inclined toward such things, he wished only to flatter Yin Chujie. I too have a fondness for them. Today shall certainly be an eye-opener. Unbeknownst to Yin Chujie, he pressed a hidden mechanism on the table, causing the wall adorned with paintings to shift, revealing a concealed chamber. He possessed a similar treasure room in his own residence, one that contained gold and silver brought along. As they entered together, they beheld several dark chambers filled with an array of swords and weaponry. Just as Zhao Pingquan was about to offer compliments, he suddenly spotted a mask on one of the walls. He paused in surprise, contemplating for a moment before his expression shifted dramatically. Yin Chujie lifted the mask and donned it upon his face, turning to face him. Zhao Pingquan's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at him. You're the one who rescued Bai Luo that day. Beneath the mask, Yin Chujie revealed a chilling smile. Chapter 44. The disobedient dog, Yao Yuanin, hurriedly pushed open the door, and upon finding the study empty, felt a sense of unease. Just then, the door to the hidden chamber creaked open. A figure emerged from within, one hand gripping a mask while the other held a spherical object. Upon recognizing the item, Yao Yuanin's eyes widened in shock, and he stammered, "Your Highness." Yun Shujing gently tossed the severed head of Zhao Pingchuan, which rolled to his feet, leaving a trail of blood. Yao Yuanin was at his wit's end, nearly beside himself. "Your Highness, Zhao Pingchuan should not have been killed so soon. The Crown Prince of Beizhou intends to use him to instigate war. Should you slay him, the Crown Prince will surely hold us accountable." However, Yun Shujing remained remarkably calm as he approached the table, wiping the blood-stained silver mask with a cloth. "Grand Tutor, you are mistaken. The Crown Prince's desire for the throne is his concern. We ought not to wade into these murky waters. The benefits that Beizhou reaps may not be detrimental to us. Once Yun Mingyuan ascends the throne, our nation, Li, will have hope for restoration." Yet, Yun Shujing's demeanor shifted, his gaze growing colder. He wished for conflict to reignite in Li and Wuzhou, causing the armies of the Qi and Beizhou to face each other. Once hostilities commenced, it would be the common folk of Li and Wuzhou who would suffer. Yao Yuanin was aware of this, yet he believed that significant endeavors necessitate sacrifices. "Your Highness, this is merely a temporary concession. When it concerns the people, it is not a matter of choice. Did you not seek to restore our nation for the sake of its citizens?" Yao Yuanin fell silent, a sense of guilt washing over him. Yin Shujing regarded him with a sigh. "Have Zhao Pingchuan returned to Li." The envoy from Li, drenched in sweat, felt his heart racing. He knelt in the Golden Luan Hall, all eyes upon him, especially that of the one he dared not meet. "Your Majesty, I report that Zhao Pingchuan, governor of Li, has betrayed the nation to Beizhou. He murdered the inspector and sent his head to Beizhou." Gasps filled the hall, and exclamations of shock echoed. Qi Chun stood among the crowd, his head bowed, his expression inscrutable. Finally, the moment had arrived. He cautiously raised his eyes to Su Muning ahead, observing her unperturbed composure. No one dared to speak. Only the cold laugh of the emperor reverberated in the hall, the pearl curtains swaying slightly. It has been years since the Qi has seen such a traitor. Zhao Pingchuan is indeed a remarkable example. Fu Caonian remarked, "Your Majesty." It seems that Master Chun's words were not unfounded. Zhao Pingchuan has served as governor of Li for many years and knows it thoroughly. Since he has defected to Beizhou, it is likely that the military strategies and topographical maps of Li have fallen into their hands. Our immediate priority must be to guard against a Beizhou assault, ensuring stability in Li. Minister Fu speaks wisely. Such a villain as Zhao Pingchuan must be guarded against. His audacity is outrageous. He is destined to be reviled for eternity. His entire clan must be eradicated to serve as a warning to all Qi with treacherous intentions. The unfortunate fate of Minister Han serves as a testament. Zhao Pingchuan shall surely meet a grim end. Your Majesty, for the honor of the Qi, this traitor cannot be allowed to live. Shao Qi would never permit his continued existence. Zhao Pingchuan's actions were not only a slap in the face to the Qi, but also to him personally. During the reign of the late emperor, Zhao Pingchuan did not betray. Yet after only 2 years of his ascension, he chose treachery. This was a clear sign of discontent. The murderous intent in his eyes intensified as he solemnly declared, "The Minister of War shall immediately mobilize 100,000 troops, departing for Li in 3 days. I command you to inform the southwestern governor of Beizhou to surrender Zhao Pingchuan. Otherwise, we shall declare war and take his head as well." The Minister of War promptly received the edict. At Junlin Tower, with the departure of the Zhao family, no one continued the tower's construction. Yet today, a throng of common folk gathered before the unfinished edifice. The 7-story structure bore something peculiar at its highest eaves, something dark and round, fluttering in the breeze. The townspeople murmured among themselves. Could it be a human head? Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance. Who could have committed such an atrocity? How did it end up there? Whose life was claimed? It was unclear. From such a height, details were lost. Alas, someone has ascended to investigate. A few curious souls climbed into the tower. Upon prying open a window, they beheld the grotesque sight, a severed head, its back turned, rendering its identity unrecognizable. How tragic this death! Let us retrieve it for a proper burial. Indeed, considering it lacks a body, it may become a vengeful spirit. If only the specter of this ghost could haunt the Zhao family, who have caused so many deaths, seeking retribution. If only we could capture that Zhao dog who has fled. His crimes merit execution. As they conversed, a pole inadvertently struck the head, causing it to sway and then plummet to the ground. Am I seeing things? Is that Zhao dog? The crowd, taken aback, did not anticipate such a grisly sight falling from above, prompting a cacophony of horrified shrieks. Oh heavens! What has transpired? The terrified populace gazed at the head now nestled in the earth, their shock swiftly morphing into rage. Zhao Pingchuan, Zhao dog. They fixated on the head, frozen in place. Suddenly, someone let a cry, Zhao dog, and they surged forward en masse. Countless spittle and footprints marred the severed head, years of pent-up resentment finally unleashed. The office of the governor of Lizhou was in utter disarray of late. With Zhao Pingchuan on the run, the current chief of Lizhou sat idly by. Although he held the title of chief, he had long been a mere figurehead, unwilling to contend with the Zhao family, opting instead for a carefree existence. At his advanced age, he merely wished to live out his remaining days in peace. Sir Chief, what shall we do? A trembling servant inquired. The chief gazed at the headless skeleton in the hall, tears unshed. Did you hear correctly? Did the envoy from Beizhou truly assert this is Zhao Pingchuan? Absolutely true. At the prince's court of Beizhou, chaos reigned. A priceless glazed vase lay shattered upon the floor. Maids and eunuchs knelt in silence, their necks drawn in fear. Yun Mingyuan was beside himself with fury. The affairs of Lizhou had initially proceeded smoothly. Yet Zhao Pingchuan had slain a high official of the Deqi and defected to the enemy. How could the emperor of Deqi endure such an affront? He would undoubtedly send troops northward. Under pressure, Yun Mingzhou would also be compelled to respond militarily, as long as he could restrain them in the southwest. What would he have to fear in the capital? Such a splendid opportunity. However, that Yun Shujie actually went so far as to kill Zhao Pingchuan and even return the body to Liju. Does he not possess any sense? Truly, he's a disobedient hound, and that Yao Yuanin cannot even keep a single person in check. Yin Mingyuan took a few deep breaths, gradually calming himself. It appears that another plan must be devised. Chapter 45. May I stay tonight? The military forces of the Ministry of War have been accounted for, with an army of 100,000 gathered on the outskirts of Chidu. Everyone presumed that a renewed conflict between the Qi and Beizhou was imminent due to the actions of that Liju governor. Yet the news from Liju today astonished all. The forces of Beizhou had slain the traitor Zhao Pingchuan and returned the corpse to Liju. In the Chengyan Hall, Shao Qi's expression was inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor displeasure. He regarded the urgent report from Liju with a hint of surprise. Standing before the desk, Fu Zhaonian wore a look of skepticism. Your Majesty, Beizhou's actions defy reason. If there is no hidden agenda at play, then their internal affairs must be in disarray. Shao Qi naturally considered this point. However, it was within his expectations that Beizhou did not wish for war. Were it not for Zhao Pingchuan's matter, he would not desire to engage Beizhou at this juncture. Firstly, he was still acclimating to his new position, and central matters required his attention. Liju was not an immediate concern. Secondly, he cast a glance at Su Muning, who stood somewhat stiffly beside Minister Fu. Was her discomfort due to Fu Zhaonian's presence? Su Muning had been retained alongside Fu Zhaonian after the morning court session. She found it curious. Typically, if Shao Qi wished to retain her, he would not allow others to remain. If he intended to discuss matters with the ministers, she would not be included. Why was she kept here with Fu Zhaonian today? Unable to comprehend, a sense of unease began to creep into her heart. Shao Qi noticed her anxiety, his expression darkening slightly. Today, he wished to discern whether Su Muning's sentiments aligned with the rumors circulating. Enel, come here. Su Muning paled, disbelief etched across her face as she gazed at him. Fu Zhaonian also seemed taken aback, sensing an inexplicable intimacy in the emperor's words, which felt more akin to a man addressing a woman than a sovereign speaking to his subject. Yet Shao Qi continued to watch her intently. A slight lift to the corners of his eyes. His fingers gently tapped the table as he repeated, "Come here." Sumaning clearly understood. However, An inner voice protested fearfully, insisting he should not address her in front of Fu Xiaoyan. Noting her continued hesitation, Xiao Qi recognized the vulnerability and pleading in her gaze, softening his heart. With a gentle smile, he added, "Come help me grind the ink." Grind the ink? Upon hearing this, Su Muning exhaled a sigh of relief and began to approach him slowly. Fu Xiaoyan's unease intensified, his brow furrowed in contemplation. She stood somewhat distanced and displeased. Xiao Qi rapped his knuckles on the table, signaling for her to come closer. Su Muning bit her lip internally, inching her way forward. Observing her earnestness as she began to grind the ink, a barely perceptible smile graced Xiao Qi's lips before he turned his attention back to Fu Xiaoyan. "Since Bei Zhao has returned what I sought and dealt with the traitor on my behalf, it would not be wise for me to mobilize forces at this time. After the turmoil in Li Prefecture, the aftermath left by the Zhao family requires careful resolution, and the suffering of the common people needs to be tenderly soothed." Fu Xiaoyan shared this sentiment and promptly responded, "Your Majesty speaks truly. If war is averted, the people can lead peaceful lives, which would indeed be a boon for Li Prefecture. As for the newly appointed governor of Li Prefecture, I believe Chun Yi would be a suitable choice. Fu Xiang, proceed to issue the decree and have him assume his post. I humbly accept the command." Fu Xiaoyan anticipated that Xiao Qi would bid him to withdraw immediately, yet he remained silent. Su Muning, upon hearing his decision regarding Li Prefecture, found herself momentarily lost in thought until Xiao Qi placed his hand on her waist. She trembled, instinctively recoiling forward, and in her panic, knocked over the inkstone. Hastily, she knelt down, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon." Xiao Qi's hand grasped at air. His eyes narrowed as he regarded her, yet in his heart, he had already made up his mind. Fu Xiaoyan, hearing the commotion, glanced over, but before he could speak, Xiao Qi, with a hint of cold displeasure, said, "Fu Xiang, you may withdraw." Concerned for the kneeling Su Muning, he hesitated, but ultimately turned to leave. "I take my leave." Once Fu Xiaoyan departed, Xiao Qi abruptly pulled her up from the ground. "Why did you dodge just now? Am I not allowed to touch you? Or is it that I may not do so in front of Fu Xiaoyan? Surely, you do not harbor feelings for him?" Su Muning's heart tightened at his words, and she struggled to maintain her composure. "Your Majesty, I am but a man. I merely fear that if others were to learn of this, it would tarnish your reputation." Xiao Qi scrutinized her, lifting her chin. "Since when did Anil become so concerned for me?" She cast her eyes downward, unable to meet his gaze. He inwardly scoffed, believing she thought such trivial tricks could deceive him. Clearly, she had intentionally knocked over the inkstone, fearing Fu Xiaoyan might uncover the truth. Xiao Qi chose not to expose her, instead cradling her in his lap, and casually remarked, "You need not worry. Fu Xiang is an exceedingly upright man. Even if he were to witness something, he would not utter a word." Su Muning, upon hearing this, felt her palms grow clammy with anxiety as she clenched her sleeves. "Your Majesty." However, Xiao Qi seemed to recall something, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "On that day, at Xiangwu Temple, you rarely took the initiative, and it was that solitary occasion which brought me such joy. Upon reflection, I suspect it was the presence of others that prompted your behavior. Perhaps, in the future, every time I summon you, I shall have others present as well." She trembled slightly in his embrace. With a touch of cruelty, he kissed her earlobe, whispering, "Fu Xiang is the head of the officials. Why not start with him? That rigid mind of his surely harbors no romantic notions. Anil, shall we wager whether he will maintain his usual seriousness?" Su Muning was already sweating, her back growing cold. Fu Xiaoyan must never find out. She did not wish for him to loathe or despise her, nor to witness this repugnant side of herself. Noticing her silence, Xiao Qi suddenly pushed her away, his tone notably frigid. "Enough of this wooden demeanor. It is tiresome. Perhaps on another day, I shall seek out some more thrilling diversions." Su Muning understood his implication. He would not truly allow Fu Xiaoyan to witness her standing there, frozen in place, too afraid to move. In the depths of Xiao Qi's eyes flickered a glimmer of cunning, yet he feigned a demeanor of cold displeasure, inquiring, "Why have you not yet departed?" Su Muning's expression was far from pleasant, her gaze upon him tinged with trepidation. Her voice bore a note of vulnerability as she asked, "What did your majesty mean? What new stimulation? For others to behold?" He replied nonchalantly, "Anil has shown no initiative whatsoever. I find it rather dreary." At his words, she fell silent, her head bowed, her countenance inscrutable. Observing her prolonged silence, Shao-Chi urged, "Is Anil not leaving? I intend to have my luncheon." Reluctantly, Su Mu-Ning began to step toward the exit, all the while feeling his unwavering gaze upon her. After taking but a few steps, she halted just shy of the door, clutching her sleeve as she abruptly turned around. Shao-Chi patiently awaited her to speak, the sensation akin to training a hawk. She was restless, struggling, and enduring, yet ultimately she would yield. She parted her lips, her voice somewhat strained. "Your Majesty." Shao-Chi gazed at her with a gentler inclination. "Speak." She shed her habitual frostiness, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, exuding an almost irresistible charm. "Your Majesty, may I remain tonight?" Shao-Chi regarded her intently, striving to suppress the desire igniting within him, resisting the urge to close the distance. His voice emerged with a husky timbre. "Come here." She approached him hesitantly, a hint of apprehension lingering about her. He inquired, "Anil, what do you intend to do?" After a moment's hesitation, Su Mu-Ning leaned down, gently pressing her lips against his. In that instant, a wave of tingling warmth surged through Shao-Chi, coursing from his spine to the crown of his head, from his lips to his fingertips. The sensation was maddeningly exquisite, and he found himself utterly captivated, unable to withdraw. She, however, sought only a fleeting taste, and Shao-Chi could not endure her departure. He drew her into his embrace, pressing her back against the grand dragon chair. She gasped for breath, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. As his kisses trailed down her neck, she breathed heavily, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. "Your Majesty, I do not wish to be seen, nor for anyone to know." Shao-Chi, consumed by his desires, had completely forgotten her words, ablaze with passion, rendered senseless. All right, I shall comply with your wishes," he murmured, his demeanor that of a sovereign lost in his own fervor, his thoughts muddled. He was not a pervert seeking the thrill of being observed during intimate moments. He had merely intended to frighten her. Chapter 46. Was she being coerced? Jiang Linyue was aware that Shao-Chi had summoned both Fu Zhaoyan and Su Mu-Ning to remain, and an ominous premonition settled in his heart as he lingered outside the palace gates. Fu Zhaoyan, surprised at his continued presence, remarked, "My lord, you have not yet departed?" However, Jiang Linyue's expression was devoid of his usual carefree spirit. His eyes lacked mirth, and he tightened his grip on the folding fan in his hand. "I am waiting for you." With that, he gestured to the empty seat beside him, inviting Fu Zhaoyan into his carriage. "Today, allow me to escort the minister home." Fu Zhaoyan hesitated briefly, but ultimately accepted the invitation, settling into Jiang Linyue's carriage. Once comfortably seated, he adjusted his robes and inquired, "May I ask what brings you here?" "My lord," Jiang Linyue suddenly posed a question. "Surely, over the past 2 years, you have heard numerous rumors regarding Prince Anil, have you not? What is your perspective on this?" Fu Zhaoyan furrowed his brow. "If they are merely rumors, I shall decide for myself." Jiang Linyue fixed her gaze intently upon his eyes, probing into the depths of his soul. Did Fu Xiang truly harbor no doubts? Fu Zhaoyan, observing him in silence, displayed a certain darkness in his eyes. Just moments ago, the emperor had placed his hand upon her waist. It lasted but an instant, yet it felt as familiar as if it had occurred countless times before. Jiang Linyue smiled softly, her fingers caressing the bamboo frame of her fan. It seemed that Fu Xiang was not entirely devoid of belief after all. Fu Zhaoyan's expression remained inscrutable, his hand subtly clenched at his side. "What did the Marquis know?" Jiang Linyue shook her head. "Fu Xiang, you are a clever man. If you have already deduced the truth, why then do you seek my confirmation?" A sense of unexplainable frustration welled up within him, and he exhaled a heavy sigh. Was she coerced? Su Mu-Ning had just exhibited clear signs of fear and trepidation. She must have been unwilling. Yet, Jiang Linyue's tone turned frosty. "What difference does it make to you, Fu Xiang? Shao-Chi is the sovereign. Who can refuse him? Who would dare to refuse?" She continued, "You are surely aware of the emperor's disposition, Fu Xiang. I advise you to keep your distance from Su Muning henceforth. Do not allow others to spread rumors about the two of you. After all, Fu Xiang, with your reputation for integrity, you would not wish to be branded with such whispers, would you?" Fu Zhaoyan listened calmly until she finished, then suddenly inquired, "Surely it was not the emperor who sent you to deliver this message today?" "Indeed, it was not." "Then why, Marquis, do you speak so?" Jiang Linyue was momentarily taken aback, gazing at him with annoyance. "Is it so strange that I seek diversion?" Fu Zhaoyan, having seen through her, replied coolly, "It appears, Marquis, that you ought to be more concerned for your own well-being. I recall you have always held disdain for matters of Lanyang. When did you undergo such a transformation?" Jiang Linyue narrowed her eyes, a mischievous thought crossing her mind. Fu Zhaoyan was still unaware that Su Muning was a woman. How would he react upon discovering the truth? Would he still maintain this gentlemanly demeanor? Fu Zhaoyan, whose path diverged from hers, lifted the curtain and signaled for the carriage to halt, alighting midway. Outside the city gate, Chun Yi stood before the carriage, bowing respectfully to Qi Chun. Qi Chun assisted him to his feet. "Minister Chun, your journey is long. His Highness intended to see you off, but the Emperor has detained him. His Highness is unable to come at this time. I hope you will not take offense." "You overstate the matter, sir," Chun responded. "I have spent many days in the capital, all thanks to the care of His Highness and young Master Qi. I shall forever remember the kindness of your esteemed selves for allowing me to escape my predicament and return to Lizhou. There is no need for courtesy, Minister. His Highness trusts you to act in the interests of the people of Lizhou, and I too have faith in you. I only hope you will show compassion towards the hardships of the populace in the future. I shall do my utmost to serve the people." Qi Chun smiled, somewhat gratified. "Minister Chun, the road ahead is long. It would be wise to set forth soon." At the Dali Temple, Shun Kwa was engrossed in his reading when he noticed Qi Chun entering, his fingers pausing momentarily. "Yuanza, from whence do you come?" Qi Chun bowed and replied, "Minister Shun, I have just seen off the new governor of Lizhou as he departed the city. Yuanza hails from Lizhou. He has a vested interest in its affairs. It is lamentable that Zhao Pingchuan fell at the hands of the Bei Zhao. Such traitors should be dealt with by our own hands, should they not?" Qi Chun calmly concurred, "Indeed, Minister, you speak wisely." Shun Kwa casually flipped through the pages of a book, recalling recent rumors that Shaoqing frequently visited the underground prison. What case could he possibly be investigating? Qi Chun slightly furrowed his brow, but soon smiled. "It's merely an old case. I was just inquiring out of idle curiosity. The inmates in that prison held no significant information. They were notorious criminals destined to languish there for life. Their deaths, nothing to be lamented." Qi Chun noted that his demeanor appeared untroubled, suggesting that no discovery had been made. Given their heinous crimes, a swift death was not an option. Living a life worse than death was the true punishment. Shun Kwa paused at these words, closing the book in his hand. With a hint of sentimentality, he remarked, "Yuanze seems to have shed his initial navet." Qi Chun, now fully acclimated to the swirling currents of the court, smiled slightly. "It's all thanks to your generous guidance, my lord." Shun Kwa patted his shoulder earnestly. "Yuanze, we serve in the same court, under the auspices of Qi and His Majesty. As long as you remember this, fortune in your official career shall follow." Qi Chun was taken aback by his sudden earnestness. Yuanze understood. With a nod, Shun Kwa departed. On the shimmering surface of Dian Lake, the reflections of reeds swayed gently with the ripples. As winter snow melted, life began to awaken once more. Spring had arrived in Lizhou. By the lakeside, several women washed clothes, wielding wooden mallets while engaging in hushed conversation. "I heard the court has dispatched a new governor. He is due to arrive soon. Oh, let us hope he is not another Zhao dog. How many good officials are there, really? Indeed, we should place too much hope in the new governor. Yet it's uncertain. Our Lord Chinsima and Lord Bai from the Judicial Department are both good men. Alas, Lord Song Sifa fell victim to that Zhao dog. But fortunately, Lord Bai was rescued. It seems we haven't heard from Sima for days. I fear the worst." As they continued their chatter, a boat glided across the lake, and a figure stood at its prow. "Who is that? Oh my, it looks like Lord Bai. Indeed, it truly is Lord Bai. Lord Bai, Lord Bai." Bai Luo spotted the figures waving at him from the shore and smiled in return. In Wuzhou, at the governor's office, Yun Chudge observed the letter from the crown prince's residence with a serious expression. Yao Yuanyi knocked and entered. He inquired, "Has Bai Luo returned?" "Your Highness, he has safely arrived in Lizhou." "Well, Lizhou is in dire need of rebuilding, and the new governor is expected shortly. He can assist the new governor." Noticing Yun Chudge reading the letter, Yao Yuanyi asked, "Your Highness, what news does the northern Zhou crown prince convey?" Yun Chudge handed him the letter. After perusing it, Yao Yuanyi frowned deeply. "Your Highness, the crown prince has invited you to the Qi. This is utterly inadvisable." "Why so?" "Prince Su Muning of Lizhou has been in the Qi for many years. It is common knowledge. But you are the true crown prince. Should your identity be revealed in the Qi, they would never allow you to return. You must not take such risks." Yun Chudge smiled reassuringly. "There is no need for concern, Grand Tutor. I shall handle this matter with care. The journey of the Grand Qi must be undertaken." Chapter 47. Am I instructing you to respond in this manner? "Your Highness, these delicacies have been personally prepared by the beloved consort, and I have been specially tasked to deliver them to you." Su Muning gazed at the palace maid with crescent-shaped eyes, recalling that her name was Jinxin, who had served Su Zixin for many years. Jinxin set down the food box and attentively opened it. The treats were all delicacies from Lizhou, which the consort had taken great care to learn, and your Highness must surely give them a try. Su Muning glanced over the exquisite array of pastries and delicately picked one up. "You may withdraw." Jinxin bowed and retreated. These treats, reminiscent of Lizhou's flavors, had not graced her palate in a long time, leaving only faint memories from her childhood. Xiaoqi raised his eyes slightly and noticed her seated on the soft couch in the outer chamber, plucking another piece from the food box. A smile of amusement spreading across his face as he redirected his gaze to the national document on his desk. His smile dimmed slightly, a flicker of mockery passing through his eyes. The Crown Prince of Beizhou had submitted a diplomatic document to come to the Grand Qi. The Crown Prince Yun Mingyuan was indeed a formidable figure. Having been born late, he still managed to carve out a place for himself in the court of Beizhou, which was no small feat. Xiaoqi had already surmised the reason behind the Crown Prince's visit, likely seeking his assistance, yet one must be prepared for significant concessions. He was no naive believer. The treasures of this world were to be seized through strength, be it imperial power or women. He casually closed the document from Beizhou and extracted several memorials from his side, specifically those he had not yet approved. "Enel, come assist me with these memorials." Su Muning paused, still nibbling on the pastry, gazing at him in disbelief. Xiaoqi chuckled and teased, "What are you sneaking away to eat over there?" She set down the delicacy in her hand, wiped the crumbs from her fingers, and remained silent. "These memorials have posed quite a dilemma for me. Please take a look." Reluctantly, Su Muning approached, and he pulled her down to sit beside him, one arm encircling her waist as he casually opened one of the memorials. She followed his finger with her gaze. Xiaoqi attentively observed her expression, noting her discomfort as she read through the documents, her demeanor turning awkward. "Look again. There are several more." Su Muning had no choice but to flip through each one. Xiaoqi rested his chin on her shoulder and leaned closer to her ear, asking, "Do these individuals make valid points?" She shifted her face slightly, distancing herself from his breath. "In my humble opinion, the arguments presented by the gentleman are quite reasonable." He raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, why not elaborate, Enel?" She focused on the foremost memorial, speaking, as the Minister of Justice stated, "Your Majesty has reigned for over 2 years now, yet the harem remains empty and the position of consort unfilled, which indeed does not bode well for the continuation of the royal lineage." At this juncture, Su Muning paused, cautiously observing his expression, which seemed to indicate he was genuinely listening to her. She continued, "The Empress should be a person of both virtue and talent. The Minister of Justice proposes that your Majesty conduct a selection, inviting suitable young ladies from the officials' families into the palace, thereby allowing you to select from among them, which would soon resolve the issue of heirs." Xiaoqi suddenly appeared to recall something amusing, chuckling to himself. "Mentioning heirs reminds me of a rather amusing incident. I too have only recently come to know of such rumors circulating outside." Su Muning looked at him, somewhat perplexed. A few days ago, my aunt entered the palace, subtly inquiring about my health, and even sought some secret remedies for me. Can you guess why she was so concerned? She shook her head in confusion. Shao-Chi chuckled. Your sister has born children. The world knows I favored her exclusively for 2 years, yet they have not witnessed her giving me another child. Do you not think they might suspect my inability? Even my aunt has discreetly come to inquire. I am indeed losing face. Upon hearing this, Sum Yuning felt a pang of anxiety, hastily lowering her eyelids, wishing to dismiss the matter. Is it truly that I am inadequate? He narrowed his dangerous eyes. Resembling a hawk fixated on its prey, his tone tinged with a hint of frustration. Sum Yuning quickly shook her head, softly admitting her fault. It is I who am incapable. Regardless of her ability to bear children, she could never give him one. Shao-Chi lifted her chin, speaking earnestly. Perhaps I have not exerted enough effort. Why not move into the palace from today onward and hasten the birth of a prince for me? Then, no one would dare utter such idle gossip. However, if he wished for others to remain silent, who in the realm would dare speak another word? Sum Yuning stiffened, her heart momentarily halting. She struggled to maintain her composure, cautiously declining, I fear residing in the palace would invite public scrutiny. No matter, he replied. We shall claim that the Prince of Anil has been placed under house arrest, while internally, I shall say I have found a beauty among the common folk. What do you think? His implication was to confine her within the icy palace as his captive. How could she agree? She pressed her lips together, furrowing her brow, desperately contemplating how to dissuade him from such thoughts. Shao-Chi, seemingly oblivious to her unease, continued to prod. What title does Anil desire? Jia? Shi? Shu? Which do you prefer? His words instilled fear within her, and she instinctively grasped his sleeve, her voice trembling with anxiety and uncertainty. Your Majesty, have I faltered in any way recently? Have I displeased you? Seeing her on the verge of tears, Shao-Chi resolved to cease his teasing. Though he genuinely wished to proceed with such intentions and intended to do so in the future, he feared that pressing too hard might provoke a backlash, possibly igniting a quarrel. It would be wiser to wait until she had softened a bit more. He picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and handed it to her. Assist me in reviewing these memorials, and I shall allow you to return. Sum Yuning accepted the brush, clutching it carefully, gazing at him with caution. He gently pointed to the review section. Right here, noting that he was not jesting. She pondered for a moment before leaning over the desk and earnestly began to write. Soon, she completed several documents, placing the brush down just as she blew lightly on the ink, hoping to hasten its drying. Shao-Chi, intrigued, waited until she finished before lifting his gaze to inspect her work, nearly losing his composure at what he saw. He swiftly seized her arm, pulling her onto his lap, and without a hint of mercy, he raised his palm and delivered 2 sharp slaps upon her rear. Is this how I instructed you to respond? Who permitted such a thing? Sum Yuning inscribed a single character, approved, on each memorial, the striking vermilion letters piercing his eyes painfully. Shao-Chi was nearly consumed by rage. Sum Yuning, still in a daze, found herself struck by him. He pinned her down on his lap, leaving her immobile, and she never anticipated such treatment. Her face flushed crimson, tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string onto the dragon throne. Your Majesty, I was wrong, she sobbed. Yet, she felt the ministers were not entirely mistaken. Shao-Chi indeed required more women in his life. Shao-Chi, doubting her sincerity and suspecting ulterior motives, narrowed his eyes in displeasure, his grip on her unwavering. You have written 5 approved characters. I have only struck you twice, and I shall reclaim the remaining 3. Sum Yuning quickly turned to him, startled as he raised his hand in a threatening manner, and she began to struggle upon his lap. Your Majesty, please don't. This punishment was utterly humiliating. She was no child. However, Shao-Chi showed no mercy, delivering the 3 additional slaps, believing that the sting of embarrassment would linger longer than mere physical pain. Enduring the humiliation, Sum Yuning lay across his lap, sobbing quietly, her body convulsing intermittently. Shao-Chi employed a deft touch, knowing that the sound was far more intimidating than the actual pain. She was not weeping from pain, but rather from the shame of her predicament. He jostled his knee gently. Get up, if you acknowledge your fault. Rise and amend it for me. Su Muning remained still, her silent tears flowing. Xiao Qi sighed softly, placing his hand gently on the spot where he had struck her. Still crying? Could it be that you are genuinely hurt? Shall I check to see if it is red or swollen? Would you like me to summon a physician? At that, she promptly rose, her face wet with tears, her eyelashes also dampened. How should I amend my ways, Your Majesty? Xiao Qi chuckled, contemplating the memorials before him. He then picked up the brush once more, guiding her hand to grip it, and together they inscribed each character. Su Muning's back pressed against Xiao Qi's embrace, enveloped by his presence, unable to escape the overwhelming aura surrounding her. Watching him guide her hand, she noticed that he prefixed each approval with a negation. Not permitted. He forbade. The contrast in their handwriting was stark. His was bold and commanding, while hers was delicate and refined. Anyone observing would recognize that these characters were not penned by the same hand. Xiao Qi appeared both disdainful and somewhat pleased. What thoughts would the ministers harbor upon witnessing this? Chapter 48. The Crown Prince of Beizhou visits the capital. As the Crown Prince of Beizhou and his retinue entered the capital, it was the end of March, and the scenery would have been splendid were it not for the incessant spring rains. Their arrival was indeed grand, with the leading sedan chair being the most opulent, its wheel tracks adorned with the 8-layered peony motif of the Beizhou imperial family. Following closely were several carriages, presumably for accompanying attendants. Fu Zhaoyan stood tall at the city gate to welcome his guests. Yun Mingyuan remained seated, disdainful of rain that might dampen his garments and shoes. He had always been accustomed to comfort, and as a prince, his every need was met with the finest provisions. Only those of lowly status would endure such disarray, for he was born of the highest nobility. The attendant lifted the front curtain of the carriage, and Fu Zhaoyan bowed respectfully, only to notice that there was another person inside the vehicle. This individual, adorned with a mask, exuded an air of distinction, likely a visiting official or perhaps a prince. I am Minister Fu Zhaoyan of the Great Qi, here at the behest of His Majesty to warmly welcome His Highness, the Crown Prince of Beizhou. Yun Mingyuan scrutinized him closely, a perfectly measured smile gracing his lips, accompanied by a hint of admiration. Ah, it is Minister Fu. I have long admired your reputation. Today, seeing you in person, I can affirm that the accolades are not misplaced. You are indeed a young talent, unparalleled in your nation. Fu Zhaoyan, however, remained unperturbed by the praise, performing a respectful bow. Your Highness overestimates me. I am but a humble scholar, unworthy of the title of a national hero. There is no need for such modesty, Minister Fu. I have been eagerly anticipating the emergence of more talents like you in Beizhou. Beizhou is indeed blessed with an abundance of talent. Exceptional ministers abound like fish crossing a river. Your Highness need not harbor any concerns. Haha, I appreciate your kind words. Minister Fu. Yun Mingyuan seemed genuinely amused, laughing heartily. Fu Zhaoyan gestured for him to proceed. Your Highness has traveled a great distance. Tonight, our Emperor has prepared a banquet to honor you in the palace. Please, allow me to lead the way. As the attendant lowered the curtain, the smile on Yun Mingyuan's face vanished instantly. Fu Zhaoyan was indeed a rare talent, hailing from a prestigious family, yet regrettably born in the Great Qi, a nation destined to be at odds with Beizhou. Leading the welcoming procession, Fu Zhaoyan walked ahead, while Beizhou's entourage followed closely behind. The Chuan River shimmered with gentle ripples, and the verdant willows along the bank were newly vibrant, all enveloped in a delicate veil of misty rain. Seemingly intrigued, Yun Mingyuan lifted the carriage curtain to admire the scenery of Chidu City. After a moment, he turned to the silent figure seated beside him. Chushi, the beauty of the rain-kissed landscape is quite remarkable. Would you not care to take a look? Yin Chushi opened his eyes at the mention. His face was obscured by an exquisite silver mask, rendering his expression unreadable. He cast a fleeting glance before promptly averting his gaze once more. Noticing Chushi's aloofness, Yin Mingyuan let out a scoff. Did you not always wish to visit the Great Qi? I brought you along out of good intentions. Yin Chushi was well aware that his companion's goodwill harbored ulterior motives. However, he refused to be a mere pawn in his game. Yet, A compliant demeanor masked a trace of melancholy in his eyes. Uncle knows my intentions. I merely wish to see my sister. Upon hearing this, Yun Mingyuan chuckled. I have heard that you and your sister bore a striking resemblance at birth, which is why she entered Chidu in your stead. Is that true? Yin Chushi slightly furrowed his brow, yet spoke with an air of calmness. We are somewhat alike. However, I have never laid eyes upon her, never seen her, and yet you feel a profound debt. From the very beginning, due to the taboo surrounding twins, she was sent away from the Li Palace, and later, due to your similar appearance, she was dispatched to the Great Qi. She has endured much suffering over the years. Yun Mingyuan, however, was indifferent to their familial matters. His gaze falling upon the mask he wore, a frown creasing his brow. You are quite cautious, wearing that mask the entire journey. It has drawn the attention of Fu Zhaoyan, who is just staring at you. My uncle is aware of my identity. Yin Mingyuan knew full well that the royal family of Beizhou was privy to this secret. The queen of the Li Kingdom gave birth to a pair of twins, a dragon and a phoenix. The little princess, who was meant to die in her stead, was sent to Chidu, while Yin Shujing was taken away by the old ministers of the Li Kingdom to escape to Beizhou. He gazed at the beautiful eyes concealed behind the mask and couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. This brother and sister truly had remarkable fates. Especially in this Grand Qi, it was astonishing that she had managed to conceal her identity as a woman for so many years. Both Consort Su and Prince Anil were quite renowned indeed. How splendid it would be if he could utilize her for his own purposes. With this thought, he squinted, redirecting his gaze towards Yun Chujing. Perhaps she could indeed be of service to him. After all, they were siblings by blood. Yun Mingyuan comfortingly placed a hand on his shoulder, his narrow eyes curving into a smile. So many years had passed. Who could still recognize them? Countless siblings resembled each other in childhood, but diverged in appearance as they grew. Moreover, his two sisters thrived in the Grand Qi, particularly Consort Su, who held the emperor's favor. Everyone knew that Prince Anil was the brother of the beloved consort, and no one would dare to cast suspicion upon them. For a moment, Yun Chujing fell silent, a flicker of melancholy passing through his eyes. It was precisely this that worried him further. While it was true that the Emperor of Qi favored Consort Su, there were rumors suggesting a connection between him and Prince Anil. Yun Chujing found it hard to believe. If that were indeed the case, her identity as a woman would surely be impossible to conceal, a grave offense against the Emperor. If Shao Qi were to discover this, his wrath would be immense, and the current circumstances would not be as they were. He suspected that the truth remained unknown. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Observing his distracted demeanor, Yun Mingyuan felt compelled to issue a warning. Chujing, do not meddle in my affairs this time. I will overlook the matter of the Li province's governor and will not hold you accountable. You are an intelligent individual and surely can deduce my purpose for coming to the Grand Qi. Yin Chujing replied coolly, I understand. Yun Mingyuan's expression softened into a warm smile, his tone gentle. Chujing, you are my dear nephew. We are family. I am aware that you have been concerned for the Li province over the years. Yao Yuanyin is also plotting for restoration. Rest assured, once I ascend to the throne and wield power, I shall help you reclaim the Li province from the Grand Qi. Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of joy appeared in Yun Chujing's eyes, his voice soothing. I naturally trust my dear uncle. Yet he found it somewhat amusing, fearing that by that time, the effort would be less about reclaiming the Li province and more about serving Beizhou. After all, Wuzhou had been forcibly taken from the territory of the Li Kingdom. The carriage of the Prince Anil had just come to a halt at the palace gates, and an attendant held an umbrella for her as she prepared to descend. As Su Mumming rose, she caught sight of a grand procession approaching in the distance, and her eyes fell upon Fu Zhaoyan. Fu Zhaoyan, riding at the forefront, noticed her as well, pausing momentarily in surprise, bringing to mind their conversation with Jiang Linyue from that day. He tightened his grip on the reins, feeling a knot form in his chest, and instinctively averted his gaze. Su Mumming, momentarily lost in thought, suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over her. Previously, she had deliberately distanced herself from him, yet now that he was avoiding her, it should have aligned perfectly with her intentions, shouldn't it? His disregard for her, was indeed what she had wished for. "Your Highness, be careful." The panicked voice of a guard echoed in her ears, but she remained dazed, failing to comprehend. Was Fu Zhaoyan truly ignoring her? The attendant holding the umbrella never anticipated that His Highness, the Prince of Anil, would absent-mindedly step off the stool and fall directly from the carriage to the ground. She landed heavily in the rain, seemingly twisting her ankle, and remained motionless for a moment. The attendant, drenched in cold sweat from fear, hurried to assist her, mindful of the rain-soaked ground. Fu Zhaoyan, witnessing the incident, felt a pang of anxiety and decided to dismount and assist, but a figure swiftly passed him, rushing ahead. To his surprise, it was the masked individual from earlier. Su Muning's expression was grim, her brows furrowed as she appeared to be drenched in either rain or sweat. Her clothes were soaked and muddied, and she looked somewhat disheveled as she leaned against the wheel rut. The attendant was still kneeling on the ground, offering apologies. "Your Highness, it was merely the negligence of a lowly servant. Please punish me." Yet, Su Muning seemed oblivious, her gaze fixed on the hem of her damp garment. Did she appear to Fu Zhaoyan as dirty and unkempt as her soiled attire? "Have you sprained your ankle?" A gentle voice called from behind, evoking an odd sensation in her heart as she turned to glance back. All she could see were the eyes peering from beneath the silver mask. Su Muning's pupils slightly contracted, and she held her breath, captivated by his gaze. Yin Chujing produced a handkerchief, wiping the water from her face and brushing off her clothing, even kneeling to clean her shoes, seemingly unperturbed by her disheveled state. "This outfit should be changed. Perhaps I should escort you home?" Su Muning took a small step back, her tone laced with coolness. "No need. I have provisions in the palace." Sensing her aloofness, he felt a twinge of disappointment as he stood, clutching the handkerchief. She raised her chin to look at him, her eyes devoid of mirth. "Who are you?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Chujing smiled at her. "I am your brother." Chapter 49. The Crown Prince wishes to offer his sister to me? In that case, does the Crown Prince of Beizhou count as your uncle? And this governor is also a cousin? Jiang Linyue, seated beside Su Muning, leaned in inquisitively. He rambled on. "You seem to recognize your relatives quite swiftly. Many witnessed him helping you inside, just now. Is he your brother, or perhaps an older sibling? They appear to be of similar ages, almost like brothers. By the way, why does that Yin Chujing always wear a mask? Is it because he is too ugly?" He tugged at her sleeve. "Did you see him just now? Is he handsome or not?" Su Muning pulled her sleeve away from his grasp. "I thought the Marquis was only interested in beautiful women. Why are you now intrigued by men?" Jiang Linyue, however, regarded her with a playful glint in his peach blossom eyes. Beauty, of course, can be found in both genders. Sometimes, a man can be even more beautiful than a woman. I find Anil to be more exquisite than any woman. There was a hint of coldness in her eyes. "Are you mocking me, my lord? I speak sincerely." His expression was earnest, yet his eyes bore the unmistakable air of flirtation. Su Muning scoffed softly, unwilling to engage further. Nevertheless, Jiang Linyue continued to lean closer, pointing out various figures from Beizhou. "The Prince of Beizhou is indeed quite handsome. How do you think I compare?" "I believe my eyes are far more attractive than his." They seem to be engaged in conversation. I wonder what they are discussing with His Majesty. It is rather peculiar that Beizhou, which was on the brink of war just days ago, now approaches joyfully. One cannot help but ponder their intentions. Growing impatient with the conversation, she remarked, "Why not take a seat in front and listen in?" Jiang Linyue feigned ignorance of her dismissal. "Perhaps it is best to let it be. Matters of estate hold no comparison to the romantic escapades between Anil and myself." Su Muning chose a seat today that was quite distant from the main table, nearly reaching the entrance, and was separated from Fu Zhaoyan by many others. The officials seated around held relatively low positions, and aside from Jiang Linyue, who insisted on sitting beside her, none dared to engage her in conversation. Su Zixin also made a grand appearance. Without the title of empress conferred upon her, she was the highest-ranking lady in the harem. At the grand banquet of the Qi, she naturally sat gracefully beside His Majesty. Shao Qi's gaze fell upon Yin Mingyuan below, and he raised his glass with a faint smile. "Prince of Beizhou, having traveled a long way, you must be weary. Allow me to toast you first." Yin Mingyuan immediately raised his glass in response. "Thank you, Your Majesty." After they both drank, Yin Mingyuan smiled and said, "De Qi and Beizhao have not engaged in relations for many years. This visit could be considered a thawing of ice. Today, as hospitality from Your Majesty has further convinced me that De Qi is a land of warmth and hospitality. I hope that the past grievances between our two nations will be resolved, ushering in a time of peace." Upon hearing his words, Shao Qi raised an eyebrow. "Your sincere arrival has not gone unnoticed. I trust that you will soon take the reins of state affairs, facilitating a closer bond between our nations." The mention of state affairs did not sit well with Yin Mingyuan. He was aware that the Emperor of De Qi was deliberately mocking his inability to govern Beizhao. Yet, he suppressed his displeasure and maintained a broad smile. "Indeed, I only wish for the well-being of both nations and the happiness of the people. As a ruler, one must always prioritize the welfare of the populace. Just as during the recent turmoil in Lizhou, when subjects of De Qi surrendered to Beizhao, I should have offered them refuge. However, upon discovering that Zhao Pingchuan was a cruel and treacherous individual, I could not allow such a person to thrive in this world. It was a matter of conscience, principle, and public sentiment. I fear that should Your Majesty be angered by the actions of a lowly man, the wrath of the emperor could lead to rivers of blood in Lizhou and Wuzhou. Thus, I commanded the governor to execute him, quelling your anger and that of De Qi." Shao Qi regarded him with a knowing smile, taking a delicate sip from his glass. Zhao Pingchuan, in collusion with Beizhao, indeed deserve his fate. However, whether the prince's sense of justice is as noble as he claims remains debatable. The governor's methods are indeed adept. Zhao Pingchuan's execution serves as a form of retribution for both myself and the citizens of De Qi. Shao Qi's attention shifted to the masked figure of Yin Shujing, who piqued his curiosity. Yin Shujing spoke with a calm and respectful tone. "It is the prince who is concerned for the people, ordering us to punish those in authority who lack compassion." Hearing this, Yin Mingyuan felt quite pleased and continued, "Your Majesty, my nephew is also a person who detests evil." "Oh, the governor is the prince's nephew?" Shao Qi appeared somewhat astonished. Despite their seemingly similar ages, there was a notable generational gap between them. Yin Mingyuan slightly nodded, shifting his gaze towards the side where concubine Su stood. "Speaking of nephews, it brings to mind that De Qi also has a nephew of mine." Su Zixin was momentarily taken aback. Su Mumming, unlike her, was born of the primary consort, the empress who was a princess from Beizhao married into Li Kingdom. Indeed, the crown prince of Li Kingdom was his nephew, making Su Mumming his niece. With a delicate smile, she remarked, "The crown prince must be referring to my younger brother Mumming. She indeed ought to address him as uncle." A faint sadness flickered in Yin Mingyuan's brow as he lamented, "It is a pity that Mumming has resided in De Qi since childhood. The two of us have yet to meet. I, as her uncle, feel quite ashamed." "There is no need for the crown prince to be melancholy. His Majesty treats my siblings and me exceedingly well. Everything we possess today relies heavily on His Majesty and the graciousness of De Qi, for which my siblings and I are immensely grateful." Having said this, she cast a glance filled with autumnal affection toward Shao Qi, yet regrettably, he did not return her gaze. Shao Qi surveyed the room and noticed her lingering at the far end of the table. It was unclear whether her distance was intentional or a result of being slighted. He commanded Changxi, "Let her come over to meet her uncle and cousin." Just as Changxi was about to relay the message, Su Zixin interjected, "Your Majesty, Mumming has just injured her foot at the palace gates and requires assistance. It may not be convenient. The crown prince likely does not wish to leave in haste. Surely there will be time for idle chatter later." Privately, she harbored a desire for Su Mumming to refrain from mingling with the people of Beizhao, as she had no familial ties to the crown prince. Shao Qi was taken aback, a flicker of concern and displeasure crossing his features. He cast her a cold glance. "Is this when you choose to speak up?" Su Zixin felt a twinge of fear, but maintained her composure before the assembly. "Your Majesty, I have just summoned the imperial physician. There is nothing serious. A few days of rest will suffice." Shao Qi, with a stern expression, addressed Changxi, who remained motionless beside him. "Let her sit." Yin Shujing felt increasingly uneasy, his brow furrowed beneath the mask, a sense of trepidation gnawing at him. It couldn't be Yun Mingyuan, noticing the situation, chuckled lightly. I too witnessed the incident at the palace gates, though I was unaware it was her. It was actually Chu Jing who assisted her. Su Zixin feigned helplessness. My younger brother is always so reckless. He can trip over nothing, making a jest of himself before the crown prince. Rainy days indeed make for slippery paths. She offered an apologetic smile, expressing gratitude to the governor for his assistance. On behalf of Mumming, Yin Chu Jing replied coolly, "There is no need for excessive courtesy, for I am also the younger brother of Prince Anil. Assisting is only proper." Su Zixin contemplated this. He too was a nephew of the crown prince, making them indeed cousins. Yin Mingyuan cast a sidelong glance at the silent Shao Qi, a glimmer of calculation in his eyes. It was said that the emperors of the Shao family were fond of beauty, with the newly ascended one even taking his father's women into his harem. Then, let us cater to his tastes. Such a formidable figure as His Majesty, with a dragon's might and a phoenix's grace, surely deserves to be accompanied by the most exquisite woman in the realm. When I arrived into Qi, I meticulously selected a grand gift to present to His Majesty. I wonder if His Majesty harbors a fondness for the beauties of Beizhou. Upon hearing this, Su Zixin paused, while the crown prince of Beizhou appeared to find some amusement in Shao Qi's eyes. It seemed that the prince was not as formidable as he appeared. Was he employing the art of seduction? Su Zixin felt a gnawing resentment within her. How audacious of the Beizhou prince to present women to the emperor in front of her, a favored concubine. Shao Qi had already been cold towards her due to Su Muning, and with another contender, it seemed her chances of regaining favor were growing slim. Yet, with Shao Qi remaining silent, she dared not express her refusal. How could she overstep her bounds? Yun Mingyuan continued, "I am aware of the deep affection shared between Your Majesty and the Empress. However, my sister has long admired the Emperor of the Qi, renowned for his valor, wisdom, and extraordinary presence. Perhaps we could allow her to present a dance from Beizhou in homage to Your Majesty, fulfilling her ardent admiration." Shao Qi's expression was inscrutable. It was difficult to discern whether he was pleased or displeased, and he appeared somewhat disinterested, his voice laced with languor. "Is the prince proposing to send his sister to me?" Chapter 50. The pretentious little vixen, a princess of Beizhou, indeed a noble identity, worthy of an emperor's harem, far beyond the reach of ordinary women. Observing Shao Qi's lack of enthusiasm, Yun Mingyuan surmised he was still enamored with concubine Su. "Your Majesty, my sister has been cherished and adored since childhood, possessing beauty that captivates. She has journeyed far to meet you, and should you not see her, she may return to me in tears." He then turned to concubine Su, saying, "Dear concubine, please do not feel jealousy. My sister is young and will surely rely on your kindness in the future to share in the emperor's grace." Su Zixin stifled her urge to glare at him, her fingers digging into her palm, her smile strained. Young, he had implied she was aging. "I would never harbor jealousy. As the son of heaven, it is only fitting for Your Majesty to enjoy the beauty of the world." It was evident that she was displeased, yet none paid heed. Yun Mingyuan was determined to place someone by Shao Qi's side. Initially, Shao Qi intended to refuse. He had not sought out any of the numerous daughters of the Qi's officials, so why would he desire a princess of Beizhou? The one he truly sought was often at odds with him, leaving him little time for frivolities. However, Yin Mingyuan's mention of jealousy momentarily arrested his thoughts. Jealousy. Shao Qi narrowed his dark eyes. If he could provoke that emotion in her, it would be worthwhile. He wanted her to realize that he was the emperor of the Qi, that his favor was a privilege granted to her, while countless women awaited his attention. He raised his cup and took a measured sip before speaking. "If it is a princess's dance, then I shall certainly wish to see it." With permission granted, Yun Mingyuan rose and addressed the assembled ministers. "Today we have the honor of being hosted by His Majesty in the capital of Qi. I am deeply grateful, and thus, I present to His Majesty a treasure from Beizhou for all to enjoy." With that, he clapped his hands. From outside the hall, a flower platform draped in red gauze was brought in, surrounded at each corner by young maidens holding musical instruments, each one adorned with delicate beauty. Though the gauze obscured the view, It was clear that someone was concealed within. The crowd was irresistibly drawn to the enigmatic atmosphere, with some individuals craning their necks, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Su Zixin clutched her handkerchief, intently gazing at the veil, her expression reflecting an urgent desire to glimpse the appearance of the Northern Zhao princess. Jiang Linyue pressed his fan to his lips, uttering 4 words to Su Muning, feigning mystique. Su Muning, non-committal, shot him a teasing glance. Isn't this precisely what men adore? Realizing the inconsistency in her words, she regretted them. It was too late to retract. Fortunately, Jiang Linyue merely smiled at her, not delving deeper. Xiao Qi maintained a seemingly amused demeanor, reclining lazily in his spacious seat. Let us commence. With the emperor's pronouncement, many fell silent, awaiting the emergence of the beauty. However, after a prolonged wait, the flower platform remained still, and the 4 seated maidens appeared somewhat flustered, exchanging glances of concern. Yun Mingyuan's originally smiling visage gradually tightened, his brows knitting in worry. The crowd was puzzled by the unfolding situation, casting glances towards the Northern Zhao prince and his entourage. A hint of scorn flickered in Xiao Qi's eyes as he coldly addressed Yun Mingyuan. What does the prince intend? Rising anxiously, Yun Mingyuan was equally bewildered. What was Yun Mingyuan up to? If she dared to jeopardize his prospects, he would not spare her or her mother, confined in the cold palace. The 4 maidens on stage, upon the prince's signal, collectively parted the veils, heavy crimson drapes cascading down. Yet there was no one inside? No, there was someone. Beneath the red silk, a figure began to emerge, followed by a young woman clad in pink, sleepily rubbing her eyes and yawning unabashedly. Yun Mingyuan, in her dazed state, took a step forward but stumbled over the red silk at her feet. The onlookers were left speechless, the atmosphere thick with silence. Su Zixin sighed in relief, finding the princess not particularly bright, despite her innocent and charming appearance. She covered her mouth with a smile, remarking, "Is this the dance of Northern Zhao? I have indeed never witnessed such a sight." Xiao Qi narrowed his eyes, remaining silent, seemingly assessing the audacious and oblivious young woman before him. Yun Mingyuan's expression darkened, suppressing his anger as he prepared to speak, but the princess on the flower platform was the first to break the silence. Her voice was delicate yet clear, addressing Xiao Qi, the emperor, without a hint of fear. "Your Majesty, how could you keep Mingyuan waiting for so long? It was so dull that I inadvertently fell asleep." Was the Northern Zhao princess mad? She dared to blame the emperor? Even Su Muning found herself intrigued by her, stealing several glances. She could not be more than 15 or 16, exuding a lively and endearing charm. Xiao Qi observed her audacity without immediate anger, while Yun Mingyuan's face darkened further. He shot her a cold glare before swiftly turning to Xiao Qi to offer his apologies. "Your Majesty, my younger sister is naive and ignorant. I beg your forgiveness for her disrespectful words. No harm done, since she is awake. Let her dance," Xiao Qi replied, his expression remaining inscrutable, leaving others to ponder his thoughts. Yun Mingyuan pouted slightly, gazing directly at him with an innocent look in her eyes. "Your Majesty, I fear that Mingyuan cannot dance today." "Oh, why is that?" Xiao Qi's curiosity sparked. She cupped her face, her expression turning shy. "There are too many people, and Mingyuan feels quite nervous." If it weren't for the crowd, Yun Mingyuan would likely have approached her to silence her. However, Yun Mingyuan did not cast a glance at her irate elder brother, the crown prince. Instead, she raised her eyes with a hint of playfulness, her gaze suddenly becoming tender. "If your Majesty could smile at Mingyuan, perhaps I would not feel so anxious." How audacious! This little vixen is putting on quite a show. Su Zixin, who had just perceived her as innocent, now realized her underestimated cunning. Surely, the emperor would not fall for this? He must not have grown weary of Su mumming yet, right? Xiao Qi's gaze softened as he looked at the woman on the flower platform, blooming like spring. To everyone's astonishment, he genuinely smiled. Su Zixin's heart sank, and she cast a restless glance at Su mumming. Seeing her remain unmoved, she felt a strong urge to awaken her. Did she not understand how sorrowful life would be without the emperor's favor? In Chengdu, everyone would trample the lowly and elevate the high. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shao Qi extended his hand towards Yun Minyan. "Come here." Yun Mingyuan immediately sighed in relief, a joyful expression gracing his face. It seemed Shao Qi had taken a liking to her. Upon hearing his words, Yun Minyan descended from the platform, her long dance skirt trailing behind her as she approached Shao Qi. She took his hand and nestled into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck, as if a lovesick maiden in the arms of her beloved. "Does your majesty not wish to see Minyan dance?" Shao Qi did not resist her closeness. His gaze briefly swept over the individual seated at the end of the table before returning to her. With a playful gesture, he lifted her chin with his fingertips. "Tonight, dance for me alone." Chapter 51. What a shameless person, lacking the demeanor of a princess. Jiang Linyue, feeling utterly bored, rested her chin on her hand and turned to Su Muming, saying, "I thought we would witness the princess dance, yet she has gone straight into the emperor's arms." Su Muming, however, was quite content. She would prefer that the princess ended up on Shao Qi's bed. What could they possibly be whispering about, so close together? Jiang Linyue murmured, seemingly spotting something amusing as she tugged at Su Muming's sleeve. "Anil, is that not the maid beside the ninth princess?" "The ninth princess?" Su Muming, upon hearing this, lifted her gaze to find Fu Zhaoyan, and indeed saw a palace maid conversing with him. The maid placed a bowl of detoxifying soup on Fu Zhaoyan's table, and he smiled as if to express gratitude. Jiang Linyue noticed her fingers instinctively tightening around her cup as she continued to watch Fu Zhaoyan. He casually remarked, "The ninth princess is nearing maturity. It seems the Fu residents will soon have joyous news." Yet Su Muming gazed at Fu Zhaoyan with a tender expression as he slowly sipped from the spoon. Abruptly, she averted her eyes, lifting her cup and drinking it all in one go. Jiang Linyue observed her refill her glass, slightly furrowing her brow as she placed her hand atop the cup's opening. "Anil, do not drink anymore." He felt a pang of sorrow for her distress over Fu Zhaoyan. Su Muming pushed his hand away, her voice tinged with melancholy. The Duke spoke aptly. The ninth princess and Lord Fu are indeed a match made in heaven. Shao Qi caught sight of her displeased expression as she sulked while sipping on her drink. Could it be jealousy? A flicker of delight crossed his mind as he restrained his laughter. Clearly, Su Muning was not entirely indifferent. After all, having been cherished for 2 years, she must harbor some affection for him, would she not? Yun Minyan, unaware of his gaze on others, gently shook his arm. "Your Majesty, Minyan still knows the songs of the great Qi. May I sing one for you tonight?" Shao Qi, somewhat distracted, murmured a response before suddenly instructing Changshi behind him. "I noticed that Prince Anil has indulged a bit too much. Isn't she's still nursing an injury? Go fetch her a bowl of sobering soup and ensure she refrains from excessive drinking." His unexpected words left Yun Minyan and Su Zxian momentarily speechless. After Chang, she departed to prepare the broth. Yun Minyan, having never encountered the Prince Anil, began to survey her surroundings, her gaze lingering for a moment on Fu Zhaoyan in the front row. What a gentleman, reminiscent of a clear breeze and bright moon. She recognized him as the youngest prime minister of the great Qi, sent to welcome her upon her arrival in the city. Prince Anil, indeed? Her eyes roamed further back, suddenly fixating on someone at the end of the row. She found herself captivated, unable to blink. What a strikingly handsome figure, though he appeared somewhat aloof and distant. It only intensified her curiosity. Yun Minyan seldom praised others for their looks. Being a rare beauty herself, she held great confidence in her appearance. Could he truly be a man? Su Zxian felt a surge of satisfaction, casting a proud glance at the enchanting figure. "Your Majesty, Mu Ning has injured her foot and consumed some wine. I truly cannot bear to let her return alone. Would it not be better for her to stay with us for a few days?" Naturally, men are intrigued by new women, but such interest fades swiftly. Su Zxian hoped to see Shao Qi neglect this woman for a few days, ideally allowing the northern Zhao prince to take her back to his realm. Shao Qi shot her a glance, a hint of disdain surfacing in his heart. With Su Muning already injured, he had no desire to further trouble her. Su Zxian's schemes did not escape his notice. This woman was adept at using her younger sister to gain favor, showing no mercy in her endeavors. Su Muning, however, genuinely regarded her as an elder sister, appearing cold yet harboring a tender heart within. Regarding the incident with Pei Xiaoan, had she chosen to eliminate Zhou Si, no one would have uncovered the truth. Yet she could not bring herself to deliver a fatal blow, believing him not deserving of death. Her kindness in such a realm would inevitably lead to her being taken advantage of. Xiao Qi had conveniently forgotten the measures he had taken for her well-being. There is no need. Since her foot is injured, it will be best to rest for a few days. Su Zixen, seemingly taken aback by his refusal, pondered whether the emperor truly intended to favor this northern Zhao princess tonight. Undeterred, she pressed on, "Your Majesty, since the princess wishes to dance for you tonight, why not have Mu Ning accompany her to enhance the occasion? I believe you are unaware, but Mu Ning plays the pipa exceptionally well." Yin shot her a teasing glance, amusement dancing in her eyes. "Huh, by lineage, I am still the aunt of your brother, esteemed consort." How could the consort refer to Min Yin as sister? Su Zixin felt her face flush at her words. She had unconsciously grown closer to the princess, mistaking her youth for innocence. Yin Minyan, however, chose to ignore her, as a woman's intuition is often acute. She sensed that Xiao Qi's affection for this favored concubine was not as extravagant as the rumor suggested. Thus, she resolved to seize the opportunity. Yin Minyan gazed at Xiao Qi with a hint of melancholy in her expression. "Your Majesty, I have always been a bit forgetful upon arriving at the Qi. I seem to have misplaced something of great importance." Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow with curiosity. "What is it?" She pressed his hand to her warm heart. "It is my heart," she whispered softly into his ear. "Your Majesty, please help me find it. I am quite anxious." Su Zixin stood by, nearly rolling her eyes. This shameless woman hardly resembled a princess. Could she possibly be someone the crown prince of Beizhou picked up from brothel? Xiao Qi did not rebuff her advances, allowing his hand to glide from her chest down to her abdomen and thighs, prompting her to giggle uncontrollably. Suddenly, he swept her up in his arms and gestured towards the crown prince of Beizhou. Yin Mingyuan smiled subtly, taking a sip of his wine. "Please, Your Majesty, enjoy yourself." With the emperor and the princess departing mid-banquet, it was obvious to all what they were up to. It seemed the palace would soon have another imperial consort. After the banquet finally concluded, Su Zixin assisted Su Munning out, chattering incessantly about the Beizhou princess. When she mimicked the princess's mannerisms, Su Munning could no longer suppress her laughter. They reached the carriage, and she continued her banter. "Why did you sit so far away today? You missed out on all the excitement." Su Munning attempted to push her hand away, but was met with a firm grip on her arm. "What's the rush? The coachman is likely off finding a place to relieve himself." Indeed, there was no one at the front of the carriage. Su Zixin glared at her with a mix of disappointment and urgency. "That Beizhou princess is behaving like a little imp, utterly shameless. Who knows what she's up to with the emperor right now?" Munning, all men are the same. They prefer obedient and charming women. Don't be misled by the emperor's affections over the past 2 years. Indulging him with your temper will lead to swift consequences. You should flatter him more. You know?" At these words, Su Munning, feeling somewhat displeased, moved her arm away from her sister's grasp. "If that is all you have to say, perhaps you should return to the palace." With that, she lifted the curtain of the carriage slightly. "Look at yourself. You carry this dreadful demeanor even with me. Do you think the emperor would be pleased?" Su Zixin continued her monologue, oblivious to her sister's sudden rigidity. "Munning, have you forgotten the days spent in the cold palace? Surely, you do not wish to return. Isn't it far better to charm the emperor than to risk everything?" Just as she leaned in to peer inside the carriage, Su Munning swiftly released her grip on the curtain. Her tone became inexplicably tense and abrupt. "Sister, let us go back." Su Zixin frowned, preparing to argue further, but was met with Su Munning's serious gaze. "Why are you glaring at me? If you wish to leave, then let's go." Reluctantly, she complied and departed. Chapter 52. Whose jealousy is she eating? The night breeze swept in, stirring her hair into a delicate dance. Su Munning sat before the carriage door, lost in thought for an extended period, unable to move. "Are you not coming in?" A voice from within the carriage carried a hint of amusement. At the sound, Su Munning stirred, reluctantly lifting the curtain to kneel inside. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Xiaoqi regarded her with a smirk that danced on the edge of a smile. "What else? Should I be frolicking with that little enchantress from Beijao?" Su Muming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, realizing he had overheard her conversation with Su Zixin. "My sister had too much to drink and spoke nonsense. It seems you are the one who has indulged, reeking of alcohol. Did you take your sister's words to heart? She is far more sensible than you." Su Muming remained kneeling at the carriage entrance while Xiaoqi's gaze fell upon her feet. "You are no child. How did you manage to fall today?" "I am fine," she replied, attempting to conceal her foot. Xiaoqi, skeptical of her claim, lifted her into his arms, removing her shoes and socks to inspect her injury. "It's not as severe as I imagined. Remember to apply a cold compress when we return, and it should heal in a couple of days." Su Muming nodded, wanting to retract her foot. Xiaoqi held in place, chiding her with a look. "What is your hurry?" He then produced a porcelain jar from his sleeve, unscrewing it to extract a small amount of cool, white ointment, which he applied to her ankle. His grip was firm, causing her a bit of discomfort. She winced, instinctively attempting to pull away. "No need to be so delicate. Circulation must be restored for swift healing." Having sustained countless injuries since his teenage years in the military, he viewed her minor ailment as trivial. Yet, the situation was different when it came to her. Su Muming stole a glance at him, curious if his actions were intentional, only to find him focused and serious. This made her feel somewhat vexed, perhaps a side effect of the alcohol. At that moment, faint footsteps echoed from outside, and she assumed it was the coachman returning. However, she was surprised when a knock sounded at the carriage window. "Mumming, Fu Zhaoyan." Su Muming felt a surge of anxiety, instinctively glancing at Xiaoqi. His brow furrowed, displeasure evident as he regarded the window, raising his hand to lift the curtain. Alarmed, she clutched his arm, causing him to pause and glance at his hand resting against her. "Mumming?" Fu Zhaoyan called again, having spotted her being escorted to the carriage by concubine Su. Su Muming's heart raced as she glimpsed his shadow cast on the curtain, quickly exclaiming, "Minister Fu." Fu Zhaoyan visibly relaxed. "I just saw you drinking and thought you were intoxicated." Xiaoqi narrowed his eyes, resting his chin on her shoulder, catching sight of the small red mole and turning his face to gently nibble her earlobe. She pushed him slightly, but did not succeed in dislodging him. "No, Minister Fu, do you have further matters to discuss?" Fu Zhaoyan detected a chill in her tone, assuming it was due to their earlier encounter. "Mumming, is your foot all right?" "Thank you for your concern, Minister Fu. I am fine." Observing her averted gaze, Fu Zhaoyan felt a pang of guilt. "You fell because of me at the palace gate." "You are overthinking it. The rain made the ground slippery," Su Muming quickly denied. Xiaoqi smirked inwardly, realizing there was more to the story, applying a bit more pressure with his teeth. "Ouch!" She inhaled sharply, startled. "Moning." Fu Zhaoyan believed something was amiss. "It's nothing, just a cramp in my leg." Xiaoqi chuckled softly, easing the tension. Fu Zhaoyan stepped closer to the car, a flicker of struggle evident in his eyes. "Moning." On that day, in the emperor's palace, upon hearing this, she sensed his suspicion and hastily interrupted his words. "Is Lord Fu drunk?" Fu Zhaoyan was not intoxicated. In fact, he was quite lucid. "No, Muning, I'm not drunk. It must be the 9th princess's hangover remedy that worked wonders." Frowning, he detected the peculiarity in her tone and clarified. "Do you believe there is something between me and the 9th princess? Is there not? Lord Fu truly possesses deep feelings, having waited for the princess for so many years." The mirth in Xiaoqi's eyes vanished entirely, replaced by a hint of coldness. As he raised his face from her shoulder, she was envious. Su Muning felt a pang of jealousy toward Fu Zhaoyan. Thus, the desolation at the banquet was not due to her. It stemmed from the 9th princess delivering the hangover remedy to Fu Zhaoyan. "Ha!" Fu Zhaoyan exhaled slightly, his demeanor serious as he declared, "No, there is nothing inappropriate between the 9th princess and me." Upon hearing this, Su Muning could hardly contain her joy. Yet she feigned indifference, remaining silent, mindful of Xiaoqi's presence. Fu Zhaoyan, however, misinterpreted her silence as disbelief. "Muning, I Lord Fu." Suddenly, a voice interrupted him from behind. Fu Zhaoyan turned to see the masked governor of Beizhou, Yin Chushi, standing a few paces away. "What brings you here, governor?" Yin Chushi regarded him with dark, solemn eyes, his tone respectful. "Might Lord Fu guide me? The palace is vast, and I have been wandering for quite some time." Fu Zhaoyan nodded. It was understandable that newcomers like them would be unfamiliar with the surroundings. "I will lead you." As Fu Zhaoyan departed, Sumu Ning felt an immense sense of relief. Today had been rather unfortunate. First, Su Zixin's words had been overheard by Shao Qi, and now Fu Zhaoyan had appeared. If anyone were to be blamed, it would be Shao Qi for hiding in her carriage. Turning around, she unexpectedly locked eyes with Shao Qi's cold and displeased gaze. "Your Majesty?" Shao Qi released her ankle, staring at her in silence for a long moment. Sumu Ning had no choice but to meet his gaze. Uncertain of what troubled him, she had not said anything offensive. "What is your opinion on Beizhou's visit?" His sudden inquiry eased her tension. Beizhou and Qi had not exchanged envoys for many years. The crown princess' sudden visit surely held ulterior motives. But are not the individuals sent by Beizhou all your relatives? Should you not confide in that crown prince? Perhaps he intends to take you back to Beizhou? Shao Qi's tone dripped with sarcasm. Sumu Ning, however, shook her head earnestly. "Beizhou holds no affection for me. If they truly cared about my well-being, they would not have remained indifferent for so many years." Shao Qi snorted coldly, acknowledging her clarity of thought. He asked seemingly casually, "The crown prince has presented a princess to me. What do you perceive his intentions to be?" Sumu Ning pondered briefly. "Perhaps it is a beauty trap. Then what should I do? Should I accept or decline?" His question evoked memories of the day she penned the memorial, weighing approval against disapproval. After a brief silence, she gritted her teeth and declared, "Your Majesty should accept." Surprisingly, Shao Qi did not exhibit anger this time. At least, he concealed it well. Why? If the princess was indeed the eyes left behind by the crown prince of Beizhou and Qi, it would be prudent to keep her close. "By my side?" he asked her with an air of peculiarity. "I merely suggest the decision rests with your Majesty." It appeared that Shao Qi was contemplating this matter. "Then tell me, what title should I bestow upon her?" The princess held a noble status, and thus, only a rank above that of a consort would be suitable. Shao Qi's gaze turned frigid as he toyed with the jade pendant at his waist, a double dragon in yellow jade, a gift he had once given her, which she had subsequently lost. Su Muning's eyes fell upon the jade, and a wave of disconcerting memories washed over her. It was he who had once pressed this jade into her mouth, leaving it dampened. She faintly recalled the cool, smooth sensation against her lips. "The princess of Beizhou is indeed esteemed. I do not wish to belittle her." She refrained from interjecting. Shao Qi cast her a brief glance, his eyes gleaming with hidden sharpness. "However, I possess a more advantageous solution to this issue." Su Muning looked up at him, puzzled. In court, those befitting her rank were Jiang Linyue and Fu Zhaoyan. Whichever suitor the princess wed would be the principal wife, making it exceedingly appropriate. Naturally, Jiang Linyue and Fu Zhaoyan's first wives were worthy of a princess. Yet, she softly inquired, "Might your Majesty have a preference?" Shao Qi feigned ignorance of her concern and earnestly solicited her opinion. "What say you? Jiang Linyue or Fu Zhaoyan?" Sumu Ning loret hergaze, hertone remarquably composite. "I believe Jiang Shaoho is more suitable." Chapter 53. "I assure you, I will captivate him. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. I cannot accept this decree." Fu Zhaoyan knelt in the grand hall amidst the assembly of officials. Shao Qi, concealed behind the beaded curtain, regarded him with a bemused expression, letting out a cold snort. "Oh, Minister Fu dares to refuse my marriage proposal?" Fu Zhaoyan remained silent, resolute despite his kneeling position. None of the officials dared to speak. What was the meaning of this? Hadn't the princess been with His Majesty last night? Why was she now to be wed to Minister Fu? Jiang Linyue observed Fu Zhaoyan's erect posture, frowning slightly. His Majesty intends this. It seems he cannot decline this marriage. Shao Qi appeared to smile. "I have heard that my ninth sister harbors deep affections for you. However, she is still young and cannot be kept waiting indefinitely. Thus, I thought to bestow this princess of Beizhou upon you." At these words, Fu Zhaoyan bowed deeply. "Your Majesty, I have no intention of marrying. I implore you to rescind your command. Xiao Qi leaned back in his chair, stroking his distinguished brow. Fu Zhaoyan, you possess remarkable audacity. Do you disdain both the princess of Qi and the princess of Beizhou? Who then do you desire? Did Fu Zhaoyan dare to covet his women? Faced with Xiao Qi's evident reproach, Fu Zhaoyan offered no defense, simply bowing his head to the ground. Jiang Linyue sighed internally. Fu Zhaoyan was excessively upright, lacking any semblance of pretense, outright rejecting the proposal in public. Was he not inviting punishment? Naturally, Xiao Qi would penalize him. For the sake of Su Muning's affections towards him, he must face punishment. This princess of Beizhou, Fu Zhaoyan, must marry, regardless of his consent. This is to ensure that the cold-hearted woman completely gives up on Fu Zhaoyan, permitting her to obediently live a tranquil life with him thereafter. The officials were eager to advocate for Fu Zhaoyan, wishing to persuade him. After all, the princess is of noble birth, young, and beautiful. What could be more desirable? Yet, before anyone bold enough could voice their plea, Xiao Qi's fierce gaze was already upon him, lips parting to deliver a merciless decree. Drag him away and administer 40 strikes. The crowd gasped in disbelief at the emperor's intention to punish the prime minister. As the guards entered, leading the man away, they hastily fell to their knees to plead for mercy. Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. The prime minister is the foremost scholar of the Qi. How could he endure such humiliation? Fu Zhaoyan's complexion paled slightly, yet his eyes remained resolute. Your Majesty, I accept the punishment. With that, he stood and walked towards the door. As the sound of the punishment echoed from outside, everyone inside bowed their heads in silence. From this day forth, the prime minister shall remain at home to rest and prepare for his marriage to the Beizhou princess. No one is permitted to disturb him. Xiao Qi surveyed those below him, his message clear. The emperor had confined Fu Zhaoyan's movements. In the Spring Blossom Palace, the guests from Beizhou were all accommodated there. Yun Mingyuan struck Yun Minyan, sending her sprawling to the ground, his eyes ablaze with uncontainable fury. What folly did you commit last night? You can't even retain a man. Xiao Qi intends to marry you to Fu Zhaoyan. You were carried back before everyone, and now you wish to refuse him? Yun Minyan prostrated herself on the ground, too frightened to rise, tears streaming down her cheeks. Elder brother, the emperor of the Qi is deeply enamored with the concubine. He looks down upon me. Perhaps he favors women who have born children. Why not let one of the previous married sisters entice him instead? Yin Mingyuan's face darkened, his gaze piercing her like a blade. I warned you. If you remain ungrateful, your mother in the cold palace will suffer. She trembled, scrambling to embrace his legs, her tears and snot staining his attire. My dear brother, have mercy on my mother, who only knows how to eat vegetarian and chant. I've already told her to pray for you while seeking blessings. You know how sincere she is. Disgusted, Yun Mingyuan kicked her away. He had never held any regard for a sister of low status and poor background. Yet, her beauty and usefulness compelled him to bring her to the Qi, intending to present her to the beauty-loving Xiao Qi. To his dismay, she proved utterly ineffectual. I do not keep those who serve no purpose. Yin Minyan was well aware of the indifference in his eyes. She had grown accustomed to it. Elder brother, I am useful. Consider this. Fu Zhaoyan is the prime minister of the Qi. What matters could the emperor possibly withhold from him? As a princess of Beizhou, if I enter the palace, the emperor will surely be wary of trusting me. Rather, marrying Fu Zhaoyan would allow me to grasp the political currents while avoiding many prying eyes. Yin Mingyuan paused slightly upon hearing this. Yun Minyan observed his shifting expression and continued. Fu Zhaoyan embodies the spirit of a gentle breeze and a clear moon, maintaining his integrity. I am quite confident in my ability to win over such a noble young man. Just wait and see. It seems she had expressed similar sentiments on her way here, confidently asserting her ability to capture the attention of the emperor of the Qi. Yin Mingyuan turned away, his demeanor softening slightly. Then, you shall remain in the Qi, close to Fu Zhaoyan. Yin Minyan eagerly nodded. Rest assured, I guarantee that he will be utterly enchanted. Yin Mingyuan couldn't help but wish she would be silent. Her incessant chatter would be a delight if only her mouth were not so loquacious. Yun Minyan cautiously watched him exit before scrambling up from the ground. As she touched her bruised face, she muttered indignantly, "That scoundrel. I nearly lost a tooth. How could anyone be so cruel to someone as lovely as I?" Among those most pleased with the prospect of Princess Beizhou marrying Fu Zhaoyan was Su Zixin. When Jean Xin spoke of this news, her excitement was palpable, even causing her to break a few strands of hair. Is it true? Is the information accurate? Jean Xion's face radiated joy. Absolutely. It was announced in today's morning court session. Fu Xiang has refused, and as a result, he's been punished by His Majesty. I heard he faced the board and is confined to his estate, prohibited from attending court. Fu Zhaoyan has declined? Su Zixin furrowed her brow. How audacious to refuse the emperor's marriage proposal. He must have great courage. Indeed, perhaps it's for the ninth princess? The ninth princess? I hardly think so, she replied dismissively. That mere child lacks the allure to capture someone like Fu Zhaoyan's heart. She smiled lightly, unconcerned, reasoning that since it was an imperial decree, he could not refuse. So they might as well await the wedding festivities. You speak wisely. Jean Xian, with her bright eyes and cheerful demeanor, always had a way of lifting her spirits. She had not slept well the previous night, expecting to hear news of that little enchantress being conferred as a consort. But instead, such delightful tidings emerged. As long as it did not hinder her, she had no qualms about whom he married. Thinking of the princess's pretentiousness from the previous night, she decided to summon someone to mock her. Jean Xin, after all, she is a princess, having traveled quite a distance. Go and tell her that I wish to extend my hospitality and invite her to enjoy the gardens of the palace. I shall surely make her the subject of ridicule. Yun Minyan lay in bed as her maid rolled a boiled egg across her face. Grimacing, she asked, "Yenner, am I disfigured? I can hardly feel half of my face." The maid inspected her closely and replied earnestly, "Your Highness, not at all. It's just quite swollen. You may not be presentable for the next couple of days." "That simply won't do. I must see my destined husband." Yenner felt somewhat speechless, recalling how throughout their journey to Dachi, she had referred to the emperor as her man, and now she was calling someone else husband. Yun Minyan snatched an egg from the maid's hands, cracking it open against the bed's edge to eat. Just then, a messenger arrived at the door, announcing that imperial concubine Su had sent someone to invite her to the gardens. Jean Xin called from outside. "My lady wishes to extend her hospitality. We hope you will grace us with your presence, princess." Yun Minyan, still biting into the egg, immediately declined without a second thought. Her countenance today is certainly not fit for public view. "Thank you, your highness, but I am unwell today and shall refrain from causing any disruption." She then gestured for Yin to see the guests off. As Jean Xin walked back, she speculated that the princess must be too embarrassed to face the concubine after having attempted to entice His Majesty the previous night, only to be betrothed to another today. While she was lost in thought, she caught sight of the crown prince of Beizhou seated on the corridor ahead. Their gazes met, and she hurried forward to pay her respects. Yun Mingyuan had been waiting for her arrival, having noticed her entrance into the palace. This maidservant was a trusted confidant of concubine Su. He looked at her approaching form with an array of tenderness in his eyes, his demeanor warm and refined as he inquired, "What is your name?" Jean Xin was momentarily taken aback, feeling both flattered and startled, and her gaze inadvertently fell into his spring-like eyes. Chapter 54. Indeed, a fox spirit, the news of Fu Zhaoyan's betrothal and punishment arrived simultaneously, leaving Su Muning in a state of disbelief. Was it not Jiang Linyue who had been chosen last night? She had selected Jiang Linyue, and Shao Qi had not objected. How could it be Fu Zhaoyan? Shao Qi had chastised him. The thought of this made Su Muning disregard the injury on her foot, hastily donning her attire. Jin Shu, aware of her urgency, attempted to dissuade her. "Your Highness, His Majesty has placed the Minister Fu under house arrest and forbade anyone from visiting him." However, Su Muning was undeterred. She had always frequented the Fu residence as if it were her own home, and the servants there recognized her, making it unlikely that she would be stopped. The steward of the Fu household was taken aback upon seeing her. He was an elder of the Fu family, having observed her visit often to play with their young master, and was thus quite familiar with her. Yet, She had inexplicably ceased her visits over the past 2 years. The old steward was quite pleased. "Your Highness has come to see the young master, I presume?" Sumaning nodded, not waiting for him to lead the way and walking ahead on her own. "How is Minister Fu?" "Alas, the doctor visited at noon, administered medication, and he is resting now. How could such a misfortune befall him? The young master has a stubborn temperament and has offended His Majesty. What can be done now?" Su Muning walked slowly, her injured foot hindering her pace. The steward stepped forward to offer her support. "Your Highness, despite your injury, you have specifically come to visit the young master. He will surely be delighted. Perhaps you could encourage him. The Princess of Beizhou is not lacking in merit." At these words, Su Muning paused, glancing at him. "I will certainly offer my counsel." The steward beamed with delight, oblivious to her unusual expression. "Oh, that would be splendid. If the young master consents to this marriage, it will be a joyous occasion for all." "A joyous occasion for all?" Su Muning stood before Fu Zhaoyan's door as the steward was about to announce her presence, but she halted him. "I shall enter myself. Minister Fu may still be asleep." Indeed, Fu Zhaoyan was asleep. Su Muning quietly approached the bedside and sat down, her gaze fixed upon him without disturbing his slumber. He lay prone on the bed, covered by a thin blanket, likely to avoid aggravating his injury. She gently brushed her fingers against his slightly furrowed brow, ultimately resting her fingertips at the corner of his pale lips. "Ministerful," Su Muning called softly. Seeing he did not awaken, she bravely tucked his disheveled hair behind his ear. She gazed at his closed eyes, long eyelashes casting shadows upon his eyelids. Slowly, she leaned down, whispering softly into his ear, "Zhaoyan Gij." His eyelashes remained still, yet she felt a slight tremor within herself, in a profound silence enveloping them. Her eardrums resonated with a chaotic symphony. Su Muning pressed her lips from his ear to the corner of his mouth, bestowing a gentle kiss. Rising, she seated herself at the edge of the bed, patiently awaiting the calming of her frantic heartbeat. Suddenly, a hand covered the back of hers, prompting her to glance down at him. Upon opening his eyes and discovering her at his bedside, Fu Zhaoyan offered her a faint smile, his voice low and husky. "When did you arrive?" At his words, the tension in Su Muning's heart finally eased. Fortunately, he was unaware of her recent presence. She averted her gaze slightly, fearful that he might notice the lingering warmth on her cheeks. Fu Zhaoyan too lowered his eyes, his earlobes tinged with red, while the hand concealed beneath the blankets clenched the sheets tightly. They remained silent for a while, until Su Muning recalled that he was still holding her hand, caught in a dilemma about whether to withdraw it, though she was reluctant to do so. It was Fu Zhaoyan who broke the silence first, disrupting her thoughts. "During the morning assembly, His Majesty bestowed a marriage proposal upon me and the Northern Zhao princess from yesterday. You are aware of this matter, are you not?" "Yes," Su Muning replied softly, without meeting his gaze. "Muning, I will not marry the Northern Zhao princess." His fingers, resting upon her hand, tightened slightly, enveloping her hand entirely, leading him to perceive that she was rather unmanly. A flicker of joy surged within her heart, yet concern marred her expression. "But this is His Majesty's decree." Fu Zhaoyan continued to observe her hand, inadvertently smiling as he remarked, "Muning resembles a girl. Always has." Su Muning was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing uncontrollably as her eyes widened in surprise. Realizing he may have misspoken, he cleared his throat. "I meant no offense, merely." He gently squeezed her fingers, adding, "too young." Suddenly, she withdrew her hand from beneath his, concealing it within her sleeve, uncertain of how to proceed. Were it anyone else making such a remark, she would certainly be incensed, yet this was Fu Zhaoyan. An impulsive urge surged within her to confess. She felt a wave of nervousness wash over her, hastily closing her eyes, her fingers trembling within her sleeve. "Zhaoyan Gij, if I—" Just as Fu Zhaoyan was attentively listening to her, a commotion erupted from outside, followed by the creaking of the door as it swung open. Both Su Muning and Fu Zhaoyan were taken aback by the unexpected visitor, frowning in unison. The butler stood there, looking apologetic and helpless. "Young master, Her Highness the Princess has come to see you." Yun Minyan, without any preamble, waved her hand dismissively, signaling the butler to leave. Go and prepare the ginseng I brought for my future husband. Make sure not to add any unnecessary ingredients. Future husband? Sumuning glanced at the food Sonyan, who suddenly felt as though he had committed a grievous offense against her, akin to a husband caught in an act of infidelity. What a strange metaphor that was. Fu Zhaoyan furrowed his brow in silence, only to notice that the princess had already entered the inner room. Yun Minyan was taken aback to see someone seated by Fu Zhaoyan's bedside. "Oh, is that not my beautiful nephew?" she exclaimed, reaching out to touch Su Muning's face. Just as her fingers were about to make contact, the beauty stood up, coldly evading her hand, casting a glance at her before turning her attention back to Fu Zhaoyan. "Since Her Highness has come to visit Minister Fu, I shall take my leave." Moning. As Fu Zhaoyan attempted to rise, a sudden excruciating pain shot through him, draining the color from his face and causing cold sweat to bead at his temples. Su Muning instinctively moved closer, only to find the princess now seated at his bedside, precisely where she had just been. Yun Minyan produced a fragrant handkerchief, the aroma so potent that even Su Muning, standing behind her, could discern it. With one hand clasped to her heart and the other wiping his sweat, she said, "My dear husband, do not move around too much. Be cautious of your wound." Fu Zhaoyan gently pushed her hand away, maintaining a restrained coolness as he replied, "Princess, please mind your words. Be wary of damaging your reputation." Yun Minyan, however, was unfazed, even casting him a bashful glance. "You care for me so dearly, yet I am not even wed to you." Even Fu Zhaoyan had never encountered a woman quite like her. Su Muning pressed her lips together, hesitant to leave, fearing that Fu Zhaoyan would fall prey to this woman. Su Zixin was right. This princess was indeed a little vixen. Chapter 55. Spare me that vixen, Yun Minyan withdrew the handkerchief into her sleeve and produced a porcelain bottle adorned with the royal emblem of the eightfold peony. "This is a superior ointment for wounds from the northern Zhao royal family. Come, let me apply it to my husband. I assure you he will heal in no time, leaving no scars." As she spoke, she carelessly threw back the covers, revealing Fu Zhaoyan clad only in a white nightgown. If not for his incapacitated state, he would have fled in embarrassment. "Your Highness, you do not be shy. I am indeed a virtuous person. Do not let my youthful beauty deceive you into thinking I lack skills. Come, remove your trousers." Fu Zhaoyan felt the world darken before his eyes, overwhelmed by the urge to die from embarrassment, especially with Su Muning present. It was a humiliation he could scarcely endure. Ignoring his pain, he hurriedly retreated into the bed, acutely aware of the blood seeping from his wound, yet unable to check the awkward injury in front of others. Women were truly terrifying. Fu Zhaoyan mused that perhaps his affection for men was not so lamentable after all. At least Muning was nothing like this audacious princess. Just as Yun Minyan's knee ascended the bed, her wrist, holding the medicine bottle, was seized. "Dear nephew, are you not here to assist? I see my husband is quite bashful. He may need some help. How about you hold his hands and feet for me?" Su Muning regarded her with an impassive expression before suddenly breaking into a smile, leaving Yun Minyan momentarily speechless. Perhaps it is better to reserve the princess's medicine for the wounds on her face. "Can you tell I have 3 layers of powder on?" "Oh, I assure you, I am not a victim of violence. It is merely a case of adjusting to unfamiliar surroundings." Even if her face bore the marks of a beating, it would not be surprising. Su Muning firmly pulled her down from the bed by her wrist. "Do you not believe me? I truly have not been struck. Darn it, that Yun Mingyuan is a scoundrel. He is hardly regarded as a person, yet was he not struck by another? I never claimed that the princess was assaulted. I merely remarked that her exquisite visage warrants careful consideration." Just as she was about to release her grip, Yun Minyan joyfully embraced her arm, elated. "In the past, when others complimented my appearance, I dismissed it as mere flattery. However, since you have said so, it must be true." Su Muning's eyelid twitched slightly. "Your lavish praise suggests you might have developed feelings for me. Could it be that you have taken a liking to me? Oh heavens! You must exercise restraint. I am your aunt. Though I am quite open-minded, I cannot condone incest under any circumstances." Releasing her hand, Yun Minyan returned to the bedside, gazing affectionately at Fu Zhaoyan, conveying a reassuring expression. My husband, my heart belongs solely to you. The moment you braved the rain to fetch me from the outer city, I was smitten. Fu Zhaoyan furrowed his brow. It was not as if he had gone out of his way to collect her. Observing his hesitation, Yun Minyan feigned sorrow, contemplating a repeat of her previous tactics, convinced that even a modest gentleman like Fu Zhaoyan would be susceptible to her charms. Since childhood, she had been rather forgetful, and upon arriving at the Qi, she had misplaced something of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, Su Muning narrowed her eyes, a hint of mockery flashing across her face. Fu Zhaoyan paused, intrigued. What had the princess lost, and where had she lost it? Just as Yin Minyan was about to elaborate on her ploy, Su Muning grasped her by the nape of her neck. "What are you doing?" she protested. Su Muning tugged at her collar, leading her to the door and unceremoniously pushing her outside. "The princess has lost something. Perhaps you should retrace her steps to find it. It's possible that it was not lost in the Qi, but rather in Beijiao." Yin Minyan attempted to re-enter, but the door was abruptly shut in her face, followed by the sound of the bolt being secured. "Look at that. This beauty certainly has a fiery temper. By the way, her younger brother, Yin Chushi, is quite gentle with her. Is it not said that twins share similar temperaments? And who does this beauty truly belong to, Xiao Qi or Fu Zhaoyan?" With renewed cheer, Yun Minyan strolled back, realizing that remaining in the Qi would provide ample entertainment. Su Muning approached him step by step, noticing several bottles of medicine by his bedside. Casually picking one up, Fu Zhaoyan sighed in relief once the princess departed, looking at her with a mix of gratitude and resignation. "Muning, that princess." Su Muning tilted her head, smiling, and raised the medicine bottle. "Fu, remove your clothing. I shall apply the medicine." Fu Zhaoyan shivered, his face flushing from his forehead to his neck. Mooning, she mimicked the princess's previous actions, moving closer to him and pinning him against the foot of the bed. Su Muning startled him, her hand reaching towards his waist, seemingly intent on untying his belt. "What are you afraid of, Fu? I am not a woman and have no qualms about ruining my reputation." Fu Zhaoyan's breathing quickened, his chest rising and falling. Just before she could unfasten his belt, he seized the blanket from the bed and wrapped it around his waist. "Please, Muning, spare me." His voice held an unusual huskiness that startled Su Muning. She was quite aware of the stirrings of desire in a man. After all, Xiao Qi was indeed a man unlike any other that Fu Zhaoyan had ever encountered. She had assumed that such a man would not behave in this manner. How utterly embarrassing. She was merely angered by that princess, intending to frighten her a little. What should she do now? I just remembered that I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Su Muning hastily discarded the medicine bottle and rose. Fleeing in haste, Fu Zhaoyan dared not retain her. He was genuinely terrified that she would discover the unsavory thoughts he harbored for her. He had only just come to terms with his affection for men, but could Su Muning accept that a man might harbor feelings for her? Would she understand that the kind of affection he felt was not merely fondness or admiration, but rather a yearning for intimacy and a desire for eternal companionship? Suddenly, he recalled their first meeting many years ago, also within the grand halls of the Qi imperial palace. He had heard tales of the captives from the fallen Li kingdom being brought in, many of whom were of royal blood. People assumed that the late emperor would execute them, yet the beauty of Su Zixin spared her and her brother. At that time, she was but a 9-year-old child in the cold palace, dressed in rags, yet her dirt-streaked face was exceedingly lovely. Some mischievous eunuchs sought to amuse themselves at her expense. At that time, he was merely a companion to the crown prince, frequently entering the palace. On one occasion, he witnessed several young eunuchs encircling child. "Hey, little rascal, would you like some candy?" One eunuch dangled a handful of sweets, his gaze flitting over her as if he found her amusing. Su Muning stared at his hand in silence. Another eunuch took a piece from him, unwrapped it, and held it to her lips. "Come, darling, give us a kiss. And these candies are yours." "Ha ha ha. You still want this filthy thing? Just look at how beautiful your little face is." He even attempted to pinch her cheek. In a sudden act of defiance, Su Muning raised her hand and knocked the candy to the ground. The group momentarily stood in shock, then fury ignited within them. The one who had been struck raised his hand to slap her. "Stop!" Fu Zhaoyan's cold voice cut through the air. Everyone turned to look at him, including Su Mumming. Master Fu, the eunuchs, sensing his displeasure, grew fearful. Fu Zhaoyan, the only son of the Grand Tutor and a companion to the Crown Prince, was known for his integrity. He would not let their transgressions go unpunished. He turned to a nearby attendant and commanded, "Ensure they receive their due punishment and report back to me." "Yes, my lord." The eunuchs dared not argue, lowering their heads as they followed him away. Fu Zhaoyan then added weight. He stepped forward, took a piece of candy from the eunuch's hand, and dismissed them. When he extended the candy to Su Mumming, she did not accept it and took a step back, her eyes wary. He then crouched down, offering her a gentle smile. "Would you like to taste it?" Su Mumming found his smile to be incredibly warm and took tentative steps towards him. Observing her hesitation, Fu Zhaoyan unwrapped the candy and brought it to her lips. After a moment's pause, she opened her mouth to taste it. "Is it sweet?" he inquired. She nodded softly. Fu Zhaoyan took out a handkerchief to wipe the dirt from her face, and Su Mumming gazed at him, captivated. "Understood. I will bring something better next time." Just as he was about to rise, a cool sensation brushed against his face, a soft touch that lingered. Fu Zhaoyan was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for her kiss. He found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel joy or amusement. It dawned on him that perhaps the eunuchs had misled her, making her believe that a sweet treat warranted such an exchange. Reflecting on the past, he instinctively raised a hand to caress the corner of his lips. What then? Did Mu Ning truly mean by her actions? Did she feel as she did in their childhood, or did she harbor genuine affection for him? Chapter 56. The Princess's Dowry Annal. Which of the 3 proposed dates do you prefer? Su Mumming was lost in thought, gazing outside, when Shao Qi unexpectedly sought her opinion. He was engaged in discussions with Yun Mingyuan from Beizhou regarding the unions of their respective nations, and her sudden inquiry left her momentarily bewildered. Yun Mingyuan sipped his tea, puzzled by Shao Qi's question directed at her. Noticing her distraction, Shao Qi inquired with slight irritation, "What are you staring at? She has been causing a commotion for days. How can a 13-year-old girl comprehend love?" Minister Fu cannot wait another 2 years. Outside the palace, the 9th princess knelt, sobbing intermittently, while a nearby maid attempted to coax her away. Su Mumming had been observing her, and upon the 9th princess lifting her sleeve for the 13th time to wipe her tears, she finally sighed. "Your Majesty, it is common knowledge in the palace that the 9th princess has long harbored feelings for Minister Fu." Yin Mingyuan suddenly chuckled. "So, it seems Yin is attempting to seize love by force. What a predicament." Shao Qi remained indifferent, remarking that she was still young and should not be taken too seriously. Naturally, Yin Mingyuan also dismissed the trivial concerns of the young princess. Su Mumming glanced at the 3 red slips of paper on the table, each inscribed with a proposed auspicious date: the 18th of this month, the 6th of next month, and the 26th of next month. Yun Mingyuan remarked, "If it is this month, I would stay here to partake in the joyous celebration." Su Mumming understood his intent to select the nearest date. Shao Qi also watched her, awaiting her decision. She reached for the most imminent date, prompting a faint smile from Shao Qi. Perhaps Su Mumming did not hold him in such high regard after all, as she seemed indifferent to when he wed. The 18th of this month was indeed a favorable day, allowing the crown prince to witness the princess's wedding in Qidu. Just as Yin Mingyuan was about to express his agreement, she interjected, "However, I believe the marriage between our nations should not be rushed. The princess has traveled a great distance. Our great Qi should observe the utmost propriety, striving for perfection to avoid any negligence that might cause the princess to feel slighted, lest our nation be ridiculed for its lack of decorum. I propose that the 26th of next month is the most suitable date. Your Majesty, this is merely my humble opinion." Shao Qi watched her as she set down the date in her hand, ultimately selecting the 26th of next month. He lowered his gaze slightly, concealing his displeasure. A desire to impose a penalty upon her crossed his mind as he pondered the matter seriously. Su Mumming remained oblivious to his expression and intentions, believing her reasoning to be sound. Yun Mingyuan acknowledged her points, since the marriage was decided. Whether it occurred sooner or later was of little consequence. Therefore, next month would suffice, though it pained him that on the day of his sister's wedding, she would not see her family, which would surely bring sorrow and tears. Xiao Qi suddenly smiled, picking up the day she had previously set down to examine it. Upon witnessing this, Su Mu Ning discreetly tightened her grip on the crimson note, her brows slightly furrowed. Since he had made up his mind, why seek her opinion? Upon reflection, it seemed he had been deliberately acting contrary to her wishes lately. The crown prince had traveled a great distance to arrive here. How could he leave without even partaking in his sister's joyous celebration? Such conduct was unbecoming of Deqi's hospitality. She intended to persuade him further. But Xiao Qi directly addressed her. Do you not care for the ninth princess? Why not take her away? Reluctantly, Su Mu Ning set down the crimson note and rose to take her leave. I take my leave, Your Highness. After she departed, Xiao Qi cast a brief glance at Yun Ming Yuan. Xiao Qi understood that this man had been stifling his intentions for several days. Having seen that Xiao Qi had yet to inquire about his purpose, today he would surely be forthright. Who would be foolish enough to believe it had come merely to foster goodwill with Deqi? Since the wedding date had already been set, the Crown Prince of Yun could indeed rest easy. The remaining days could be spent exploring Qi capital, taking in the sights of Deqi's grandeur. Yet, Yun Ming Yuan had no inclination to admire the scenery. After waiting several days without receiving a summons from the Emperor of Deqi, he had finally been called, only to find the discussion centered around the marriage of Yunmin Yin and Fu Zhaonian. Enough of this. He would raise the matter himself. Yun Ming Yuan placed his teacup down and sat up straight. Your Majesty, I must confess, I have come regarding a troubling matter. Xiao Qi did not appear surprised, raising an eyebrow in interest. Pray, elaborate. Yun Ming Yuan lowered his voice and kept his gaze steady, a flicker of determination in his eyes. I wish to request a small favor from Your Majesty. Observing Xiao Qi's lack of immediate reaction, he continued, Naturally, I would not expect Your Majesty to assist without recompense. I can promise that if my endeavor succeeds and I ascend to the throne, I shall bestow Wuzhou upon Deqi as a reward. Wuzhou, such a grand gesture. It was not merely the fact that he was still a crown prince. Even as emperor, one could not simply relinquish territory at will. I'm quite curious. What sort of minor favor warrants such a substantial reward from the crown prince? Xiao Qi's interest was piqued. It is but a trifling task for Your Majesty. Yun Ming Yuan assured him. I hope that Your Majesty will take military action against Beizhao. He spoke each word with deliberate clarity. Xiao Qi chuckled softly. The crown prince desires that I wage war on your Beizhao? Surely you jest. Yet Yun Ming Yuan sighed, his tone somber. Your Majesty understands, does he not? Beizhao is not yet my Beizhao. Xiao Qi's expression was a blend of amusement and skepticism as he regarded the ambition that could not be masked in Yun Ming Yuan's eyes. I grasp your predicament, Crown Prince, yet I am reluctant to disturb the populace, especially after Li Zhou has just endured turmoil. All that is required is for your forces to approach Li Zhou, and my brother shall surely remain stationed in Wuzhou. Deqi's military support will enable him to hold off the crown Prince Yunming Zhe and his forces in the southwest. When the capital grows lax, he will seize the opportunity to usurp power. With the palace guards under his command, he can eliminate the old emperor without the threat of Yunming Zhe. Thereafter, as the crown prince, he would ascend the throne unopposed. By then, the crown prince will be far removed, unable to return in time. Even if he could, his claim would be tenuous at best. No, he will ensure that Yunming Zhe never has the opportunity to return. At that time, regardless of whether Yunming Zhe and Xiao Qi desired conflict, he would devise a means to provoke a clash between the two parties. Once war erupted, irrespective of who emerged victorious or suffered defeat, it would be their forces that were diminished, and he would emerge as the ultimate victor. As long as he ascended to the throne smoothly, he could gradually consolidate the remaining forces of Beizhao, and when they were both weakened, he could seize Li Prefecture. Ultimately, Li Prefecture had always belonged to Beizhao. It was high time for Deqi to relinquish it after all these years. As for Wuzhou, Xiao Qi ought to have the fortune to claim it. Xiao Qi disdainfully sipped his tea and remarked nonchalantly, matters of territory are of utmost significance. Does the crown prince not fear the deliberations of the people of Beizhao? Yet, Yun Mingyuan smiled and replied, My royal sister's distant marriage to the Qi stirs my brotherly affection. I wish to bestow upon her a portion of her dowry, what concern is it of others? The bond between the crown prince and the princess indeed moved me. Having traveled from afar, my gift to the Qi must naturally be treasures. Xiao Qi, however, replied deliberately, "Since these are treasures, I hope that the crown prince might add a small note to the dowry list." Upon hearing this, Yun Mingyuan frowned. He had already pledged one state, although he had no intention of actually relinquishing it. "Your Majesty refers to what?" "There is no need for the crown prince to be anxious. This request is but a trifling matter for you," the emperor assured. "Your Majesty, please proceed." Xiao Qi then fixed his gaze upon him, an air of pressure suddenly emanating from his eyes. "Li Prefecture lies on the border, and the journey is quite long. I hope the crown prince will ensure the inclusion of the military expenses for 300,000 troops of the Qi for 1 year. 300,000 troops for a year's expenses. That would amount to nearly 30 million taels of silver." Yun Mingyuan's expression soured instantly. "Your Majesty, this surely would not take a year's time. Once Yun Mingzi departs, a month or 2 would suffice. I am considering your best interests, thinking it prudent to restrain you for a while longer. Surely, the crown prince does not desire the eldest prince of Beizhou to return from Wuzhou with his forces?" "Umph." Yun Mingyuan scoffed inwardly. Xiao Qi was threatening him. If he did not provide this sum, would he recall Yun Mingzi to contend with him? Xiao Qi's appetite was quite large, demanding both land and money. His countenance suddenly appeared troubled, feigning sincerity. "Your Majesty, while it is indeed my duty to cover these military expenses, you are aware that Beizhou is not yet under my control. Perhaps we should wait until matters are settled before I present this?" Xiao Qi regarded him with derision, his expression darkening. "It seems the crown prince is not truly earnest in conducting business with me. Your Majesty, the crown prince oversees the treasury, and the minister of revenue is also a loyal ally of mine. To even shirk from this modest military expense is truly disheartening." Yun Mingyuan was momentarily taken aback. How did Xiao Qi know about his control over Beizhou's finances? Did he even know that the Minister of Revenue was one of his own? Had there been a traitor among his ranks? Or was there a spy within the Beizhou court? Could it be Yin Chushi? No, given their national grievances, that seemed unlikely. Who else could it be? Yun Mingyuan forced a smile, realizing that the silver would be impossible to retain. "Your Majesty knows I oversee the finances, yet remains unaware of the countless eyes that monitor from the shadows. Very well, to demonstrate my sincerity, I shall add this sum to my sister's dowry. Money, in comparison to land, is but a trifling matter. It can be lost and regained. It is precisely due to his control over the finances of Beizhou that Yun Mingzi is hesitant to act recklessly. However, this amount is not insignificant, and once the national treasury is touched, it cannot be concealed for long." Xiao Qi seemed somewhat satisfied. "Therefore, I kindly request the crown prince to deliver it at the earliest convenience. Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall ensure it is attended to promptly." Chapter 57. A joke that is not amusing. Upon seeing someone emerge, the 9th princess's eyes brightened, but upon realizing it was only Su Mumming, she dejectedly lowered her head. Su Mumming approached her directly, kneeling down to observe her tear-streaked, yet youthful visage. "His Majesty has sent me to persuade the 9th princess to return. I shall not return. I know the crown prince of Beizhou is inside, and I intend to weep deliberately for their amusement." How childish. None of the 2 individuals within would care. Just now, His Majesty has already set the wedding date for the 18th of this month. Upon hearing this, the 9th princess cried even more fiercely, dampening her own sleeve, which she then used to wipe her face. "How can this be? I still have 1 year and 6 months before I come of age. Surely Minister Fu would not have fathered a child with her." The maid beside the 9th princess gestured for her to refrain from speaking out of turn, but she ignored her entirely, stubbornly using someone else's sleeve to dab her tears. "Why did my mother have to give birth to me so late? If only it had been 2 years earlier." Seeing her about to wipe her nose on her own sleeve, Su Mumming could not help but retract her garment. 9th princess, there are countless worthy men in Qi. Surely, there are better suitors awaiting you." The maid eagerly nodded in agreement. "Indeed, your highness. What the Prince of Anil said is true." Upon hearing this, the 9th princess paused for a moment, then raised her head earnestly to inquire, "Who? Ah, This question left Su mumming momentarily speechless, as the princess continued to gaze at her expectantly, prompting her to ponder seriously. You wouldn't be referring to yourself, would you? The ninth princess observed her thoughtful expression and concluded that this might be the case. That is not so. As Su mumming lifted her gaze, she spotted Jiang Linyue in the distance, approaching their direction. What do you think of young Master Jiang? The ninth princess immediately expressed disdain. He is a fickle one, a rogue with no scruples. What respectable young lady would look upon him? Well articulated. In truth, many would aspire to wed into the Jiang family. For Jiang Linyue's lineage and appearance are indeed quite impressive. Regrettably, the princess does not require such a match. The maid chimed in. I believe last year's top scholar is quite commendable. Upon saying this, she held her face in admiration, mimicking an expression of longing. The ninth princess had yet to meet Chi Chun, having only heard of him a few times, and regarded her with cautious curiosity. Is he a successful candidate? Is he not too old? Many older candidates still compete, and while a man's knowledge is of great importance, his looks can also significantly influence matters of the heart. Oh, rest assured, Your Highness, the top scholar is certainly not lacking. The ninth princess felt a slight glimmer of happiness, yet remained hesitant. Then I shall seek an opportunity to see him first. If he is too unattractive, then it is settled. I could still wait until I come of age to marry Minister Fu as a secondary wife, and, at that time, a dose of poison could send that little vixen on her way to make room for me. The young maid swiftly covered her princess's mouth, her eyes wide with terror as she looked at Su mumming. Ha ha ha, my princess simply adores jesting. The ninth princess, with a carefree push, stood up and raised her chin towards Su mumming. Although Prince Anil possesses remarkable looks, he is, after all, a widower with a questionable reputation. There is little possibility for us, yet who can say for certain? I appreciate your earnest counsel. I will remember it and invite you to my wedding feast someday. Wedding feast? What wedding feast? The ninth princess was startled by a sudden voice from behind her. Jiang Linyue? When did she arrive? Surely she didn't hear me cursing him, right? Jiang Linyue, however, had not heard the words spoken, merely observing their conversation from a distance. The ninth princess, feeling guilty for her harsh words, limped away while rubbing her knee, and a little maid hastily completed her curtsy before chasing after her. Seeing Su mumming about to leave, Jiang Linyue reached out to stop her. Do not be in such haste. I have something to discuss with you. Su mumming halted and gazed at her. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Linyue slightly inclined her body. Anil, do you not perceive that the emperor is punishing Minister Fu? Upon hearing this, Su mumming's heart tightened, and her brows furrowed. What does the Lord mean? Why would the emperor punish him when all seems well? Jiang Linyue looked at her, articulating each word deliberately. Because you harbor feelings for him. She bit her lip, forcing a mocking smile. Are you jesting, my lord? I am a man. How could I possibly have feelings for Minister Fu? She had never confided in anyone. How could he possibly know? Not even Su Zixin was aware. There should be no one in the world who knew. Yet he remained unfazed by her denial. Anil, you need not lie to me. I merely wish to caution you to proceed with care. The emperor has long harbored suspicions about you. If you do not wish for Fu Zhaoyan to encounter trouble, it would be wise to refrain from involving yourself in his affairs. Su mumming replied in a hushed tone, My relationship with Minister Fu is utterly innocent, is it not? Indeed, Jiang Linyue replied. You may test the emperor's belief in that, Anil. Do not underestimate him. Do not provoke his wrath. You are yet unaware of his methods. Shao Qi is not of a merciful heart. He has shown no compassion even towards his own brothers, let alone others. Suddenly, a hint of sorrow clouded her gaze, her eyes appearing hollow and distant as she spoke coldly. I am aware. Jiang Linyue gently placed a hand on her shoulder, studying her eyes. Fu Zhaoyan will not abandon you. The Fu family is a prestigious lineage, deeply rooted in etiquette and reputation. He can only serve as a loyal minister to the sovereign, a paragon for scholars across the realm. His upbringing has been a heavy chain. He would never betray his monarch for anyone. Su mumming closed her eyes, knowing this truth all too well. Thus, she had never revealed her true feelings to him. She did not wish to burden him. Anil, why not choose to love me instead? I would gladly accompany you wherever you go, to the ends of the earth. just as Su Muming frowned at his words. He burst into laughter, retracting his hand. "Haha, merely a jest. Qi Shaoqing has been waiting for you by the palace gates for quite some time." With that, he turned and walked away. Su Muming felt that his jest was rather unamusing. Yet, his words compelled her to remain vigilant. Could it be that Fu Zhaoyan was indeed entangled in trouble because of her? Chapter 58. The Abandoned Child and the Chess Piece. Since the events in Lizhou concluded, she and Qi Chun had not met privately again. Shaoqing? Su Muning noticed that Qi Chun was indeed waiting for her. Qi Chun bowed to her, and she suddenly recalled the 9th princess. From his perspective, Princess Shang was indeed an excellent choice. With no connections behind him, aligning with the royal family would be most advantageous. Does Shaoqing have a favored lady? Huh? Qi Chun was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected question, but he shyly replied, "I do not." Su Muning observed his clear gaze, which did not suggest deceit. This was quite rare in Qi Chen's heart. The prince was not one to concern himself with such matters. "Why do you inquire, Your Highness?" "I happened to see the 9th princess, and thought you two would make a fitting pair, so ask casually. Do not overthink it." "He and the 9th princess? He has never even met her." Qi Chun immediately felt a bit flustered and waved his hand, feeling quite embarrassed as he said, "Your Highness, please do not jest. How could I dare to aspire to a princess?" Su Muning merely mentioned it in passing and did not truly envision the little princess with Qi Chun. "What brings you here, Shaoqing?" Only then did Qi Chun remember the matter at hand. He lowered his voice and whispered in her ear, "The crown prince is waiting for you and hopes to meet." Upon hearing this, Su Muning looked at him with amusement. "Which crown prince are you referring to?" Qi Chun was aware that she was feigning ignorance, yet he responded earnestly, "There is only one crown prince, at a tavern in the capital. On the 2nd floor near the window was slightly ajar, and outside, fine rain began to fall like silver threads." When Su Muning arrived, Yin Shujing seemed to have been waiting for quite some time. She noticed a plate of cherries on the table, appearing fresh and still glistening with dew. He pushed the plate of cherries toward her. "I happened to pass by a street vendor who was selling these, claiming they were from his own tree." Su Muning refrained from reaching for them, observing that he still wore his mask, and remained silent. "Is my sister curious about how similar we truly are?" She did not respond to his question, but directly reached out to pluck a cherry. Yin Shujing smiled and asked her how many points. 8 points. She casually placed the mask on the table, not even glancing at the cherries. Yin Shujing subtly shifted his gaze to the window. "I felt a sense of guilt towards you for many years, yet there was nothing I could do about the events of that time." Su Muning also looked out at the fine rain. She believed his words. "There is no need for you to say such things. I entered Daki as a discarded piece, and though you have arrived in Beizhou, you too are merely a chess piece." Upon hearing this, he turned to look at her, his eyes filled with mirth. "The discarded piece has now become a living pawn. How can I allow myself to lag behind? What do you intend to do? Leave? The world is vast. I refuse to remain a mere arrow manipulated by others. Will you join me?" She gazed at him quietly as she asked, "To Beizhou?" He shook his head. "Beizhou is not a place to linger. It is on the verge of turmoil." Su Muning's eyes widened in surprise. "You plan to leave Beizhou?" "My ambitions do not lie within the court. I am unwilling to wade through this murky water alongside Beizhou." She fell into a momentary silence, gazing at him with a hint of amusement. "Do you think you can simply walk away if you desire to? If the Qi does not spare me, will Beizhou show you mercy? The ministers who have tirelessly plotted for your sake, do you believe they will let you go? Do you think they are attempting to rescue you out of familial affection?" Beizhou's ambition became glaringly evident on the day he annexed Wuzhou. Were it not for the old emperor's feeble condition, they would never have allowed Li Zhou to fall into the Qi's hands. Should war arise from this, you would be the pretext. The righteous army will reclaim the land in the name of the crown prince of Li, and those remnants in Li Zhou and Wuzhou, along with the fervent populace, will undoubtedly respond. Ultimately, the nation of Li, caught between two warring states, is but a deer. The Qi and Beizhou have quarreled for a century. This conflict will not cease due to a temporary truce between two successive reigns. As you mentioned, Beizhou's emperor has been incapacitated for years, certainly well-meaning, yet powerless in matters of war. However, whether it be Yunmingzi or Yun Mingyuan ascending the throne, or any other princes, they will inevitably mobilize forces against Li Zhou. My very existence serves as their most convenient justification for war, yet I do not wish to perish. Thus I must depart. Su Muning, somewhat perplexed, inquired, if you had no intentions, why then place Qi Chun within the court? Is he not your pawn? Yin Chujing shook her head, speaking earnestly. Yuanzi is no one's pawn. He is his own master, whether you believe it or not. I refuse to exploit anyone in pursuit of an illusory past. She regarded him for a long while before suddenly reaching for a cherry and biting into it. On the day of our nation's downfall, it was Yao Yuanin who brought me into the palace. He told me that as a legitimate member of the royal family, I must sacrifice for your grand vision, for you are the hope for the future of Li. He sighed helplessly. All these years, he has had to remind me of this daily. Did I also vex you? Su Muning chuckled lightly. He was mistaken. The hope of Li has never rested upon my shoulders. It lies within the very soil of Li. The river of history has drowned countless kingdoms and witnessed the rise and fall of many dynasties. Li no longer exists. Gradually, it will fade into the annals of history, yet new histories shall emerge. We are all but specks of dust. Rising, Su Muning approached the window, gazing at the myriad lights below, which appeared somewhat hazy in the rain. She sighed softly towards the night sky, turned to face him, and spoke deliberately. Shao Qi knows. Yun Chujing furrowed his brow, a sense of unease compelling him to clench his fists. She continued, Shao Qi knows that I am not you. His prior unease was indeed justified, and he hesitated to speak further, guilt evident in his gaze. Can you not fathom? He could. The unpursued crime of deceiving the sovereign, her throne, Qi Qin's appointment, and the new policies regarding Li Zhou. How could Shao Qi be aware? According to Qi Chun, she had concealed it well. Even he had believed her to be Su Zixin. Indeed, how did Shao Qi know? On their wedding night, she had been baffled, thinking she had faltered, that she had revealed a flaw. However, the following day, she executed all suspicious individuals within her household. Lin Wanner, terrified, rushed to the palace to seek out Su Guofei. Su Zixin knelt before her, cradling the months-old Xiao Rui. She spoke. The late emperor had decreed that I would be put to death if I bore a child in the cold palace, Muning. The crown prince is already dead, leaving me without any support. Surviving until this day has been a monumental challenge. They all wish for our demise, and no one truly cares for us. Yet, I yearn to thrive beyond anyone else. Muning, today you have slain those from His Majesty's South Hidden Court, and he has already learned of it. If I cannot dissuade you, then there is no need to return to the palace. You might as well end my life and that of your own nephew here. With her bloodied sword, she pointed it at Su Zixin's forehead and questioned her. So, was it you who spoke to him? A flicker of fear crossed Su Zixin's eyes as she fell to the ground, trembling. At that moment, the infant in her arms began to wail. Muning, I was merely 14 when I accompanied the late emperor. It was my plea to him that led to your death sentence. Have you forgotten? I saved you once. Would you not save me now? Yin Chujing observed her lost in thought, seemingly recalling distressing memories. She pondered in her heart. If she were to leave, both sister and Rui would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. If Shao Qi were to become enraged, he might truly kill them. He had threatened her numerous times before, and she did not believe him to be one for jest. After a moment of hesitation, Yin Chujing inquired, Does Shao Qi care for you? Su Muning took it softly, placing her hand upon her face, and retorted, What do you think? She could not fathom that someone like Shao Qi could harbor any genuine feelings. It was merely that he had yet to tire of her visage. Chapter 59. A heart enamored the steward of the Fu residence hastily delivered a letter from the Gaozhou ancestral estate to Fu Zhaoyan, without needing to open it. He already knew its contents, likely urging him to acquiesce to the emperor's arranged marriage. Upon opening it, he confirmed his suspicions. The Fu family had numerous ancestors with royal connections, and his grandmother had once been a princess. Setting the letter aside, Fu Zhaoyan picked up his pen to compose a response. To the esteemed family head. After inscribing those 4 characters, he paused momentarily, lost in thought, recalling his father's earnest teachings from his childhood. Steward, please prepare the carriage. I shall soon enter the palace to meet his majesty." The steward, elated by this news, hurriedly complied. "It is well that the young master has come to a resolution." Fu Zhaoyan sighed as he watched the steward depart, then resumed writing with renewed vigor. Since he had resolved to confront his feelings, he would love her openly and honorably. Should his family fail to accept his affection for a man, fearing it would disgrace the family name, he would willingly seek to be disowned. From that moment forth, his personal honor and shame would no longer tarnish the reputation of the Fu family. Once the ink had dried, Fu Zhaoyan carefully folded the letter and tucked it within a book. He wished to avoid giving Mu Ning the impression of indecisiveness. After addressing the matter of his engagement to the princess, he would inquire about her feelings. If she reciprocated, he would send the letter back to Gaozhou. "Your Majesty, Lord Fu requests an audience." Changshi entered, bowing to report. Shao Qi appeared somewhat surprised. He had anticipated Fu Zhaoyan would remain obstinate, yet here he was, conceding so swiftly. This certainly alleviated many complications. After a brief moment of contemplation, he instructed, "Let him enter." Fu Zhaoyan knelt before him, lifting his robe. "I pay my respects to your majesty." Shao Qi seemed in good spirits. "Rise." Fu Zhaoyan, upon hearing these words, remained seated, his back straight and voice clear. "I dare not," he replied. Shao Qi, observing him, felt his expression darken slightly as he set down his brush. It appeared that Minister Fu was not here to receive orders today. "I am ashamed of His Majesty's great favor. I have come today to refuse the marriage proposal. I implore your Majesty to grant my request." How dare he refuse a marriage? Shao Qi scoffed coldly. "Fu Calamity, I have already arranged the marriage date with the Crown Prince of Beizhou. Do you still dare to speak such words before me? Presuming your elevated status, and thinking I would not dare to execute you?" Fu Zhaoyan bowed deeply, his expression devoid of any pretense of disrespect. "I am fortunate to have your Majesty's recognition, which allows me to stand in the court. I would never be so arrogant. I am deeply grateful for your Majesty's affection towards the Princess of Beizhou. To defy your Majesty today is indeed a reflection of my unworthiness." With that, he retrieved the seal of the Prime Minister from his wide sleeves and placed it respectfully on the ground before him. Shao Qi cast a cold glance at the official seal, then back at him. Why has Minister Fu come to this? Fu Zhaoyan hesitated momentarily before answering. Shao Qi, however, pressed on. "I simply wish to know the true reason behind your refusal of the marriage. The princess is clearly a perfect match for you. What could possibly lead you to forsake such a beauty and cause my most trusted minister to define me for the first time?" A hint of shame flickered in Fu Zhaoyan's eyes, yet he showed no remorse. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I have someone in my heart and cannot bear to cause the princess any distress. I implore your Majesty to retract your decree." Shao Qi's lips curled into a mocking smile, his demeanor surprisingly gentle, devoid of anger. Minister Fu has remained solitary for many years, never indulging in romantic tales with any woman. If you truly have someone you cherish, why not tell me sooner? I could have facilitated your love. Fu Zhaoyan was momentarily taken aback, lowering his gaze in silence. Shao Qi's expression grew slightly more serious. "What? Can you not even utter that person's name?" Suddenly, Fu Zhaoyan recalled that it was in this very place, in this very position, where the emperor had displayed intimacy towards her. Yet if she were unwilling, even the emperor should not humiliate his subjects lightly. He suddenly met Shao Qi's gaze, speaking with utmost sincerity and without a hint of hesitation. "I love Prince Anil, Su Muning, and I wish never to marry again." Shao Qi's gaze gradually turned colder. Had Minister Fu lost his senses? "I understand that such affections are deemed unconventional throughout history, but my heart desires what I wish to follow. I have no regrets." Upon hearing this, Shao Qi relaxed slightly, realizing that Fu Zhaoyan was unaware she was a woman. Indeed, aside from Changshi and Yanxian, only a few around Su Zixin were privy to this knowledge. Yet, how could Fu Zhaoyan accept her identity as a man? It was not surprising for others to act in such a manner, but why should Fu Zhaoyan provoke such displeasure? Shao Qi pinched the bridge of his nose, unwilling to label it, yet wondering what to call it. Was it not a matter of mutual affection? What then? Was he to be? As he pondered this, he spoke lightly. "Fu Xiangjia has maintained her dignity for many years. in the end, does she truly harbor affection for a man? How will the officials perceive you if this were to circulate? What will the literati across the realm think? 4 generations. The Fu family has been renowned for its virtuous ancestors, whose every word and deed serve as a model for society. How will you explain this to your clan? I am willing to bear the reproach of the world. As for my family, my moral failings render me unworthy to remain a descendant of the Fu family. Shao Qi did not anticipate such intentions, and was momentarily taken aback, feeling a genuine sense of threat arise within him. Fortunately, Su Muning did not overhear this exchange. Thus, she shall remain forever unaware. A hint of disdain flickered in the corners of Shao Qi's eyes and his tone. Fu Xiang's bravery today is indeed commendable, leaving me in awe. However, I wonder if Anna Long shares your sentiments? Muning, she Muning? How affectionate that sounds. A flash of irritation crossed Shao Qi's eyes. I am aware of your past attentiveness towards her. She is young and has always been close to you, like a cherished kin. She is also quite endearing, so it is not impossible that Fu Xiang misinterpreted her feelings. I have heard that in the past 2 years, you and Anna Long have not been particularly close. Fu Xiaoyan was momentarily speechless. Indeed, she has changed significantly over these 2 years. However, he took a deep breath and continued, "It is my heart that cherishes her. I do not wish to impose. If she holds any feelings for me, I am willing to retreat from the court and seek solace in the mountains, far from the voices of dissent. If so, I ask for your Majesty's support." Support? How audacious to entertain such thoughts, and to audaciously desire to take her away. Shao Qi suppressed the malice in his gaze, regarding him from a position of authority. Your profound affection for her moves me, yet this matter also concerns Annal's will. Do you wish to know her true feelings? Fu Xiaoyan was taken aback, raising his gaze slightly to meet Shao Qi's. Shao Qi returned his gaze, his eyes inscrutable. "Il propose à wager." Fu Xiaoyan was somewhat puzzled. "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" Chapter 60. Are you willing to bet and accept defeat? Did your Majesty specify the nature of this wager? Su Muning, unaware of the reason behind Shao Qi's summons, looked at Changshi before her. "I do not know," replied the servant. Changshi truly had no idea, but seeing that the emperor did not seem angry, it likely was not a bad matter, so he cautiously suggested, "This morning, Lord Fu did indeed visit." Su Muning furrowed her brow and immediately inquired, "What did His Majesty summon Lord Fu for? Surely, he is not being punished again?" Changshi quickly clarified that Lord Fu had requested an audience of his own accord, and His Majesty had not summoned him. Given that Fu Zhenyan was under house arrest due to rejecting a marriage proposal, his visit to Shao Qi could not possibly be to agree to the marriage, could it? No, she immediately dismissed the thought in her mind. He had stated he would not, so he naturally would not. Shao Qi was perusing something on his desk, and when he noticed her entrance and her intention to bow, he casually waved his hand. "There is no need for that. Anil, come here. I have something to ask you." Su Muning approached him cautiously, unable to discern any apparent issues, yet feeling a strange sensation in her heart. Once she stood beside him, she saw 2 identical marriage documents laid out on his desk. Upon noticing her gaze fixed on the documents, Shao Qi smiled and casually remarked, "The birth date of that princess from Beizhou is quite auspicious, perfectly compatible with both Lin Yue and Lord Fu." Upon hearing his words, Su Muning was somewhat taken aback. Was he still deliberating? Indeed, if it were an ordinary woman, it would be one thing, but she was, after all, a princess of a nation. Shao Qi could not possibly insist on forcing Fu Xiaoyan's head to bow in worship on their wedding day. He must also consider the dignity of Beizhou. The emperor's words were indeed correct. It was likely that the princess would find a golden opportunity regardless of whom she married. Shao Qi smiled in agreement. Although the princess of Beizhou was young, by lineage, she warranted the title of aunt, and her husband would be considered an uncle to him. Thus, when it came to her marriage prospects and the selection of an auspicious date, I had sought your counsel. Her opinion? Su Muning furrowed her brow, acknowledging that while he had indeed asked her, he had not heeded her words. Shao Qi did not afford her much time to ponder. He gestured toward the marriage certificates on the table. "I have been troubled by this matter in recent days, and I called you here today to inquire once more." He placed her hand between the 2 marriage certificates. Who do you believe is more suitable for her? She had already answered this question previously. Why then? Was it being asked again? Su Mumming raised her eyes to look at him, a hint of confusion in her gaze. Yet, Xiao Qi appeared unperturbed, as if he were awaiting her to make a mistake. But what mistake had she made? Upon reflection, it seemed that she had indeed contravened his wishes. When he requested her to approve the memorial, she had consented, yet he had dismissed it. When he asked for her choice of marriage partner, she had chosen Jiang Linyue, only for him to select Fu Zhaoyan instead. When it came to proposing a wedding date, she had suggested the 26th of next month, but he insisted on the 18th of this month. Considering all this, was it she who had defied his will, or was he deliberately opposing her? It appeared that Jiang Linyue's words held some truth. Xiao Qi was indeed suspicious of her connection with Fu Zhaoyan. Was this marriage truly instigated by her? Seeing her indecision, Xiao Qi directly picked up the left marriage certificate to examine it. Linyue should also be marrying soon. His reckless indulgence often led to complaints from his aunt. She could not let Fu Zhaoyan suffer because of her. Su Mumming gently placed her hand on the right marriage certificate, lowering her head in silence. Have you made your choice? It seems your opinion diverges from mine this time. Xiao Qi regarded her with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Her hand rested precisely atop that person's name. Yet her gaze traversed the table to the ground of the hall. I believe, rather, that Minister Fu is more suitable. Do you truly think so? He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her with a hint of skepticism. I genuinely hold that belief. Xiao Qi seemed to grapple with this notion, propping his forehead as he studied her. However, Minister Fu is somewhat reluctant. I wish to deliberate further. She gently closed her eyes and remarked, Your Majesty is the sovereign, and he is the subject. Xiao Qi moved his hand from his forehead to his lips, concealing a trace of amusement. Her gaze shifted from her shoulder to the distant horizon. The meaning of tranquility is, should I punish him? Recently, I have heard some rumors regarding you and Minister Fu, and I began to believe you truly harbor feelings for him, only to think you would not choose him. Su Muning let out a slight sigh of relief. It seemed her intuition was correct. Xiao Qi was intentionally testing her this time. Rumors are merely rumors, yet they all say that in the past. Your relationship with Minister Fu was profound. I wish to know what place he holds in your heart. Speak candidly, and I shall not blame you. Su Muning gazed at him, her mind filled with doubts. If she were to admit it, she would inevitably provide him with leverage against her in the future. After contemplating for a moment, she knelt beside him. Since childhood, I have faced hardships, and Minister Fu has shown great generosity. I have always been unable to repay him. As others say, my connection with Minister Fu is indeed significant. Xiao Qi appeared to have an epiphany. As you say, Minister Fu is your benefactor, akin to a brother to you. Although Xiao Qi did not believe a word of it, he was nonetheless pleased with her response. You are correct. I should not distrust you. Has he come to believe me? Su Muning was momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, Xiao Qi took her hand, his tone affectionate. Let us not speak of others anymore. I notice your foot seems to have healed since you arrived. It appears the medicine I provided was indeed effective. She subtly raised her eyes, observing Xiao Qi's demeanor, which indicated he genuinely believed her, easing her concerns. I have matters to attend to. You may visit your sister's palace for a while. I shall seek you later. With that, he summoned Changxi from outside to escort her away. As Xiao Qi watched her departing figure, he felt quite pleased. She is not foolish. Indeed, just a slight hint allows her to sense danger, prompting her to weave these deceptions. He did not believe her, but it sufficed that someone would. Fortunately, she chose the answer that satisfied him today. Had she dared to select Jiang Linyue, she would face punishment alongside Fu Zhaoyan. The malice in his eyes surfaced as she vanished from view. Xiao Qi cast a languid glance at the screen within, addressing it with a casual tone. Minister Fu, are you willing to bet and accept defeat? Chapter 61. Do you possess the ability to make me happy? As Xiao Qi entered, he found her lost in thought while seated. Only when he approached her side did she turn her face toward him. He lifted her chin, curiosity evident in his expression. What are you pondering? You did not even notice my entrance. Su Muning stood and positioned herself beside him, lowering her neck, appearing rather submissive. Your Majesty, why do you inquire once more today? It seems you wish to extract information from him, which explains your docile demeanor. He squinted, a hint of pleasure crossing his features. Naturally. I cherish you and am eager to hear thoughts. Hear her thoughts? He had never sought her opinion before. Su Muning furrowed her brow, slightly. Unease creeping in as she asked, Your Majesty, what do you mean? I heed your words. I shall arrange for Fu Zhaoyan to wed the princess on the 18th of this month, which is merely 10 days away. By then, I shall take you along to celebrate the wedding. Xiaoqi pulled her into his embrace, lowering his head to kiss her. Su Muning was utterly taken aback, her eyes widening slightly. She then turned her face away, pressing her hand against his firm chest. Fu Xiang smiled at Xiaoqi, casually tossing the marriage certificate onto a nearby chair. His agreement was implicit. With a languid demeanor, he approached the bed, deftly loosening his hair and outer robe. Su Muning stood still, gazing at the crimson marriage certificate for an extended period. Xiaoqi settled onto the bed, resting his waist against a soft pillow, slightly turning to observe her as she reached for it. Her fingers delicately brushed against the name, now adorned with a crimson seal at the bottom, signifying his consent. Xiaoqi found her prolonged scrutiny excessive. Was she truly so concerned? Had she finished reading it? Did she believe it? His tone grew somewhat irritable. Yet, Su Muning paid him no heed. Enraged, Xiaoqi sat up slightly, a glacial glint in his eyes. Lo, what did you say today? Su Muning returned the marriage certificate to the chair and turned to face him. Your Majesty also spoke of trusting me today. It seems that is not entirely the case. Fu Zhaoyan had consented, yet he had the audacity to feign interest in her opinion during the day. Xiaoqi sneered. I do not pursue your deceit against me, yet you dare to question me? At his words, Su Muning's gaze fell, and she knelt down, confirming his lack of faith in her. Your Majesty, please do not be angry. I have not lied. Still, he remained unconvinced, wanting to see how resolute she could be. Suddenly, Xiaoqi smiled at her. Lu, would you like to know what would have transpired had you not chosen Fu Xiang today? Su Muning clenched her hand slightly. I would not have done that. Is that so? It appears I have overestimated you. What do you mean, Your Majesty? Xiaoqi seemed to exhale a sigh, reclining against the headboard. He appeared to be jesting while scrutinizing her with a hint of disinterest in his eyes. It has been 2 years. I feel this routine has become rather monotonous. What is rightfully mine feels like an illicit affair. Fu Zhaoyan dares to be forthright. Why should I not? Maintaining a distance from him, she even dared to harbor secret affections for another. Perhaps he had granted her too much freedom in the past. He should have confined her to the palace from the outset, and perhaps their child could have even called him father. Fortunately, he had now become aware of this. It was not too late. Su Muning looked at him in disbelief, her eyes brimming with surprise as she cautiously inquired, Does Your Majesty mean that you no longer desire me? Have you grown weary of me at last? He instantly discerned her thoughts, his mood souring. Growing up as a boy since childhood makes a difference. Ordinary women would develop feelings even in slumber. Have you not learned the 3 obediences and 4 virtues? Xiaoqi cast her a resentful glance, suddenly struck by a mischievous intention. The long night stretched ahead. Perhaps he should play with her a little. A touch of flirtation between them could be delightful. Covering his lips with a hand to mask his malice, he languidly regarded her, then adopted a serious demeanor. Today, I sincerely inquire of you. Su Muning was momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixed intently on him. He seemed to leisurely twirl a ring on his finger and continued. Lu, having followed me for so long, you have yet to request anything of me. Previously, I heard you favored Fu Xiang. She held her breath, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Xiaoqi suddenly felt a surge of anger, his voice icy. I'm naturally displeased. Fear gripped her once more. Your Majesty. With a sudden smile, Xiaoqi waved his hand to signal her not to worry. Upon further contemplation, I have resolved not to impose undue difficulties upon you. I intend that if you could be candid with me today, perhaps I shall grant you what you desire. Su Muning's hands, resting at her sides, trembled slightly as she bit her lip, wrestling with her inner turmoil. Was he deceiving her? Was he speaking the truth? Xiaoqi regarded her with a hint of regret. It seems I have misjudged the situation. You are correct. After all, rumors are merely rumors. You likely do not harbor genuine feelings for him. Do you truly care about his union with another? If that is the case, let's leave it be. She raised her gaze, perplexed. What does your majesty mean by granting me this? Xiaoqi shifted to a more comfortable position against the soft pillow. As a woman, marrying him should not pose much difficulty. Su Muning was taken aback, her body stiffening at the implication. Did Xiaoqi wish for her to wed Fu Zhaoyan? Seeing her fixed gaze upon him, Xiaoqi internally smiled. I must consider your awkward position. The Fu family adheres to strict customs, and he does not desire even a princess. Would he truly want you? He appeared genuinely concerned for her. Yet, I harbor some affection for you. I cannot expect you to be relegated to a secondary role. She gripped her hands tightly, her palms beginning to sweat. Xiaoqi observed her with leisure, adopting a tone of consolation. Perhaps we should simply leave matters as they are. After all, you regard him as a brother. He would merely become your uncle, and that remains a form of closeness. As he spoke, he lifted the bed curtains, creating a barrier between her and the world outside, thereby isolating himself as well. His voice was notably calm. This evening, I do not wish to engage with you. You may return now. The room fell into a profound silence, the candlelight flickering, much like the tumult within her heart. She stared at the curtains, lost in thought. Your Majesty, what if I do not desire a title? Her voice was soft, laced with trepidation, as if fearing he might hear her, or perhaps that he might not. Yet, if Xiaoqi were truly willing to fulfill her wish, if his words held sincerity, he no longer desired her. Perhaps she could relinquish her identity as Su Muning. A person like her could hardly dare to aspire to marry Fu Zhaoyan, but she longed to remain by his side, even as an ordinary woman. Xiaoqi, however, overheard her murmured thoughts, gazing coldly at her kneeling form through the thin veil, momentarily at a loss for words. So willing to debase oneself. The stillness lingered too long. Su Muning, believing he had fallen asleep and failed to hear her, felt a moment of relief, followed by a desire to inquire once more. Just as she hesitated, his voice, tinged with weariness, broke the silence. What did you just say? Did he not hear? She bowed her head in acknowledgement, yet found herself unable to repeat her words. Your Majesty, I shall take my leave. As Xiaoqi observed her rising to depart, he spoke casually. Is this how you plead for favor? He casually sat cross-legged on the bed. I heard your words just now. You did? Su Muning's heart soared with anticipation, her focus sharpening as she awaited his next words. Yet, recalling how often you vex me, I find myself less inclined to fulfill your wishes. Your Majesty, she stepped forward eagerly, preparing to kneel once more. Anil, do you possess the ability to bring me joy this evening? The only response was a profound silence. Chapter 62. Is your Majesty deceiving me? Xiaoqi squinted at the silhouette standing before the bed curtain. They say that one must gaze upon beauty in the light of the lamp, and it seems this is precisely for such alluring charm. Even through the curtain, he could discern her every movement. She was unfastening her outer garment, then proceeded to her inner attire. He exhaled softly, attempting to mask the turmoil within. Then he beheld as she released her long, lustrous hair, which he found exceedingly enchanting as it cascaded down. Observing her tentatively reach inside, lifting a corner of the curtain, Su Muning instinctively withdrew her hand upon meeting his gaze. Xiaoqi chuckled at the sight of the falling sheer fabric. After a prolonged moment, she appeared to steady her emotions, once again lifting the curtain to crawl to the inner side of the bed under his watchful eyes. Xiaoqi observed her as she comfortably lay down and tucked herself in, subsequently closing her eyes with an ease that amused him greatly. Her expression was devoid of any discernible emotion, save for the shadows cast by her long lashes upon her porcelain-like face. Was she awaiting his playful torment? Su Muning, after a lengthy pause, felt increasingly tense. Finally, she opened her eyes to find Xiaoqi propped against the headboard, his chin resting in his hand, also gazing at her. Anil, did you not comprehend my words? She was taken aback. Could it be that he meant otherwise? Xiaoqi smiled at her. It is you who must bring me joy. He watched as her eyes widened, reflecting his own image within them. Realizing the implication, Su Muning immediately sat up. Frowning at him. Do you refuse? He raised an eyebrow slightly. You may leave. I'm not hindering you. Indeed, she began to withdraw, nearly reaching the foot of the bed, when she heard him say, I shall not grant you a second opportunity. She turned her head back, locking her gaze with his, as if steeling herself with immense resolve. Your Majesty must keep his word. Then, under his scrutiny, she raised her hand and removed her final layer of undergarment, lifting the corner of the blanket and burrowing herself beneath it. Xiao Qi watched the undulating fabric, feeling her warm body inching up along his calf, causing him to clench his fist involuntarily. At last, she emerged, exhaling softly. She straddled his waist, the blanket sliding from her head to her waist, pooling upon his thighs. Xiao Qi yearned to draw her into his embrace and kiss her, yet he restrained himself, offering no motion or hint beyond his gaze. Her complexion appeared pale. Her face turned toward the bed, brow tightly furrowed, as wisps of hair began to dampen. He too felt a pang of discomfort, and both of them frowned in unison. Enough, let her learn. He inhaled sharply. She leaned slightly forward, her cascading locks falling like a waterfall to rest upon his waist, eliciting a tickling sensation. Unable to resist, he reached out to twine a strand around his finger. She, reluctant to press her hands against his chest for support, tightened her back and leaned slightly backward, causing her hair to slip from his grasp. Was her breath faltering? Xiao Qi closed his eyes, sensing his heart racing ever faster. He parted his lips slightly, letting out a soft sigh. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and her delicate, pale neck, slightly arched in the dim light, revealed a beautifully graceful curve. She raised her arm, pressing the back of her hand to her lips in a gesture of concealment. No wonder there was not a sound to be heard. He wondered how she could endure so much. Xiao Qi reached out and pulled her hand away, and only then did he hear her breath. "What are you afraid of?" he asked, as his gaze fell upon her hand, where the imprints of his teeth were still quite pronounced. He inclined his head, placing his lips once more in that very spot. The sensation of her skin was warm and soft, gliding from the tips of his fingers to the palm of his hand. The blush at the corners of her eyes deepened, resembling plum blossoms scattered upon white snow. Ultimately unable to withstand the impulse, she bent forward, her forehead resting against his chest. Xiao Qi chuckled softly above her head, releasing her hand and letting his palm rest against her back. "Can you not bear any longer?" She was still trying to steady her breathing. "Is this all the strength you possess? Yet you speak so grandly?" "It seems I must continue to serve you," he said, preparing to pull her closer. But she raised her hand and pressed it against his chest. "No, I can manage." She lifted her face to meet his gaze, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "Your Majesty must keep your word." Hearing this, Xiao Qi frowned slightly, about to speak, but she pressed her lips against his throat, compelling him to entwine his fingers in her hair. With his eyes closed, he thought, Su Muning, I shall never let go, even in death. There must be no one else. In this harem, she shall see only me. She had already satisfied him greatly today. As she moved away from him, settling on the edge of the bed, Xiao Qi rose and pursued her, kissing her ear and the strands of her hair. He gazed at her with a look filled with affection, their fingers intertwined. "Anil, please do not toy with me," he implored gently. She looked up at him, somewhat puzzled. He took her hand and placed it against his heart. "I truly cherish you. I shall treat you well in the future, as long as you are the only one." At his words, she stiffened, suddenly withdrawing her hand from his. "Your Majesty, you promised to let me go." Xiao Qi's romantic thoughts were abruptly shattered by her words, and his expression darkened. "Do you wish to fly away with Fu Zhaoyan?" "That was what your Majesty agreed to," she replied, her gaze unwavering, as if filled with stubbornness. Xiao Qi regarded her, suddenly smiling, a hint of mockery in his expression. "What did I promise you?" She bit her lip, glaring at him in mild anger. "Your Majesty said, if I wished to make you happy, you would grant my wish." He nodded, as if just recalling it. "Indeed, I did say so. Therefore, your Majesty must keep your word." She anxiously reiterated this point. Yet, Xiao Qi placed his hand upon her shoulder. "But I am not happy." She took a shallow breath, her body trembling slightly. "What has displeased your Majesty? Shall I count them for you? Perhaps you should try again?" The glimmer in his eyes was unmistakably playful. Her voice quivered, her eyes reddening. "Is your Majesty deceiving me?" Xiao Qi detested seeing her in such a state, feeling a surge of frustration within. "Deceiving? Were you not the one who deceived me first?" He scoffed as she glared at him. You are my woman, yet you think of other men? Do you believe I am a fool? She suddenly smiled for a fleeting moment, tears finally streaming down her cheeks. Immediately, she cast a cold glance back at him. Yes, I deceived your majesty. I truly have feelings for him. Do you wish to inquire further? I like him. I like him. I like him. Is that enough? Xiao Qi's face darkened, his anger nearly consuming him. He knew the truth, but hearing her say it so bluntly was profoundly unsettling. He exhaled deeply, suppressing the fury within. However, he was unwilling to let this incident provoke further anger between them, especially since he had resorted to dishonorable means. After several calming breaths, he managed to force a smile. Very well, let us not dwell on him any longer. I shall not hold it against you today, nor will I hold it against him. I am aware of the assistance he has rendered you in the past, and I shall repay that kindness on your behalf in due time. Yet, she seemed not to hear his words and continued to glare at him. Xiao Qi had no choice but to reach for her, only to be evaded by her swift movement. His expression shifted slightly, as the anger he had just subdued surged back. He reached out to wipe the tears from her face, maliciously smearing them onto her waist, taunting, "Have you forgotten how you appeared just moments ago?" In response, Su Muning delivered a sharp slap to his face. He turned his head slightly, for she had struck with full force. Xiao Qi had never been so taken aback, not from pain, but because no one had ever dared to treat him in such a manner. Preposterous. In a fit of rage, he acted without thinking and instinctively kicked out. It was only when she tumbled to the ground beneath the bed that he realized the gravity of his actions, instantly struck with fear. Did he perhaps kick something soft? Was it her abdomen? Su Muning curled up on the floor, her complexion as pale as parchment, cold sweat trickling down. She began to retch. Xiao Qi snapped back to reality, hastily disregarding his attire as he rushed to assist her. I did not mean to. Anil, what does it hurt? She then vomited, and he noticed traces of blood within the bile. His voice trembled as he exclaimed, I was wrong. He hurriedly grabbed clothing from the floor and draped it over her, shouting loudly for Changxi. Hearing the commotion, Changxi, initially hesitant to enter, hurriedly pushed the door open. Summon the imperial physician. Quickly summoned the physician. Huh? Oh no. He cast a hurried glance and dashed away. Is this how your majesty plays? Vomiting blood, no less. No wonder Wang Enel holds him in such disdain. Who can endure this? Chapter 63. Is she taking medicine? She lay on the cold floor, unmoving, while Xiao Qi remained by her side. Her face buried in her forearm, she suddenly chuckled softly. Xiao Qi was drenched in cold sweat. She turned her face and asked in a low, haunting voice, Your Majesty, is the human heart amusing? He was momentarily at a loss for words, lowering his gaze as he murmured, I was wrong and shall not deceive you in this manner again. She pushed his hand away, crawling toward her clothing. Anil, the physician is on the way. Allow me to carry you. They were both without proper attire, and she had only donned a light outer robe. Yet, Su Muning appeared oblivious to his words. She struggled to reach her garments. Xiao Qi hastily picked up his undergarments and slipped them on before attempting to assist her in dressing. Seeing her attempt to push him away once more, he gritted his teeth. The imperial physician is coming. You surely do not wish to be unclothed, do you? She spat once more, the liquid landing squarely on his trousers. He anxiously ran his hand along her back, inquiring, Does it still hurt? I want to go back, she murmured, her strength waning. Very well, once the physician arrives. I shall escort you home, he replied. I want to go back, she repeated softly before losing consciousness. Xiao Qi hastily carried her to the bed. Changxi led the head of the Imperial Medical Institute, in great haste, to the Fengfei Palace, where Su Zixin had already retired for the night but was roused by the commotion. She rose and summoned Jin Xin. What has transpired outside? Jin Xin, what intended to report, seized the moment. Your Highness, I just witnessed Changxi leading Lord Wei from the Imperial Medical Institute hastily into the side hall. Su Zixin was taken aback. Lord Wei was the head physician, typically summoned only for the Emperor's consultations. Given that Mu Ning was with the Emperor tonight, what could have occurred? A sense of worry gripped her, and she hurriedly dressed, neglecting to comb her hair. Something must have happened. Come with me to investigate. The head physician examined the pulse of the unconscious person within the canopy with utmost care, yet the emperor's unwavering gaze filled him with trepidation. He dared not be perfunctory and extended the examination, confirming multiple times. Upon seeing him release his hand, Shaoqi inquired, "What is the verdict?" "Your Majesty, the Empress does not appear to be in grave danger. It seems there is some congestion in the abdomen, resulting in nausea and vomiting over the next few days. She must be cautious with her diet, avoiding cold foods, and applying proper warmth to facilitate gradual recovery," the head physician replied, bending slightly to ease his worries. Shaoqi sighed in relief. At that moment, Jin Xin entered, assisting Su Zixin. Changshi hastily bowed to her. The head physician, momentarily taken aback, pondered, "What is this?" The figure lying on the bed was none other than the imperial concubine Su. For whom was he conducting an examination? Realizing this, he quickly paid his respects to the concubine. Su Zixin reached the bedside and swiftly bowed to Shaoqi, aware of who lay behind the curtain. She anxiously lifted a corner of the red drapery to inspect. To her dismay, she found Su Muning pale and unconscious. She had seemed perfectly well just this afternoon. What had transpired? Releasing the curtain, she turned to Shaoqi, her tone laced with urgency. "Your Majesty, what has happened?" Shaoqi offered no response, gently placing Su Muning's exposed wrist back beneath the covers. He felt no obligation to elaborate and found himself too embarrassed to speak. Instead, he addressed the head physician, "Administer the necessary medicines without concern for the ingredients. All that is available within the palace may be utilized freely." The head physician, still curious, recalled that when the imperial concubine had lifted the curtain, he could not resist casting a glance. The woman within the curtain bore an oddly familiar visage. He was certain he had seen that face before, yet the identity eluded him, causing him to furrow his brow. Which lady could it be? He had not heard of the emperor favoring anyone other than the imperial concubine Su. Ultimately, they remained in Fengfei Palace. Could she perhaps be one of the concubine's maidservants? It must be a maidservant, for otherwise, she would possess a title. Shaoqi, noticing the physician's hesitance, felt a flicker of displeasure. Changshi mused, "This Lord Wei seems remarkably unperturbed." He quickly reminded, "Lord Wei, I have ground the medicine for you. Please come here to write the prescription." Only then did he realize he had been lost in thought, failing to respond to the emperor's words, which startled him into hurriedly agreeing. Following this, he approached the side table to write the prescription. Su Zixin, finding no reply from Shaoqi, stood by the bedside, keeping vigil with him. Observing her thus, Shaoqi felt a twinge of guilt. She will be fine. There is no need for concern. Su Zixin's autumn-like eyes glimmered with unshed tears as she nodded slightly. The grand physician had completed the prescription but hesitated, contemplating whether to add more medicinal ingredients. Noticing how much the Empress and the Emperor cared for this woman, he deemed it necessary to offer a reminder. "Your Majesty, may I dare to inquire if we should add some herbs to alleviate the symptoms of cold in the palace?" Cold in the palace? Shaoqi was momentarily taken aback, then recalled that she had not conceived in the past 2 years, indicating her health was indeed poor. It was high time for her to see the imperial physician. "You must take proper care." The grand physician promptly jotted down a few more ingredients. He seemed to recall something else. The emperor's harem was without offspring, and this woman had been consuming contraception for so long. Did the emperor disdain her lowly status and wish for her not to bear children? Yet he could not contain himself. "Your Majesty, forgive me for daring to speak again. The properties of the contraception are cold. Prolonged usage may harm her fundamentally, making it exceedingly difficult for her to conceive in this lifetime." Shaoqi was taken aback by these words, seemingly unable to grasp their meaning, and furrowed his brow, asking, "What do you mean?" Su Zixin's complexion turned pale as disbelief washed over her. "She has been taking the medicine?" Longshi gasped, wanting to alert the grand physician, yet dared not move with the emperor watching. The grand physician spoke plainly. Upon examining her pulse, "I discern that this noble lady has excessively consumed such medications in recent years, and the symptoms of cold in the palace are quite severe. If we adjust her treatment now, recovery should still be feasible." Shaoqi comprehended the situation, and his expression darkened immediately. "So that is the case. I wondered why there had been no signs for 2 years. I have made my desires clear repeatedly. I wanted her to bear me a child. Has she been deceiving me all along? It is not that she cannot. It is that she does not wish to. The grand physician trembled in fear. Had he misspoken? Fortunately, Shao-Chi had already turned away. Su Zixin, seeing his anger, felt a sudden panic. Your Majesty. But he raised his hand and swept aside the curtain, causing Su Zixin to think he would strike her, and she rushed to intervene. Your Majesty, Mu Ning is young and does not understand. Please forgive her this time. Shao-Chi responded with a resounding slap across her face. Su Zixin gritted her teeth and knelt down, tears streaming as she pleaded, Your Majesty, please quell your fury. Though anger simmered within him, he could not rouse the unconscious figure on the bed to question her. He gazed down at Su Zixin with a cold glare. For the past 2 years, this is how you have been watching over her for me. Su Zixin was indeed unaware. She had instructed Jin Shu to stay close to Su Mu Ning, and in all this time, not a word had been relayed to her. It is my negligence. All of it is my fault. The grand physician was utterly bewildered, kneeling beside Longxi in silence, fearing he had caused a calamity. All of this was due to his mouth. He genuinely wished he could slap himself. He had offended the noble consort Su, leading her to be struck by the emperor. Oh, and there was also Prince Anil. Just moments ago, the esteemed concubine was clearly addressing Mu Ning. Upon hearing that name, he recalled the visage he had just encountered. Was it not the face of Prince Anil? A wave of confusion washed over him. Yet, the pulse he felt unmistakably belonged to a woman. A sudden realization struck him. Could it be a clandestine secret within the palace? Caution and discretion are paramount. Those in his profession must exercise utmost care. If he were to speak out of turn again, perhaps he should resort to silencing himself with a dose of medicine. Chapter 64. How could this palace bear it apart? At the Prince Anil's residence, Jin Shu knelt on the ground, her head bowed in silence. Su Zixin stood before her, visibly irate. When I sent you to the royal residence, what did I instruct you? To take care of her and report to me promptly about any matters. Did you truly not know she was taking medication? Or have you been complicit in her deception, hiding things from me? Jin Shu trembled in fear. True, she had emerged from the palace of concubine Su, yet now she served the prince, and she dared not disobey either side. Moreover, as her personal attendant, she witnessed daily the prince's melancholy, feeling a profound sense of pity for him, especially after the demise of the princess. She discerned that the prince bore deep remorse, a burden that had not lifted even after the death of Prince Wuan. As Su Zixin prepared to inquire further, she heard the sound of Su Mu Ning coughing, seemingly awakening from slumber. She hurriedly seated herself beside her. Mu Ning, you're awake? Su Mu Ning opened her eyes, appearing somewhat dazed. Upon seeing the familiar ceiling above, she exhaled in relief. It was neither the Fengfei Hall nor the Chang'an Hall. Mu Ning, you have me worried sick, Su Zixin said, her eyes reddened with emotion. Su Mu Ning noticed the marks on her face and raised her hand to touch it. Did he strike you? Su Zixin, with tears streaming down her cheeks, remained silent. Su Mu Ning withdrew her hand, speaking coolly. He struck me as well. Su Zixin quickly pressed, Mu Ning, what transpired tonight? What could have prompted His Majesty to raise his hand against you? What happened? The thought of Shao-Chi's mockery flashed in her mind, her gaze turning icy. Observing Su Mu Ning's unusual expression, Su Zixin wiped the sweat from her forehead. If you do not wish to share, I shall not pry. However, there is one matter I must address. Mu Ning, have you been concealing your use of medication from me? Su Mu Ning looked surprised, glancing at Jin Shu. Suffixin lamentif. Had she informed me, I would not have endured this slap. She took Su Mu Ning's hand, speaking earnestly. The avoidance medicine is predominantly cold and harsh. Occasional use may be tolerable, but prolonged application will ruin your health. You are still so young. If it damages your foundation, conceiving will become exceedingly difficult. Su Mu Ning nonchalantly averted her gaze, replying, if there is none, then so be it. Following me is torment enough. Su Zixin frowned slightly. Mu Ning, you cannot fathom the implications of not having children. My insistence on you bearing offspring for His Majesty is not solely to secure your position. I understand you have little affection for him, Yet with a child, you might find solace and experience the joys of family. After all, that is your own flesh and blood. The feeling of holding your own child will be irresistible. Su Muning withdrew her hand and turned her head away. Su Zixin recognized that she was not receptive to her words and let out a resigned sigh. In summary, you are never to drink again. With this, she reminded once more that His Majesty would not permit you to drink either. Su Zixin rose, gazing at her face as she offered her counsel. It is getting late. I must return to the palace. The medicine prescribed by the imperial physician must be taken without fail. She knew it would be futile to speak to Su Muning. Thus she sternly instructed Jin Shu. Do you hear me? Attend to her carefully. Jin Shu quickly replied, Yes, my lady. Just as she was about to turn away, Su Muning gently inquired, Sister, do you wish to leave? Su Zixin paused, observing her still pallid visage, her eyes clouded with darkness. What did you say? She seemed somewhat perplexed by the implication. To depart from the Qi, perhaps even from the kingdom itself. Su Zixin understood. Her brow furrowed deeply. Muning, do you wish to go to Beizhou? Have your royal relatives from Beizhou spoken to you? Are they here to take you away? Worry had long begun to gnaw at her. She was uncertain of the prince's intentions. Yet Su Muning's mother was a princess from Beizhou who had married into the Li kingdom. That prince was indeed her maternal uncle. There was a possibility he genuinely intended to bring her back. What would become of her en route? Muning, will you abandon us and leave? Su Muning comprehended her sister's concerns. Sister, simply tell me, do you wish to leave? Suthixin hisetativ. Muning, if you choose to depart, I cannot remain in the palace. The emperor would not spare me. Naturally, I would have to accompany you. But Beizhou. Su Zixin's eyes were filled with apprehension. Rui is of the royal bloodline of the Qi. Beizhou would not shelter him, and the Qi would never permit him to be sent to an enemy nation. However, Su Muning reassured her, I understand. You need not fret about this. I will handle it. Beizhou indeed would not retain Xiao Rui. Yet we shall not go to Beizhou. As Su Zixin heard her words, her heart was increasingly burdened with worry. Let us hope it is merely a fleeting thought. In the imperial garden, Xiao Rui held Jin Xian's hand, racing through the woods. He was likely the only one who had slept soundly in Fangfei Palace last night. Since returning from the Annal Wangfu, Su Zixin had been utterly exhausted. Jin Xian allowed the young prince to tug at her hand, lazily stifling a yawn. After which, Xiao Rui released her and dashed off on his own, chasing a butterfly, darting to and fro. The exuberance of youth was boundless. Your Highness, please slow down. As she watched him run farther away, she lifted her skirts to pursue him. Unexpectedly, an arm encircled her waist from behind, and before she could express her surprise, she was drawn behind a flowering vine. Your Highness. Yuan Mingyuan regarded her with a semblance of discontent. Last time, you called me Gidge. Have you forgotten today? Jin Xian's cheeks flushed crimson as she cast her eyes downward, shyly daring not to meet his gaze. Yet, she managed to whisper Yin Gidge. Satisfied, Yin Mingyuan planted a kiss on her cheek. Jin Xian, fearful of being seen, quickly glanced around. What are you afraid of? There is no one here. She felt reassured. What brings your Highness here? Were you longing for me? Yin Mingyuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile playing upon his lips. Jin Xian's heart raced, and she playfully admonished, Your Highness, please do not jest with me. I do not wish to hear you refer to yourself with the term servant. There appears to be a glimmer of pity in his eyes. Jin Xian cast her gaze downward, somewhat dimmed. I am but a maidservant to the noble consort, and my status is vastly inferior to yours. Yin Mingyuan raised a hand to gently touch her eyes. Smile. Your eyes are most beautiful when they smile, akin to the crescent moon in the sky. Yet, Jin Xian found it difficult to smile. He continued, I wish to request you from His Majesty. Upon hearing this, her eyes sparkled with delight. However, he sighed again. But my dear, you must understand, my position in Beizhou is fraught with difficulties. Although I am the crown prince, I'm overshadowed by too many elder brothers. My eldest brother, Yun Mingze, commands a formidable army and has persistently opposed me for power. If I were to take you back now, I fear that should I suffer defeat one day, it would inevitably implicate you. Jin Xian felt a wave of sorrow upon hearing this. Your Highness, I am unafraid of the consequences, I wish to accompany you. Yin Mingyuan gazed back at her, seemingly touched. Foolish girl, how could I bear to let you suffer? Jean Exin leaned against his shoulder, tears streaming down her face. Your Highness, it is so arduous for you, yet I am powerless to assist. Yin Mingyuan gently patted her back, seemingly casually remarking, do not belittle yourself. I heard quite a commotion in the Fengfei Hall last night. What happened? Are you unhurt? Jean Exin immediately replied, Prince Anil must have provoked His Majesty. It seems His Majesty struck her and summoned the imperial physician. That physician, who is mute, revealed that Prince Anil had been taking contraceptive medicine, which led His Majesty to strike even my lady. Yin Mingyuan momentarily failed to grasp the situation. Jean Xin then remembered that he did not know that Su Muning was a woman. She whispered in his ear, Your Highness, you may not be aware, but Prince Anil is not the consort's brother. She is her sister. Naturally, Yin Mingyuan was aware of this, but acted as if he had just learned it, feigning surprise. How could this be? Jean Xin continued. In truth, His Majesty has never favored my lady. His Majesty has always coveted Prince Anil. It was a ruse, using the noble consort to conceal Su Muning's identity as a woman, hiding their past crimes of deceiving the emperor. Only then did Yin Mingyuan grasp the situation, feeling he had finally seized a piece of leverage against Shao Qi. He caressed her face, softly saying, How utterly absurd. Jean Xin nodded in agreement. She then recalled something. Your Highness, are you planning to take Prince Anil and the others away? What do you mean? Last night, I overheard Prince Anil and the consort discussing this matter. It seems she intends to leave. If that is the case, she wishes to go to Beizhou as well. Yin Mingyuan paused, then narrowed his eyes. They must not leave the capital at this moment. How could he utilize them if they went to Beizhou? Dear, do you trust me? Upon hearing this, Jean Xin immediately nodded. Then you must believe that once my plans come to fruition, I shall come to retrieve you, and you shall be welcomed as my crown princess. No, as my imperial consort. Your Highness, she began, but he continued, I require your assistance. Are you willing to lend me your strength before that? Jean Xin nestled into his embrace. I am willing. I am willing to do anything. Just as Yin Mingyuan was about to speak, a child emerged from the flowering vines. It was none other than the young prince, Xiao Rui, who must have come seeking his aunt Jean Xin. The two embraced were taken aback. Xiao Rui hurried over and embraced Jean Xin's leg. Aunt Jean Xin, what are you doing? Jean Xin, flustered and anxious, hastily departed from Yin Mingyuan's embrace. Her heart racing, unsure of how to respond to his inquiry. She crouched down to caress his face. Little prince, I happened to encounter His Highness the Crown Prince and exchanged a few words. Xiao Rui lifted his gaze towards Yin Mingyuan, finding the man's smile rather irksome. He frowned and pouted. Why are you hugging him? Aunt, keep your distance from him. Jean Xin felt a surge of panic. How could this child be so articulate? Would he reveal this to others? Just as she prepared to soothe him, Yin Mingyuan stepped forward and gently ruffled Xiao Rui's hair, prompting the child to roll his eyes. The amusement in Yin Mingyuan's eyes intensified. Xin, give me your hand. Jean Xin, uncertain of his intentions, remained still with Xiao Rui before her. Yin Mingyuan smiled as he took her left hand and, to her utter shock, pressed it forcefully against Xiao Rui's mouth and nose. Jean Xin's eyes widened in disbelief, her body trembling with weakness. Yet, he pressed her hand down with increasing force. At merely over 2 years of age, Xiao Rui lacked the strength to resist. Incapable even of struggling, time seemed to stretch indefinitely, but Jean Xin lost track of it entirely as she watched Xiao Rui gradually become limp, ultimately motionless. Chapter 65. Has she become greedy? Jean Shu had been admonished by Su Guifei the previous night and came to work today with utmost diligence. Rising early to prepare medicine, fanning the flames, and adding water simultaneously. After a great deal of effort, she finally brewed the medicine and hurriedly brought it to the prince's chamber. Su Muning was already awake, sitting at the edge of the bed without even donning her outer garment, her complexion pale due to several bouts of vomiting during the night, tinged with blood. Jean Shu realized that Su Muning had endured a restless night and assumed she had yet to awaken. Your Highness, have you risen? Why aren't you dressed? She placed the medicine bowl down and retrieved a coat from a nearby rack to drape over her. Su Muning replied coolly, I am not cold. Observing the dark circles under her eyes, Jin Shu quickly brought the medicine closer, her tone laced with concern. Your Highness, please drink the medicine quickly. It is still early, and you might as well sleep a little longer. She shook her head. I cannot sleep. Just as Jin Shu intended to console her. Su Muning slightly pushed away the medicine bowl she held before her, frowning as she said, Jin Shu, I wish to drink wine. This was a request that could not possibly be granted. Did the princess not understand her own health? Your Highness, you must not touch a drop of alcohol lately. The Empress Dowager warned me repeatedly before leaving. If I did not take good care of you, she will have my skin, Jin Shu firmly declared, urging her to abandon such thoughts. Furthermore, Your Highness, though I may not be well educated, I know the saying that drinking to drown sorrow only deepens it. Alcohol is not a remedy. You should drink your medicine swiftly. Su Muning said nothing further and, to Jin Shu's surprise, took the medicine bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Jin Shu was taken aback by her sudden compliance, staring at the empty bowl in astonishment. As she brewed the medicine, she dared not inhale its scent, for it was far more bitter than the gall of a mute indulging in Huanglian. Jin Xin did not witness a single frown upon her countenance. Your Highness, would you care for sweet? Su Muning had already turned away, settling into slumber with her back to Jin Xin. Not wishing to intrude further, Jin Xin gently lowered the bed canopy and quietly withdrew. Yet, she soon reopened her eyes, gazing pensively ahead. By midday, the steward approached the kitchen to inquire about the medicine preparations from Jin Shu. He mentioned that he was rather new here, having grown accustomed to seeking her out for everything. Miss Jin Shu, it is already noon, and the prince has been asleep for quite some time. Should we not bring him a meal? Jin Shu pinched her nose in agreement, acknowledging the difficulty of the medicine for the prince to consume. Just so happens I need to deliver the medicine. Uncle Zhao, would you accompany me? She gently rapped on the door, yet received no response. Is His Highness in a deep slumber? She knocked a bit louder. Your Highness? I am entering. Still, no answer came, and she exchanged a concerned glance with the steward. Cautiously, she pushed the door open. The steward refrained from entering, opting to wait outside. Moments later, Jin Shu rushed out in a flurry. His Highness is not in the room. The tavern was bustling with life, perhaps lacking in refinement, yet its patrons were a diverse crowd. Laughter mingled with the tales being told, punctuated occasionally by the sharp crack of the storyteller's wooden clapper. Regrettably, the audience's laughter overshadowed everything else. Chi Chun was forcibly dragged by Shun Kuo to partake in drinking. As he entered, he raised his gaze to the sign and noted the 4 prominent characters declaring it a casual tavern, accompanied by the din from within. Master Shun, it appears to be quite lively in there. I fear there may not be any seats available. Shall we seek a more tranquil establishment instead? Shun Kuo regarded him with an expression that suggested he was lacking in understanding. Yuan Zhe, the essence of drinking lies in the revelry. Rest assured, I am a frequent patron here. A mere word to the waiter will secure us the finest table, with no choice but to comply. Chi Chun found himself pulled into the tavern, where indeed familiar faces greeted them. The waiter rushed over upon spotting the duo. Ah, Master Shun has arrived. Shun Kuo introduced. I have brought along a newcomer to drink with us. This is the esteemed Cheetah Run, a junior official at the Dali Temple. The waiter promptly bowed in respect. Concerned that Chi Chun might be overwhelmed by the throngs of patrons, Shun Kuo instructed, find us a decent table and procure a barrel of the finest wine, along with some dishes. The waiter hesitated, knowing precisely where Shun Kuo meant. Shun Kuo frowned. What is the matter? The table on the 2nd floor, which you often occupy, is currently taken and the occupants have yet to depart, the waiter replied cautiously. Irritated, Shun Kuo recalled boasting to Chi Chun about his status in this establishment. I have brought my colleagues specifically today. I expect some accommodation. He then produced a few coins and slipped them into the waiter's hand. Go and negotiate. Persuade them to make room for us. Understanding the unspoken command, the waiter swiftly ascended to the 2nd floor, approaching a table by the window. Observing a figure slumped over the table, resting their head on their arms, and turn away, he inquired. This young master? Someone has reserved this seat. Would you be willing to exchange it? Yet the individual merely propped up their head, reaching for the wine jug with the other hand. The young attendant placed the silver coins at the corner of the table, offering a forced smile. If it pleases you, that gentleman has some silver to bestow. The man disregarded the meager coins, releasing the wine jug to reveal several banknotes, elegantly held between his long, fair fingers, which he waved before the attendant. Not all. The attendant, momentarily dazzled by the sight of the notes, hurriedly crouched down to collect them one by one. Shun Kwa and Chi Chun, engrossed in the storyteller's narration, noticed the attendant's descent and assumed he had succeeded in his task. To their surprise, he returned with his paltry coins along with several banknotes. Sir, that gentleman insisted I cannot accept them, he reported. The contrast between the few silver coins and the substantial banknotes was stark, leaving Shun Kwa feeling profoundly humiliated. Who was this nouveau riche attempting to bribe an official? How dare he? He had devoted himself diligently to his duties, never daring to be greedy or corrupt, only to be publicly shamed by an unknown individual. With indignation, he rolled up his sleeves and strode forward. The attendant, anxious, interjected, Sir, the gentleman upstairs is quite inebriated. It is possible he is one of your colleagues. However, Shun Kwa's colleagues seldom frequented such establishments. The favored locale for court officials was invariably the moonlit pavilion. Chi Chun quickly followed, advising, There is no need for concern on my account. Why don't we simply choose a table in the main hall? Shun Kwa ascended the stairs with purposeful strides, glaring out the window, only to be taken aback. It truly is a colleague, he exclaimed. Suddenly, he heard Chi Chun calling out urgently from behind, who swiftly rushed past him. Chi Chun noticed the wine cup on her table and furrowed his brow. Why was Her Highness drinking alone? She had consumed so much without a servant in attendance, and the night had fallen, rendering the situation perilous. Su Muning glanced at him, her speech still coherent. Are you requesting I vacate my seat for you? Just then, Shun Kwa arrived, chuckling at her question. Ah, it is your highness, the Prince of Anil. What brings you such merriment today? Su Muning cast him a sidelong glance and unsteadily rose. Chi Chun attempted to assist her, but she deftly evaded him, clearly displeased. I'm not intoxicated. Indeed, she appeared quite sober, her eyes sharp and clear. Chi Chun, observing her pallor, remarked, Your Highness, may I escort you home? Instead, Su Muning placed her hand on his shoulder. Weren't you here to claim a seat? I concede mine to you. Shun Kwa awkwardly refuted her statement, handing her the banknotes. Your Highness, I merely wished to greet you upon learning of your presence. There's truly no need for such formality. She accepted the notes and sauntered to the railing, while Chi Chun watched her with growing concern, sensing something was amiss. Ladies and gentlemen, are you all enjoying yourselves? The crowd in the hall turned to gaze at the speaker, who leaned against the second-floor railing, a breathtaking youth, smiling down at them. Oh, which pampered young master has graced us with his presence. A fresh face indeed. Come down for a drink. It's on me. Her eyes, slightly glazed with intoxication, sparkled as she bantered with the patrons. Today, I implore everyone to rejoice. With that, she raised the silver notes in her hand, carelessly tossing all that she had concealed within her sleeves. Look, it's raining money, someone exclaimed, as the bills cascaded gracefully through the air. Instantly, the atmosphere became vibrant and jubilant, with laughter, shouts, and playful banter intertwining. Shun Kwa observed her joyful display of wealth, pondering the stark contrast between her affluence and his own modest means. Was she truly so wealthy? Was she perhaps indulging in greed? Chapter 66. I'm a liar. As Fu Zhaoyan returned to the estate, the night had fully enveloped the sky. Upon dismounting the carriage, he glanced up and noticed someone perched on the steps, half reclining against the stone lion guarding the entrance. Initially, he assumed it was a vagrant and reached for his coin pouch, but as he approached, he recognized her face. He stood transfixed for a while before gradually crouching down. She seemed oblivious to how long she had been there, the heavy scent of alcohol permeating the air. Was she intoxicated or merely asleep? He gently touched her cold cheek and softly called out, Muning. In an instant, her eyes fluttered open, fixating on him. You're back? Her voice was raspy, her complexion unusually pale, with evident signs of inebriation beneath her eyes. Are you unwell? How could you drink so much? Concern flickered in Fu Xiaoyan's eyes as he reached out to help her up, the ground cool beneath the night sky. However, Su Muning managed to steady herself against the statue and rose to her feet, standing at eye level with him. Muning, why are you sitting here all alone? After a brief silence, she smiled. I came tonight specifically to congratulate you, Fu Xiang. I heard you have accepted the marriage proposal. What a splendid match indeed. Fu Xiaoyan bit his lip and remained silent, contemplating her words. The princess of Beizhou, youthful and beautiful, was said to be an accomplished dancer and singer. Fu Xiang was indeed fortunate. The wedding date is the 18th, correct? I must come to toast and bring some joy. Allow me to present you with a generous red envelope. With that, she reached into her sleeve, rummaging for a moment before producing several round objects, which she solemnly placed in his palm. Is this a wish for me to have a son soon? Fu Xiaoyan questioned, examining the handful of salted peanuts with a bemused expression. Su Muning apologized. I truly intended to bring you a substantial sum of money, but I ended up giving it away along the way. How could I be left with just these few coins? She squinted, counting the peanuts in his hand, while he discreetly concealed them behind his back. The heavy scent of alcohol lingered. How much had she consumed? No wonder communication was difficult tonight. Muning, you are intoxicated. Nonsense, she retorted dismissively, standing upright against the statue with an air of defiance. Observing her countenance, Fu Xiaoyan could not resist advising. Moderation in drinking is ultimately beneficial for your health. Upon uttering those words, he realized he sounded akin to an older brother, which likely contributed to her perception of him. He then heard her huff in response, her tone laced with sarcasm. That princess is my aunt. From now on, I shall address you as uncle. Thank you for your concern. Dear uncle. He lowered his gaze slightly, his voice somewhat stiff. Muning thought to call him that way, so she did. To him, there was little difference between a brother and an uncle. Upon hearing this, Su Muning ceased her laughter and suddenly spoke with a hint of malice. Fu Xiang said he wouldn't agree last time. When did you learn to deceive? He looked at her with a hint of melancholy and said, Is it merely the grace of a sovereign? Is there no beauty's favor? She gazed at him with a hint of skepticism. He furrowed his brow, looking into her eyes, and softly remarked, I have waited for a person to grow up for many years. Yet, she has grown, and she is no longer mine. Su Muning felt a pang of sorrow at his words, a sensation of nausea stirring within her. Has he been waiting for the 9th princess all along? Muning, I will no longer wait. Fu Xiaoyan's eyes reflected a weariness. Matters of love truly wear on the spirit. In this world, how many truly reciprocate affection? Many, like himself, are merely self-deluded. She struggled to suppress her discomfort, softening her tone as she grasped his sleeve. Fu Xiaoyan, His Majesty knows that Princess is a spy from Beizhou. He deliberately sent her to you. Have you been deceived by her? Did she make you yearn for her? She says the same to others. She does not genuinely care for you. Fearing he might not believe her, she continued, My mother is also a princess sent from Beizhou. They are adept at employing such beauty traps. That Yin Min must surely be a nefarious character. Fu Xiaoyan noticed her complexion growing increasingly poor, almost pallid. Muning, you do not look well. It is late. You should return to rest. Su Muning released his sleeve, letting out a cold snort. Are you displeased? Am I upsetting you by saying that Princess is not good? Seeing her being unreasonable again, Fu Xiaoyan sighed. I am not angry. She leaned closer, searching his eyes to ascertain the truth of his words. I came to see if Uncle truly is not angry. Fu Xiaoyan took a shallow breath. Stepping back slightly from her, she reminded herself not to overstep, to refrain from harboring inappropriate thoughts. He averted his gaze and softly said, I will have someone escort you back to your residence. She shook her head, immediately refusing. No, I want you to take me. Fu Xiaoyan observed her attempting to descend and retreated another step. She paused, remaining on the step without moving further. I have matters to attend to. I cannot accompany you. Let the steward take you home. Su Muning narrowed her eyes and released her hold on the statue. Fu Xiang, you come help me. Fu Xiaoyan glanced at the step beneath her feet. It was merely a single step. You can come down by yourself. She lifted one foot, tentatively reaching out into the air, her balance wavering. Did you not say I was drunk? I might fall. Fu Xiaoyan's expression darkened slightly, his tone serious. Morning. Do not jest. She closed her eyes and, in the next instant, unhesitatingly tumbled forward. Fu Xiaoyan sighed in exasperation, just as she landed near his ear. I told you I would fall. She opened her eyes, looking at his face, which was so close, a glimmer of amusement in her gaze. You did that on purpose. He was about to release her, fully aware of her intentions. Su Muning, seemingly nonchalant, wrapped her arms around his neck, effectively restraining him. I'm not. Fu Xiaoyan felt her closeness was overwhelming, and he turned his face away to avoid contact. Please get up. Brother Xiaoyan, my foot hurts, she whimpered against his chest. He recalled the last time she had stumbled at the palace gates and hurriedly lowered his gaze. Where? Yet, as he bent down, he nearly brushed her nose with his. His heart tightened, but her gaze sent a wave of confusion through him, leaving him momentarily dazed. She raised her eyes, seemingly fixated on his lips, causing him to hold his breath, feeling somewhat flustered. She inched closer, the intoxicating scent of alcohol bringing him back to clarity. As he observed her lips, Fu Xiaoyan was suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of grievance. She consistently stirred his heart, calling him brother while being considerably younger. What claim did he have to such a title? The day before, in the Qingyan Hall, the emperor had treated her gently, and she reciprocated with tenderness. Standing side by side, they appeared as a perfect couple, exchanging laughter as if she were merely a topic of conversation. She seemed entirely indifferent to it all. It dawned on him that he had misinterpreted her intentions, believing she was unwilling, even contemplating taking her away. In the end, he realized he was merely indulging in his own illusions. Fu Xiaoyan turned his face away, pushing her back amidst her bewildered eyes. Muning, you cannot treat me this way. She was merely inebriated. Today, they embraced, basking in intimacy, yet by tomorrow, she would awaken, leaving him alone to brood, restless. Muning, please do not let me misunderstand you again. I'm not as clever as you think. Do not act as you did in childhood. You've grown up, have you not? She clenched her hands in silence, watching him stand and turn his back as he ascended the steps. Su Muning understood he was upset. He seldom expressed anger towards her. I'm sorry. I was just pretending to fall, she called after him. Fu Xiaoyan did not look back, finding her behavior entirely childish. Whether it was the feigned fall or her desire to kiss him, she was fickle, seeing him still ignore her. Su Muning wondered if she had offended him somehow, causing his displeasure. I was merely joking. I did not truly touch you. Fu Xiaoyan suddenly turned around, regarding her seriously. Muning, although society permits men to have multiple wives and lovers, I have never been that kind of person. You must not be fickle either. Su Muning was taken aback. Was he upset because she had interrupted him? Did he wish to share a lifelong bond with his future wife? Fu Xiaoyan suppressed all his emotions and said solemnly, Wait here. I will summon the steward to escort you home. As he spoke, he moved to knock on the door. He was leaving. Su Muning watched him turn away. Just as he was about to knock, she suddenly pressed herself against him from behind, wrapping her arms around his waist, and burst into tears. I lied. I was lying just now. I did not come here to congratulate you. Will you take me away? Please do not marry the princess. I like you. Take me with you. Chapter 67. He understood. Fu Xiaoyan remained poised to knock on the door, gazing incredulously at the arm wrapped around her waist. Both of them standing in a daze for a long moment. What had she said? He slightly turned his face, asking the person behind him in a dreamy manner. Do you like me? Yes. Upon hearing this, he felt a surge of anxiety as he clenched his fist, questioning, Do you only like me? With her face pressed against the fabric of his back, she nodded. Fu Xiaoyan let out a long breath, gently releasing her hand, then grasping her wrist. He turned to gaze intently at her. Muning, what about His Majesty? Why were you two so intimate yesterday? Upon hearing his question, she furrowed her brow and shook her head. He felt a pang of distress in his heart, and, unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, inquired about the matter that troubled him. Where did you stay last night? Su Muning's eyes widened in surprise as she stared at him. Fu Xiaoyan instinctively tightened his grip on her wrist, gritting his teeth in anguish. The engagement I consented to yesterday is still unknown to those in my household. How did you learn about it today, Mu Ning? Was it His Majesty who told you? So you were with him last night? Her complexion paled further, and she instinctively recoiled from him, stepping back repeatedly. He had found out. She had concealed it for so long, and now Fu Xiaoyan knew. How would he perceive her? She noticed his stark, penetrating gaze upon her, filled with a hint of terror. Perhaps it was the effects of the alcohol or the pain surging within her. But she could no longer restrain herself and rushed to the nearby statue to expel the contents of her stomach. Fu Xiaoyan's face turned pale as he witnessed her distress, immediately regretting his impulsive confrontation. As she caught sight of him approaching, she feared he would press her further and cried out in alarm, "Don't come any closer. Do you not think I look wretched enough?" Seeing her in such an agitated state, Fu Xiaoyan hesitated, opening his mouth to speak softly. "Mu Ning, I shall not ask any more." Her eyes were somewhat dazed as she leaned against the statue, slowly crouching down, murmuring to herself, "Do not question me. It is not my fault. I did not wish for this. I was wrong. Forgive me." Fu Xiaoyan could not discern her words clearly, mistaking her for being under the influence, and his heart ached at her pained expression. He stepped forward, intending to lift her. "Come with me. I will have the butler prepare a hangover remedy for you." Mu Ning avoided his hand, straightening her posture and casually wiping her mouth. "Do you not fear getting your hands dirty, Fu Xiang?" Noticing the cold sweat on her forehead, Fu Xiaoyan grew anxious. "Is something wrong with your health?" She smiled, raising her hand to smooth her chest. "I merely drank too much and vomited. Do you think I'm spitting blood?" He frowned upon hearing this. She slightly lifted her intoxicated gaze, seemingly sighing, "It appears I truly overindulged. What foolish things did I just say?" Fu Xiaoyan frowned. "You just mentioned liking." Mu Ning interrupted him with a wave of her hand, nonchalantly glancing away. Forget it. You wouldn't believe drunken words, Fu Xiang." His eyes darkened, filled with a tumult of emotions. Love, hate, and indignation. This must be indignation. Just as she turned to leave, she was suddenly grasped by her wrist. Mu Ning gazed at him with a hint of surprise. "Am I to return home? Will Mr. Fu personally see me off?" She noticed he remained silent. His lips pressed together, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his face. Suddenly, he bent down and lifted her into his arms. Mu Ning stood there, momentarily stunned, staring at him in bewilderment. "What are you doing?" Fu Xiaoyan's demeanor was calm, though his eyes avoided hers. "There are some things I wish to discuss after you sober up tomorrow." Wasn't it said that she liked him, that she favored him alone? With her being carried, Fu Xiaoyan found himself unable to free his hands and, in an unusual display of impatience, kicked the door open. Mu Ning, still in a daze, thought perhaps he had also indulged in drink. He had never been one to assert himself so. Did he actually kick the door? The household staff rushed in, and the old steward, along with the servants, was taken aback to see their young master carrying someone. "Go prepare some hangover soup and bring to my room." After giving the order, he continued to his own quarters. The old steward stood there, dumbfounded, pondering the situation. Is that not the Prince of Anil? It seems to be. Fu Xiaoyan had not anticipated that in a moment of impulsiveness, he would carry her to his bed. She lay quite still, her eyes, though somewhat unfocused, fixed on him in astonishment. Feeling a flush creep up his cheeks from her gaze, he pulled the blanket over her securely and whispered, "Close your eyes and sleep. Do not look." Mu Ning obediently closed her eyes, and he remained by the bedside for a moment, watching as her breathing gradually steadied. Realizing she had fallen asleep, he attempted to rise, only to find her grasping his sleeve, gently tugging at it. He was met with a soft protest from her. After a brief pause, he carefully lifted the edge of the blanket and lay down beside her, mindful of his breathing. Time slipped away, and just as he was on the verge of drifting off, the steward's voice broke through the silence. "Young master, the soup is ready." Fu Xiaoyan hastily opened his eyes, hesitating as he looked at the sleeping figure beside him. "No need," he replied softly. In the middle of the night, Mu Ning awoke, her stomach aching, likely a consequence of the wine she had consumed earlier. Curling up, her hand brushed against a warm body. For a fleeting moment, she instinctively thought it was Shao Qi, believing she was still in the palace. "What is it?" A comforting voice emerged from the darkness. Right, she was in the Fu residence. She sighed in relief. Fu Xiaoyan's voice still carried a hint of drowsiness, likely disturbed by her movements. My stomach hurts. He attempted to rise, but Su Muning stopped him. Don't light the lamp. It's just a little ache. Are you sure it's nothing serious? He asked, concern etched on his face as he reached out to check on her. She guided his hand to her abdomen, where his warm palm provided a soothing sensation. It's nothing serious. With that, she nestled her head against his neck. Fu Xiaoyan lowered his gaze, resting his chin in her hair, and closed his eyes once more. Yet, Su Muning found sleep elusive, listening to his rhythmic breathing as thoughts swirled in her mind. Brother Xiaoyan, I must leave. She intended to depart with Yun Chu Jing, bringing along Su Zixin and others. Leaving to Qi, she resolved never to return. She should not have impulsively uttered those words that put him in a difficult position, regardless of whether he agrees or not. Such behavior is unacceptable. Shao Qi would blame him, casting reproach upon the Fu family. Fu Xiaoyan could not be made a sinner of the Fu family because of her actions. That night, the atmosphere was far from the tranquility of the Fu residence, particularly in the Fangfei Hall. Su Zixin had been searching for Xiao Rui for quite some time, scouring every corner of the palace, only to find him in a secluded lotus pond within the imperial garden. Upon receiving the news that the young prince had been located, her joy was abruptly shattered like a blow to the head. The eunuchs carried back the small, cold body of Xiao Rui, and Su Zixin rushed forward, tearing away the white cloth. Before she could even let out a wail, she fainted on the spot. Jean Xin was inconsolable in her grief. The noble consort has fainted. Quickly, summon the prince. What are we to do? As dawn broke, a knock resounded at the door of the Fu residence. The steward, reluctantly donning his garments, opened the door to find Miss Jean Shu from the Annal Prince's manor. Her expression was one of urgent distress, and without awaiting inquiry, she hastily asked, "Is His Highness here?" She had searched every tavern and establishment in the capital, but had found no trace of him, prompting her to seek the Fu residence, where His Highness was familiar. Noticing her troubled demeanor, the steward quickly ushered her inside. "He is here, still asleep. What brings you here at such an early hour? Hurry, summon someone. The young prince has encountered trouble." The steward, taken aback, quickly grasped the situation and led her to knock on the door. Young master, your highness?" Upon hearing him call out in such a manner, Jean Shu trembled in disbelief. Surely His Highness did not spend the night with Fu Xiong, did he? Goodness! If His Majesty finds out, a chill ran down her spine. The steward dismissively remarked, "What are you worrying about? Not to mention my young master is a gentleman, but your highness is also a man. Why are you so anxious?" "No, that is precisely the issue. She is not." She swallowed hard, her mind racing with dreadful imaginings. Just then, Fu Xiaoyan's voice called out, "Come in." As the steward pushed the door to enter, Jean Shu swiftly blocked his path. "What are you doing?" "I will go in. You wait outside." "What if my highness is not dressed?" The steward nodded, but then realized, "Hey, you are a woman. What if my young master is not dressed?" The two squeezed into the room together. Fortunately, they found both individuals fully clothed, having not undressed at all the previous night. Su Muning, suffering from a hangover, had red, swollen eyes, while Jean Shu scrutinized her carefully, inspecting her from head to toe, anxious to find any suspicious marks on her exposed skin. The steward, too, felt a peculiar discomfort. He had initially thought nothing of the young master and the Annal Prince sharing a space, but witnessing them sitting on the same bed invoked an odd sensation. Oh dear! He glanced at her again, wondering if this strange feeling was due to her beauty. Su Muning discerned the thoughts of Jean Shu as she adjusted the wrinkled cuffs of her sleeves. Having encountered Fu Xiong after a night of revelry, she had intruded upon him. "What brings you here so early?" Suddenly, Jean Shu knelt and began to weep. "Your Highness, the young prince nearly drowned in the palace yesterday. The imperial consort and His Majesty sent people to seek you last night, and they are still waiting at your residence." She paused, her fingers resting on her cuffs, and gazed up in disbelief. "What did you say?" Fu Xiaoyan, taken aback by her words, looked at her with deep concern. The oppressive sound of weeping echoed from the Fangfei Hall. Su Muning made her way directly to the side chamber where Xiao Rui resided, rushing into his room. There, she beheld the small figure on the bed. Upon seeing her, Su Zixin's vacant eyes filled once more with sorrow, and she collapsed into Su Muning's embrace, crying bitterly. Muning awkwardly patted her back in a bid to comfort her, yet her gaze remained fixed on the child lying upon the bed. Unable to restrain her own tears any longer, they streamed down her cheeks. Xiao Rui had held a fondness for her, yet she seldom visited the palace to play with him. She had been avoiding Xiao Qi, fearful of encountering him within the palace, often leading to her evasion of Xiao Rui as well. Reflecting upon it now, she realized she had not spent much time with him at all. Why has it come to this? She glared with a hint of anger at the nearby Jean Exit. Jean Xian's eyes were also filled with tears as she anxiously clenched her left hand. Ever since he returned from the palace, the imperial consort has been resting. The young prince sneaked out alone, and no one knew he had gone to the water's edge. It was only last night that palace attendants discovered him in the lotus pond. She lamented, "A mere 2-year-old child runs away, and not a single one of you noticed?" Jean Exant, along with the palace maids and eunuchs, knelt down, weeping pitifully. Su Zixin lifted her haggard face from Su Muning's embrace, her voice filled with guilt and despondence. "Muning, it is my fault. Rui was supposed to sleep beside me, but I was in such deep slumber that I failed to notice he had slipped away." Upon hearing this, Jean Exan secretly sighed in relief. The previous day, while she was in the imperial consort's chamber changing the incense, she had seen Xiao Rui awake and climbing down from the bed barefoot. "Shil, your highness, be quiet so you don't wake your mother," she had whispered, carefully closing the incense burner as Xiao Rui leaned in closer to watch. "Auntie, I want to go play with Uncle." He seemed unaware that Su Muning had returned home the previous night, thinking she was still in the palace. "Little prince, the prince returned home last night. You won't be able to find her," Jean Xian replied. "That's a lie. Uncle had dinner with me yesterday," he exclaimed, darting toward the door, prompting Jean Xian to hastily chase after him. All right. I shall take the young prince to play in the imperial garden, shall I?" Hearing this, Xiao Rui's spirits lifted, for the garden was filled with many of his beloved insects. Though Jean Xian felt a twinge of guilt, she could not shake the memory of Xiao Rui's warmth lingering in her palm, a sensation she could never erase. Yet, she rationalized that all of this was for the sake of the crown prince. She had no choice but to act thus. In Chunhua Hall, Yun Minyan glanced at Yun Mingyuan and Yun Chujing, engrossed in their game of chess, and sighed softly. "A good imperial consort has lost her child. We ought to pay our respects." Yin Chujing replied, "Indeed, we must go. How is it that I journey so far to attend a wedding, only to encounter such misfortune? Is this not an ominous portent?" She appeared somewhat sentimental, embodying the emotional disposition of a betrothed maiden. Yun Mingyuan cast a fleeting glance at her, casually dropping a chess piece. "It is merely the death of a child. Have you not encountered such occurrences before?" Yun Minyan fell into a moment of contemplation, realizing the truth of his words. Indeed, such tragedies were not uncommon within the imperial palace of Beijiao. She had witnessed her fair share. Supporting her chin with one hand, she furrowed her brow in deep thought, and after a while, she suddenly exclaimed, "Based on my years of survival in the palace, this young prince's demise is undoubtedly not an accident." Yin Mingyuan let out a cold chuckle. "And who do you suspect is the perpetrator?" She lowered her voice conspiratorially. "Who stands to gain the most in this palace? Who would prefer him dead? Or perhaps his very existence is a thorn in someone else's side?" Noticing the silence around her, she cleared her throat and answered her own questions. "The emperor is highly suspect. Xiao Rui is the posthumous son of the late crown prince of Deqi. Why would the emperor assist the son of his deceased brother?" Yin Chujing interjected. "He is also the emperor's nephew." Yun Minyan shot him a disapproving look before leaning closer to Yun Mingyuan and whispering, "Just like my dear crown prince brother, would you be inclined to raise his son if he were to triumph over the first prince?" Yun Mingyuan laughed derisively, lifting her delicately sculpted chin with his hand. "How could I bear to let him languish underground, pining for his young son? Naturally, I would ensure they are reunited in death. One must eradicate the root of the problem, otherwise it will flourish anew." She beamed at Yun Mingyuan and, in a playful tone, asked Crown Prince Brother, Have my dowry arrived yet? Chapter 69. I shall make you empress in the training grounds of the Beizhou Palace. Yun Mingzi pulled back the bowstring, releasing the arrow that soared through the air, striking true at the center of the target. The nearby deputy general and palace attendants applauded in admiration. The first prince's archery is unparalleled. Yun Mingzi felt a surge of pride, tossing the bow aside. Have you ascertained the truth? Did Yun Mingyuan truly misappropriate 30 million taels from the treasury? The deputy general approached cautiously, replying, The Ministry of Revenue is tight-lipped, revealing not a whisper. But I have had my men surveilling diligently, and indeed, we have detected unusual movements. Yun Mingzi scoffed. The ministry serves him well. Although his military strength surpasses that of anyone else, maintaining such forces is no simple endeavor. For years, he has sought to win over the ministry to his side. Once he acquires funds, he need not fear Yun Mingyuan any longer. The deputy general voiced his frustration. Some individuals are simply blind, unable to see that your highness is the true future ruler of Beizhou. Yet there are those who possess insight. A smirk crept across Yun Mingzi's lips as he produced a sealed letter from within his sleeve, reading it once more. The deputy general caught a glimpse and remarked, The princess is astute, understanding that wise birds choose the right tree to perch upon. My sister demonstrates great discernment by delivering such crucial intelligence to me. Yun Mingyuan believed he had everything under control. Alas, he had unwittingly dispatched someone to the Qi, thinking he had made a masterful move, unaware that this piece was firmly in my grasp. Your Highness is indeed clever, he exclaimed. Humph, she has proven herself worthy, easily winning the trust of my crown prince brother. It seems, as the princess's letter suggests, the crown prince has engaged in covert dealings with the Qi, intending to transport silver to the enemy nation. Yun Mingzi tucked away the letter and inquired, Who is the individual tasked with the delivery? The crown prince has dispatched the commander of the imperial guards, Bai Shuyu. Bai Shuyu, indeed, is another one of Yun Mingyuan's ferocious hounds. He pondered for a moment, realizing that his younger brother placed significant importance on this matter. Thus, he must not allow him to succeed. Yun Mingyuan dared to covertly access the treasury's funds, and he certainly could not easily relinquish such a succulent morsel. 30 million taels of silver, a year's worth of military expenses. The greed in his eyes was unmistakable. If this sum were to fall into his hands, what could Yun Mingyuan do? Would he dare to demand it openly? It is likely he would not only refrain from doing so, but also fear that his misuse of the treasury would be exposed. Yun Mingzi seemed to envision the scene of the silver being deposited, his spirits lifting as he patted the shoulder of his deputy. Gather an elite force. Tonight we shall indulge in a bit of banditry. Ha ha. He could hardly contain his eagerness to witness Yun Mingyuan's expression. In the fragrant hall, there was no one left in Xiao Rui's chamber, save for Su Muning, who stood vigil by the bedside. When Xiao Qi entered, he beheld her silent figure, fixated on the bed, lost in thought. As he placed a hand on her back, she seemed to awaken from her reverie, glancing at him briefly before turning away once more. Xiao Qi settled himself beside her, intending to offer a few words of comfort. However, before he could speak, he was met with the scent of alcohol wafting from her. Frowning, he leaned closer to catch a stronger whiff. The aroma was indeed potent, and he noted that her garments appeared somewhat crumpled, indicating she had likely worn them to sleep the previous night and had not changed before arriving this morning. His gaze deepened with concern as he gently lifted her chin, scrutinizing her features. Indeed, she bore the pallor of a hangover, which ignited a flicker of irritation within him. Did you go drinking yesterday? Su Muning averted her gaze, raising a hand to push away his grip on her chin. Xiao Qi, applying a bit more pressure, replied with displeasure, I am speaking to you. Look at me. She stubbornly kept her eyes downcast, refusing to meet his gaze or utter a word. Xiao Qi narrowed his eyes, observing her for a while before suddenly releasing her chin and tugging down a portion of her collar, exposing a glimpse of her delicate collarbone. She reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, springing to her feet, her demeanor brimming with wariness. What do you intend to do, Your Majesty? Seeing her speak brought Xiao Qi some satisfaction. He could hardly tolerate her indifference. Is it that you do not wish to see me? Do you not want to converse with me? He gestured for her to take her seat again. Summoning hesitative, contemplating whether to turn and leave when Shao Qi discerned her intention to flee. I command you to sit down. Do not compel me to take further action. Her eyes reflected a hint of trepidation, and after a moment's pause, she reluctantly resumed her seat. What do you wish to convey to your subject, Your Majesty? Shao Qi raised his hand to straighten her disheveled collar, smoothing it down meticulously. Are you truly in a condition to drink? The imperial physician conveyed numerous warnings last night. Even if you did not heed them, has your sister not informed you upon her return? He cast a glance at her still pale complexion, his tone tinged with reproach. Look at you, reeking of alcohol. So many sought you last night, but could not find you. My men waited at your royal residence until this morning to report back to me. Anil, what did you go to cause such a ruckus last night? Observing her obstinate demeanor, Shao Qi withdrew his hand. If you continue to neglect yourself and defy my wishes, I shall appoint Yin Shuren to keep a watchful eye on you, and do not come to me later lamenting your lack of freedom. Summoning slightly, lowering her head and murmuring, I drank too much last night and ended up sleeping on the street. Upon hearing this, Shao Qi frowned and glared at her. Do you hear how ridiculous that sounds? I shall be more careful in the future. He scoffed. In the future? There is no future for you, Anil. She looked puzzled and bewildered. Your audacity is alarming. I cannot trust you to remain outside the palace. What does your majesty mean? A flicker of unease crossed her eyes. Your sister is of no use whatsoever. In these 2 years, you dared to secretly use medicine for contraception, and she failed to notice. Henceforth, I shall personally oversee you, and you must not entertain any further thoughts. Su Muning observed his expression, realizing he was not jesting. Shao Qi added, do not attempt to gauge my mood. I am not joking. Alarmed, she grasped his sleeve, pleading Your Majesty. Had Shao Qi not injured her last night, and felt remorseful, he would never so easily let this matter slide. Anil, I have already tolerated much from you. I am not negotiating your entry into the palace. Hearing this, she understood that her pleas were futile. Your Majesty, are you not afraid of being ridiculed? Shao Qi chuckled, taking her hand again. I have found a beauty among the common folk. Who would dare to speak against it? His gaze flitted to the bed before returning to her. They're always complaining about my lack of heirs, are they not? Once you bear a child, it will silence their tongues. Su Muning clenched her fists to steady her nerves. Your Majesty, may I have a moment to consider? Shao Qi paused, eyeing her in silence. She softly said, Your Majesty, I am willing to enter the palace. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of uncontainable joy sparked in his eyes as he embraced her tightly. Is Anil sincere? She placed her hand gently against his chest, continuing, Your Majesty, I wish to wait until after the funeral of R'er. Shao Qi found this entirely reasonable and quite understandable. Very well, I agree. Su Muning exhaled in relief, and he began to speak softly in her ear. Anil, I know you love children. Your nephew's existence was unexpected. Do not be saddened. You will have children of your own, and we shall have several, all as beautiful as you, shall we? All right. Shao Qi buried his face in the crook of her neck, laughing for a while before suddenly saying, Anil, I shall make you my empress. Chapter 70. Do not underestimate a woman's fury. At the border of Wuzhou, a lengthy convoy of cargo carts meandered along a mountain road. This was no ordinary merchant caravan. The military attire of the escorts made it evident that something was amiss. Leading the way was a young commander, strikingly handsome. With one hand on the reins and the other resting on the hilt of his sword, he assumed a vigilant posture. Beside him was an official from the Ministry of Revenue. Behind him trailed numerous locked and sealed boxes. The boxes appeared excessively heavy, causing even the draft horses to move slowly, the sound of heavy wheels rumbling echoing in the air. A figure concealed among the trees remained utterly still, observing the procession before him. Yun Mingze could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. His personal involvement in this endeavor was not in vain. The stakes were exceedingly high, and he felt an intrinsic unease in trusting the matter to others. This night, he commanded double the number of men compared to Bai Shuyu, and the 30 million taels were a prize he was determined to secure. Bai Shuyu remained blissfully unaware of any impending danger. Hailing from the Imperial Guard, he was not particularly adept at military maneuvers. Yun Mingzi signaled, and his companions swiftly drew their bows, aiming at the approaching forces. As the first arrow was loosed, Bai Shuyu tightened the reins and shifted his gaze. It was the foreboding sense of impending peril. Danger. He swiftly unsheathed his sword, and in the next instant, an arrow hurtled toward him. With a clang, the blade grazed the projectile, deflecting it to the ground. Bai Shuyu shielded the Ministry of Revenue official behind him. However, others were not so fortunate, as a torrent of arrows descended from the shadows, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. Observing the chaos that erupted within the convoy, Bai Shuyu shouted, "The central wing, protect the cargo. Move swiftly. The front and rear wings, stay with me to confront the enemy." Yun Mingzi scoffed. Why would he linger in this place? He had no intention of wasting time here. Archers, continue your barrage to delay them. The rest, follow me. Bai Shuyu had already ordered the shields to be raised, as arrows struck with a piercing sound. One of his subordinates whispered, "General Bai, the assailants remain hidden. Should we send men to search?" He raised a hand to caress the blade's surface, glancing at the trembling ministry official beside him. "I am in the light. While he lurks in the shadows, let's not act rashly." The official nodded in agreement. Who dares to be so audacious? Bai Shuyu's expression darkened as he solemnly declared, "I suspect it must be the forces of the Crown Prince." What? How could the Crown Prince be aware of our mission? The official's panic was palpable. They were likely being monitored or had received advance notice. Just then, a figure rushed back, visibly wounded with a gash on his shoulder, blood seeping forth. General, there are enemies ahead. Our convoy has been ambushed." What? The ministry official's face turned ashen, and he slumped down. 30 million taels. The unauthorized mobilization by the ministry was already a heinous crime, and now, before reaching the Crown Prince, it had been intercepted by the Grand Prince. How could he explain this to the Crown Prince? Yet Bai Shuyu's gaze drifted into the distant darkness, his countenance clouded, and he remained silent for a while. Yun Mingzi rode at the rear, his eyes fixed on the precious cargo, the sound of the heavy wheels truly music to his ears. This silver would ensure his security for at least a year. A year? Yun Mingyuan was destined to lose. At the border of Lizhou, Jiang Linyue sat astride his horse, observing the approaching convoy of Beizhou with a nonchalant whistle. He counted the boxes with a satisfied expression. This journey for the sovereign had proven worthwhile. The leader dismounted first and approached him. Jiang Linyue followed suit. I had thought General Bai would come personally to deliver it. The two exchanged respectful gestures. With the general having entrusted me with an important task of escorting you. And you are? I'm a deputy of my general. Jiang Linyue nodded slightly, glancing at the boxes behind. Since we each have our duties, let us not waste time. I would appreciate it if you could open the boxes for my inspection. The man waved his hand, and his subordinates proceeded to open the boxes one by one. 30 million taels of shimmering silver. The glistening silver sparkled even in the night. Jiang Linyue smiled. Very well. I shall accept this on behalf of His Majesty. As the two parties exchanged their goods, the deputy stepped forward and said, My general has a message. I would be grateful if you could convey it to the Marquis. Jiang Linyue, seemingly intrigued, inquired, What message? The man maintained a serious demeanor and bowed respectfully. My general inquires about the princess's well-being. I have seen the princess. Changshi bowed deeply to Yun Minyan, noticing that she came alone while nibbling on an apple, a rather unbecoming sight. She handed the bitten apple to him with a smile, saying, This is a special gift for you. Please don't be modest. I wish to see His Majesty, so please allow me to enter. Changshi looked at the half-eaten apple with disdain, but still managed to smile. His Majesty is waiting for the princess. Please, Your Highness. Xiaoqi did not look at her, but heard her footsteps as she entered. That night, after Xiaoqi embraced Yun Minyan and left the gathering, the beauty leaned her head against his chest, whispering sweet nothings. Your Majesty, Minyan has come to make a deal with you. Xiaoqi did not seem surprised. What does she wish to negotiate on behalf of the Crown Prince of Beizhou? She merely shook her head with a smile. Minyan is not here to assist my elder brother, the Crown Prince. Rather, I wish to conduct a transaction with Your Majesty myself. Only then did Xiaoqi look at her with surprise. Yun Minyan slightly raised herself. My elder brother, the Crown Prince, wishes for Your Majesty to dispatch troops to restrain my elder brother. He will surely promise you Wuzhou. So, you are aligned with the Crown Prince of Beizhou? Is your proposal for me not to send troops? She did not disclose her allegiance, but stated, Minyan's proposal is for your majesty to agree to my elder brother's request. Shao Qi raised an eyebrow, non-committal. It is not advantageous for me. Who knows if the Wuzhou he speaks will truly belong to him in the future? Your crown prince desires for us to be mutually weakened while he reaps the benefits. Yin Minyan nodded in agreement. Therefore, your majesty, Minyan has come today to negotiate with you, to demonstrate my sincerity. In addition to the promise of Wuzhou from my elder brother, I also bring something tangible to present. What is it? Interest sparked in Shao Qi's eyes, urging her to continue. Your majesty, military campaigns are arduous. Minyan wishes to offer you 60 million taels as rewards for the soldiers. 60 million taels? Shao Qi was skeptical of her ability to produce such an amount. The princess possesses such wealth? Minyan candidly admitted she did not have it. Not even a fraction, let alone a tenth, could she provide. She acknowledged her limitations without hesitation. If that is the case, why boast, princess? Are you not merely following in your elder brother's footsteps, making empty claims? She wrapped her arms around his neck. You may not be aware, your majesty, but my elder brother is the wealthiest person in Beizhou. Is it unreasonable for a sister like me to expect a dowry upon marriage? Shao Qi took her hands down, a hint of mockery in his gaze. Thus, the gift bestowed by the princess is, in fact, the result of others' efforts? She squinted her eyes and smiled. Regardless of who was responsible, it ultimately reached His Majesty through my endeavors. Yun Minyan walked directly to Shao Qi's side, tilting her head to examine the edict on his desk. Oh, is His Majesty about to confer a title upon a consort? Shao Qi paid her no heed. Observing the blank space for the name of the person to be honored, she inquired earnestly, Is it to be me? Shao Qi cast her a sidelong glance and scoffed. Do you possess any sense of shame? Shame? What is that? She raised her hand and retrieved a gem-encrusted mirror from her sleeve, gazing at her own cheek. I am truly beautiful. Shao Qi regarded her with an air of disdain. Princess Yun, I have indeed underestimated you. Are you not concerned that your two brothers may take offense at your actions? Yun Minyan had not only covertly orchestrated the transfer of 30 million taels by the commander of the Northern Zhao Prince's elite guard, by Shu Yu, but also sent a message to the crown prince, inciting him to seize it. Unfazed, Yun Minyan put away her small mirror. As long as His Majesty does not divulge the information, neither of them will be aware. Yun Mingyuan will assume that the 30 million taels were secretly taken by Yun Mingze, while Yun Mingze, having received counterfeit information, will believe that Yun Mingyuan has retained a hand, leaking false news. Each will think the money lies in the other's possession. All she needs to do is write a letter, shedding tears, lamenting how cunning the crown prince is for having deceived her. What could the crown prince possibly do? Deep down, Shao Qi did not appreciate such a deceitful woman who spouted insincere words of honesty. I am rather curious, he said. If you do not serve the crown prince, nor the first prince, is there another force behind your actions? Do you not owe allegiance to either faction of Northern Zhao? Yun Minyan suddenly ceased her laughter, her eyes reflecting a rare seriousness. Your Majesty, do not underestimate a woman's wrath. Shao Qi raised an eyebrow with a smile. She then mockingly declared, Both the crown prince and the first prince wish to use me as a pawn, yet your Majesty, I too aspire to be the one who wields the pieces. Chapter 71. 60 million taels, not a penny less. Yun Mingze stood within the storeroom, his hands clasped behind his back as he surveyed the boxes before him, a smile gracing his lips. The vice commander, eager to flatter, remarked, Your Highness will surely succeed. I believe the crown prince will learn of this news shortly. At this, Yun Mingze's joy intensified, though he deliberately infused his tone with a hint of mock concern. My younger brother, the crown prince, is proud and easily roused to anger. What if this news were to upset his health? The vice commander quickly chimed in. Your Highness is the elder brother. It is only natural for the crown prince to show his appreciation with a bit of expenditure. Yun Mingze regarded him with approval. You speak wisely. This truly reflects the essence of having a brother. As his elder sibling, I shall wait for his return to express my gratitude properly. Alas, I shall not witness the expression on Yun Mingyuan's face upon learning of the lost funds. When he returns, I shall have the pleasure of humiliating him. Yun Mingze strode over to a box, drew his sword, and severed the lock above, the padlock clattering to the ground. Open the box, with a commanding shout from him. The crowd swiftly severed the locks. However, as soon as the box was opened, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Yun Mingze lowered his head, a smile still gracing his face, but soon his entire body stiffened, his eyes widening in disbelief. The general and the others dared not utter a word, bowing their heads in silence, as it was evident that the prince was on the verge of fury. Yun Mingze abruptly plunged the sword in his hand forcefully into the pile of stones within the box, veins bulging on his forehead. Damn it! How dare Yun Mingyuan toy with him? No wonder Bai Shiyu didn't even bother to pursue him. Damn it! He had underestimated his younger brother. In the Spring Blossom Palace, Yun Mingyuan's hand trembled slightly as he held the secret letter, and after a moment, he forcefully tore it to shreds. His eyes reddened with rage. He clutched the scraps of paper as if grasping Yun Mingze's throat. 30 million taels. The Ministry of Revenue was under immense pressure to allocate this sum privately for him. If he did not ascend swiftly to suppress this matter, once discovered, he would not only face trouble from the entire court, but also from his own faction. How did Yun Mingze know this information so precisely? It was beyond belief to attribute it to mere luck. There had to be a traitor among his ranks. He surveyed the empty room with narrowed, bloodshot eyes, pondering deeply. Who could the traitor be? Suddenly, a voice from outside interrupted his thoughts. Your Highness, the Emperor requests your presence. Upon hearing this, Yun Mingyuan raised a hand to his forehead and closed his eyes. I understand, he replied. In the fragrant hall, everything was clad in pure white. The coffin lay in the main hall, soon to be buried. Yun Chuqing took a stick of incense from Jin Xian's hand and placed it on the altar, letting out a soft sigh. Su Muning stood beside him, one hand resting on the coffin. When shall we depart? Yun Chuqing did not look at her, but replied softly. The day after tomorrow, after my nephew is laid to rest. She thought to herself that the timing was perfect. The coffin would be taken to Maple Mountain outside the palace, sparing Su Zixin the trouble of leaving the palace. There was a vacant villa halfway up Maple Mountain, constructed during the previous dynasty for scholars to admire the autumn foliage. At this season, it would be unvisited, making it an ideal meeting place. Yun Chuqing deemed it a suitable plan and nodded in agreement. Then I shall await you at that villa the day after tomorrow. He hesitated for a moment before adding, if the concubine is unwilling to leave, sister, do not force her. Su Muning had already turned to leave, but paused at his words. She will go. You need not worry. She was acutely aware of the magnitude of Su Zixin's loss following Xiao Rui's departure. After experiencing life and death, how could one remain fixated on wealth and status? Su Zixin was not devoid of compassion. As the days passed, the 30 million taels promised by the crown prince should also be arriving. Should I send someone to fetch them? As Xiao Qi's words fell, Yun Mingyuan's expression darkened further. A flash of hatred quickly crossed his eyes. He stood and offered a slight bow, seemingly apologetic. Your Majesty may be unaware, but there have been unforeseen complications with the 30 million taels. I humbly request your understanding. I am willing to add another 10% once matters are settled. It was all that damned Yun Mingze. Xiao Qi then raised his gaze to scrutinize him, a hint of mockery in his eyes, his tone laden with displeasure and skepticism. Is a crown prince jesting with me? Yun Mingyuan was well aware of his unyielding nature. After all, he himself would not have believed such words if he were in the same position. I journeyed across great distances to cooperate with your Majesty, bringing with me a sincere heart, devoid of any deceit. The theft of the silver was indeed unexpected. Xiao Qi let out a cold snort, his gaze sharp. I had initially placed some trust in the crown prince's sincerity, but I never anticipated such a disappointing outcome. Yun Mingyuan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Your Majesty, please do not doubt my earnestness. The despicable act of Yun Mingze, akin to that of a robber, is truly contemptible. Let's not allow him to tarnish the bond between us. Yet, Xiao Qi's eyes remained icy, exuding a palpable pressure. The Crown Prince's earlier promises had kept me waiting for far too long, and now he claims to have been robbed, shifting the blame onto others. Do you truly believe I'm a mere child? Yun Mingyuan felt beads of sweat forming at his temples, taking a deep breath as he fervently explained, Your Majesty, it is my failure to manage my subordinates that allowed this information to leak, giving Yun Mingze the opportunity to strike. Shao Qi coolly withdrew his gaze. If the Crown Prince is unwilling to provide the 30 million taels, it would be better to state so plainly. Why go through the trouble of enacting this grand charade? I assure you, I harbor no such intentions, Your Majesty. The Crown Prince, having spoken so eloquently, should also act accordingly. Your Majesty, the 30 million taels allocated by the Ministry of Revenue is already a significant endeavor. I truly cannot procure any further funds. Before Yun Mingyuan could continue, he was interrupted by Shao Qi's raised hand, his expression tinged with impatience. I understand your implication, Crown Prince. Since you are reluctant to cooperate, I shall consider your visit to the Qi as merely a leisure trip. Yun Mingyuan's face paled, gripping the armrests of his chair tightly. Shao Qi spoke coldly. I doubt the Princess of Beijiao would fare well into Qi. It would be best for you to take her back with you upon your departure. Yun Mingyuan struggled to contain the tumult within his chest, gritting his teeth. No, I cannot allow my efforts to be in vain. I cannot let Yun Mingze walk away with 30 million taels. Thus, he resolved to see this through to the end. What are the money? With power, who fears the lack of wealth? With power, who would dare question his use of these funds? Your Majesty, this theft is my fault, and I am willing to rectify this error. Shao Qi's expression softened slightly. What does the Crown Prince mean? Yun Mingyuan's heart felt as though it were bleeding. Yet he forced himself to maintain composure and replied solemnly, I shall return personally to gather another 30 million taels for your Majesty, and this time, it will assuredly be delivered. Shao Qi's lips curled in a suppressed smile, though he still appeared displeased. In that case, I shall place my trust in the Crown Prince once more. Thank you, Your Majesty. Shao Qi then seemed to recall something. Originally, the Crown Prince was to await the princess's wedding on the 18th of this month, yet with the dowry still undelivered. It would not do to let his royal sister wed in such a shabby manner. Perhaps we should postpone the wedding date for the time being? Yun Mingyuan bowed his head. That would be prudent. I shall ensure the dowry is delivered promptly. Shao Qi smiled, signaling for him to take his leave. Thus, it was as Yun Mingyuan had stated, 60 million taels, not a single coin less. Su Zixin gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her eyes welling with sorrow. She appeared to have aged a decade. Even if she refused to acknowledge it, she could not help but contemplate that remaining in the palace, adorned with the title of the emperor's favored consort, meant that Shao Qi did not harbor any affection for her. This life would only grant her the company of Rui as her sole child. Now, even that child was lost to her. When Su Muning entered, she found her sister weeping over the vanity. Thoughts of Xiao Rui surged in her mind, and her eyes reddened as she gently approached, caressing her sister's back. Sister, she whispered. Su Zixin turned and buried her face against Muning's waist. Muning, I have lost all hope in this life. Sister, you are still young. Do not speak like that. Muning shook her head. You need not comfort me. I am well aware of my fate. Without His Majesty's favor, I shall spend my days in solitude. Su Muning crouched before her, gazing earnestly into her eyes. Sister, the world does not revolve around one man. Once you leave the palace, you are bound to encounter someone who truly loves you, and you could live a peaceful and ordinary life. Su Zixin was taken aback. Raising her hand to wipe her tears, confusion etched on her face. Muning, what are you saying? Muning took her hand. Do you remember my question from before? Today, I must ask again. Will you come with me? Su Zixin was rendered speechless by her surprise. We could leave the Qi together, to a place where no one knows us, to live freely. Muning, are you truly serious about leaving? She clasped Muning's hand nervously, noticing her sister's resolute nod. A tumult of emotions swelled within her. Leaving the Qi, it was a notion she had never contemplated. She had grown accustomed to relying on the men of the Xiao family. What lay beyond was an enigma to her. Fear began to creep into Su Zixin's heart. Muning, how can two fragile women like us embark on such a journey? What if we encounter rogues? What if we face bandits? What if we confront scoundrels? Sister, do not fret. We have someone to accompany us. He will protect both you and me. Su Zixin felt a slight sense of relief, but hesitated to ask. Are you referring to someone from Beizhou? That prince? Indeed, he was Su Muning's uncle. Muning gazed at her warmly. Yes, he is from Beizhou, and you know him as well. You will surely be delighted to see him. A sense of acquiescence flickered in Su Zixin's eyes as she nodded gently. Very well. I trust you, Muning. I will go with you. Muning smiled, reaching up to smooth her sister's disheveled hair. My sister is so beautiful. A brighter future awaits you. At that moment, a voice from outside interrupted them. Jean Xan had arrived without either of them noticing. Your Highness, the time has come. Shall we serve a meal? Su Zixin frowned. No, I do not wish to eat. Muning, however, encouraged her. Sister, you should eat something. I will accompany you. After all, they would soon embark on a journey. When the meal was finally laid out, the two had just taken their seats when Xiaoqi appeared. At this point, even Su Muning lost her appetite. Xiaoqi had heard from Changxi that she was dining in the Fengfei Hall, and it so happened that he had yet to eat himself. How fortuitous. Upon his arrival, Su Zixin grew anxious. Moments ago, she had contemplated fleeing, and now the emperor was present. She felt a twinge of guilt. Su Mumming, for the first time, chose to sit between them, creating a barrier. She noticed Su Zixin's apprehension, fearing that her facade might falter. Xiaoqi, observing her proximity, felt a surge of delight. It seemed his previous suggestion of her becoming the empress had struck a chord. Ah, what woman would not yearn for such a title? However, gradually, he noticed her leaning toward Su Zixin, engaging in conversation, presenting him only with the profile of her head. Sister, do you not adore fish? This perch is delightful, she remarked, placing a piece of fish into Su Zixin's bowl. You should also try this meatball. Mumming, I cannot possibly eat so much, Su Mumming replied, transferring all the dishes to Su Zixin's bowl. Xiaoqi, grasping his chopsticks, felt a twinge of displeasure. He glanced down at his own, still empty bowl, devoid of anything but rice. He cleared his throat lightly, feigning indifference as he remarked, I too find today's perch quite appealing. Upon speaking, he fixated on her back. Indeed, she reached for the fish, and a wave of joy washed over him, believing she had heard him. He subtly nudged his bowl closer to facilitate her serving. Yet, before a smile could grace his face, he saw her chopsticks return to Su Zixin's bowl. Changxi, standing nearby, could only roll his eyes. What a sight! It seems I must intervene. Your Majesty, allow me to serve you, he offered. Xiaoqi, with a darkened expression, scoffed. Do I not possess hands? Can I not serve myself? His inexplicable irritation caught the attention of both Su Zixin and Su Mumming. In the next moment, he lifted the fish platter before him, fiercely skewering a piece with his chopsticks, leaving one to ponder whether he relished it or not. Su Mumming speculated that he must enjoy fish, hence his vexation when she reached for it. Why not voice it sooner? It is merely a fish, after all, she mused, bemused by the sudden piece of fish that had appeared in her bowl. Xiaoqi had already retracted his chopsticks, his brow furrowed in displeasure. Eat, he commanded curtly. In the imperial garden, Jean Xen gazed at the figure before her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Your Highness, are you departing the day after tomorrow? Why such haste? Was it not said we would wait until the princess and Minister Fu were wed? Yun Mingyuan wished to avoid discussing the matter of silver. The thought of it had been tormenting him for days. Cursed Yun Mingza, I shall not let this rest. Jean Xen, taken aback by the fierceness in his gaze, momentarily faltered. Your Highness? Yun Mingyuan composed himself, managing a strained smile. Exiner, I have encountered some troubles that require my swift return to Beizhou. Were it not for this, I would never wish to part from you. Concern etched across her features, she replied, Your Highness's troubles, I fear, are beyond my help. Yun Mingyuan tenderly caressed her face. Your presence here in the palace is sufficient. I need you to remain. Jean Xen nodded, hesitatingly stating, Your Highness, I overheard King Anil and the imperial concubine whispering, seemingly discussing a departure from Qi. Yun Mingyuan furrowed his brow. How could they leave? It sounded as if they were to join forces with the people of Beizhou. Perhaps I misheard. After all, Those from Beizhou cannot all be your subjects. Surely, you are aware of this? Instantly, Yunming Yuan's eyes darkened, and a sense of clarity began to settle in his heart. Indeed, they were all his people, yet among them lurked a traitor. Chapter 73. Who praised you? Jean Xen stood behind her, observing as Su Guifei rummaged through her vanity. Jean Xen, where's my sandalwood box? Upon hearing this, Jean Xen hurriedly retrieved it from the compartment of clothes and presented it to her. Su Zixin adorned her wrist with a bracelet from within, glancing at it in the light multiple times. She was to depart the following day and could not carry too many belongings. Yet this bracelet was gifted by the late crown prince, who was, after all, Rear's biological father. A sigh escaped her lips at the thought of him. Had the emperor not been Shao Qi, but the late crown prince instead, her life would undoubtedly have taken a different course. Jean Xen noted her distraction and began to ponder. Your Highness, I have observed that you seem preoccupied these past few days. Su Zixin turned her face toward the mirror, her brows knitted and eyes downcast. Jean Xen, you have accompanied me for many years, and I do not wish to conceal the truth from you. It seems our bond as mistress and servant may soon come to an end. Jean Xen gazed at her face, her voice laced with sorrow. Were you saying, Your Highness? I intend to serve you for a lifetime. Su Zixin gently patted her hand. The ninth princess is lively and kind. I shall entrust you to her care, and she will not treat you harshly. Jean Xen momentarily lost her focus, recalling the child she had watched grow up. However, the crown prince's current predicament was fraught with difficulties, and betrayal lurked among his ranks. She could not betray him as well. Slowly, Jean Xen knelt before her, tears streaming down her face. Are you truly leaving, Your Highness? Su Zixin glanced toward the door, signaling her to be cautious. Jean Xen, do not speak recklessly. Your Highness, I worry for your safety. The world outside is perilous. What if you encounter ill-intentioned individuals and suffer harm? Su Zixin found solace in her words. Rest assured, Mu Ning has pledged to safeguard my well-being. Surely, Beizhou would not fail to protect two women. Observing the determination in her eyes, Jean Xen continued to persuade her. Your Highness has toiled for so many years within the palace. Now, should you depart, it would all amount to nothing. You are the sole imperial concubine of Deqi. Su Zixin sighed, her expression weary. Jean Xen, I once believed that wealth and prestige were desirable and pursued them fervently, but now that Rear is gone, I realize the futility of it all. Please rise, do not kneel. Jean Xen looked at her, understanding her resolve to depart, and remained kneeling. After a moment of silence, she suddenly raised her face, gazing at Su Zixin with profound sorrow, articulating each word deliberately. Do you believe the death of the young prince was merely an accident? Su Zixin was about to assist her when those words struck her heart like a bolt. What are you insinuating? Jean Xen lifted her hand to wipe her tears, her tone steady. The imperial garden is quite distant from Fengfei Hall. The young prince must have been taken by someone. Moreover, His Highness seldom ventured near the water's edge. How could such a calamity have occurred? Su Zixin felt tears welling up as she listened to her. She waved her hand dismissively. Oievas Mishivos. In a palace devoid of other children, he had become spoiled, daring to roam freely. Had she known, she would have been stricter with him in everyday matters. Jean Xen, sensing her reluctance to delve further into the incident, felt a sense of urgency. Your Highness, I truly harbor doubts. A few days ago, I overheard your conversation with Prince Anil at the royal residence. What doubts do you have? Su Zixin looked at her in confusion. I recall the prince mentioned his intention to leave, and you did not acquiesce. Do you remember how you responded? Jean Xen broached that day once more. A day when the emperor had been enraged, and both she and Mu Ning had faced punishment. Ultimately, what had provoked the emperor's ire against Mu Ning? After escorting her back to her residence that night, Su Mu Ning had awakened with an unusual demeanor, pondering whether to leave. What did she say? Jean Xen whispered, urging her to recall. Your Highness, you stated that if the prince were to depart, you too would follow, yet you worry for the young prince, a scion of the Deqi royal bloodline, fearing he would not be accepted in Beizhou. After hearing these words, Su Zixin gazed at her for a long moment. Her swollen eyes glimmered with anger. Suddenly, she raised her hand and struck Jean Xin across the face. "You have audacity," Su Zixin said sharply. "Your Highness." Jean Xin clutched her face and began to weep. "Mu Ning is my sister. How could she harm Rui? How dare you suspect her? She would never commit such an act." Su Zixin remained skeptical, convinced that Jean Xin had lost her senses. "Your Highness, the prince would not act thus." "But what of Bei Zhao?" Jean Xin implored, kneeling by her side. "Yesterday, that masked man from Bei Zhao conversed privately with the prince for an extended duration. Their demeanor suggested a degree of trust. Has the prince informed you of this?" Su Zixin was momentarily taken aback. "You once mentioned, Your Highness, that the prince's mother was a princess of Bei Zhao, closely related to the visiting crown prince and others. If Bei Zhao saw the prince suffering here, would they not desire to take him back?" Jean Xin noticed her silence and felt a slight relief. "But Your Highness shares no blood ties with Bei Zhao. Why would they show compassion towards you and the young prince? To them, the young prince, with a Deqi royal lineage, would be a considerable burden, and they would naturally wish to leave him behind." Su Zixin's fingers resting on the dressing table began to tremble slightly. Observing this, Jean Xin suddenly broke into tears again. "Your Highness, if they could act against an innocent child, what would stop them from turning against you? You and the prince are fundamentally different. You're not their kin. I fear that one day they might also target you." Su Zixin closed her eyes in anguish, trembling as she replied, "Do not speak of it any further." She trusted Mu Ning, but could she extend the same trust to Bei Zhao? Xiao Rui, was it truly a case of fated enmity? The ninth princess, Xiao Yao, rolled her eyes upon spotting the individual waiting on the jade steps, prompting her attendant to cough discreetly as a reminder. "Princess Poise, presents." "Oh, right. She, too, was a princess of the Great Qi, and it was imperative that she completely overshadow that wretched woman from Bei Zhao." Upon hearing this, she quickly straightened her waist, exuding a solemnity akin to that of an impending coronation. Yun Minyan cast a casual glance her way, continuing to lean on the railing in an air of sweet nonchalance. It was only when Xiao Yao stood beside her that she realized she was a head shorter, barely reaching her neck. No matter, she was still young, with plenty of room to grow. Noticing that Yun Minyan wouldn't even spare her a glance, she imitated the acerbic tone of her own harsh mother, even mirroring her demeanor. "Oh, is that Princess Yun? What are you waiting for here?" Hearing the sarcasm in her voice, Yun Minyan suppressed her amusement and replied deliberately, "I'm waiting for my husband to finish court." "Husband? Was that little wretch referring to Minister Fu? How shameless can you be? Your wedding date has been called off. Don't tarnish Minister Fu's reputation here. Why does this child speak so harshly? Come now, let me enlighten you. It's not called a cancellation. It's merely a postponement. Be a dear, and remember to make the red envelope generous. I will be counting it carefully on the wedding night." Yun Minyan extended her hand in a gesture of counting money. Xiao Yao swatted her hand away, rolling up her sleeves, thinking to herself, "I'll give you a red envelope, but perhaps I should send you some rat poison instead." The little maid, noting her lack of decorum, leaned closer and whispered, "Princess, we are not here for Minister Fu today. There is no need to be angry with her." Halfway through rolling up her sleeves, Xiao Yao suddenly recalled the purpose of their visit. Just then, the court had adjourned, and officials began to emerge from the grand hall. She quickly lowered her sleeves, her expression a mix of tension and anticipation as she pulled the maid to hide around a corner. Which one? Which one? Do not rush. Your Highness, he hasn't come out yet." Just then, Xiao Yao froze momentarily before grabbing the hand of the person beside her, her tone brimming with excitement. That one. That one. Who is that?" The little maid quickly looked over and exclaimed, "Your Highness, that is Lord Qi. Wow, this top scholar is different from what I imagined." Just as Xiao Yao was about to speak, she heard Yun Minyan comment, upon seeing him today, "This Lord Qi is quite handsome indeed. How dangerous! Are the women of Bei Zhao so fickle, eyeing what is in front of them while coveting what is behind?" Xiao Yao glared at her in discontent. "You flatter me." Yun Minyan brushed her silky hair back with a flourish. "Who praised you?" It seemed Yun Minyan was oblivious to her ire and continued, "I see you are not much different. Just the other day, I heard you crying and clamoring to marry Minister Fu in front of our brothers. And today, you are healed from your heartache, sneaking a glance at Lord Qi. Should I call out for you? Can you see clearly from this distance? She mimicked the action of calling out, startling Xiao Yao into a sudden retreat. Mind your own business. Yin Minyan chuckled at her retreating figure. This little princess seems to judge men solely by their looks. She is bound to suffer in the future. Fu Zhaoyan and several colleagues were the last to emerge, and from afar, they spotted the Bei Zhao princess waiting ahead. He paused, slightly furrowing his brow. His companions, noticing the princess waving at them with a radiant smile, began to tease him. Minister Fu, look, the princess has come to fetch you again today. How did the wedding date get postponed so unexpectedly? The princess must be unable to wait any longer. Does Fu Xiang not yearn to embrace his beloved soon? Yet, Fu Zhaoyan pondered that after the young prince's burial tomorrow, he must inquire about the matters he failed to clarify with Su Muning that night. Chapter 74. Settling past debts today, it began to rain again. Su Muning lifted her gaze to observe the raindrops filtering through the trees, landing on the leaves and producing a rustling sound. She stood beside Su Zixin, quietly watching as the coffin was lowered into the grave. The funeral for a child who passed away young was typically understated. This Maple Mountain, however, could be considered a tranquil resting place. Jin Xin held an umbrella behind them, and apart from the sound of rain, only the muffled sobs could be heard. Su Muning had initially thought Su Zixin would weep further, yet today she appeared lost in thought, as if caught between dreams and reality. Su Muning felt a sense of desolation, believing her sister was preparing to depart. As the ceremony approached its conclusion, she sighed softly towards the somber sky. She held no attachment to the place, only regretting that she had yet to bid farewell to Fu Zhaoyan. Once the service ended, she took the umbrella from Jin Xin's hands and gently instructed, "Sister, I have matters to attend to at the Wangfu. You may return first." As she spoke, she grasped Su Zixin's wrist, who seemed to awaken from her daze. Looking at her hand, Su Zixin's eyes flickered, and though she opened her mouth, no words came forth. Jin Xin hesitated, glancing at Su Zixin as if seeking her approval. Just as Muning suggested, "You all may return," she finally said. With this, the palace attendants dared not follow them, witnessing the two descend the mountain path together. The trail through the mountains was treacherous, especially in the rain, making it even more slippery. Suddenly, Su Zixin slipped, but fortunately, Su Muning had been holding her hand, preventing her from falling. Sensing her sister's rising anxiety, Su Muning calmly embraced her waist and arm. "Sister, do not panic. There is a carriage waiting at the bend ahead. You need not walk any further." Su Zixin clutched her hand tightly, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Yet she asked, "Muning, do you think Er's death was an accident?" Her voice was barely audible over the rain. Su Muning paused, glancing at her in confusion. "Why do you ask such a thing?" Su Zixin returned her gaze. "If Rui were still alive, would you take him with you? Or would you find him a burden?" "Indeed," Su Muning replied without hesitation, her tone softening. "Sister, rest assured. I will repay you every bit of what I owe. I genuinely wish to depart, but I will not neglect you. I swear to take good care of you from now on, so please do not worry." Su Zixin lowered her gaze, remaining silent for a long while as Su Muning guided her toward the carriage. She noticed Su Muning leaning closer under the umbrella, her damp hair catching her eye, and suddenly a sob escaped her throat. Su Zixin grasped her wrist forcefully, breaking down into tears. "Muning, don't go. Let us return together. You and I. Let's go back." It seemed as though she exerted all her strength to prevent Su Muning from moving forward, leaving deep red marks on her wrist. Feeling unsettled by her sister's tears, Su Muning furrowed her brow and asked, "Sister, do you regret it?" Tears streaming down her face, Su Zixin shook her head while nodding. "I regret it. I regret it, Muning. Please forgive me. I regret it." She lamented words that should never have been spoken. Su Muning, suppressing her unease, forced a smile. "Sister, we have come this far. We must proceed. Regret serves no purpose." Upon hearing this, Su Zixin shook her head even more fervently, about to explain, but halted upon noticing someone approaching from behind Su Muning. Before Su Muning could turn to see, a voice resonated. Where are the prince and the imperial concubine headed? Yin Xian, how could he be here? Su Muning cast aside her umbrella and turned to regard him coldly. Must I disclose my destination to you? Yin Xian placed a hand on the hilt of his sword, his tone surprisingly gentle. That would not be necessary. However, he added with a slight smile, if His Majesty desires to know, perhaps the prince should enter the palace to discuss it. Su Muning pupils contracted in disperias. And Su Zixin trembled all over, finally grasping why Su Zixin had been so peculiar that day. Slowly turning, she gazed at the weeping woman, her voice heavy with uncontainable sorrow and disappointment. It is you. Su Zixin, still crying, repeated, I regret it. I was wrong. A crimson hue surged in Su Muning's eyes as a tear rolled down her cheek. She looked at her sister with derision. Sister, what prompted you to send me away this time? What has His Majesty promised you? The imperial concubine? Or the empress? Su Zixin sank to her knees in the muddy rain. No, Muning, I do not want anything. I have nothing. Saying Su Muning iki gaze. She felt utterly disbelieved. Clutching at her sister's garment, she cried out, Muning, tell me, I cannot believe you would harm him. But I do not trust Beizhao. Tell me, did Beizhao strike? Was it Beizhao who did it? Ah, so that is it. Su Muning laughed derisively, feeling that her desperation to leave had driven her to harm Xiao Rui, fearing the repercussions of his royal lineage. Ha! Ha! She looked down at the woman still weeping at her feet and suddenly grasped Su Zixin by the throat, forcefully pressing her to the ground. You are so foolish. Perhaps you should just die. Go and ask your son how he met his end. Su Zixin's eyes widened, her complexion turning red as Su Muning tightened her grip. Muning. Yin Xian was taken aback, his mouth agape, hesitating whether to intervene. Yet, as Su Muning was a favored subject of His Majesty, he dared not interfere. The emperor had not explicitly permitted her to kill the concubine, yet he had not forbade it either. What to do? To intervene or not? He glanced back at his subordinates, who were also watching him for guidance. Your Highness! A sharp cry suddenly rang out from the forest, followed by a figure rushing forward, desperately prying Su Muning's hand away. As the grip around Su Zixin's throat loosened, she gasped for breath, trembling as she sought refuge in the embrace of the newcomer. Xin, do not be afraid, Your Highness. If the prince wishes to end your life, he may as well take mine first. With that, she positioned herself protectively in front of Su Zixin. Su Zixin was immediately overcome with emotion. Su Muning cast a cold glance at the deep bond between the two, turning to unsheath the dagger from Yin Xian's waist. Yin Xian coughed softly. Your Highness, this is my new little mistress, and she is quite particular about cleanliness. Ignoring him, she advanced with the dagger raised, pressing it against Jin Xian's throat. You are closest to the imperial consort. Did you incite her? With the blade at her neck. Fear filled Jin Xian's eyes, causing her to tremble. She had rushed in believing that Su Muning would not truly harm Su Zixin. Surely, Su Muning would not really strike her down. Yet it was Su Zixin who could no longer bear the tension, crying out, Muning, it is my fault. Blame me. I am exhausted. It is a weariness of the heart that I have never known. She raised her hand to cover her eyes, drawing a deep breath. After a long moment, Su Muning exhaled the pent-up frustration, loosening her grip, causing the dagger to fall into the mud. Yin Xian's eyelids twitched, alas. His beloved wife had been sullied. He would demand compensation from the emperor, seeking someone even younger and more beautiful. Both Su Zixin and Jin Xian breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing her cold voice. What was owed in the past is settled today. From now on, you are you, and I am I. We shall have nothing to do with one another. Chapter 75. Yet I am one who loves to laugh, Master Changshi. What is your intention? Jin Shu and the others from the Wang residence looked on in fear as the newcomer approached, Changshi accompanied by the palace guards. Do not worry, Miss Jin Shu. I have come by royal decree to seal the estate and will not harm anyone. Seal the estate? Have they come to confiscate our property? What has happened to my lord? Jin Shu exclaimed anxiously. Today, the young prince is being buried, and the prince and the imperial consort have gone to Fengshan and have yet to return. She rushed to the door, hearing the guards outside posting a sealing notice. Changshi, standing behind the door, appeared quite pleased, smiling as he said, Isn't Prince Anil in the residence? By the Emperor's command, Prince Anil has been confined for his erratic behavior, and no outsiders are permitted to enter. Jin Shu seemed to struggle to comprehend. But my lord is not in the residence. Changshi tapped on the door, cautiously reminding her. If His Majesty says he is inside, then he's indeed inside. I kindly ask Miss Jin Shu to remain in the estate to take good care of the prince. Slowly, Jin Shu grasped his implication, peering through the crack of the door to see Changshi and his men departing, leaving the guards stationed at the entrance. It was indeed a complete lockdown. At the midsection of Fengshan, Yin Chu Jing pressed his hand against the sword on the table, gazing out at the raindrops beyond the window. After a long while, footsteps echoed outside. However, before he could feel relieved, the door swung open to reveal His Majesty. Yin Chu Jing grasped the sword, furrowing his brow deeply as a wave of unease washed over him. How could he possibly be here? Was it not that Shao Qi wore his dark robes, exuding a composed and understated demeanor, with his sleeves tightly fastened and a sword at his waist? He glanced at Yin Chu Jing, who was on high alert, a hint of mockery in his eyes as he casually rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. I initially had no intention of making this journey myself. I could have simply sent someone to eliminate you here, thus avoiding unnecessary trouble. Yin Chu Jing drew his sword and held it before him. So why did your Majesty choose to come in person? Shao Qi's gaze fell upon his silver mask, observing his dark, enigmatic eyes. Because I am quite curious about your identity as the governor of Beizhou. She is not a foolish person. How could she so easily run away with someone from Beizhou? Indeed, what she professed about wanting to enter the palace was nothing but a ruse. As this thought crossed his mind, anger welled up within him as he gradually drew the blade from its sheath. I wish to know how you managed to woo her with sweet words. Upon hearing this, Yin Chu Jing let out a soft laugh. Your Majesty, I do not rely solely on my tongue. It is rather my countenance that plays a significant role. As he spoke, he lifted his hand to remove the mask, casually tossing it onto the table. Shao Qi stared at his face, momentarily taken aback. After a pause, he spoke coldly. I see. So it is true. No wonder Su Muning trusts you so implicitly. Yin Chu Jing suddenly released his sword and spoke earnestly. Your Majesty, I am the crown prince of the Li Kingdom. It should have been I who was captured. Today, I willingly surrender. I implore you to spare my sister. Shao Qi then sheathed his sword, placing his hands behind his back as he seated himself beside Yin Chu Jing. The hidden guards behind him watched with concern, carefully observing Yin Chu Jing for any rash moves. Yin Chu Jing was somewhat astonished that he dared to put away his sword. Shao Qi chuckled, reminding him, I am not one of those pampered individuals. I have marched in campaigns for many years and have yet to be bested in close combat. If you doubt my prowess, feel free to test it. Yin Chu Jing smiled at this, having little desire to engage in a contest with him. Shao Qi's expression shifted, as if he had recalled something. Your sister rarely smiles, does she? Has Su Muning ever smiled at you? I suppose not. A cold sneer hardly counts as a smile, does it? The mirth in Yin Chu Jing's eyes deepened. Yet I, on the other hand, take great pleasure in laughter. Shao Qi cast his gaze aside, no longer looking at him, and replied nonchalantly, if one has erred, it is best to continue in that error. Capturing you now would merely serve to embarrass me in front of the court. How could I explain that I had misjudged, even mistaking the crown prince of the Li Kingdom? Yin Chu Jing was well aware of his concern for the court's reputation, and his expression darkened slightly. Then, Your Majesty, do you intend to kill me here? Shao Qi lightly tapped his fingers on the table, gazing out at the raindrops, seemingly contemplating this question. Suddenly, he asked, what is your sister's name? It is not Su Muning. What is it then? Yin Chu Jing paused, reflecting before answering. She bears our mother's surname, Yun, and her given name is Shi. Yun Shi. Shao Qi furrowed his brow slightly, as if he had heard that name before. Ah, he recalled. It is the name of that child who was beaten. How dare she come to elicit pity, offering him a piece of unpleasant candy. Unfortunately, after her departure, she resolved to venture into the northwest, unwilling to live under the shadow of others. She had spent many years following the Grand Marshal Jiang Zemin in the military, gradually earning the soldiers' respect and trust. Just as her uncle Jiang Zemin had taught her, Everyone desires the finest things in this world. Whether it be power, status, land, or even women, one must seize them inch by inch through one's own efforts. Xiaoqi leisurely regarded him. With such a visage, it indeed makes it somewhat difficult for me to act against you. Yin Chu Jing then suggested, perhaps I should don a mask? No need. Xiaoqi replied as he rose to his feet. He paced a few steps and suddenly began to express his dissatisfaction towards Yin Chu Jing. Your sister is quite lacking in virtue, still harboring thoughts of others while being with me. Huh? Yin Chu Jing was momentarily taken aback. She even dared to deceive me, claiming she would enter the palace to bear my children, only to turn around and wish to leave with you. Yin Chu Jing recalled her attitude towards Xiaoqi. It seemed unlikely that she harbored such intentions of motherhood. If she dared to leave with another, I would certainly not let her off the hook. However, you, her younger brother, are naturally closer to her than I. If his woman were to escape, he would still need to find a way to save face. As it stands, is Yin Chu Jing still considered my little brother-in-law? The little brother-in-law remained in a state of incredulous astonishment. Your Majesty, you. Xiaoqi's demeanor sharpened slightly. If you dare to entertain thoughts of taking her away, I will no longer be so gracious as I am today. Yin Chu Jing found it hard to believe that Xiaoqi had spared him. Then, he observed as Xiaoqi raised his hand, and those who accompanied him began to withdraw in an orderly fashion. At the door, Xiaoqi turned back to him. If you possess any sense, do not remain in Beizhou. Before a response could be uttered, he had already departed. Yin Chu Jing sat at the table, still somewhat dazed as he heard the sounds of departure outside. It seemed as if Xiaoqi, suddenly, he moved his fingertips, swiftly reaching for the sword on the table, but an arrow had already flown in from outside, accompanied by the patter of rain. Yin Chu Jing immediately focused and turned to the side, the arrow grazing his face before embedding itself in the windowsill. Instantly, a fresh wound appeared on his face, blood beginning to seep from it. The intruders had already stepped inside. What is the meaning of this, little uncle? Yin Chu Jing inquired upon seeing the newcomers. Raising a hand to brush against his cheek, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes. Several sword-wielding figures in black rushed in behind Yun Mingyuan. With a mocking expression, Yun Mingyuan raised the bow, an arrow in his hand. How could you be so inaccurate? You've marred such a fine face on my nephew. It's of no consequence, Yin Chu Jing replied nonchalantly. It will heal in a few days. Yun Mingyuan narrowed his eyes, his expression turning somewhat fierce. I have already chosen not to pursue the matter of Zhao Pingchuan, and you think I would truly refrain from striking against you? Yin Chu Jing, dare you betray me again? You have caused me a loss of 30 million taels of silver. Have you considered how you will compensate for this? 30 million taels? Yin Chu Jing suddenly laughed aloud, gripping the sword against the table. Ha ha, little uncle, do you think I am the traitor? Yun Mingyuan found his laughter particularly irksome, clearly mocking him. In a fit of anger, he raised his hand to signal the black-clad figures to draw their swords and close in. Yin Chu Jing ceased his laughter, raising his sword with a calm demeanor. He glanced at Yin Mingyuan, seemingly mocking him. Little uncle, farewell. As he spoke, he braced himself and leapt over the windowsill, landing in the rain, with his carriage waiting behind. Pursue. Do not hesitate. Survival is all that matters. Yun Mingyuan declared angrily towards the outside, and soon he had severed the ropes and mounted his horse. Chapter 76. Call my name in the Zhaohua Palace. Your Highness, please copy down a few characters. His Majesty has stated he will check upon your return. Changshi hastily retrieved the book that Su Muning had thrown onto the table and neatly arranged it before her. The title prominently displayed on the cover read, Njia. Seeing Su Muning about to discard the book again, Changshi quickly restrained her. Your Highness, please have mercy. My old back truly cannot endure this. Tell Xiaoqi I will not read it, nor will I copy it. Su Muning shot him a cold glare, raising her hand to tear the book in half and cast it onto the table. What commotion is this? Suddenly, Xiaoqi's voice resonated from outside, and he soon entered the room. Changshi quickly bowed and laughed awkwardly. Your Majesty, it is my poor service. I shall fetch a new book. Su Muning cast her eyes down, tightly pursing her lips, refusing to speak or make eye contact. Xiaoqi noticed the torn pages of Njia on the table and sat down in her previous spot, casually flipping through the blank pages that bore no writing. What's this? You attempted to flee, but failed, and now you're throwing a tantrum? Are you embarrassed by your own foolishness? Su Muning clenched her teeth in silence. But then her expression softened, and she knelt before him. Your Majesty, I was wrong. I should not have run away. Shao Qi regarded her with a somewhat leisurely demeanor, indicating for her to continue. I will not do it again. Your Majesty, please allow me to return to the Wangfu. Can we go back to how things were before? His hand brushed over her pleading eyes, giving them a gentle pat, but with a hint of mockery, he replied, You come to me with sweet words again. Su Muning quickly shook her head. Shao Qi raised her face, his displeasure evident. Did you not promise me earlier? Yet she had thought she would be able to leave. Now that all the morning rites were over, it was time for her to fulfill her promise of peace. Noticing her once more casting her eyes downward in disappointment, Shao Qi gently tapped her forehead and pulled her into his embrace, his tone softening. Do you like the Xiaohua Palace? It is the closest to the Chengyan Palace. You may reside wherever you wish in the future. I wish to live in my own Wangfu. Shao Qi's gaze turned cold, scrutinizing her for a moment before a fleeting smile appeared. What status do you have to return? The Prince of Anil is confined to his estate, and you are merely a new consort in my palace. Where do you wish to go? Su Muning immediately lifted her eyes to meet his, a hint of coldness in her gaze. I am not your Majesty's consort. Shao Qi casually released her waist, his tone languid. Oh, are you still the Empress? Do you believe you deserve that title? She replied, Naturally, I do not. He shot her a glance filled with thinly veiled anger, just as he was about to erupt. When he recalled that she was still taking medication, he restrained himself and instructed for the palace maid to enter. The brown medicinal bowl was respectfully placed on the table. He glanced at the still motionless Su Muning and commanded, Drink it. This is the medication prescribed back then, and I wonder if she has been diligent in taking it these past few days. It seems unlikely, for the very next day she went out to drink, becoming so intoxicated that the servants in the manor could not find her. Observing her still motionless, Shao Qi gently pinched her waist, his tone a blend of threat and desire. Is it healed? Why don't I test it myself? She stiffened, raising her hand to grasp the medicine bowl. But Shao Qi blocked her hand, arching an eyebrow. If you're better, why drink more medicine? Perhaps you should refrain. Su Muning, her face pale, anxiously clutched his sleeve. I haven't recovered. Seeing him seemingly scrutinizing her complexion, she held her breath. After a prolonged moment, he finally withdrew his arm, granting her mercy. Your complexion indeed appears rather poor. Then, drink up. She hastily lifted the bowl and drank it all in one go. Shao Qi's gaze fixated on her pale neck as she tilted her head back, then shifted to her hands holding the celadone medicine bowl, watching until she set it down. Just as Su Muning placed the bowl down and was about to wipe her mouth, something was thrust into her mouth. She instinctively wanted to spit it out, but Shao Qi's fingers pressed against her lips, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. The sweetness melting on her tongue was sugar. Anil, what does it taste? Ordinary. She replied casually, for she was no longer at an age where one could find joy in sweets. Yet, Shao Qi seemed delighted by her response, laughing as he pulled her into his embrace. He kissed the top of her head, his palm gradually covering the back of her hand. Then, in a somewhat strange tone, he asked, Anil, has no one taught you that when you consume another's offering, you must repay it? Confusion clouded her mind, but the next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at him. What was he doing? Though separated by his clothing, Shao Qi lowered his gaze, intently observing her expression. Reveling in her bewilderment, he chuckled softly. What are you hiding from? Can't handle something so simple? Allow me to instruct you. He guided her hand beneath his garments. A chill swept through her, rendering her rigid from head to toe, including her fingers. His chest rose and fell gently, his eyes shrouded in a deep, dark hue, the affection within them growing ever more profound. Leaning back against the chair, he tilted his neck slightly, his gaze casually glancing at her, yet holding a significant depth. Her eyes reddened, her ears flushed. Shao Qi smirked maliciously at her, then unabashedly released soft, fragmented sounds from his throat. Each breath was a blatant display of the pleasure shared between them, unmasked and unrestrained. It was utterly reckless, exceedingly ludicrous. Su Muning felt her scalp tingle with anxiety, her heart in disarray as she instinctively raised her hand to cover his mouth, urging him to cease his sounds. Xiao Qi chuckled softly, nibbling at her palm, utterly shameless. She swiftly withdrew her hand as if scalded. Resting his head on her shoulder, Xiao Qi deliberately asked, "Anil, am I calling you well?" Her eyes brimmed with embarrassment and absurdity, and she pressed her lips together in silence. Suddenly, he took hold of her other hand, examining it closely for a moment before lowering his head to place a kiss in her palm. She turned her head away, closing her eyes, attempting to isolate herself from the reality of the moment. His breath brushed over her palm, trailing upwards to kiss the delicate inner side of her wrist. So pale it resembled jade. Within his half-closed eyes, a profound darkness lingered, suffused with an air of indulgence. His breath gradually grew unsteady as he suddenly spoke in a husky tone. "Anil, call my name." She, with her eyes tightly shut, appeared oblivious to his request. In a manner akin to punishment, Xiao Qi forcefully drew her closer to him. "Not going to call? Then come sit on me." Su Muning, taken aback, hastily opened her eyes and glared at him, deeming his demand utterly absurd, her gaze filled with indignation. "Xiao Qi, you wish." An amused glimmer passed through his eyes as he reclined against her shoulder once more, uncertain if he was laughing or sighing. Did she still hope to escape at this juncture? Xiao Qi certainly would not permit it. He exhaled warm breath against her ear. "In the future, you shall be the one to call." Chapter 77. A woman's transformation. Could it be that concubine Su is on the brink of losing favor? Are the Su siblings finally facing their downfall? It was reported that His Majesty had appointed a new consort yesterday, one he had brought from the common folk, granting her residence in Zhaohua Palace. This news spread like wildfire within a day, causing quite a stir. It was truly unexpected. It seems His Majesty has grown weary of the favored consort. A welcome turn of events indeed. While many remained skeptical, they soon learned that Prince Anil had somehow angered His Majesty and was indefinitely confined within the royal residence. It appears to be genuine. Oh Gratifine. These siblings have long deserved such a fate. Even for the sake of the late emperor's reputation, this was necessary. His Majesty is indeed wise. At the Anil Prince's residence, Fu Jinyan stood before the entrance, gazing up at the lintel, while the guards flanking him dared not order him to leave. "Lord Fu, His Majesty has decreed that no one is permitted to enter or exit." Fu Zhaoyan cast a glance at the guard but remained silent. However, a voice soon emerged from within. "Lord Fu." Jin Shu, standing behind the door, appeared somewhat flustered. Fu Zhaoyan had instructed her to summon the prince. But how could she do so if he was not present? "Lord Fu, my prince says she does not wish to see anyone. You should please return." Furrowing his brow, Fu Zhaoyan took a step forward. "I truly have urgent matters to discuss with her. If she is in a foul mood and unwilling to meet, I would appreciate it if Miss Jean could convey a message. Do her words from that night still hold weight?" Jin Shu pondered what words the prince had uttered that night, hoping they were not offensive. "My lord, it is likely that words spoken in intoxication are not to be taken seriously. My prince may not even remember. Perhaps it would be best to let this go. You must ask her. I can wait here." Yet he remained obstinate. Jin Shu reluctantly feigned a return to convey the message, taking her time before re-emerging. "Lord Fu, my prince claims she does not remember." The glimmer of hope in Fu Zhaoyan's eyes dimmed, leaving him momentarily speechless. "If my prince spoke out of turn that day, I hope you can forgive her." He likely could not extend such forgiveness. Fu Zhaoyan cast another lingering glance at the mansion's gate before turning to leave. "Your Majesty, Lord Fu seeks an audience." Changshi bowed as he entered with a soft report. Xiao Qi did not raise his gaze, appearing somewhat indifferent as he casually instructed to let him in. He observed Fu Zhaoyan bowing in respect, motioning for him to rise. "Is Lord Fu here regarding the marriage proposal?" "It is due to the inefficacy of the crown prince of Northern Zhao that I have postponed matters slightly. I am confident that by next month, we shall surely select an auspicious day." Fu Zhaoyan paid little heed to this and suddenly raised his gaze to ask without reservation. "Your Majesty, I am perplexed. May I inquire what transgression the Prince of Anil has committed to warrant his confinement within the estate?" The last instance of such seclusion was the affair of Pei Shaoan, Yet even then, the guards were not stationed. Xiao Qi's expression darkened as he cast a dispassionate glance at him. No one in the court has spoken on her behalf. Even Qi Chun, bewildered, did not dare to utter a word. Is Fu Xiaoyan, unable to forget old sentiments, here to plead for his beloved? Will Fu Xiang next question me as to why I have taken a new consort? This matter pertains to your majesty's harem, and I dare not intrude, he replied. Yet the unjust punishment of the Prince of Anil concerns the court, and I must inquire. Such a declaration of necessity is grandiloquent indeed. What thoughts lie beneath Fu Xiang's noble facade? Xiao Qi regarded him with a semblance of a smile. Fu Xiaoyan did not avert his gaze and stated, What I ponder is akin to your majesty's thoughts. I beseech you to enlighten me. Xiao Qi, recognizing his obstinacy, felt increasingly vexed. With a dismissive glance, he replied, She has defied me. Does Fu Xiang consider this accusation sufficient? The term defiance is rather ambiguous, and recognizing that his majesty would not elaborate further, Fu Xiaoyan refrained from pressing the matter. Today, I come to intercede for the Prince of Anil. I implore you, your majesty, to show mercy. Mu Ning is cautious, kind-hearted, and humble. She cannot have intended to defy you. Cautious? Kind-hearted? Humble? Xiao Qi was almost amused by such words. That very individual had nearly choked her sister in a fit of anger just yesterday. She had dared to tear the book he gifted her, and today, it seemed she had not penned a single word. Could it be that she presents a different demeanor before Fu Xiaoyan? He pondered momentarily, stroking his index finger, and then suddenly smiled. Fu Xiang, assist me with a task, and I shall consider your plea. Fu Xiaoyan, taken aback, responded with confusion. If your majesty has a request, I shall exert myself to fulfill it. Xiao Qi, appearing somewhat troubled as he rubbed his eyes, casually remarked, My newly favored consort possesses a formidable temper and is quite obstinate in her disobedience. I would appreciate it if Fu Xiang could impart a lesson on the precepts for women to her. Fu Xiaoyan was indeed taken aback, promptly furrowing his brow. Your majesty, there are distinctions between men and women. I must avoid any appearance of impropriety. I fear I am ill-suited for this task. It would suffice even if you were separated by a screen. I trust in your character. This matter transcends mere gender distinctions, your majesty. The education of consorts and palace etiquette should rightly fall to the female officials within the court. It is not within my expertise. Why the excessive modesty, Fu Xiang? I merely require you to elucidate matters to her. Invoke the authority of your late father, the esteemed grand tutor, to intimidate her if necessary. It dawned upon Fu Xiaoyan that his majesty intended to use him as a pretext to flirt with the consort. Since his majesty has taken a new favorite, it stands to reason that he would no longer harbor such sentiments toward Mu Ning. The Fengfei Hall has felt somewhat desolate of late. Princess Xiao Yao, however, recalled the kindness shown to her by the late consort Su and did not follow the crowd in reviling the former love of the emperor. She made a special visit to see her. Upon entering, she found Mu Ning staring blankly at her reflection in the mirror, her expression forlorn, and she sighed as she approached. Do not be too disheartened. The emperor may merely be captivated by a fleeting novelty. I refuse to believe that a rustic village woman could surpass you in beauty, my dear concubine. However, Su Zixin was not troubled by this. Rather, it was Su Muning's perpetual disregard for her that weighed heavily on her heart. She had visited the Zhaohua Palace several times, yet had not encountered him. It seemed that Su Muning had truly chosen to ignore her. Xiao Yao grasped her hand, speaking with careful earnestness. You must adorn yourself beautifully, just as you once did. Just look at my father and those brothers of mine. It is evident that the Xiao family has an affinity for beauty. I too find it appealing. You should frequently present yourself before the emperor, and perhaps share his bed a few times. Once you conceive, what is there to fear? Su Zixin furrowed her brow at her words, for she lacked the courage to approach his majesty in such a manner. She would be content if Xiao Qi merely refrained from troubling her. I have also heard about the matter concerning Prince Anil. It is perplexing how he has been confined without cause. The emperor may be experiencing some eccentricity. Perhaps in a few days, he will return to his senses. Do not worry excessively. Seeing that her attempts at comfort had borne fruit, Xiao Yao's earlier bravado began to wane, and she hesitantly fidgeted with her hands. I have heard that Qi Shaoqing is also from Liz Ho and has a certain closeness to the concubine. If you have a moment, could you assist me in delivering this painting to him? With that, she produced a rolled-up scroll from somewhere behind her. Su Zixin, perplexed by her intentions, unrolled the scroll and glanced at it. Her curiosity piqued. Who is this woman? She possesses such exquisite beauty and grace. Xiao Yao, cupping her face, blushed shyly. It is I. Is this truly you? She inquired, astonished. I believe I should have looked like this at 15. After all, a girl transforms dramatically by the age of 18. Su Zixin scrutinized the painting and then regarded Xiao Yao, pondering if such a metamorphosis were even possible. Chapter 79. Fu Zhanyan turned slightly upon hearing the sound of the screen falling, expecting the emperor to be displeased and to reprimand the new concubine. To his surprise, that was not the case. The silhouette of the lady in red seemed vaguely familiar, reminiscent of a scene he had encountered before. He pondered this as he made his way, recalling it upon arriving at the estate. It was at the beginning of the year at the state minister's temple. Yet, was not this lady a recent addition to the palace? He raised his hand, only then realizing he still held the character she had just penned. Becoming momentarily lost in thought, an odd sensation enveloped him, unsettling his spirit. Young master, do not linger there. Move farther away. As the steward exited, he saw his master standing beside a stone statue, frowning at a piece of paper in deep contemplation. He hurriedly cautioned him. Fu Zhanyan glanced at the statue, puzzled. Why? The steward, rolling his eyes with a hint of annoyance, replied, a few nights ago, it seems some ill-fated soul vomited all over the base of that statue. I only discovered it this morning. I initially thought it was merely the result of excessive drinking, but upon closer inspection, I found blood. It must be a consumptive. This disease is highly contagious. You should exercise caution, for that consumptive might still be lurking nearby. The steward rambled on, oblivious to the change in Fu Zhanyan's expression. Which day did this occur? The steward contemplated for a moment and replied. It was on that day when Miss Jin Shu from the Annal Wangfu came to seek an audience with the prince early in the morning. They left just as dawn was breaking, and it was only after I returned from seeing them off that I noticed. However, you need not worry, young master. I have been keeping a close watch these past few days and have seen nothing amiss. The carriage has just returned from the palace. As he disembarked, the driver slowly guided the horses around to the rear courtyard. Seeing that the carriage had not yet departed far, Fu Zhanyan called out to halt it. Stop! The steward, astonished that he was leaving without entering, inquired, Young master, where are you going? Fu Zhanyan stepped onto the carriage and instructed the driver in a low tone. To the Annal Wangfu. He pondered that there might be matters of which he remained unaware, perhaps many such matters. 2 imperial guards stood at the entrance, swords in hand, and upon seeing him approach, they both bowed in respect. Minister Fu. They exchanged glances, both somewhat puzzled. The previous day, Minister Fu had come, and now he returned. What could be his intention? His Majesty had ordered that no one was to enter. Fu Zhanyan paid them no heed and proceeded directly to the door, observing the affixed seal. One guard cautiously remarked, Sir, His Majesty has decreed that no one is to enter or exit. Fu Zhanyan, his demeanor unperturbed, raised his hand to touch the seal. I am aware. Seeing his intention to remove it, the guard asked, Is Minister Fu here on His Majesty's orders? He remained silent, peeling back a corner of the seal and tearing it away. The guards exchanged glances, and one was compelled to ask again, Sir, do you possess His Majesty's decree or token? Fu Zhanyan disregarded the seal, pushing the door open as it lacked a bolt. He turned his face back, casting a cold glance at the two. What did His Majesty say? Upon finishing his words, he stepped inside without hesitation. One guard intended to inquire further, but was stopped by the other. Why do you stop me? We must ascertain what His Majesty's command is. What are you worried about? That is Minister Fu. Surely, he would not feign an imperial decree. Well, that is indeed unlikely. Then it is settled. Matters among these powerful officials are not our concern, so do not meddle. Jin Shu was in the flower garden, feeding rabbits, when she spotted Fu Zhanyan's figure traversing the corridor towards the prince's chambers. In a flurry, she kicked aside the obstructing rabbits and hurriedly intercepted him at the door. Blocking the entrance, Her expression was tinged with anxiety. "And Minister Fu, how did you gain entry?" Fu Zhaoyan's demeanor lacked its usual gentleness, and he slightly raised his hand to brush her aside. His hand reached over her, propping against the door. "Jin Shu, I shall ask once more, is she inside?" Jin Shu felt a pang of guilt, but stammered, "But His Majesty has instructed that no one is to know." "I assure you, my prince is indeed here. She is resting, and I kindly ask Minister Fu not to disturb her." She thought, if it were someone like Jiang Lin Yue, she could not stop him, but Fu Zhaoyan surely could not commit such a breach of decorum by intruding into another's private quarters. Before Jin Shu could finish her thoughts, he had already pushed open the bedroom door and entered. Minister Fu would not commit such an indiscretion, would he? Minister Fu. She quickly regained her senses and followed him into the inner chamber. Fu Zhaoyan surveyed the surroundings, and all his doubts were resolved in that moment. What is seen and heard is not necessarily true. Such a desire to cover up only draws more attention. What is hidden? It is her. He slightly tightened his fingers, turning to glance at Jin Shu, a smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes remained devoid of warmth. Closing the door, he stated, "I have something to inquire of you." A cold sweat broke out on Jin Shu's back. She realized that today, she could no longer conceal the truth. She shut the door behind her and noticed Fu Zhaoyan seated at a nearby table. He gestured with his hand towards the seat opposite him, inviting her to sit. "Are you seeking to know where His Highness is?" Fu Zhaoyan shook his head slightly and paused before continuing. "What I wish to ask is whether, at the beginning of the year, the Emperor went to Xiangwu Temple to pray for blessings, and if Mu Ning accompanied him?" Logically, she was still under house arrest at that time. Jin Shu hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. He closed his eyes briefly and then softly added, "So she is indeed a woman. You should have known this all along. It was his folly." Jin Shu sensed that he did not seem to be questioning her and was uncertain whether to respond. When Fu Zhaoyan looked at her again, his eyes held no expression. "The matter concerning Pei Shaoan was investigated by me. I have long known the truth. The incident surrounding the princess's early drinking was ignited by him. Today, you shall recount the events from 2 years ago, starting from the day she was wed." Jin Shu felt a surge of fear as she gazed at him. "Jin Shu, you must believe that I would never harm her." She had no doubt regarding Fu Zhaoyan's words and, at that moment, felt a strange relief in knowing that he was aware. "Your Highness did not wish to comply." He privately declined Miss Lin's invitation, and Lin Shirlang firmly prohibited it as well. Yet that day, she boldly requested the Emperor to bestow a marriage decree in front of everyone at the palace banquet. To everyone's astonishment, the Emperor acquiesced, leaving both the Lin family and His Highness with no option to refuse. Fu Zhaoyan recalled this incident. Miss Lin's audacity had sparked much discussion in the capital, but in time, the sight of the two of them appearing quite affectionate silenced the gossip. Suddenly, Jin Shu's eyes turned red, and she began to weep. "My lord, the Emperor acted with intent. Just as with today's confinement, the princess is merely a facade. The Emperor does not wish for anyone to know of His Highness's identity as a woman." He thought to himself that the Emperor and she had successfully kept it hidden. It was not surprising that she sought to conceal it. After all, this was a crime of treason against the Emperor, punishable by death. Yet the Emperor surely would not act for that reason. So that day, the Emperor was indeed here? Jin Shu recalled those moments and trembled slightly as she nodded. Fu Zhaoyan lowered his gaze, his heart drowned in self-reproach, reflecting on the rumors he had disbelieved in the past. Even Jiang Lin Yue was aware. Otherwise, he would not have come to remind himself. Yet he remained oblivious. For 2 years, he had been unaware. Just days prior, she had come to him in tears seeking help, and he had chosen not to believe her. His fingers trembled slightly as he handed a handkerchief to Jin Shu. His voice hoarse, "Please continue." Chapter 80. What is this character? They were nearing the borders of Beizhou. A figure clad in black galloped swiftly to catch up with the carriage ahead. Yun Mingyuan raised his hand from within the sedan, signaling those around him not to obstruct. The cloaked figure dismounted and knelt before the sedan. "Your Highness, we have failed in our duties." Yun Mingyuan narrowed his eyes in displeasure, coldly remarking, "With so many of you, how could he have escaped?" The man trembled at his words, bowing his head even lower. "Your Highness," he said, "he is dead." Yun Mingyuan was momentarily taken aback, then lifted the curtain and stood on the track, incredulously gazing at him. Dead? I ordered his capture alive. And you dare to kill him? His concern was not for Yun Chujing's life, but rather for the tens of thousands of troops loyal to the former regime of Liju. He had intended to use Yun Chujing as a hostage to bring these forces under his command, but these fools had allowed him to die. The man, sensing the murderous intent in his eyes, hastily bowed and pleaded for mercy. Your Highness, he leaped off the cliff willingly. We could not stop him. We searched for several days at the bottom of the cliff and found only a few fragments of his remains and his sword. He raised his hand, presenting the sword above his head. We pursued him for days, and after finally cornering him, he had no escape as he stood before the precipice. And thus we commanded him to surrender. I can still recall how he smiled at us against the night wind, like a night blooming Sirius, suddenly spreading his arms and falling backward. Yun Mingyuan furrowed his brow, took up the sword, and kicked him hard in the chest before turning to re-enter the carriage. The convoy continued its journey, slightly jolting. He closed his eyes, contemplating how to communicate with Yao Yuanin. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a chilling smile gracing his lips. With a considerable sum of money given to him by Shao Qi, perhaps it was time to resolve some minor troubles. In the Zhaohua Palace, Shao Qi, having indulged in archery and feasting with the military generals, arrived to find Su Munning already asleep. Rain was falling outside, and his clothes bore a trace of dampness, mingled with the scent of alcohol. He sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at her, perhaps lost in his thoughts. She seemed to sense his gaze in her dreams and turned over, opening her eyes. After a moment of drowsy observation, she suddenly awakened and swiftly climbed out of bed. Shao Qi watched as she padded barefoot to the writing desk, searching for something, his brow slightly furrowing. What are you doing? Su Munning quickly found the book she had copied and handed it to him. The book His Majesty requested has been completed. Shao Qi was taken aback, took the book from her, and casually flipped through it. The characters were elegantly written, each stroke revealing her diligence. After finishing, he placed the book on the bed and noticed she still stood before him, barefooted, so he extended his hand toward her.